Just now, I dominated the entire server and reached number 1 on the leaderboard, but the next second, I chose to log out and switch to a life profession, blacksmith. My school beauty girlfriend was so angry that she broke up with me on the spot, and before I could even explain, the game descended into the real world. So, I immediately ignored all those who mocked me and rushed to the dungeon to level up ahead of everyone. Because as someone who had been reborn, I knew if I didn't want to repeat the same fate as my past life, I had to awaken a special talent. And I just happened to know whoever first switched to a blacksmith would awaken a special talent, infinite affixes. Every time I level up, I can randomly get one affix bonus that gives me a permanent boost. The quality of the affix rotates and can stack infinitely. So, as long as I level up, I become stronger. As a life profession, blacksmith can gain experience not only by killing monsters but also by forging equipment. Soon, I arrived at the forge, picked up some ready materials, and started forging. Very quickly, I forged an iron sword and a piece of plate armor. Because I succeeded in forging, I leveled up once and obtained a red affix, Fusion Fire Core. A system voice rang out. I quickly opened the affix panel to check the Fusion Fire Core. Every time you forge or upgrade equipment, you permanently gain all its stats. No limit. Looking at the affix, I couldn't help but hold my breath. Doesn't this mean I have an unlimited growth talent? I wasn't forging equipment at all, I was forging myself. Thinking of this, I quickly continued forging. Successfully forged iron sword I, strength +5. Successfully forged plate armor I, constitution +5. After using up all the ready materials, I felt the powerful strength inside my body and grinned. Just one affix is already this powerful, how strong will the next ones be? Not to mention, if I use rare materials to forge, the attribute boosts will be even greater. Without hesitating, I quickly headed to level up by fighting wild monsters. But just as I stepped out of the school gate, I saw many students forming teams to kill monsters. To avoid exposing my special talent, I had to leave through the side gate. Even so, I still heard some mocking words about me. I arrived at the familiar green grasslands. From my memory, the monsters here are level 6 to 9. Among them, prairie wolves appear in packs. For newbies, prairie wolves are a nightmare. But for me, who had just boosted my stats, they were just experienced babies. Holding a black iron hammer, I charged at the wolf pack and smashed it down hard on a prairie wolf's head. A red number floated up. A critical hit, 350 damage, instantly killing it. This one-hit kill felt just like cheating. Soon, I killed 6 prairie wolves, 1 hammer each. After leveling up, I quickly checked the new affix I got, Soul of Energy, Golden Quality. All bonuses from equipped weapons and armor increased by 10 times. Golden affixes are second only to red ones, but still incredibly powerful. The stronger the equipment bonuses I get, the stronger I can become. I put away my thoughts, glanced at the experience bar, just a few more kills to level up again. After storing the wolves' materials in my ring's storage, I headed deeper into the green fields. My goal, reach level 5 and unlock my first skill. As I moved deeper, suddenly, a huge black wolf appeared before me, Prairie Black Wolf King, level 10. What's going on? That sound, was it the Black Wolf King? Who would come to green grasslands to level up at this time? Aren't the new awakeners just starting out? Report the situation immediately, and send people to assist. Quickly. In the city's lower defense division, Captain Chu Qingyu slammed her pale hand onto the table, leaving a clear palm print. Have we confirmed which school that rookie team belongs to? A level 10 monster normally wouldn't concern the defense division, but this one was the boss of the newbie zone. Only freshly awakened teens dare come to green grasslands to level up. If someone dares come here right after awakening, they're probably a team made entirely of hidden professions. But if they ran into the Wolf King, that's the real danger. Hidden professions are without exception the top seeds among this year's awakeners in Summer City. If a whole team of them were wiped out, it would be a huge loss, especially since they might have made it into the top guild recruitment 1 month from now. Let's hope the rescue gets there in time. The appearance of a boss caused panic in the defense squad, but by that time, I had already killed the Black Wolf King and leveled up to level 4. The 2 new affixes I gained were purple and blue quality, Hammer Mastery and Swift as Wind. One greatly increases strength and forging success when using a hammer. The other increases dodge rate in combat. Their quality isn't high, but both are rare for ordinary people. I didn't pay much attention though, what really caught my eye was a message at the bottom of the panel. Affix quality rotation detected for the first time. Level adjustment complete. Next level will definitely yield a red affix. Affix quality ranges from red, gold, purple, blue to green. Skipping green for the first rotation means I can get a red affix every 5 levels. Red affixes can bring massive boosts. I had gathered enough materials, it was time to go back and forge. But on my way back, I unexpectedly saw another team of awakeners, all of them with hidden professions. The 4-member team had just killed 4 prairie wolves and were sitting on the ground resting. Did any of you see it during the fight just now? Someone walking out from the deep part of the grasslands, one girl suddenly asked the other 3. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I think I saw it too, looked like someone our age, and he was carrying a hammer. Now that everyone has just awakened, why did one person venture deep into the green grassland? A few people discussed for a while and still unanimously believed that they must have seen it wrong. To be able to reach their level, that was already the limit. But suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Was it your team that killed the Wolf King? To achieve this just after awakening, you have completely exceeded our expectations. 2 rescue personnel wearing observation station badges arrived in front of this team, a strong look of astonishment on their faces. They rushed to the place where the Wolf King appeared for rescue, but only found the incomplete body of the Wolf King. This newly awakened team had united to slay the Wolf King. This was definitely the top seed of this year's Summer City. What Wolf King? The 4 teenagers were all taken aback. They had just arrived at the outskirts of the green grassland not long ago. Then, one of the girls seemed to realize something and tentatively said, "Could it be that person just now?" They did not see it wrong. Someone really had just awakened and charged alone into the depths of the green grassland, even killing the Wolf King on their own. But who was that person? The 2 rescue personnel also sensed the situation and became serious. Lin Shi returned to the school's forging room again. As everyone went out to level up, the school suddenly became empty. And in this forging room, he could use it until the guild recruitment a month later. Why not take full advantage of it? Taking out the materials, Lin Shi quickly began to forge. The crisp sound of clanking echoed continuously. You successfully forged a wolf fang knife ×1, gaining strength +15. You successfully forged wolfskin boots ×1, gaining agility +15. After obtaining materials from the prairie wolf, the effectiveness of the equipment he forged clearly improved. He was equally tireless. Each piece of equipment forged gave him more attribute points than leveling up. Level +1. Finally, the glow of leveling up enveloped Lin Shi's whole body. Having forged to this point, Lin Shi felt that with his current attributes, if he encountered the Prairie Black Wolf King again, he should only need 1 hammer to kill it. Leveling up to 5 meant he could learn his first skill. More importantly, he would gain a new red trait. After moving his muscles a bit, Lin Shi immediately opened his panel, looking at the new trait he obtained. Current trait, Boundless Mana, red. Effect, casting any skill does not consume mana. Lin Shi's eyes widened, and his mind buzzed. Wait, what? There is such a heavenly effect for a trait? What use do I have for mana now? Chapter 4 Obtaining Equipment Skill. Bloodthirst. Having skills that do not consume mana means infinite mana. Lin Shi calmed his emotions. The first skill of a living class's blacksmith should be forging. I wonder if my skill will have any changes. With the trait Boundless Mana, to make it useful, he naturally needed to master the skill. And the blacksmith's first skill, forging, could improve the awakener's familiarity with fire, even enhancing the quality of the materials. This indeed wasn't a combat skill. But even so, it was still very useful for Lin Shi. The higher the equipment's quality, the higher the equipment attributes he obtained from the magma core trait would naturally be. Moreover, as a blacksmith was an extremely rare main profession, he wasn't sure if this first skill would show any changes. To learn skills, besides learning in the Awakener's Hall, I can also obtain them by exploding skill books. Lin Shi smacked his lips. That Wolf King was so stingy, it didn't drop anything good for him. Afterward, he would go to the Awakener's Hall to learn the first skill. It's too late, I'll have to wait until tomorrow to learn the skills. I guess no one could have anticipated that someone could reach level 5 on the first day after awakening. Collecting these thoughts, Lin Shi picked up the big hammer once again and continued forging. The materials have been used up, but he can still go hunt monsters to get more. Lin Shi doesn't feel too heartbroken. You have successfully forged wolfskin boots ×1, gaining agility +15. You have successfully forged wolfskin armor ×1, gaining constitution +15. With the current materials, it is hard to forge accessories. So the basic spiritual attributes Lin Shi obtained are not many. Spiritual attributes affect mana points and skill release effects, but for Lin Shi right now, he only needs to care about the power of skills. Finally, after hammering away for nearly half the night, Lin Shi has used up most of the Prairie Wolf's materials. The box in the forge room is already piled high with the gear he has made, and many items are just piled aside. This isn't my territory after all. Lin Shi cares more about this issue. For now, no other teachers or classmates will come to the school. But if someone accidentally comes into the forge room, they will discover the gear he has made. I'd better set up a forge room at my own house and get a storage warehouse. Lin Shi already has a plan. As for money, he has ways to solve that. Then, he focused his attention on the materials collected from the Wolf King. According to his estimation, these materials will definitely be able to forge higher quality gear. Clang! The hammer heavily struck the materials, sparks flying from the furnace, dazzling and beautiful. Lin Shi's expression was focused, hammering down repeatedly on the Wolf King's materials. And right after a certain strike fell, the forging materials in front of him suddenly burst forth with a magnificent light. You have successfully forged Wolf King Fong Blade ×1, gaining strength plus 50, spirit plus 10, agility plus 10, gaining skill, bloodthirst. Wolf King Fong Blade, bronze. Category, weapon. Equipment requirement, level 10. Effect, strength plus 50, spirit plus 10, agility plus 10. Special effect, bloodthirst, passive skill, deals damage to enemies, can gain damage * 10% attack power bonus. Description, as the king of a wolf pack, the Fong of the Prairie Black Wolf King has been forged into this sharp blade, containing the might of the Wolf King, shining with a bloody brilliance. I actually gained a skill? Lin Chi was momentarily stunned. He experienced once again the power of the red term, Core of Fire. Gaining all the properties of the equipment naturally also includes skills. Forging a Wolf King Fong blade directly gave him a bloodthirst skill. Being able to turn damage dealt into 1/10 of attack power bonus is not bad. Lin Chi gave a satisfied smile. This is a skill similar to the warrior class. In addition, although there is a level restriction in the requirements for the Wolf King Fong blade, it doesn't matter to him. Happily storing this Wolf King Fong blade in his ring, Lin Chi has already planned to trade all of the remaining materials from the Wolf King after finishing forging them. You have successfully forged Wolf King armor ×1, gaining constitution plus 50, agility plus 20. You have successfully forged Wolf King I ×1, gaining spirit plus 50, agility plus 20. It seems that due to the Wolf King's abilities mainly contained in the fangs, no other equipment made from the other materials produced skills. But Lin Chi is still very satisfied. These few pieces of gear are quite powerful for level 10 awakeners. Especially since he also forged a necklace, the Wolf King Eye. This is also a rare necklace accessory among gear below level 10. After putting away these few pieces of gear, Lin Chi finally left the school and returned home. Lin Chi's home. Homeowner, Lin Chi. After taking a nap at home, Lin Chi felt refreshed and immediately went to the trading post. He listed the gear made from Wolf King materials in the unattended sales area, marking prices and letting them sell on their own. The listed prices are not low, but there are always big spenders in the world. Lin Chi knows that these few pieces of gear will definitely attract many buyers. Then, Lin Chi went to the Awakening Hall. Prepare to learn the first skill of the blacksmith profession first. Outside the exchange. Just as Lin Chi left, a few people walked in right behind him. Dad, you have lived your whole life on thin ice. Can you really help me get to shore? The boy, who had just awakened a day ago, asked his old father with some anxiety. He had teamed up with others to fight monsters all day, finally managing to reach level 2. He was preparing to use some cash abilities to improve his leveling efficiency. Don't worry, Dad will come to the exchange every day. In the future, those little geniuses will surely drop better equipment. The middle-aged man waved his hand, leading his son into the exchange. Even if I have to spend all my equipment, I will send you to a good guild. Soon after, they found themselves frozen in front of a short blade glowing with red light. Wolf King Fong blade? Could it be that this is the equipment dropped by the Wolf King from the Green Grassland? The exchange has someone selling equipment dropped by the Wolf King? Which team is so strong that they defeated the Wolf King from the Green Grassland just on their second day after awakening? I heard there are several pieces of equipment, the drop rate of that Wolf King is not low. Lin Chi was filling out a form in the Awakening Hall. He had been there for a while when he heard people outside discussing the commotion at the exchange. He tugged at the corners of his mouth. Who said that the Wolf King's drop rate is not low? Being able to drop equipment all depends on his own efforts. After finishing the form, Lin Chi walked through the empty Awakening Hall and submitted it to the receptionist at the front desk. Little brother, are you here to ask about the development plan in the early stage of your profession? I'm here to learn skills. The receptionist was a young lady with long black hair, dressed neatly in a standard uniform, her demeanor gentle, but at this moment, the warm smile on her face froze. She widened her eyes, staring at Lin Chi. Is this your second day after awakening? You are level 5? What kind of genius in a profession is this? But she still instinctively opened the awakening tester behind her. Once Lin Chi stepped inside, she looked at the illusory hammer badge appearing outside the testing ground, her body froze again. Blacksmith? Chapter 5 Fire and Flame. What kind of profession is that? The Awakener testing ground resembled a floating square in the void, surrounded by darkness, shrouded in layers of faint light. Lin Chi walked to the center of the square, and a gradually solidifying radiance suddenly emerged here. It transformed into a furnace, with flames raging inside. Occupation detected as Blacksmith. Level meets requirements. Please fulfill the requirements, remove impurities from the current material and forge a basic shape.
As expected, the skill learning condition for the blacksmith profession is not combat, but forging.
Lin Shi shook his head. He had previously learned that the first skill for other professions was achieved through combat conditions.
But clearly, the blacksmith profession was not suitable for combat at the moment.
In front of the furnace, rusty steel balls the size of eyeballs appeared, accompanied by basic forging tools.
Rusty steel balls?
Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Memories from before his crossing flashed through his mind.
Don't tell me you want me to forge a large Damascus iron pot plus 3 forging runes?
However, he was not flustered. Having forged so many equipment before, now only having to remove impurities from rusty steel balls was naturally a piece of cake. He picked up the forging tools from beside the furnace and skillfully began to operate.
It didn't take long. A fiery red iron knife prototype was taken out by Lin Shi from the furnace. Conditions met. You have comprehended the skill of this profession. Forging. Easily, without any challenge.
Lin Shi shrugged his shoulders.
However, was the first skill really just forging? Compared to other professions' skills like fireball, it seemed a bit shabby.
But when Lin Shi's gaze fell on the skill description, he instantly dismissed that thought.
Skill, forging. Mana consumption, 150.
Effect, mastery in controlling fire with ease. When releasing skills, flames envelop oneself in the forging tool, increasing one's fire attribute and granting immunity to normal fire damage, with a chance to improve material quality.
Ha!
Lin Shi blinked his eyes.
Is this the special feature of the blacksmith as a main profession?
Typically, awakeners who take blacksmith as a secondary profession only gain a smelting skill that has a chance to improve material quality.
But he is obviously different. Increasing my fire attribute means that after I release this skill, every attack will carry a burning effect. This is equivalent to being a weapon that possesses fire attributes. Moreover, I am immune to normal fire damage. Lin Shi silently gasped in amazement. With this, even if some mage profession learns fireball, they won't be able to hurt him. He purely transforms into a nemesis of low-level mages. Who says blacksmiths are not suitable for battle?
Lin Shi grinned.
Of course, there is a premise.
Other blacksmiths have low base attributes, and even if they can increase their fire attribute when attacking, they still won't deal much damage.
And in the end, it's only a normal attack.
As for immunity to normal fire, it doesn't shield against a monster's normal attack.
Even if tanking, the health won't be enough. Not to mention, the mana cost of this skill is also not low.
But these restrictions, for Lin Shi, they mean nothing. After trying to release the skill a few times, he finally walked out of the trial ground with satisfaction. The receptionist at the front desk was still holding her smooth, fair chin, staring intently at the 2 trial fields ahead. One field showed the hammer's cursor glowing, while the other was marked by a complex rune. In this session, unexpectedly, 2 people had risen to level 5 in such a short time.
Suddenly,
the hammer cursor outside the trial field flickered once, then disappeared.
Lin Shi's figure walked out from it. So fast?
The receptionist was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to realize something. She cast a comforting glance at Lin Shi and softly said, "It's okay even if you failed, leveling up so quickly might mean you're not in the right state.
Just take a break and try again."
She didn't know much about the rare main profession of blacksmiths. But she guessed that this good-looking young man in front of her must be chosen by a certain family or guild, mainly to develop as support staff. It surely required a vast amount of resources to level up so quickly. Lin Shi smiled and said little.
It was time to choose the next leveling place. The blacksmith profession's skills had already allowed him to taste sweetness.
Moreover, if he could collect better materials, who knows, he might gain other powerful skills while forging equipment. In this world, there are not few pieces of equipment that come with active skills. The receptionist watched Lin Shi exit the awakening hall and then suddenly seemed to sense something, looking back toward another trial field.
A girl in a robe walked out from it.
She immediately saw Lin Shi leaving the awakening hall, her eyes revealing a hint of deep meaning.
"Lin Shi, I knew it was you." Shin Bailu sighed secretly.
No wonder Lin Shi didn't agree to her, he had quickly reached level 5.
Did he have other options? Fire Rock Valley. Level requirement, 1 to 15. Number requirement, 1 to 5.
Lin Shi stepped into this dungeon outside Summer City. There are several dungeons around Summer City with less level restriction, and this Fire Rock Valley is one of them. Flames are burning in many places all around, and the wind blows with a scorching heat. But Lin Shi is not affected. The smelting skill is released. A ball of fierce flames envelopes his body, emitting a hotter temperature, alongside the dazzling firelight from the hammer in his hand.
To enter this dungeon, one must meet certain conditions.
Lin Shi sighed.
This place can be considered a leveling paradise. Outside the instance, many monsters are wandering, and there are awakened ones leveling up here.
However, what makes this place most unbearable is not the strength of the monsters, but the flames that are everywhere. If one is not careful, they will suffer from burns due to the flames. Thus, many awakened ones will equip or bring items that can resist flames after forming a team to come here. But this requires a solid financial foundation. Yet, Lin Chi directly walked across the flames, heading toward the entrance of the instance. In the distance, an awakened team is fighting a monster that breathes fire from its mouth from time to time. The flames burst out, and a goblin screams in pain. Even Lu Ruoyan's face turned pale. That goblin was summoned with great effort thanks to her equipment. Finally, the monster was killed, and the 4 members of the team breathed heavily. Suddenly, Wang Feilong from the team seemed to have discovered something and suddenly looked in a certain direction. What kind of monster is that? Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan and the other 2 also looked over together. In the distance, they saw a figure engulfed in flames. It looked like a person, but they couldn't see clearly, and Lu Ruoyan felt a strange sense of familiarity. It doesn't look like a monster, it looks more like a person. One person said doubtfully. Is that a hidden class that hasn't been discovered yet? However, Wang Feilong frowned, somewhat displeased. You all rank among the top 10 classes on the professional leaderboard, do you really need to be so surprised by a hidden class? The rarer the hidden class, the harder it is to achieve something in the future. Saying this, he glanced at Lu Ruoyan. Perhaps it's not much better than that blacksmith. Chapter 6 Nightmare Difficulty. Aren't these all just minor monsters? Hidden classes in the world are incredibly powerful. Moreover, those who can transition to hidden classes are also very rare. But rarity brings a problem. There is no guidance on stat points and skill choices explored by predecessors. Relying solely on personal exploration, even the strongest class may end up useless. Wang Feilong's hidden class ranking in the top 10 of the professional leaderboard is well-deserved strength. The professional leaderboard is divided according to the development prospects and overall strength of the awakened. It has considerable reference value. Naturally, he looks down on other hidden classes. Brother Long is right. Lu Ruoyan echoed, then seemed to think of something, sneering in disdain, but even the worst class must be stronger than that blacksmith. But at this moment, a teammate yelled in surprise again. Something's wrong. He can't be planning to enter the Fire Rock Valley instance alone? Upon hearing, Wang Feilong couldn't help but look again. He noticed from afar that the figure wrapped in raging flames actually stepped into the depths of Fire Rock Valley. As a flash of light passed, that figure vanished from sight. He really entered the instance alone? Lu Ruoyan couldn't help but slightly open her mouth. The Fire Rock Valley instance is quite special. Any awakened one under level 15 can enter freely. But the problem is, the strength of the monsters inside is not classified by level. Even this powerful team dares not enter. Awakened classes with no development prospects just want to take a gamble with their lives, seeking death. Wang Feilong still looked disdainful. He won't make it out of the instance. Then he looked around and said solemnly, it has already been a day and a night. In less than half a day, we can reach level 5 and learn our first skill, so stay focused. Please choose instance difficulty. Hard/Nightmare. The Fire Rock Valley instance is indeed special, with only 2 difficulty options. Moreover, even the hard difficulty is enough to make most awakened ones back off in fear. As for nightmare difficulty, even the educational materials from Summer City High School contain only a few pitiful information samples. It is said that this is the result of a team with all members at level 15, fiercely exploring. But this is also the reason why Lin Chi chose the Fire Rock Valley dungeon. The materials collected here can allow him to forge equipment with a lower level requirement but more powerful bonuses. Nightmare difficulty. Lin Chi made his choice without hesitation. This is the limit of the dungeon, but not his limit. Whoosh! The hot wave that rushed over was especially scorching, as if putting a person right into hot coals. Awakened ones entering such an environment will continuously lose health every second. But Lin Chi was completely unaffected. The flames swirling around his hammer were even more intense. Ahead! In the raging flames, stones trembled and actually crawled up from the ground, transforming into a stone man taller than a person, emitting scalding steam all over. Little Hammer Stone, Elite. Level 5. Even a mere gatekeeper monster has values far exceeding those of ordinary monsters at the elite level. Moreover, the strength of the monsters here is not classified by level, it purely relies on powerful numbers. Lin Chi could even see that this creature's health bar was nearly on par with that of the Prairie Black Wolf King. He went straight up and slammed down with his hammer. 460. You killed Little Hammer Stone, Elite, gained experience plus 230. The Little Hammer Stone instantly shattered into pieces, unable to withstand Lin Chi's blow. At the same time, from the flames on Lin Chi's body, a wisp of crimson mist was revealed. The passive skill Bloodthirst was activated. The experience gained is almost double that of the high-level Prairie Wolves.
Lin Chi grinned. In this Fire Rock Valley dungeon, the monsters' values are indeed high, but the experience they give is equally greater. He also noticed that he could collect forging materials from the little hammerstone. Molten iron. This material is far more suitable for forging than wolf teeth. Some high-level awakeners, after taking up the blacksmith profession as a secondary career, usually purchase molten iron materials in bulk to forge, thus enhancing their forging proficiency. But in that case, the equipment they can forge often has a high-level requirement and is of little use to high-level awakeners. Yet, in Lin Chi's hands, molten iron can play its greatest role. He can completely forge equipment suitable for level 5 awakeners using these materials. Moreover, the equipment bonus effect is absolutely quite good for the current stage. Lin Chi did not linger and directly plunged into the dungeon with his hammer. The little hammerstones he encountered along the way could not withstand the force of his hammer. All were smashed into pieces with one hit, and the molten iron on them was easily collected by Lin Chi. Ding! Lin Chi arrived at a broad area where several little hammerstones gathered, and with a swing of his hammer, it swept through like autumn wind blowing fallen leaves. In an instant, shattered stones flew everywhere, along with a crisp sound. This is... Lin Chi's gaze quickly fell on an item in the broken stones that shone with a bronze glow. He felt a bit emotional. Finally, an equipment drop. The Wolf King didn't drop me a single piece of equipment, but these small monsters did. Not small monsters? Lin Chi's sigh came to an abrupt halt. Because he noticed that a boss information had mixed into his recent kill notification. You killed Little Hammer King, bronze, gained experience plus 600. With that last blow, there were too many small monsters, and he didn't notice that he also accidentally killed a boss. Together with that, his experience bar was only a sliver away from leveling up. There should be 3 bosses in the nightmare difficulty of this dungeon. This is the first. He casually picked up the dropped equipment on the ground, raising his brow. Hammerstone necklace, bronze. Category, necklace. Equipment requirement, level 5. Effect, strength plus 50, constitution plus 20. Special effect, strength plus 20. This is yet another piece of necklace jewelry rarely seen under level 10. Even the basic attribute boost was higher than the equipment Lin Chi had crafted using the Wolf King materials. Just like the Wolf King's Fong Blade, both are bronze gear. Lin Chi happily put on the necklace. Currently, the known equipment quality in the world is divided into 6 levels: common, bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. And bosses can also be classified using the same scale. The Little Hammer King just now was a bronze-level boss, 1 grade higher than the Prairie Black Wolf King. After clearing the loot, Lin Chi continued to move forward. This was only the first boss, and he was already about to reach level 6. According to Lin Chi's estimate, after clearing the dungeon, he should be able to level up 1 or 2 more times. Very soon. As Lin Chi's hammer struck down, a glowing light of leveling up suddenly bloomed from his body. Chapter 7, Replica Skill. Dungeon cleared. Level plus 1. You have obtained the entry, Past Reenactment, Golden. It rotated to a golden entry. Lin Chi felt a stir in his heart. The effect boost of a golden entry is second only to a red one. For him, it could also bring a massive improvement. He opened the panel. Current entry, Past Reenactment, Golden. Effect, replicate any skill from any class seen before within the same level, the skill can be replaced. At the same time, a phantom hammer icon also appeared on Lin Chi's skill panel. It seemed to be waiting for him to fill in a skill. Looking at the entry's effect in front of him, Lin Chi couldn't help but swallow. Doesn't this mean I can use any class's skill I want? This completely breaks the limit of class. Of course. This entry has its obvious drawbacks too. One is you must have seen it with your own eyes, another is it must be within the same level. But in comparison, Lin Chi didn't think those were problems at all. What he cared more about was the effect of this entry combined with the Boundless Mana entry. Able to use any class's skill, and skills don't consume mana. Tisk. Lin Chi could already imagine how powerful that would be. And the higher his level, the higher level skills he could replicate. Keep leveling up. On this day, all the monsters inside the Fire Rock Valley dungeon lived peacefully. Because they were all wiped out in an instant, without feeling any pain. Outside the Fire Rock Valley dungeon, the glow of leveling up first bloomed on Wang Feilong's body. Brother Long is so amazing, already level 5. Probably not many people in all of Xia City can catch up with Brother Long. Lu Ruoyan immediately leaned over with a sweet smile. Even in a party, the experience gained depends on one's performance in killing monsters. Wang Feilong smiled proudly, enjoying it a lot. Brother Long is awesome, maybe after a while, we can go see the dungeon ahead too. The other 2 members in the party chimed in.
In their team, all the members had ranked classes on the heaven list, and their overall strength was top tier. Leveling speed was definitely among the best.
When I reach level 15, I'll definitely go inside and take a look,
Wang Feilong said confidently, looking toward the entrance of the Fire Rock Valley dungeon. Of course, he was talking about the hard difficulty.
Among the awakened ones of each generation in Xia City, very few could clear a hard dungeon.
As for that flame-covered figure they saw earlier,
he was probably already roasted into ashes by the fire in the dungeon. No need to even think about it.
Thinking about the guy who entered the dungeon earlier, I really don't get it, had to come in here to die. A team member shook his head. Even though the low-level strategies were already well-developed nowadays, every generation of awakened ones still had some who died. Overestimating himself, compared to Brother Long, he's nothing at all. Lu Ruoyan shook her head, no longer paying attention to what was going on in the dungeon.
Boom! But just at that moment,
the four of them suddenly trembled, as the ground beneath their feet shook violently. Even the flames around them turned wild.
Ah!
Lu Ruoyan screamed in pain.
Accidentally burned by flames, a portion of life points was deducted. What happened? Did a boss appear?
The team's members all changed expression, nervously scanning their surroundings.
None of them were even level 5 yet. Encountering a boss here, or even just an elite monster, would probably lead to casualties. Boom! The ground shook again.
Wang Feilong seemed to realize something and stiffly turned his head towards the dungeon entrance.
This is the dungeon cleared?
The team members also recognized the situation, staring blankly at the dungeon entrance with disbelief on their faces. It was recorded in school long ago that when the Fire Rock Valley dungeon is cleared, a large area outside the dungeon also experiences abnormalities. This meant that the final boss of Fire Rock Valley had been defeated.
Was it that person just now?
Lu Ruoyan's eyes trembled. They had been here grinding since last night and had only seen that figure shrouded in flames enter the Fire Rock Valley dungeon. If the dungeon was cleared, it could only be that person.
But how is that possible? He was all alone.
And he only just went in for a short time. The Fire Rock Valley could not be called a nightmare dungeon simply because it had a nightmare difficulty option. It was also because even just the hard difficulty was already a nightmare for those awakened who could enter. In the entire history of Xia City, there had never been a precedent of a single person clearing the Fire Rock Valley dungeon. What's more, this was only the second day of awakening. It was already very fast for an awakened to reach level 5.
Ah! Another piercing scream echoed.
Lu Ruoyan's face turned pale. The one who screamed this time was the low-level goblin she had formed a summoning contract with at great cost. Without skills, she could only let the goblin follow her. Now, burned by the flames, it had completely died.
Not good, run. When gods fight, mortals suffer.
Now was not the time for them to think about that fiery figure.
Given their current level and attributes, if they were trapped by the flames here, they could only wait to die. Sizzle!
But even as they ran for their lives, they still couldn't avoid being burned by the flames, screeching in pain. Gradually, even the ordinary boots they wore started to feel boiling hot. The clothes they wore were being scorched to holes, durability dropping to nothing. Finally, they managed to get away from the burning area, their bodies blackened from smoke, and half their hair singed, looking utterly defeated. But thankfully, they had survived the ordeal.
What on earth is going on?
Wang Feilong clenched his fists, but the wound on his arm made him feel a sharp pain.
He simply couldn't understand.
At this stage, how could anyone clear the Fire Rock Valley dungeon?
There had never been any records of it.
That fiery figure seemed carved into his mind, impossible to shake off.
Is this really what their generation of awakeners is like?
He suddenly didn't dare to think. If it was, then all of his pride would be wiped away.
Boom!
But just then, the earth shook again, and the flames started to spread towards them at a visible speed.
Why is there still movement? Even though they were exhausted, they didn't dare to stop and hurriedly continued to flee.
They had no memory of such a large-scale movement. As Lu Ruoyan fled, she thought of Lin Qi for some reason. All along, Lin Qi knew a lot of information about this world, perhaps he would know about this disturbance. But soon, she dismissed that thoughts.
A blacksmith was no longer worthy of her attention.
You killed the Hammer King, Silver, gained plus 1,200 experience.
Level plus 1.
Cleared the Fire Rock Valley dungeon, gained plus 2,000 settlement experience. Lin Qi's gaze fell upon an item that had dropped ahead. It was a large hammer shining with a silver hue.
Silver weapon. Chapter 8, Truly looked down upon. Turned away.
Great Stone King Hammer, Silver.
Category, Weapon. Equipment requirement, Level 8. Effect, Strength plus 120. Special effect, Armor Penetration, ignore 10% of enemy's defense.
A hammer that purely boosts strength, with an added armor penetration effect.
Lin Shi weighed it in his hand. This was much better than the hammer he had. After clearing this dungeon, he had already reached level 8. He had also obtained 2 attributes, purple armor enhancement and blue mental gift. One enhanced the defense attribute of armor, while the other increased mental value. Lin Shi roughly estimated. With his current attributes, he figured that no awakener below level 30 could withstand a single blow from him. As for those above 30, after another job transfer, Lin Shi wasn't very clear about their attributes. But there shouldn't be anything that couldn't be resolved with one hammer. If there was, it would just take 2 hammers. Stepping out of the dungeon, Lin Shi, filled with equipment, quickly returned to Summer City. This time he had gained a lot, enough to cover his expenses for a while. As for the future, Lin Shi planned to level up in a higher area. When a monster's level exceeds that of an awakener by 10, there will be experience reduction, so next time, I'll head to an area with monsters around level 18 for leveling. He made his plans and first went to the trading post. On the self-service stall, the few Wolf King equipment he initially put up for sale were all gone. In their place was a line of information displayed before Lin Shi. Remaining amount, 23 gold coins. Such a high price, and someone bought them. It seems those Wolf King equipment were indeed very attractive. Lin Shi smacked his lips. According to this world's currency system, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. 23 gold coins were enough for Lin Shi's current expenses. He took the gold coins and casually put a bronze-level shield up for sale. This was a bronze item dropped by the second boss in the Fire Rock Valley. The effect of the equipment was strong, but it wasn't very useful to Lin Shi. Thinking for a moment, he set the starting price at 50 gold coins. A level 5 bronze item starting at 50 gold coins, that's the lowest price. Lin Shi knew that once the shield was auctioned off, it would definitely sell for more than that. After doing all this, Lin Shi then went to the front desk of the trading post to get a card. With this card, he wouldn't have to come to collect gold coins specifically anymore. First, I'll set up a forging room in my home. Lin Shi pondered. Although he could use the forging room at school freely, having a pile of equipment was always hard to explain, posing a risk of being discovered by others. Keeping it at home was the most reliable, and he could also buy several storage boxes to create a simple warehouse. Without hesitation, he quickly went to the Summer City Mall, expressed his intentions for the forging room to the sales manager. The sales manager's eyes lit up upon receiving 20 gold coins. This young man in front of her must be of a prestigious background. Casually pulling out 20 gold coins for a forging room was uncommon. Don't worry, young man, we will have the complete forging room set up at your requested location before tonight. She made a guarantee, inadvertently showcasing the charm of a mature woman. Lin Shi nodded. The forging room was essentially a collection of forging tools, and as long as there was money, it could be assembled quickly. Having spent most of his gold coins, he didn't feel a bit regretful. More gold coins would come in soon. Under the insistence of the sales manager, Lin Shi slowly walked out of the mall. But in his peripheral vision, he caught sight of 4 figures dressed in all black stumbling toward him from a distance. They must be paying for their walking fees. Lin Shi instinctively thought he had bumped into Xiao Hei in Summer City. But soon, he noticed again. These 4 were not Xiao Hei. Among them, one he recognized well. Was it not Lu Ruoyan? But at this moment, she looked like she had rolled in ashes. Her whole body was pitch black, and her hair looked as if it had been scorched by fire, a complete mess. And at this time, Lu Ruoyan also noticed Lin Shi, instinctively wanting to show a look of disdain. But the movement pulled at her burned skin on her face, causing some pain. They had barely survived outside the Fire Rock Valley dungeon. All the medicine they carried had been used up, and they couldn't completely heal their injuries. After rushing back to Summer City, they immediately came to the mall, planning to purchase new equipment and medicine. But who would have thought that they would actually run into Lin Shi here? This made her feel a surge of shame and anger rise from the bottom of her heart. As someone ranked even on the heaven list, she had shown this pathetic appearance in front of Lin Shi, whom she looked down upon the most. What are you doing here? Lu Ruoyan took the initiative. Are you planning to find a job here? A blacksmith is only fit for such a place, not worth even a awakener's identity. A blacksmith is only suitable to nest in a place like this. There's no hope for this lifetime. It's a pity she once valued Lin Shi highly, even going so far as to. However, Lin Shi didn't even glance at her again, greeted the sales manager beside him, and walked out on his own. There's no reason, only boredom. Moreover, right now Lu Ruoyan is as messy as Xiao Hei. He did not have such a heavy taste. Are you looking down on us? Suddenly, next to Lu Ruoyan, Wang Feilong coldly stepped out, questioning Lin Shi's back. He felt extremely proud after awakening his hidden profession. Although there were some setbacks outside the Fire Rock Valley dungeon, causing him to feel a little beaten down. But in the eyes of this blacksmith, he felt looked down upon. His anger wanted to find a place to vent. Indeed, Lin Shi didn't turn his head, these people were not worth him wasting time on. Especially in Summer City, there was no need for him to take out a hammer and smash them all. He left nonchalantly. But Wang Filong clenched his fists tightly, the unhealed wounds on his body ached slightly. He wanted to say 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. But he felt a blacksmith was not worth hearing such words at all. He could only coldly say, "Don't let me see you outside the city." But seeing Lin Shi had already left, Wang Filong ultimately forced down his rage and turned to walk back into the mall. However, the sales manager watching Lin Shi leave only glanced at Wang Filong and the others before quietly instructing a few words to the two security guards at the door, then returned to the mall. As Wang Filong and Lu Ruoyan arrived at the mall entrance, the two security guards coldly approached and blocked them. This is a high-end mall, begging is prohibited. The level of the security personnel was not low either. In an instant, the figures of Wang Filong and the others completely stiffened. Even that blacksmith could come and go freely in this mall, they were turned away? And what do they mean by prohibiting begging? Do they look like they are here to beg? Chapter 9, The Invitation from Shin Bailu. Lin Shi did not go to school again, directly returning home, waiting for the staff to come and set up the forging room. Spending 20 gold coins indeed got him excellent service. Soon, in a room in Lin Shi's house, a complete forging room was set up. In addition, 3 boxes with storage compartments were also included. This was considered among the best quality forging rooms available for purchase in the mall. As for forging rooms with various effects, Lin Shi had only heard that there would be some in different guilds. He stretched his muscles and bones, then directly started to forge. You successfully forged a molten iron sword ×1, gaining strength plus 27. You successfully forged a molten iron shield ×1, gained constitution plus 29. Although it was made from molten iron as the forging material, the equipment crafted began to show slightly different attributes. But without exception, the equipment crafted by Lin Shi could maintain its attributes steadily above 25 points. Especially since these pieces of equipment only required level 5. Among low-level equipment, this definitely belongs to an extremely powerful group. I need to think of a way to recycle all these crafted pieces of equipment. Lin Shi pondered. These pieces of equipment, due to their low-level requirements, would definitely sell wildly when put on the market. At that time, Lin Shi could buy materials that simply couldn't drop around Summer City. In addition, the crafting blueprints that Shin Bailu had given him were mostly for basic equipment. This was enough for any blacksmith profession to use up to level 10. But for Lin Shi, it was already a bit lacking. And purchasing blueprints was also quite a cost. You have successfully forged Hammerstone Molten Iron Necklace ×1, gain Constitution plus 40, Spirit plus 20, gain Skill, Focus. This was crafted from materials dropped by one of the boss monsters. Another bronze-level necklace equipment. What Lin Shi cared about more was the skill that he had gained. Special effect, Focus, passive skill, when releasing skills, can increase skill effect by 5%. A passive skill that increases skill release effects. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. These skills, for him, were of course a welcome addition. Moreover, his past reappearance entry had yet to replicate any skills. Once he had replicated a skill later, it could similarly enhance the effect. After exhausting these materials, it was already midnight. Lin Shi did not push himself as hard as other awakeners, practicing day and night. What is the point of leveling up? Isn't it just to improve attributes and enjoy life in the end? Balancing work and rest is the way. After a good sleep, feeling refreshed. At this time, there came a knock at the door. Lin Shi wondered, everyone was busy leveling up, who could be here for him? Opening the door, a figure in a mage robe appeared in his sight, it was Shin Bailu. It seemed that due to her new powerful equipment, Shin Bailu's aura had been greatly enhanced. Her already beautiful face now exuded an astonishing charm. Lin Shi, I hope I'm not disturbing you? Shin Bailu asked, her voice was lovely. Come in and sit. Lin Shi invited her inside, guessing roughly her intention. Clearly, Shin Bailu had a deep understanding of the blacksmith profession and still wanted to recruit him. With a charming demeanor, Shin Bailu walked into the room, observing the relatively clean and tidy space. Then she said to Lin Shi, I saw you learning skills at the Awakening Hall. Oh? Lin Shi's heart stirred. At that time when he learned the skills, he hadn't paid much attention to other circumstances. He guessed Shin Bailu had probably reached level 5 by now. After all, with Shin Bailu's resources, leveling up would definitely have better ways. I still don't plan to do logistics, Lin Shi said candidly. He had already accepted Shin Bailu's goodwill before, and there was no need for her to waste time. However, Shin Bailu shook her head apologetically. I'm not here for that reason.
Previously, when I saw you awaken to the blacksmith profession, I mistakenly thought you might not have the corresponding plans, which is why I wanted to invite you to join our family.
Now, you should have better options.
Upon this, Lin Chi began to understand. It was likely that Shin Bailu, seeing him learning skills in the Awakening Hall, believed he could reach level 5, and he must have received a considerable amount of resources. And the truth was indeed as such. Only, all his resources were gathered by himself.
He did not respond and did not explain anything to Shin Bailu. I came this time. On one hand, I want to ask you if you have any intention of cooperating with me.
Shin Bailu tentatively said, on the other hand, I have received some strategies about the blacksmith profession, just in time to give them to you. She was also very direct. Taking out a book from her storage ring, she placed it on the table in front of them. Lin Chi glanced at the book before him. This thing still held some reference value for him. However, what he cared more about was the cooperation mentioned by Shin Bailu.
Let's hear it. What kind of cooperation?
In the past, even though he and Shin Bailu were in the same class, their interactions were quite limited.
Shin Bailu was different from Lu Ruoyan. She was very aloof and rarely mingled with others in the class.
Shin Bailu smiled and said, if you need to level up, I can help you find some powerful teams. Meanwhile, our family controls several late-stage dungeons for the blacksmith profession.
At that time, you can consider whether to join. Special dungeons for the profession?
Lin Chi's heart stirred. The trial grounds where he learned skills in the Awakening Hall were already a type of profession-exclusive dungeon. Besides, profession-exclusive dungeons would also have skill books for that profession, as well as other items that could significantly enhance that profession. These were only in the hands of a few powerful factions. Lin Chi realized he had underestimated Shin Bailu's background. Seemingly worried that Lin Chi would think too much, Shin Bailu added, don't worry, this kind of cooperation would already be beneficial for our family. I just hope that if you can clear the dungeon later, you could share some strategies for clearing it with us. This was the cooperation she wished to achieve. With Lin Chi's ability to level up so quickly, there was likely a good chance he could clear those profession-specific dungeons.
I'll think about it.
Lin Chi smiled. He didn't rush to agree, nor did he refuse. After the conversation, Lin Chi handed the bronze necklace he had forged earlier to Shin Bailu. Here, take this, consider it my return gift. The necklace had indeed helped him quite a bit. Shin Bailu took the necklace, her eyes widening slightly.
An 8th level bronze equipment, and it's a necklace. Even she had never seen one at home. Below level 10, bronze tier equipment was nearly non-existent. Could it be forged by Lin Chi?
She was left in shock.
But Lin Chi had no intention of explaining, and she didn't ask further. Everyone has their own secrets, and naturally, she wouldn't overstep. After seeing Shin Bailu off, Lin Chi packed his things and immediately headed towards the city outskirts. This time, he planned to go straight to the monster map level 20.
Even though there was a level reduction above level 10, for him right now, a map with monsters up to level 20 would definitely be enough. At most only exceeding 2 levels, but the experience gained would still be equivalent to that from monsters around level 15.
Moreover, monsters in such areas would give him experience far exceeding anything he had fought before. Chapter 10 Level 10. New red text.
You killed a goblin thrower, gained experience plus 380.
You killed a goblin warrior, gained experience plus 390. In the dark forest,
Lin Chi carried the Great Stone King Hammer, stepping deeper into the woods. The experience from monsters at level 17 and 18 is really rich. After all, these monsters were nearly 10 levels above him, and his experience bar was increasing at a visibly fast rate.
The dark forest was a goblin gathering place outside Summer City.
Compared to the monsters he had faced before, the goblins here had begun to show a division of professions. As for the strength of the monsters, Lin Chi felt nothing. After all, one hammer takes them out. Especially after forging materials for the Fire Rock Valley dungeon, his attributes had once again skyrocketed. This time, he planned to push through the dark forest directly. At least he had to reach level 10 here first.
Get the next red word entry first.
You killed the goblin archer, gained experience plus 380. You killed the goblin berserker, elite, gained experience plus 500.
Level plus 1. Soon.
A shining light of leveling up blossomed from Lin Chi.
Level 9 now.
Lin Chi smiled with satisfaction. As for gaining a green power boost word entry, he just took a glance and ignored it. In fact, even a single green word entry is quite powerful for ordinary awakeners. He also noticed that a bronze-colored big knife weapon dropped on the ground.
Was there a strange monster mixed among the monsters I just killed?
Lin Chi felt slightly slow to realize. He had just swung his hammer and accidentally crushed an elite monster.
He gathered the loot, didn't pay any attention, and continued to grind.
Outside the dark forest,
The captain of the Summer City defense team, Xu Qingyu, had a cold expression, leading 3 team members to this goblin gathering place. The earlier noise in the green meadow had indeed alarmed the entire defense team. They initially thought it was some rookie who accidentally disturbed the Wolf King. But who would have guessed that even the Wolf King was overturned? However, their defense team still decided to strengthen defenses to avoid such a situation. This session of Summer City had a considerable number of quite potential young boys and girls. Boom! But just as they ventured deeper into the dark forest, a sudden explosion erupted from the depths of the forest. Noticing this, Xu Qingyu immediately furrowed her brow tightly. This kind of sound is the exploding goblin beside the goblin chief? This dark forest only had 4 exploding goblins appear after a certain time. Moreover, they usually served as guards for the goblin chief. Now, 1 exploding goblin was actually detonated. Captain, it can't be that someone encountered the goblin chief again, right? One of the defense team members quickly asked, their skin involuntarily twitching. The goblin chief is a level 20 boss. At this stage, besides their defense team members, only newbies would come to the dark forest to level up. But no matter how strong an early-stage awakener might be, facing a level 20 boss shortly after awakening would leave no way out. Boom! But time didn't allow them to guess. Then, another explosive roar came from deep in the dark forest. It was clear. Another exploding goblin had been triggered. Without a doubt, someone must be fighting the goblin chief now. Go deeper immediately. Xu Qingyu quickly commanded, using her acceleration skill to head straight towards the depths of the dark forest. She had begun to suspect that the awakener deep in the dark forest might just be the team that had previously defeated the Black Wolf King. How long has it been? This group of youngsters actually had the courage to directly storm into the depths of the dark forest. You killed the exploding goblin, elite, gained experience plus 600. You killed the goblin chief, bronze, gained experience plus 1360. Level plus 1. You gained the word entry refinement of fate, red. On the panel, a word entry radiating red light was dazzling and eye-catching. Lin Shi didn't pay attention to the goblin chief's dropped items, instead, he first browsed the new red word entry. Current word entry, refinement of fate. Effect, you can choose one main piece of equipment and use any other equipment or item as materials to refine and forge it, quality and effect stack. Each time the quality is upgraded, it counts as a new piece of equipment, and the refinement effect is unlimited. Oh wow! Even though he had long realized the power of the red word entry, Lin Shi couldn't help but be moved. Once a piece of equipment in this world is formed, it will never change. At most, it can be upgraded using specific materials. But it can only enhance limited property effects, not exceeding the level cap. When the Awakeners reached a higher level, these weapons naturally lost their effectiveness. Or they could simply wear out completely and become waste. And now, Lin Shi could use the effect of creation refinement to treat all equipment as forging materials for reuse. Even items that are not equipment can be used. Of course, the reforged equipment would grant him all attributes. It's about time to make use of what's useless. Lin Shi couldn't help but smile. Whether in the school forging room or at home, there were piles of previously forged equipment. Especially that batch of equipment he forged earliest, they were hard to sell and useless to keep. Now, they could finally come in handy. However, it seems I still need to research how the attributes of the reforged equipment can be increased. Calming his emotions, Lin Shi had already decided to try this effect of the entry when he got back. He was very sure that this meant, even with the most commonly collected materials, he could forge equipment that far surpassed the ordinary. After checking the entries, Lin Shi turned his gaze to the items dropped by the goblin leader and a few explosive goblins. A ring? Lin Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. Generally, rings would have storage slots. What he needed the most right now was indeed more storage slots. But as a normal level equipment, it only has 7 slots for storage. Lin Shi wasn't disappointed. He could definitely wait until he got back to refine the ring. As for the others, there were also 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Lin Shi took them all, feeling very satisfied. Level 10, I can learn a second skill now. Awakeners can learn a skill every 5 levels, and he still maintained the fireman state of the forging skill. And in his memory, the next skill of the blacksmith should be identification, which could identify equipment with hidden attributes. But right now, it seemed Lin Shi was a bit unfortunate and hadn't encountered such equipment. Speaking of which, I still haven't found the chance to replicate a suitable skill. Lin Shi still remembered the replication skill effect brought by the past reappearance entry. Boom! But at that moment, a long sword made of ice suddenly pierced through the dark forest, cutting down the trees in its path, forcefully creating a path through the lush jungle. Ice sword technique of the mage? Lin Shi was stunned. Was this someone sending a pillow when he was sleepy? Chapter 11, The Abyss Descends. Replication. Lin Chi quickly replicated this skill without hesitation.
Ice Sword Technique is a skill that some mage classes can only learn at level 10, with a short cooldown, high damage, but slightly high mana consumption. But this was absolutely perfect for Lin Chi right now. He also realized the person casting this skill was definitely not a level 10 awakener but at a higher level. Perhaps they had already gone through a job change after level 30.
Otherwise, the Ice Sword Technique wouldn't be this strong.
And this was under the condition of the other party using the Ice Sword Technique to clear a path in the Dark Forest.
Those who can come here at this stage should be from the city defense team of Summer City?
Lin Chi roughly guessed the identity of the newcomer.
He had no intention of revealing his specialty.
After thinking for a moment, he decided to continue maintaining his fiery state.
The effect of skill release would increase with the enhancement of mental attributes.
Now, Lin Chi could completely cover himself with flames, even transforming into a fire giant.
At this time,
Xu Qingyu and 3 team members had already rushed to this side.
A blazing firelight also appeared before their eyes. In an instant, Xu Qingyu's pupils shrank. What kind of monster is this?
It had never appeared in the Dark Forest before.
A long sword appeared in her hand, shimmering with a faint golden glow. No, it's not a monster.
As if realizing something, she immediately raised her fair palm towards the 3 people beside her, warning them to provoke the opponent first. If the fire giant in front of them was a monster, it would definitely be a powerful boss.
But the other side did not show a health bar.
That means, at the very least, they were not monsters that would fight with them.
Is it an awakened one?
Xu Qingyu cautiously took a step forward and put away the sword in her hand.
Hello, we are the city defense team of Summer City, patrolling the Dark Forest.
We heard noises here, so we came to take a look. This also matched Lin Chi's expectations. Earlier, several explosive goblins that followed the goblin leader were elite-level monsters, and they were carrying baskets of treasure. When they died, they would explode on the spot.
I came here to collect some materials.
Lin Chi's layered voice emerged from the flames.
Collecting materials?
Xu Qingyu's gaze sharpened.
Under normal circumstances, awakened ones would also have level restrictions when collecting materials from monsters.
Awakened ones who were 10 levels higher than the monsters would find it very difficult to get corresponding materials, and as for equipment, it wouldn't drop. So, at such times, it was actually impossible for anyone to come to a place like the Dark Forest. In previous years, only those intending to join top guilds would team up and come here before the guild recruitment.
And since the person in front was an awakened one who came to collect materials,
it could only mean that the other side might have some effect to surpass level restrictions.
Moreover, the other party's level should definitely be high. We previously learned in the Green Meadow that someone killed a Wolf King boss.
Xu Qingyu tentatively asked again. She couldn't help but connect the earlier situation in the Green Meadow with the fire giant in front of her.
Until now, she still couldn't figure out what hidden profession the other party had. Transforming into a fire giant.
There had been no reports of any profession that could achieve this below level 60.
That would be me, Lin Chi admitted freely.
He didn't want to cause too much trouble, estimating that training later would also create some disturbances. No need to waste time with the city defense team here.
How long will you stay here? Xu Qingyu asked again.
Under normal circumstances, this kind of situation would require the other party to register with the city defense team. But she thought that since the other side hadn't dispelled their skill effect until now, they probably didn't intend to cause any fuss. No more than a month at the latest, depending on the situation. Lin Chi waved his hand and turned to walk towards the other side of the Dark Forest.
He planned to collect some materials on his way back. Xu Qingyu opened her mouth, wanting to ask more questions.
However, she noticed that the fire giant in front of her moved and instantly disappeared. What incredible speed, she couldn't help but exclaim. Captain, how high must their agility be? A nearby team member asked in a daze. They realized the fire giant taking the time to stop and speak a few words with them was already quite courteous.
If the opponent really wanted to leave, they wouldn't have seen them at all.
Xu Qingyu rubbed her forehead, shaking her head in helplessness. Now, with the doubts resolved, at least we can confirm that there are no newly awakened rookies getting themselves into trouble. They had previously feared that a freshly awakened seed would be too greedy, playing themselves to death. But now, it seemed like there was an even bigger trouble. Awakened ones at such high levels had not followed the rules to report to Summer City. The other party's identity might also be questionable.
Let's disperse for now. I will report to the city lord. Various guilds will be sending people soon to scout for new recruits.
Xu Qingyu wore a displeased expression, her little face cold enough to make the nearby team members uneasy. Once it comes to this time, I will work overtime all day, and then I will resign from this job and go to the front lines.
In the city lord's residence of Summer City, The city lord, Xia Yang, frowned tightly as he looked at the group of principals gathered in front of him. I have received news that this year's abyss may affect our summer city. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions turned grim. The abyss descends once a year and randomly appears all over the world. It is similar to a dungeon, but it will unleash a large number of monsters from the abyss. And the awakening of newcomers in various schools, as well as the guild recruitment, also happens during this time because there is a higher chance of encountering powerful hidden professions before the abyss arrives. No wonder there are more hidden professions in Summer City this year than in previous years. I have already reported to the higher authorities. With the guild members coming down for recruitment, we should be able to resist the abyss monsters. City Lord Xia sighed, I hope it's not too late. The crowd fell silent. The abyss's arrival cannot stop the newcomers from leveling up. Only by overcoming difficulties and growing up will the awakened ones become stronger. However, the dangers that Summer City will face next are unimaginable. Swish! A giant ice sword over 10 meters long flew through the dark forest, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. And then it suddenly slashed down. It severed tree after tree. You have killed a goblin thrower, gaining experience plus 380. You have killed a goblin warrior, gaining experience plus 390. You have killed an abyss goblin, gaining experience plus 620. Level up plus 1. Lin Shi looked at the dark forest that the ice sword had cleared, and shrugged. With his current mental attribute, the effect of this ice sword spell was quite impressive. Moreover, the speed of gaining experience is faster than swinging a hammer repeatedly. Did something strange get mixed in with the monsters I defeated? Lin Shi glanced at the prompt, a little stunned. Chapter 12, Great Benefits. A large number of abyss creatures. Abyss goblin? When did such monsters appear in the dark forest? Soon, Lin Shi realized the current situation. The abyss is descending nearby. He had learned about the abyss during his 2.5 years of schooling at Summer City High. The intelligence also mentioned that some awakened ones on the front lines would see a glimpse of the abyss in the developed world. It's likely that all the awakened ones in Summer City will have their hands full. Lin Shi didn't think too much and lowered his head to look at the experience bar. With the boost of the ice sword spell, he estimated that before going back, he could gather a wave of experience and approach level 12. As for the golden attribute he obtained this time, Lin Shi was very concerned about it. Current attribute, Attribute Weaving. Effect, can freely change one's own or forged, equipped equipment's original attributes to other attributes. I can change my own and my equipment's basic attribute values at will. Lin Shi's eyes shone with excitement. For example, when he does not need mental points, he can completely change his mental attributes to increase his strength attributes. And for instance, this Great Stone King hammer he holds, which purely increases strength. As long as he wanted, he could change the power boost of the Great Stone King hammer to a mental boost, making it function like a staff. This can completely depend on the effect I want to achieve. Lin Shi marveled. Of course, he could also see some downsides. That is, the total amount of original attribute points remains the same. The Great Stone King hammer can add a total of 120 points of strength, and even if changed to increase mental points, it still maxes out at 120 points of attributes. But for Lin Shi, this didn't require too much consideration. As long as the attribute points increased enough, there would be no drawbacks. Continue fighting back to Summer City. The ring dropped by the goblin leader was now playing a significant role, allowing Lin Shi to store more materials. The ice sword technique was unstoppable in the dark forest. Lin Shi didn't even need to specially search for monsters, as the ice sword technique cleared the way. Almost every ice arrow that fell down could harvest a wave of impressive experience. On the way back, he hardly saw any signs of goblins. However, he could occasionally discover the existence of abyss goblins from the elimination notifications. Clearly, monsters had begun to emerge continuously from the abyss. When Lin Shi returned to Summer City, he was very close to leveling up to level 12, with only a little experience left. The remaining experience can be made up in forging. After returning to the forging room at home, Lin Shi did not rush to forge this time but planned to first try refining the existing equipment. He first took out 2 hammers and placed them on both sides of the forging table. Then he swung the big Stone King hammer in his hand and struck down heavily. Refinement successful. You have obtained a black iron hammer. As a flame covered the 2 hammers, the fire light dissipated. On the forging table, only 1 hammer was quietly left behind. Still an ordinary level equipment, no quality upgrade. Lin Shi rubbed his chin, gaining some understanding. 2 pieces of ordinary equipment, of course, couldn't easily refine a piece of bronze equipment. However, he did notice the strength attribute that the original black iron hammer provided had improved again. At least each refinement can enhance the equipment's attributes. This was already quite impressive. Under normal circumstances, when Awakeners wanted to enhance their equipment attributes, they could only socket gems or use other enhancements. Let alone, the refinement Lin Chi was doing had no upper limit at all. Clang! 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 Lin Chi continued to strike down with the big hammer, refining more. After all, he had plenty of equipment stock to spare and use extravagantly. Refinement successful. You successfully forged a black iron hammer, bronze, ×1, gaining strength plus 70, stamina plus 10. After consuming around 10 pieces of equipment, the black iron hammer before him lost its fiery glow and surprisingly radiated a faint bronze luster. It's a one-time profit. Lin Chi grinned. Just like this bronze-level black iron hammer, if sold, it would definitely fetch dozens of times the price of ordinary equipment. Now, I can nearly clear out all the equipment and materials in stock. Lin Chi felt relaxed, all the gear stocked up at school and home had finally found a use. Having roughly figured out the consumption for upgrading ranks, Lin Chi decided to refine more than 10 pieces of equipment at once. Your world trading card has successfully received 103 gold coins and 42 silver coins. Please check. At this moment, a message caught Lin Chi's attention. This is, that bronze-level shield was auctioned off. Lin Chi's heart stirred. The shield, originally set at a starting price of 50 gold coins, actually sold for double the price. There are still many rich people in the world. Lin Chi couldn't help but sigh. Over 100 gold coins could allow him to buy another house in Summer City. In front of him, there were still several bronze equipment items laid out. After all, it is a level 5 bronze item. Lin Chi recalled the abyss monsters he exterminated earlier in the dark forest. With the abyss looming near Summer City, some powerful factions must have realized the crisis. To ensure that their family members could weather this crisis, they were willing to spend heavily to purchase such powerful equipment early on. This also meant that when Lin Chi sold equipment later, the prices would also rise. Not wanting to think about these, Lin Chi continued to refine and forge. Refinement successful. You successfully forged a Great Stone King Hammer, gold, ×1, gaining strength plus 270, gaining skill, shattering strike. Finally, after consuming a lot of equipment, the Great Stone King Hammer before Lin Chi lost its fiery glow and revealed a golden sheen. Golden weapon. Lin Chi glanced at the attributes. The once 120-point strength Big Stone King Hammer had now doubled in power. Moreover, the original special effect had truly evolved into a skill. Skill, Explosive Smash. Mana cost, 300. Effect, enhances the next attack, increases damage by 50%, ignores 20% of the enemy's armor, guaranteed critical hit. A very powerful armor-breaking skill. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. This skill was like giving himself an additional buff. After releasing it, no matter what attack method he used next, he would receive the same benefit. Lin Chi concluded. Now, with one smash down, there should be very few people in Summer City who could withstand it. After forging all the materials and conducting another round of refining, Lin Chi finally returned to his room, satisfied, to sleep. When he woke up, as Lin Chi opened the door, he noticed a well-equipped high-level city defense team passing by on the street outside. A large number of abyss creatures have been found in the west of the city. It's advised that newly transitioned Awakener don't go there. Chapter 13. He entered the Abyss Black Fog. There are fewer abyss creatures in the east of the city. It's recommended to go there under the protection of high-level Awakener. This year, abyss occurrences have also appeared near Summer City. It seems hard for the city to be safe now. It's said that in recent years, when the abyss descends, there have been cases where entire cities were destroyed. On the street, some pedestrians were also discussing, looking worried. Such abyss occurrences happen around many cities each year. Every time it brings great danger. Sometimes, even high-level Awakener from the World Expansion frontline come down to provide support. But even so, some cities still get completely annihilated. Hearing the news outside, Lin Chi felt a slight stir in his heart. The bigger the storm, the pricier the fish. He also knew that among the abyss creatures brought by the descent, many would defy logic. Their strength, of course, would be formidable. But similarly, they would drop corresponding good things. However, many high-end fighting forces in the world are active on the front line, making it hard to support the rear. He closed the door. Lin Chi headed straight to the west of the city. Initially, he planned to continue going to the dark forest to level up, but now it was simpler. Killing abyss creatures would raise his level, and he didn't even need to think about where to grind. Whoosh! As soon as Lin Chi arrived outside the city, he saw various skills bursting with brilliance, striking at the abyss monsters ahead. The area further ahead was already shrouded in dark mist. Visibility was hard through the mist. The deeper he went, the thicker the fog became. Most of the high-level Awakener in Summer City must be concentrated here. Lin Chi scanned the surroundings. The descent of the abyss is a crisis and an opportunity for everyone. If they can withstand it, they will gain a lot of experience and equipment. If not, the whole city would be destroyed. He walked to a place where the mist was still thick and immediately released the forging skill. One hand held the big stone king hammer engulfed in flames, while the other released the ice sword technique. Secret technique, ice and fire. Double heaven. Lin Chi muttered to himself. He struck fiercely towards the depths of the mist ahead. -870. -1230. -1800. In an instant, red numbers floated in the black mist. Before stepping into the black mist, Lin Chi had already noticed the monsters hiding within. These abyss creatures seemed to have become cunning. Lin Chi had noticed long ago. The abyss creatures that some previous high-level awakener had dealt with were able to dodge based on the skills released by the opponents. However, let alone the fire hammer in hand, could a 40-meter-long ice sword be dodged? He wasn't even in a hurry to kill one wave and then return to forge equipment. First, let's reach the abyss entrance. How many levels can I rise? I will rise to all of them. Whoosh! At a place shrouded in black mist, Chu Qingyu gripped her two-handed sword tightly, suddenly slashing it towards the abyss monster in front of her, then quickly stepping back. Mage support. Rear control, keep up. She tried her best to control her breathing, her delicate brows tightly knitted. At this stage, the descent of the abyss had just begun. The real entrance to the abyss hadn't even opened yet. However, after continuous battles, she had specifically summoned one of the few epic quality weapons in Summer City. The two-handed sword in her hand was also the only equipment she could currently use that didn't require a high level. Boom! But just then, a gust of wind suddenly blew in, first bringing a hint of coldness, then followed by an intense heat. Chu Qingyu turned her head suspiciously, and her pupils suddenly constricted. "Captain, it's that fire giant!" A teammate cried out. In the distance, through the black mist, revealed a frost giant sword over 40 meters long. It resembled a mage's ice sword technique. But Chu Qingyu had never seen an ice sword technique this large. It resembled a much higher level skill. Even more terrifyingly, the thick black mist was nearly scorched away by the flames. Amongst it, a tall fire giant was swinging a flaming hammer, striking fiercely into the black mist ahead. Flames erupted. Even the surrounding black mist was driven away by the fire. Rolling heat waves spread outward at a visible speed. What level of awakened one is this? One of the teammates who followed Chu Qingyu into the dark forest murmured. Not to mention the ice sword technique that was over 40 meters long. Just the massively powerful flaming hammer, when it struck down, could even disperse the abyss black mist. And this appeared to be just a normal attack. Especially after the black mist cleared. The surrounding awakened ones were even more able to notice. Where the black mist had been, there was no longer any trace of abyss monsters. In their place was a ground full of dropped materials. That one said he came here just to collect materials. Could it be he wants to collect materials from abyss creatures too? Chu Qingyu gazed at the figure of the fire giant. It seemed that even until now, this fire giant hadn't truly shown his full strength. When she had seen this awakened one in the dark forest before, the fiery silhouette he displayed had surely not been this tall. What hidden profession is this? Chu Qingyu felt puzzled. In the past, the strategies and intel sent back from the front line hadn't included skills with such release effects. She suspected that even if the person was some rare hidden profession, they definitely wouldn't be an unknown character. Captain, is he going to explore deeper? One teammate asked Chu Qingyu in surprise. In the even deeper black mist ahead, there were even stronger abyss creatures. And now, all the awakened in Summer City could do was try to stop the spread of the abyss black mist as much as possible. Going deeper meant there would be no other awakened ones to support. It was evident that the fire giant was very confident. Let him go, an awakened one of that level knows the abyss no less than we do. Chu Qingyu said solemnly. And in the front black mist, Lin Chi was continuously making a path with ice sword technique and the flaming hammer in his hand, unstoppable. They too could not see the figures of the abyss creatures, as they were already turned into his experience points. You killed an abyss wolf, gained experience plus 1220. You killed an abyss evil spirit, gained experience plus 1520. You killed an abyss puppet, gained experience plus 1370. Level plus 1. You gained the innate body of a tyrant, purple. I leveled up. Lin Chi felt a stir in his heart. He glanced at the newly obtained attribute and understood that this was a trait with a tyrant effect. It could provide immunity to a certain degree of negative effects. Upgrading here is fast. Lin Chi grinned widely. At this moment, he had already entered the depths of the black mist.
Surrounding him, he could hardly see any other awakeners.
However, he noticed not far away, several fallen pieces of equipment were quietly lying there. And there was a ring. Chapter 14, directly charging to the entrance. Evil Spirit Ring, Silver. Category, Ring. Equipment requirement, Constitution greater than 100, Spirit greater than 100. Effect, increase storage by 30 slots. Special effect, summons a sane-level evil spirit to participate in battle. Description, an item from the Abyss, only powerful and resilient warriors can endure the invasion of the Abyss. A silver-level ring? Lin Chi picked up the ring, his eyes brightened. With this he could add 30 more storage slots, which would relieve his trouble in collecting materials. Items like rings require blueprints to forge. And in the equipment blueprints that Shin Bailu had previously given him, there were no ring blueprints included. Even if he had refined the ring in his hand before, his storage slots hadn't increased. I need to figure out a way to get some blueprints for storage rings. Lin Chi thought. He couldn't let his storage slots limit him, right? At the same time, he was curious about what he could gain through the Molten Core attribute after forging equipment with storage slots. After putting on the ring, Lin Chi collected the materials in one go, and then looked deeper into the black mist. The Abyss creatures he encountered at that moment didn't have clear level distinctions. Even the equipment that dropped didn't require level, but basic attributes instead. But Lin Chi knew that the attributes of Abyss creatures were actually very high, and the black mist would give them even greater attribute boosts. Even the most ordinary Abyss creatures, under the enhancement of the black mist, could exert power far beyond their own multiples. Moreover, when they appeared in large numbers, the threat they posed was even greater. Even now, there wasn't much information about the Abyss in the world. These creatures were extremely special. They were completely different from the monsters roaming the world. Lin Chi didn't think too much. In fact, after delving into the black mist, he hadn't truly seen a few Abyss creatures. Basically, by the time he arrived, his attacks had already cleared an area. Bring on some strong monsters. Lin Chi strode deeper into the black mist. To be honest, he hadn't felt the pressure from the Abyss creatures yet. Glug. Glug. Suddenly. In the black mist that was originally filled with the roars of monsters, a bubbling sound of liquid flowing suddenly emerged. It sounded like a very viscous liquid, as if it were boiling continuously. At the same time, a thick blood bar also appeared in Lin Chi's line of sight. Finally, a boss has appeared. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction. Outside the black mist. After Lin Chi advanced, the awakeners outside felt much more relaxed. The Abyss creatures they were dealing with were constantly emerging from the Abyss. Lin Chi effectively cut off the retreat of the Abyss creatures. Slash! With a mighty swing, the epic weapon two-handed sword struck down, and Chu Qingyu cut the Abyss creature in front of her in half. She then turned to glance into the depths of the black mist. It was a pitch-black area, where nothing could be seen. But the occasional strange sounds undoubtedly proved to them that the flame giant was continuously slicing through the Abyss creatures and advancing deeper into the black mist. Captain, do you think, is that the frontline strategy team fighting? A team member asked curiously. That flame giant was too ferocious. Moreover, as he ventured deeper into the black mist, they could clearly hear the strange sounds from his battle gradually decreasing. This indicated he was getting closer to the source of the black mist. Chu Qingyu shook her head, she was also guessing the identity of that awakener. But he truly had no need to reveal himself to them. Glug! Glug! But just then, Chu Qingyu heard the sound of liquid flowing, and her face changed instantly. She clearly noticed. In the thick black fog ahead, a pitch-black liquid was flowing and spreading out from the ground. What is this? Her body tightened involuntarily, gripping her great sword tightly. Abyss Guardian. Before the true Abyss opened, the most powerful boss-level creature in the black fog. She didn't dare hesitate for even a moment and immediately called out loudly to those around her. Back away. Avoid the black liquid. This black liquid, if touched by an awakener, would continuously reduce their total health. Unless purified, it would be difficult to recover from this negative state. She glanced again into the depths of the black fog. That awakener was truly in danger. At the City Lord's mansion in Summer City. City Lord Xiaoyang frowned as he looked at the few people in front of him and said, "Isn't the price you reported a bit too high?" The people before him were representatives from several powerful guilds. Fortunately, they had arrived early in Summer City today, allowing them to serve as part of the advanced combat force for Summer City. Of course. Even if these people couldn't play a decisive role, they could at least help alleviate the manpower shortage. In front of him, a thin man chuckled and shook his head. The rules are understood by City Lord Xiaoyang, but these years, we guilds have not had it easy. Moreover, with the Abyss descending, we also risk our lives, and a price of 800 gold coins is not too high. 800 gold coins are enough to buy a house in a first-tier city.
Xiaoyang knew these people were taking advantage of the situation, but he really needed their help. These people were indeed risking their lives to act, and he had to convince the first arrivals to take action. Only then could he possibly encourage the more powerful awakeners coming after them to help. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyang's expression suddenly softened. Then how about this? It is now the stage where abyss creatures are emerging. I will price according to each of your specific strengths. If anyone can reach the abyss entrance, I'll offer not just 800 gold coins, I can pay 2,000 gold coins. How could the higher-ups be troubled by such small issues? But bargaining has to follow a certain appearance, after all. Several awakeners looked at each other, knowing that someone of Xiaoyang's status wouldn't lie. Then it's a deal. You defeated the Abyss Guardian, gaining experience plus 4,798. Level plus 1. You obtained the trait Strong Physique, Blue. Level 13. Lin Shi glanced at the experience bar and stretched his body. The Abyss Guardian, the strongest boss-level creature before the Abyss entrance opens. It was already amplified by the Abyss Black Fog, and it had a rather disgusting negative effect that could spread black liquid over a large area. This directly caused many Awakeners to be unable to approach the body of the Abyss Guardian. Stepping on that black liquid, even a little contact would continuously reduce maximum health. If they encountered other Abyss creatures along the way, it would naturally be extremely dangerous. However, Lin Shi did not feel this power at all. With just one move, he defeated it. What else was there to say? He didn't even look at what the Abyss Guardian dropped at first but instead directed his gaze towards the Abyss entrance ahead. It was a pitch-black plain dotted with stars, continuously rippling with shimmering light. Chapter 15 Support? He's already blocking the door. Abyss entrance, not yet opened. Opening countdown, 3 days 12 hours 28 minutes. Current Abyss amplification, level 2. Lin Shi's gaze returned from the Abyss entrance, and he shrugged. He knew that when the Abyss entrance truly opened, Awakeners could also enter the Abyss through that entrance. However, this situation was rare. Because the creatures that emerge from the Abyss would undergo a qualitative change. Under normal circumstances, Awakener would never be able to fight their way into the Abyss. Even some intelligence records show that a great Abyss dragon once appeared in the Abyss, and a single dragon could destroy a city. Even if it doesn't open, over time, the creatures that come out of the Abyss will only become stronger. At the same time, the amplification effect of the Abyss Black Mist will gradually increase. Lin Shi pondered. Although he had fought his way to the entrance of the Abyss, he didn't feel satisfied yet. Coming here had only raised his level by 2, which did not meet Lin Shi's expectations. He decided to maintain his forging skill continuously and just stood at the entrance of the Abyss, waiting for the next wave of Abyss creatures to surge out. Only then did he cast his gaze on the items dropped by the Abyss Guardian earlier. Abyss Shadow, Golden. Category, Necklace. Equipment requirement, Constitution greater than 200, Spirit greater than 500. Effect, Strength plus 125, Agility plus 125. Special effect, Corrosive Domain, Active Skill, Mana cost 500, releases corrosive liquid, covering a 10 by 10 meter area, causing enemies who step into the area to lose minus 200 total health per second. Description, an item containing the essence of the Abyss. If the holder's mind is weak, they will gradually fall into the Abyss. Guardian Sword, Silver. Category, Weapon. Equipment requirement, Constitution greater than 200, Spirit greater than 100. Effect, Strength plus 250. After putting all these items into his ring, what Lin Shi cared about the most was still the golden quality equipment. The Abyss Shadow Necklace can release a liquid area similar to the Abyss Guardian? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. There is no denying that this skill is quite disgusting. But now, he could use it. It's a pity that it's not equipment I forged myself. Lin Shi shook his head. Equipment skills have a fixed limit, and it's not that the higher the spirit value, the more amazing the effects become. But for now, Lin Shi was still very satisfied. He planned to refine this necklace when he returned home. If he could upgrade its tier, then this skill would naturally belong to him. Indeed, as the strength of monsters increases, the drop rate of items also rises. Lin Shi seemed to sense something and looked again at the Abyss entrance ahead. At this moment, the Abyss entrance shimmered with ripples like a starry sky, gradually forming a whirlpool. Another wave of Abyss creatures surged forth. 1270. 900. 1270. 1460. However, Lin Shi did not fully see the figures of the Abyss creatures emerging. The flames surrounding him were enormous and could entirely block the current entrance of the Abyss. As soon as the creatures surged out from the Abyss entrance, they would be burned by Lin Shi's flames. Instantly, a flurry of damage numbers floated up. Hey!
This is great. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. This saved him the trouble of exploring around to find monsters. As for the scattered materials, he could simply reach out to pick them up, and the flames in his hands would also deal considerable damage. The blacksmith's forging skill can be used like this. He had been killing so fast that he had never noticed. Lin Chi felt that if other blacksmiths could find ways to improve their attributes, they wouldn't necessarily be weak despite lacking offensive skills. No wonder someone like Shen Bailu would place such importance on blacksmithing. Wait. Did I forget something? Lin Chi suddenly remembered that he was already level 13 and had not yet learned his second primary job skill. The next skill for blacksmiths is identification, and I haven't learned that yet. He hadn't encountered any hidden equipment yet. This was normal, early-stage awakeners seldom even saw bronze equipment, let alone hidden equipment. In addition, there were some hidden materials that also needed the identification skill. And Lin Chi was quite certain his next primary job skill would definitely be different from the secondary profession of blacksmithing. For now, let's not worry about it, I'll think about it later. Outside the black mist, Chu Qingyu glanced around, feeling somewhat lost. Not far away, the last batch of abyss creatures was wiped out by other awakeners. But in the black mist, there were no other abyss creatures emerging. Captain, what is the situation now? A team member stepped forward to ask. The abyss creatures have all been killed? How could that be possible? The abyss entrance hasn't even reached the time to open. How can the abyss arrival end so easily? Speaking of which, the eroded areas caused by the abyss guardians have long stopped spreading, and even started to shrink. Another team member also looked puzzled. This simply doesn't make sense. The Summer City defense team has long grasped the information about the abyss guardians. These creatures are extremely strong, and under the amplification of the abyss's dark mist, they are even more disgusting. Even that awakener, when entering the depths of the dark mist, should have to be wary of being affected by the eroded areas from the abyss guardians, right? But after they heard a strange noise, they heard no other sounds coming from inside. What's more critical is, now, before them, there is a blank period. It has been a long time since they saw any other abyss creatures emerge from the dark mist. Could it be, the abyss entrance is about to raise its amplification level now? Chu Qingyu guessed. Every time the abyss entrance raises its amplification level, it would pause for a period of time before continuing to unleash abyss monsters. Of course. This in the past records of abyss arrival does not mean that the awakeners have enough time to rest. Because in most cases, the monsters that have emerged from the abyss before are already enough for the awakeners to deal with. During the abyss arrival, normally, what the awakeners can do is only to slow down the spread of the abyss's dark mist. Moreover, even if the awakeners kill all the abyss creatures, they must be careful, because the monsters that have undergone the next level of abyss amplification will be even stronger. Captain, the dark mist is also dissipating. One team member murmured, unable to suppress the surprise in his expression. Has this kind of situation ever occurred? At least, the Summer City defense team has no corresponding intelligence. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded not far away. The awakeners of Summer City are stronger than I expected. They were actually able to kill out a blank period during the abyss amplification phase. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyu frowned and turned to look, and saw several awakeners wearing obviously high-quality equipment slowly walking towards them. Has the Lord of the City invited help? She judged that these people should be from several awakener guilds. Guilds that could arrive in Summer City so early shouldn't be too strong. If Summer City has spent a large sum of money now, is there any need for such a little aid to come? But suddenly, those awakeners clearly noticed something. No, why is the dark mist dissipating? You arranged personnel in the depths of the dark mist? One awakener seemed to realize something and immediately asked Chu Qingyu and the others. Only in this way can it explain the situation of the abyss dark mist. This means, in Summer City, there are still awakeners in the depths of the dark mist, eliminating abyss creatures. And they must be of a very high level. No wonder the Lord of Summer City is not very enthusiastic towards them. It turns out they invited other masters. However, Chu Qingyu did not pay attention to them at this moment, waiting for the dark mist to recede. The monsters that currently emerged from the abyss are not the strongest batch yet, but for most awakeners in Summer City, they are already quite difficult. Not all awakeners dare to practice leveling up recklessly after their job change. Many even fail their first job change task after awakening. Gradually, as the dark mist dissipated, people indeed did not see any other abyss creatures inside. But when the dark mist gathered near the abyss entrance, those few incoming awakeners all looked stunned. They clearly saw a group of blazing flames rising in the dark mist near the abyss entrance. That was a giant figure of flames. What kind of professional awakener is this? He is blocking the entrance to the abyss? Even though they were from the guild, they couldn't tell what kind of professional skill this was. However, in the black fog, that flickering flame giant figure seemed to just be standing there quietly. But strangely, at the abyss entrance, not a single abyss creature came out. Just the burning damage from the flames was enough to eliminate the abyss creatures. Current abyss amplification, increasing. Lin Chi shrugged. During this time of blocking the entrance, he had already gained a lot. Not long after leveling up, his level had risen once again. He was now level 14, and had gained a new green attribute, precision bonus, which could increase attack hit rate and critical hit rate. In addition, his several rings had already filled up with various materials. It's time to go back and take a rest. Lin Chi made his decision. The abyss amplification would take some more time, during which only a few creatures would occasionally appear at the abyss entrance. He also did not need to stay here any longer. It would be better to go back and tidy up first. With so many abyss materials and equipment, if I throw them all in, even if I can't refine epic equipment, it shouldn't be too much to refine all my gear into golden quality, right? Under normal circumstances. Let alone at the current level stage, even after reaching level 30, epic quality equipment is not common. Higher quality equipment generally comes with higher gear requirements. Lin Chi knew even more that, apart from a few top guilds and big powers, most awakeners would likely face a situation where it was hard to even find golden quality equipment after later job changes or level upgrades. In cases of different levels, the enhancement from high-level ordinary quality equipment is not necessarily lower than that of low-level high-quality equipment. But these were not something Lin Chi cared much about right now. There was no equipment that could withstand his refining. He maintained the smelting skill and left the abyss entrance, passing by nearby awakeners. For a moment, the awakeners all cast their gazes at him. Chu Qingyu stepped forward a few steps, wanting to say a few words to Lin Chi. The power of the awakener before her had surpassed her imagination. But she noticed. The fire giant only nodded at her and then left. The speed was too fast, disappearing from sight in a short time. Such speed also meant an unimaginable attribute of agility. And beside them, those awakeners from different guilds began to murmur. This can't be from one of the top few guilds, right? This situation truly surpassed their expectations. When Lin Chi returned to Summer City, he clearly noticed that the streets were much emptier. The emergence of the abyss was both a danger and an opportunity. Especially in the early stages, when the strength of abyss creatures is not very high, it is most suitable for awakeners to level up. And Lin Chi truly did not plan to miss the opportunity of the abyss arrival. The further we go, the higher the strength of abyss creatures, the more experience they give, and the drop rate will also increase accordingly. Other awakeners will probably pull out useful items to farm monsters. At this stage, the Summer City defense team still had plenty of strength preserved. As he had seen earlier, Chu Qingyu and others were merely maintaining order at the outskirts of the black fog of the abyss, blocking the activities of abyss creatures. If the time truly came for Summer City to fight, the defense team would definitely pull out many strong enough items. But for now, these had to be preserved to respond to the opening of the abyss. At the same time, Lin Chi also planned to further enhance his attributes. He took out the materials he had collected from the rings. Lin Chi immediately began forging and ritualizing. This time, the various abyss materials could bring him attribute values that far exceeded the past. You successfully forged puppet hammer, bronze, ×1, gain strength plus 230, spirit plus 80. You successfully forged magic wolf necklace, bronze, ×1, gained agility plus 170, constitution plus 120. You successfully forged guardian armor, silver, ×1, gain constitution plus 280, agility plus 100. One must admit, the materials from abyss creatures are of high quality. Among the equipment Lin Chi forged, there were often items with a bronze sheen. Even silver quality equipment was not rare. The attribute boosts from each piece of equipment are beyond what even an awakened one after their next job change can compare to. Lin Chi couldn't help but sigh. After reaching level 30, awakened ones undergo job changes, and the basic attributes they gain from leveling up are also significantly boosted. Moreover, the original free attribute points suddenly increased to 20 per level. But even so, other awakened ones still cannot compare to him. As long as he forges a bronze quality item, he can achieve the effect of nearly 10 levels of advancement compared to awakened ones with their next job change. These attributes are becoming more significant as my strength increases. Lin Chi was increasingly aware of the immense power of attribute boosts. Only a short half-day had passed. Lin Chi had already consumed almost all the materials he had previously collected. He looked at the equipment laid out before him, and his eyes reflected a golden glow. After forging and ritualizing, only golden quality equipment remained in front of him. Each and every one. If I ritualize them all, can I create an epic quality item? Lin Shi felt a stirring in his heart. Chapter 17, Forging Epic Quality Equipment. Ritualize. Lin Shi gritted his teeth. The golden quality equipment in front of him is definitely top-notch gear for any awakened one at this stage. One must realize that, generally speaking, golden quality equipment is quite rare before level 30. But Lin Shi was not satisfied with this. Even if he could not ritualize epic quality equipment, just wearing this gear would be a boost. Conveniently using the remaining materials, he forged a silver quality giant hammer as a forging tool. Lin Shi used the already golden quality weapon, the Great Stone King Hammer, as the main equipment and placed the other equipment on the forging table. Clang! The forging hammer struck down, producing a dull yet explosive sound. Fierce flames instantly engulfed all the weapons. Moreover, a brilliant light burst forth from within the fiery blaze. Ritualization successful. Following that, the glow within the roaring flames became even more dazzling, illuminating the entire forging room, and even casting shadows through the room's gaps. Lin Shi took note that within the blaze before him, intricate runes were shimmering. This was indeed the hallmark effect of epic quality equipment. It worked. You successfully forged Abyss Hammer, Epic, ×1, gain strength plus 600, gain skills, falling explosion, erosion field, mighty force. The flames gradually receded, and lying quietly on the original forging table was a pitch-black giant hammer. It bore faintly glowing intricate runes, appearing incredibly heavy. Lin Shi did not rush to pick up the giant hammer for inspection. Instead, he immediately opened his panel to look at the skills gained from this forging. Skill, Falling Explosion. Effect, enhance the status of the next attack, damage increase by 200%, ignore 50% of enemy armor, guaranteed critical strike, skill includes explosive damage, can make attack residual force affect the surroundings. Description, upgraded from the explosive strike skill. Skill, Erosion Field. Effect, summon an erosion field covering 30 by 30 meters, causing enemies who step into the area to lose -500 max health per second. Description, a skill from the Abyss, derived from the erosion territory skill of the Abyss Guardian. Skill, Mighty Power. Effect, passive skill, when releasing a skill, gain mighty effect, preventing the skill from being interrupted. The Abyss Shadow Necklace from the Abyss Guardian has already been refined by Lin Shi. And he is very satisfied with the current results. Not only did he gain its original skills, but also because he forged an epic quality equipment, the skill effects have been enhanced. As for the mana cost of these skills, Lin Shi directly brushed it aside. He put away the panel and finally held the Abyss Hammer in his hand. Still purely increasing strength. But compared to the golden quality Great Stone Hammer, the strength increase of this Abyss Hammer is far more than just doubled. A weapon that comes with 3 skills, tisk. Lin Shi couldn't help but marvel. Epic quality equipment is indeed powerful. Moreover, perhaps because he used so many Abyss materials during forging and refining, the equipment requirement for this hammer has changed from level requirement to attribute requirement. He can use it directly. Speaking of which, after the next job change, many equipment requirements will also add a similar restriction. Lin Shi suddenly thought of some equipment requirements after level 30. After all, the equipment obtained by awakened ones after job change has roughly been allocated according to their professions. But these restrictions are nothing for Lin Shi. Attribute value not meeting equipment requirements? Impossible. I'm only level 14, my attribute values are probably already higher than many high-level awakened ones, right? Even in the intelligence from Summer City High School, there is no specific information about the third job change. But Lin Shi can roughly judge. Not to mention the third job change, even with more job changes, their base attributes obtained from leveling up cannot compare to his. Suppressing these thoughts, Lin Shi looked at his experience bar again. After forging the epic Abyss Hammer, his experience bar had reached 4/5. He estimates that the next level up will get him to level 15. And by then, the next red skill entry will rotate again. Looking at the sky, due to the abyss descending, Summer City is now shrouded in thick clouds, and the starry sky cannot be seen at all. But Lin Shi feels no sleepiness, so he simply walked out of the house. The experience needed for leveling up is increasing more and more. Lin Shi shook his head. He even has to roll up his sleeves now. But anyway, his current leveling speed is already quite amazing. New awakened ones have a month to level up quickly. But in previous years, awakened ones in Summer City, after a month of leveling up, generally only reached their 20s. A significant portion of awakened ones found it difficult to even reach level 15. This is just a few days after awakening, still under his balanced efforts, and he has already reached this level. Lin Shi first glanced towards the direction of West City. The Abyss boost level has definitely increased again. But he did not rush to go immediately, instead, he headed to the trading post. He hadn't frantically put the ring up for sale during the refinement of equipment. But storage space was still not enough. So he decided to check out the trading post to see if there are suitable storage rings, preferably with forging blueprints. Due to the descent of the abyss, the entire summer city is bustling. The trading post, of course, has no closing time. Lin Shi walked in and immediately saw that almost everyone around was an awakener. To cope with the abyss's arrival and seize the chance to level up, awakeners were busy pondering over the right equipment and items to buy. Curiously, the area selling rings had relatively fewer people. Not everyone could be like Lin Shi, who could return from every leveling session with a full storage ring of materials or equipment. Standing in front of the equipment selling area, Lin Shi glanced around and frowned slightly. The best ring suitable for me is only of bronze quality. There were higher quality rings available, but they all required higher levels. Having grown accustomed to his forged equipment, Lin Shi found these items far from appealing. After a moment of thought, Lin Shi circled to the other side, searching for forging blueprints sold in the trading post. He planned to go back and forge a ring himself. Before long, Lin Shi's gaze fixated on a particular blueprint. It was the blueprint for forging a ring. As long as the forging was successful, it would definitely be of bronze quality. Moreover, the description on top marked suitable for forging with abyss materials. Chapter 18, What use do I have for a ring? Forging preview, black fog ring, bronze quality, 10 slots, plus 45 strength, plus 45 spirit, wearing requirement, equivalent. Current auction price, 23 gold coins. Buy it now price, 30 gold coins. Lin Shi immediately purchased it at the buy it now price. Forging blueprints for rings were not common in Summer City, especially those suitable for abyss materials. It seemed likely that someone had obtained this blueprint long ago and was now selling it as the abyss descended. Bronze quality rings were not particularly good, but Lin Shi had the creation refinement. Soon after, Lin Shi took out several remaining abyss materials and listed them on the trading bar, not lingering and quickly leaving. He had just spent 30 gold coins, and Lin Shi felt a bit of a sting. However, that was not a big problem. Selling some unused materials later would give him enough gold coins again. After resting briefly at home, Lin Shi decided to venture outside the city again under the cover of night. Due to the abyss's level increase, the black mist outside the city had not dissipated because he had previously blocked the entrance. Instead, the covered area had grown larger. He unleashed the forging skill. Lin Shi transformed once more into a flame giant and stepped into the black mist. 1790. 2390. 1980. Flames-colored numbers began to rise one after another. The abyss creatures appearing in the black mist had indeed improved considerably. Lin Shi also learned that when the black mist's enhancement effect reached a certain level, these abyss creatures, even when injured, would receive a healing effect as long as they remained within the black mist, along with corresponding boosts to their defense and attack. Thus, other awakeners faced significant pressure unless they could kill these monsters in one hit. Even if they could clear a wide area, they had to be wary of running low on mana. But these concerns were not in Lin Shi's thoughts. Releasing the ice sword art, he swept across all directions, once again causing a wave of damage numbers to fly. At the same time, Lin Shi's experience bar was visibly increasing. Even if he was just in the outer area, he could level up to 15 by dawn. New red word prompts were already beckoning him. In the Summer City Lord's mansion, the city lord, Xia Yang, looked at the map laid out before him, a glum expression on his face. The main abyss entrance is still the one in the western city, where the enhancement effect increases the fastest. It can be basically determined that this abyss arrival primarily revolves around the western city. Abyss arrival had affected the entire Summer City, and there wouldn't be just one entrance. However, currently, the enhancement effect at the western city's abyss entrance was the strongest. Xu Qingyu nodded. In Summer City, there are still too few high-level awakeners. It is currently impossible to estimate the true intensity of this abyss's arrival. I wonder if the props saved in the city will be enough. Xia City is ultimately just a small city located in the rear, with little suitable leveling ground for high-level awakened individuals around. Therefore, this place is only suitable for the early growth of new awakened individuals. Facing the arrival of the abyss, it is indeed somewhat difficult. Xia Yang looked at Xu Qingyu and said, "That awakened individual with the skill of transforming into a flame giant, I checked the information but found no other profession with the same skill effect. But if he can help us face the abyss's arrival, then we can show him some goodwill when we meet again. I wonder if he comes from some top guild." Upon hearing this, Xu Qingyu nodded. They still know too little about that awakened individual. But at this moment, a figure hurriedly walked in from outside the room. "City Lord, the abyss entrance in the northern part of the city is about to open." Upon hearing this, Xia Yang's gaze suddenly sharpened. This time, the abyss entrances did not open at the same time. First, fully support the northern city, he immediately ordered. Level +1. You have obtained the red entry, wash away the dust. Outside the abyss entrance in the eastern part of the city, Lin Shi blocked the entrance with his fiery great hammer. After the prompts for gaining experience finished, a glow of leveling up finally shone from his body. Level 15. The new red entry also appeared on Lin Shi's panel. Current entry, wash away the dust. Effect: when collecting materials, all essence of the target can be condensed onto any single material, enhancing the quality of the material and allowing for automatic collection and storage with no limit. Goodness, what a wash away the dust. Lin Shi's heart stirred. Originally, when he killed a monster, he had to collect materials from various parts of the monster one by one, and the materials were not fixed. Although it was somewhat automated, he still had to put them into the storage ring. Now, it became much easier. Whatever forging materials he needed in the future, he could simply collect them automatically from any material. Moreover, if the strength of the monster was high enough, the quality of the materials would also improve. High-quality materials naturally have a higher chance of forging good equipment. So, if I kill an ordinary boss, do I have a chance to collect materials of bronze quality? Lin Shi then turned to look at the abyss entrance. Abyss Guardian just appeared from the abyss entrance and, after taking only 2 steps, fell under Lin Shi's fiery burns. Immediately, a crystal core automatically appeared and then suddenly vanished. And with just a thought, the crystal core he just saw reappeared before him. Material: Abyss Guardian Crystal, Golden. It really did improve a grade. Lin Shi's eyes brightened. At this abyss entrance, a boss would appear at intervals. He had collected materials from several Abyss Guardians. But it was rare to find a silver quality Abyss Guardian crystal, even the drop rate for such materials could not be guaranteed. And now, this material had actually become golden quality. In addition to this, Lin Shi also realized a very serious problem. Then what use is the ring to me? If he had known, he wouldn't have bought that ring blueprint. After obtaining this entry, the materials he could store had no limit at all. The problem that had been troubling Lin Shi was easily solved. But Lin Shi glanced at the pile of equipment stored in the ring slot and suppressed these thoughts. Okay, the ring slots are still useful for now. After all, they can still hold the equipment that drops. These equipment can also be brought back for ritual refining. Monsters don't only drop equipment and materials, sometimes they also drop skill books and other rarer items. But even so, Lin Shi remained carefree. Don't worry about the problem of collecting and storing materials, so can he just swipe at will? Current abyss amplification, increasing. Just, after a short while, Lin Shi glanced at the entrance of the abyss in front of him and curled his lip. The abyss amplification had entered the enhancement stage again. As the time for the abyss entrance to open drew closer, the effect of the abyss amplification would be greater. Previously, when Lin Shi was farming monsters, the abyss amplification effect had already reached level 4. He was planning to see if there were any other lone monsters in the black mist. But suddenly, Lin Shi heard someone shout from the outer area. The abyss entrance in the north of the city has been opened. Chapter 19, Directly Killing into the Abyss. The abyss entrance has opened. This means that, under the current abyss amplification, a large number of monsters would continuously emerge from it. Lin Shi's eyes flickered, and he looked again at the abyss entrance in the black mist not far away. The abyss entrance in the east of the city would take another 2 days to open. But other places had opened first. He hesitated not at all and directly headed towards the north of Xiacheng. Before the abyss entrance in the east of the city opened, the abyss to the north of Xiacheng was definitely the best place for him to level up. He originally planned to wait until the abyss entrance opened and then rush into the abyss. When Lin Shi arrived north of Xiacheng, at first glance, he noticed that this place was shrouded in a large expanse of pitch-black mist. Looking from the outer area, he could only see flashes of light shining occasionally in the black mist, and many skills were completely hidden under the cover of the mist, rendering him unable to see other situations. Meanwhile, the city defense team of Xiacheng was still stationed on the outskirts of the black mist, not venturing deep inside. They guarded a safe area for some awakened ones to recover here. At the same time, they prevented abyss creatures from wandering into Xiacheng. Unlike the wild monsters usually seen, these abyss creatures could almost be disregarded in terms of their roaming range. Are you a new awakened one? At this moment, Chu Qingyu passed by Lin Shi and glanced at him. Noticing that Lin Shi was not wearing any equipment, she slightly frowned. This classmate, which school are you from? Seeing Lin Shi's situation, she thought he was a youth who had not yet awakened. At this stage, even new awakened ones should have started to level up one after another. Although the equipment on them was not particularly good, they should at least have gathered a few pieces. But Lin Shi came here, and he had seen neither equipment nor weapons. Xiacheng High School, new awakened one, Lin Shi admitted. He could roughly guess what Chu Qingyu was thinking now and raised the ring on his hand, which was enough to prove his awakened identity. Chu Qingyu sighed lightly. Now that the abyss has descended, the situation is not the same as before. I still suggest that before entering the black mist, you should wear your equipment properly. Also, where are your teammates? She looked around but found that only Lin Chi was a lone youth. She helplessly rubbed her brow. The students nowadays all carried a pure foolishness. Coming here to level up in the abyss black mist without wearing any equipment was too dangerous. Even though the abyss had descended, Xiaocheng, by rule, could not prohibit new awakened ones from coming to level up. Only in this way could powerful awakened ones be nurtured, rather than useless trash that merely piled up level and equipment. I don't have any teammates. Lin Chi shrugged. This didn't mean that teammates would just hold him back. Leveling up in a team often means experience bonuses in many cases. It was just that his situation was not easy to explain to others, so he didn't bother to team up. No teammates. Chu Qingyu frowned even more and couldn't help but take another look at this somewhat good-looking youth in front of her. She didn't see any signs of this guy being antisocial, so how come he couldn't even form a team? But this situation was not too uncommon. After thinking for a moment, she simply took out a scroll from the ring and pushed it into Lin Chi's hands without hesitation. This is a retreat scroll. After use, it can help you attract a certain degree of monster aggro. Remember, if you encounter danger in the black mist, do not force it. I hope this foolish boy doesn't die here before even waiting for the guild to recruit him. She turned and left, attending to other matters. Lin Chi held the scroll, somewhat stunned. This item, for him, was a bit of a space hog. After thinking for a moment, he didn't waste the other person's good intentions, stored it in the ring, and glanced back to see when to use it, then stepped straight into the black mist. The visibility in the black mist was not high, only a small area around oneself. But as soon as Lin Chi stepped in, he saw some boys and girls not far away using their skills. Lin Chi took a brief glance and understood. After the awakening several days ago, these boys and girls had generally leveled up to around level 5. For these people, working together at the edge of the black mist to deal with some stray abyss creatures was already their limit. As he gradually ventured deeper, he could also see some newly awakened individuals at higher levels. But even at the front, he could only occasionally spot a few teams of awakened individuals, each able to rotate through 2 skills. In such a short time, reaching level 10 was already considered fast. After all, each level required more experience points. But Lin Chi didn't even plan to pull out that abyss hammer here. Occasionally, if a foolish monster rushed at him, he could directly turn it into forging materials and experience points with his bare hands. Abyss creatures usually didn't have levels but had corresponding attributes. Even newly awakened individuals could earn decent experience points here. But for Lin Chi, the experience points here felt a bit lacking. He quickly dove deeper into the black mist. When the normal awakened individuals around him grew even rarer, he finally took out the abyss hammer. Immediately, a flame began to envelop him as he took step after step, heading directly towards the abyss entrance. Along the way, abyss creatures also lunged at him. But as soon as they touched the flames around him, a damage number swiftly floated above their heads, and their health bars were instantly emptied. Even just now, Lin Chi's attributes were already quite powerful. For him, leveling up was merely a way to gain stat points. At last, Lin Chi, holding the fully flaming abyss hammer, crossed through a vast expanse of black mist and arrived at the abyss entrance. Current abyss enhancement, level 5. This abyss entrance outside North City showed only a single enhancement message. Aside from that, there was nothing else. But before Lin Chi, a multitude of damage numbers kept floating by. His experience points were rapidly increasing. The abyss entrance before him had fully opened. After blocking a wave of abyss creatures, the abyss entrance completely revealed itself. Towering in the black mist, it resembled a massive door that stood 6 stories high. Its surface, adorned like a dazzling starry sky, formed into a swirling vortex. This was where the abyss creatures surged from. Lin Chi grinned and stepped directly into the abyss. What came into view was a huge cylindrical mouth. Surrounded by circles of writhing, grim teeth, it suddenly lunged to swallow Lin Chi's figure. Abyss worm, golden. Right off the bat, a golden level boss was waiting. Like other abyss creatures, it also lacked level differentiation but was affected by the current level 5 abyss enhancement. Whose size is this? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. Do you desire power? Hiss. The ice sword technique began, a massive long sword made of icy energy thrust straight into the giant mouth of the abyssal worm. Stuffed it full. In an instant, countless shards of ice exploded from within the abyssal worm, scattering in all directions. Minus 10,060. You have killed the abyssal worm, golden, gaining experience plus 5,700. This was clearly a stronger abyss creature than the abyssal guardian. Before Lin Chi, a tooth quickly gathered brilliance, then vanished without a trace. In addition, a piece of equipment radiating a faint golden hue fell to the ground. Lin Shi picked up the equipment, glanced at it briefly, and began to observe the abyss inside. Even the intelligence controlled by Summer City High School had little record about the inside of the abyss. What met his eyes was a world shrouded in darkness. But some areas flowed with magma, emitting a faint glow that illuminated the surroundings. However, after scanning the area, Lin Shi couldn't help but frown. Inside this abyss, he surprisingly didn't see many abyss creatures. Only a few, wandering about. This is different from the information. Lin Shi was puzzled. Wasn't it said that the inside of the abyss was extremely dangerous? Even if awakened beings from the outside could come in, they should lose most of their numbers here. Yet the monsters before him were fewer than those wandering in the black mist outside. Could it be that this abyss is different? Lin Shi speculated. The abyss couldn't simply be treated as a dungeon, it was more like a world, different from the outside world. Almost every entry point into the abyss led to a different area of the abyss. Lin Shi boldly walked forward, he wasn't afraid of getting lost in the abyss. Evil old demon, you and I have been trapped in this abyss together for who knows how long. In the black abyss, a pleasant female voice echoed. Now, after so long, the abyss has finally opened a crack, do you still plan to guard the abyss core? This was a girl clad in a snow-white robe, with long hair cascading down, her whole body enveloped in a faint glow, looking utterly pure. However, beneath her was a massive magical array. The array was drawn with crimson liquid, extending chains of scarlet, binding the girl. Before the girl stood an old man in a black robe, constantly emitting black mist, appearing extremely sinister. On the ground around the old man, there was also a magical array, radiating bright light that continuously dispelled the black mist surrounding him. Saintess of the Heavenly Palace, if it weren't for your insistence on seizing my abyss core, how could we be trapped here? The old man let out a strange laugh, and before him was a thick cloud of black mist that seemed to be nurturing something. When Lin Shi followed the light in the abyss and arrived here, he happened to witness the scene. He blinked in disbelief. What is going on here? Accidentally stumbling into the abyss, witnessing a saintess and a demon fighting over treasure. What am I doing here? What kind of chaos is happening in the abyss? From the conversations of these two, Lin Shi gathered information. In the areas explored by humanity so far, there was no presence of a heavenly palace. However, in these years of exploration, even the elven and giant races had begun to appear in many human cities. Correspondingly, awakened beings also had more job choices. These two might be from regions beyond the currently explored areas. Lin Shi didn't deliberately unleash any forging skills, he simply walked forward to observe these two. We of the Heavenly Palace will naturally eradicate evil beings like you who seek to corrupt the abyss. The voice of the Heavenly Palace Saintess turned a shade colder. She seemed to sense something. The gaze suddenly fell on Lin Shi, who was approaching this way, observing him closely. The evil old devil clearly noticed Lin Shi, and his old face changed with emotion. You are the little fellow who mistakenly wandered here from the abyss crack, aren't you? Falling into this place, you must be extremely terrified. Do you desire power? He spoke with a deep, seductive tone. It felt a bit like some kind of mission scene. However, there were no mission prompts in the abyss. Lin Shi roughly made a judgment. As for desiring power, his power attribute might not be lower than that of the two in front of him. Splash! At that moment, the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Palace suddenly stood up, causing the scarlet chains on her body to clash. She approached the edge of the formation and gazed at Lin Shi. Her pure and flawless face revealed a touch of sorrowful pity. Little brother, don't listen to that devil's temptations. You must be young, right? This place is very dangerous, come here to your sister. She seemed to naturally possess a heavenly aura that could move the hearts of people. Is this making me choose between two factions? Lin Shi pondered silently. He glanced at the wrinkled old man and then at the Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden before him. Then, Lin Shi broke into a smile. He immediately stepped towards the Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden. Don't trust her, she has nothing good in mind. The old man warned coldly. But Lin Shi didn't care at all and stepped into the scarlet formation. You have received negative status, weakness. You have received negative status, imprisoned. You have received negative status, mana cleared. In an instant, Lin Shi received a series of negative status prompts. As expected. Although the abyss was different from the outside world, it was also a digitized world. At this moment, the Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden suddenly leaned closer. Soft jade, warm fragrance. Little brother, you truly are your sister's savior. She whispered in Lin Shi's ear, but in her hand, a staff suddenly appeared. Damn it! The evil old devil immediately shouted angrily. Do you know what you have done? You have broken our balance, she will take my abyss core. And the staff in the Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden's hand was already pointed at Lin Shi. Her smile seemed no longer pure but revealed a trace of greed. But at this moment, Lin Shi smiled too. A ball of raging flames erupted from his body, quickly enveloping him completely. Even the Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden, who was close to him, was also engulfed in the fierce flames. Ah, you! The Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden let out a piercing scream, her eyes in the raging fire reflecting disbelief. In this formation, even she was affected by the mana being cleared, and could only hope to drain Lin Shi's life force to break the balance. But why could this boy still release skills? Moreover, she clearly felt her own life rapidly fading away. You have killed the Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden. Level +1. You have obtained the attribute Ancient Constitution, Golden. No boss rank? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows, and he didn't even receive an experience acquisition prompt. But he had indeed leveled up for real. Chapter 21, Rich Harvest. Abyss Core. This is impossible, didn't you fall into the abyss by mistake? Across from him, the evil old devil clearly realized the situation at this moment. This boy in front of him was definitely not as simple as having fallen into the abyss. Mistakenly wandered in? I've been killing my way in. Lin Shi shrugged. He noticed that as the Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden died, the glow of the formation around the evil old devil was obviously fading quickly. Don't be impatient, it will soon be your turn. Lin Shi said calmly. After the Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden was killed, several pieces of equipment dropped at the spot. Lin Shi didn't rush to pick them up but charged straight towards the evil old devil. Raging flames burned, transforming Lin Shi into a giant of fire, with a mighty fiery hammer in his hand, fiercely smashing towards the direction of the evil old devil. This was his first time encountering a monster that could communicate. This clearly should not be something an awakener at the current stage could encounter. However, Lin Shi is not an ordinary 16th level awakener. The two people inside the abyss, he couldn't even see their ranks. But it can be confirmed that their condition is very bad. After all, they need to match the current entrance to the abyss. In a normally opened abyss entrance, there generally won't be abyss creatures that are too out of balance. Boom! A giant flaming hammer smashed down, shaking the ground violently. The large splashes of flames fell in all directions, illuminating the entire area brilliantly. You have killed the evil old demon. Level +1. You have gained the skill Familiarity, Purple. The glow of leveling up blooms once again. Leveling up twice in a row. Lin Shi glanced again at the location where the Heavenly Palace's Saintess was, shaking his head. What a pity. He suspected that if he hadn't entered this abyss entrance at this stage, when his level rises a bit more, if he came back to kill the two here, he might still be able to forcefully level up. But currently, the problem is not big. Just entering one abyss entrance has already raised him to 17th level, which has saved him a lot of effort. Lin Shi immediately checked the skill panel. Current skill, Ancient Body, Golden. Effect, all resistance to negative effects increased by 50%. Why isn't it the Ancient Sacred Body? Lin Shi complained in his heart. After all, it's just a golden skill, what more could he want? Current skill, Skill Familiarity, Purple. Effect, all released skill effects increased by 30%. Both skills can bring substantial boosts to his strength. Lin Shi is quite satisfied. Due to the special nature of the Heavenly Palace Saintess and the evil old demon, they did not drop any materials. But they still left him a few items on the ground. Special monster drops in the abyss must have good stuff, right? Lin Shi quickly collected these items. Cursed Staff, Epic. Category, Weapon. Equipment Requirement? Effect? Description? Cursed Necklace, Epic. Category, Necklace. Equipment Requirement? Effect? Description? Cursed Orb, Epic. Category, Weapon. Equipment Requirement? The three pieces of equipment that dropped all have the same question marks for their effects. Clearly, they are equipment with hidden properties that need to be identified before use. However, even so, Lin Shi couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Three pieces of epic quality equipment, no matter where they are placed, are definitely enough to make people drool. I wonder if this epic quality fits those two's ranks. Lin Shi pondered, storing the three pieces of equipment into his ring. It's also possible that the two had a change of circumstance, and even their equipment was eroded. Besides the equipment, Lin Shi also discovered a book that emitted a faint glow. Skill book. He couldn't help but let out a breath. After leveling up and fighting monsters, he finally dropped a skill book. The drop rate of this thing, at least at the current stage, can be completely ignored. At least in the trading hall of Summer City, there are no skill books for sale. Lin Shi immediately picked up the skill book. Skill, Calamity's Declaration. Mana cost, 1850.
Effect, releases a magic formation covering a 10 by 10 area, causing weakened, restrained, dizzy, slowed, mana loss, health deduction, increased damage taken, 3 random negative effects to the enemies stepping inside. Learning requirement, Mage class. Such a skill book generally records the initial effects of the skill. Later, it can enhance the power and effect of the skill release with the increase of skill proficiency or one's mental attributes. In addition, an Awakener's later job change will also fully enhance the skill. As for the power of this skill, Lin Shi had personally experienced it. When he stepped into that crimson magic formation, he clearly suffered multiple negative statuses in an instant. Even his mana was completely drained. This skill, even in front of high-level awakened ones, is undoubtedly powerful. However, he does not need mana. There are job requirements, this is a bit tricky. Lin Chi pouted. If we have to say, the blacksmith profession does indeed have some limitations in this regard. It is neither a ranged class nor a melee class. For these items with job requirements, he cannot use them directly. The equipment is easy to solve, but the skill needs to be replicated. Lin Shi decided to figure out a way to sell this skill book first, and then have the buyer demonstrated in front of him. This skill, combined with the corruption field skill he obtained earlier. The monster grinding effect is simply amazing. After counting the spoils, Lin Shi walked back to the extremely dense black fog. From the situation of the previous two people, they should have been fighting over something, which led to both of them being trapped in the abyss. But Lin Shi estimated that even if those two reconciled, they might not easily escape the entrance of the abyss. He did not think too much and focused his gaze on the black fog. Abyss core? Description? Alright, another item that cannot be checked. He couldn't even see the quality. In previous information, this item was never mentioned. Lin Shi suspected that even identification might not reveal this item's effects. Something that can make those two fight over it must be extraordinary. Lin Shi directly stored it in his ring. But at that moment, the ring on his hand gradually turned black. Storage slots are decreasing? Lin Shi smiled wryly. This thing is even wasting the ring. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary quality ring, and he transferred the items to other rings, leaving only this abyss core. Soon, this ring became entirely black. And aside from having only one storage slot left, nothing else changed. Ring of Abyss Corruption. The name of the ring had a prefix of Abyss Corruption added to it. But from this point, Lin Shi could also judge. This abyss core is definitely not ordinary. Chapter 22 Danger? Not at all. Let's identify it later and give it a try. Lin Shi still had not learned the second skill of his profession until now. However, he was already at level 17. So he could learn 2 skills from his profession at once. The later he got, the more useful the blacksmith's skills became. Glancing around, Lin Shi did not stay here for long. The inside of the abyss was not fully connected everywhere, there were vast areas with towering mountains, making it hard to find a way out, while others were bottomless abysses. Exploring inside the abyss either leads to blocked paths or to getting lost without finding an exit. He turned back the way he came. After exiting the abyss entrance, Lin Shi noticed that awakened ones were gradually beginning to appear in the depths of the black mist. However, they were still quite a distance from the abyss entrance. There will always be someone wanting to take a risk. Lin Shi sighed. Many awakened ones are unwilling to be stuck in their current state, wanting to improve their strength as much as possible during the arrival of the abyss. And since Lin Shi had fought his way to the entrance of the abyss earlier, the monsters here had obviously become sparse, and no more monsters had emerged. He didn't even release the forging skill and leisurely walked towards the outer area of the black mist. Not far ahead in the black mist, Shin Bailu held a pure white staff, with a halo rapidly gathering in front of her, intricate runes shining, suddenly falling onto a deep abyss creature. PSSH. Minus 1890. Damage numbers floated by, this abyss creature could not withstand her blow and crashed down. Shin Bailu took a breath, glancing at the 3 puppet figures placed in front of her. The 3 puppet dolls gathered around her, blocking the abyss creatures rushing from all directions as she unleashed her skills. Even though the abyss creatures here were attacking fiercely, the puppet dolls remained unmoved. Shin Bailu took a moment to recover before raising her staff again, choosing the right target. But just then, she suddenly spotted a figure in the black mist. Lin Chi? A look of surprise appeared on Shin Bailu's small face. How did he end up deep in the black mist here? But there was no time to think more about it. Shin Bailu quickly noticed an abyss evil spirit suddenly lunging towards Lin Chi. Arcane Flame. A ball of radiant, rune-covered fire shot out from Shin Bailu's staff in an instant, striking the abyss evil spirit and burning it to ashes. She looked at Lin Chi, who seemed unaware of the danger, and could only shake her head helplessly. In the black mist ahead, Lin Chi saw the abyss evil spirit beside him turn to ashes and couldn't help but smirk. Of course, he had already noticed Shinbailu and had no intention of avoiding her.
However, Shinbailu must have misunderstood something and even took the time to help him deal with monsters. Shinbailu invites you to join the party.
Immediately, Lin Chi noticed a prompt. For a moment, he found it amusing.
Lin Chi, hurry, my puppets can protect you. Shinbailu shouted.
They were already quite deep in the black mist, with many awakened ones around of not low level. But there were too many monsters rushing out of the abyss, and the awakened ones had no time to care for others. Shinbailu speculated that Lin Chi should also be seizing the opportunity of the abyss's arrival to gather materials and level up. However, this was too dangerous for a blacksmith main profession. Even in the case of abundant resources, Lin Chi should be at a similar level as her now. Logically speaking, he didn't need to take risks.
Moreover, Shinbailu, beside Lin Chi, hadn't seen his teammates.
She didn't know what had happened, but she didn't want to see Lin Chi die at the hands of the abyss creatures here.
But there were too many abyss creatures. Just after clearing a batch, new abyss creatures were already gathering. Abyss beetles?
Suddenly, Shinbailu seemed to realize something, her eyes narrowing. Among common abyss creatures, they were considered extremely strong and usually appeared in groups. A group of abyss beetles posed a danger that could rival boss-level abyss guards. She couldn't hesitate, quickly commanding her 3 puppets to clear the abyss creatures blocking the way and rush towards Lin Chi. This would certainly attract the hatred of a large number of abyss creatures, but at this point, she couldn't care less. At this moment, the prompt for teammates joining finally came through. Shinbailu felt slightly relieved, but her small face remained grave. There were still some abyss creatures between her and Lin Chi.
And Lin Chi also noticed Shinbailu's reaction.
He shrugged, this time not rejecting Shinbailu's kindness.
Moreover, he had other ideas in mind. Sha!
Around them, the abyss creatures lunged forward with a cacophony of harsh howls. Seeing this, Shinbailu's face turned pale.
In the end, she couldn't catch up in time?
Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately took out a scroll from her ring and prepared to send it to Lin Chi.
But then, Shinbailu's movements came to a halt.
Under her shocked gaze, Lin Chi pulled out a large hammer that was completely black.
Without any sign of casting a skill.
That seemingly heavy hammer was swung by Lin Chi with great force, creating a blur in the air.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Immediately after, Lin Nue's series of intense sounds of heavy objects colliding rang out consecutively. The abyss creature was unexpectedly smashed to pieces under Shinbailu's disbelieving gaze.
Just with one strike.
Your teammate Lin Chi killed the abyss beetle, gaining experience plus 960. Your teammate Lin Chi killed the abyss beetle, gaining experience plus 960.
Level +1.
A burst of upgrading light blossomed from Shinbailu's body. It made Shinbailu's already graceful figure shine even more beautifully.
But until the light faded away,
Shinbailu still had her small mouth slightly open, staring at Lin Chi in shock. She didn't even notice she had reached level 12. She had been leveling up for a long time in the black mist. However, she never expected that, at her current stage, awakened ones could kill monsters so efficiently. At this moment, she couldn't help but start to doubt, could it be that Lin Chi was really just a blacksmith? You've reached level 12 so quickly, have you been leveling up all by yourself? At this moment, Lin Chi leisurely walked over, as if he didn't care about the other abyss creatures around. He glanced at the 3 puppet dolls in front of Shinbailu and couldn't help but marvel silently. After all, a wealthy family, he had never truly seen puppet dolls before. It's said that the price for a puppet doll is hundreds of gold coins. In addition, the scroll that Shinbailu tightly held in her small hand, meant for assisting him, was also quite remarkable. No wonder her leveling efficiency was so high. At this moment, Shinbailu finally calmed her emotions. Looking at Lin Chi with a somewhat complicated expression, she realized that Lin Chi's situation was definitely not as simple as she previously thought. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Chi's level in the team. Immediately, her eyes went wide again.
You are level 17? Chapter 23, Shinbailu, am I being boosted? Shinbailu had always been confident, never believing that in her current stage, level, or profession determined everything for the future.
It could only serve as a reference. The power of awakened ones does not only come from their own attributes and skills, but also from how to allocate and use them reasonably. So, the means she used to level up could definitely involve more than just these puppet dolls assisting her. Her family could even specially arrange for some powerful awakened ones to support her, creating a suitable leveling environment for her without needing to team up. But if that were the case, it would only lead to an awakened one who understands nothing but simply releasing skills. They would never be able to face danger alone. However, now, Lin Chi made her question her previous understanding.
Can a blacksmith profession really reach level 17 in such a short time?
Completely impossible.
Let alone that a blacksmith isn't suited for combat in the early stages, even any profession on the professional leaderboard could never achieve such a high leveling efficiency. Especially since the experience required for each level significantly increases. A 5-level gap may seem small, but it actually requires a tremendous amount of experience. I level up quite quickly. Lin Chi noticed Xun Bailu's surprise and just smiled. For him, level only represented the number of attributes. His own attributes were already absurdly high. After a long while, Xun Bailu finally withdrew her gaze from Lin Chi, but her complex emotions were hard to calm. She had long known that Lin Chi would never be disheartened just because he awakened as a blacksmith. With Lin Chi's performance in school, as long as he awakened any combat profession, even the most ordinary one, he would undoubtedly lead other awakened ones. But she still underestimated Lin Chi. However, she naturally wouldn't delve deep, nor would she seek out Lin Chi's secrets. After thinking for a moment, she tentatively asked Lin Chi, "Do you want to level up with me?" It was evident that she worried unnecessarily. With Lin Chi's strength, he didn't need her support at all. Sure. Lin Chi didn't refuse at all. Though the ring on his hand had been ruined by the Abyss core, he still had plenty of backup rings that hadn't filled up his storage slots since monster materials didn't take any space. Originally, he planned to take the time on his way home to level up a bit more. Xun Bailu smiled brightly, tacitly deciding not to say more. Usually, she rarely interacted with others in class, and her face seldom showed any smiles. It had always been very plain. But now, the girl's smile made the monsters surging from the black mist seem to vanish completely, full of youth and beauty. Lin Chi swung the abyss hammer like he was just wandering around, walking together with Xun Bailu through the black mist. He wasn't the type who would get flustered at the sight of the opposite sex. In the 2.5 years at Summer City High School, he had been close to Lu Ruoyan, but it wasn't due to his pursuit. Especially with someone like Lu Ruoyan. He had always held fast to a principle: don't take the initiative, don't reject, don't take responsibility. Minus 1,620. Minus 1,750. Minus 1990. Damage numbers kept floating by. Xun Bailu held her staff, unsure of how to strike. She had originally planned to treat Lin Chi as a warrior-type character, while she handled the main damage output under the cover of her puppet. But Lin Chi's efficiency in killing monsters was too high. So far, she hadn't seen a single abyss creature withstand a hammer strike from Lin Chi. As for her skills, while they could naturally attack distant monsters, they didn't really help clear the monsters in front of them for their team. Quickly, Xun Bailu adapted. Since the nearby monsters were no longer a concern, she decided to clear the distant monsters instead, which would also bring experience to the team. In a team setting, there was an experience bonus. Lin Chi also experienced the benefits of this bonus. And as for dropped materials and equipment, there was no need to worry at all. Whoever killed the monster would naturally claim the materials and equipment first. Suddenly, Lin Chi noticed a large area of pitch-black liquid bubbling up on the ground not far away. His brows immediately raised. Without a doubt, they had encountered the Abyss Guardian in the black mist again. "It's a boss!" Xun Bailu exclaimed, instantly associating it with the boss-level creatures commonly found in the black mist. She quickly glanced at Lin Chi, her eyes revealing a hint of worry. From the previous monster killings, she couldn't gauge Lin Chi's strength limit. She didn't know if they could handle the Abyss Guardian. But then, Xun Bailu's beautiful pupils slightly narrowed. She clearly noticed. A patch of pitch-black liquid had instantly appeared beneath Lin Chi's feet, covering an area completely. This area encompassed both Xun Bailu herself and her puppet. Moreover, this black liquid seemed even more sinister than what she had seen before. Another boss? Xun Bailu's heart raced. She naturally knew the effect of this black liquid would quickly drain health limits. But she was puzzled to find, even though she was standing in the area covered by the black liquid, she didn't suffer any damage. And this was Lin Chi's skill, Erosion Domain. It was even stronger than the Abyss Guardian's erosion area effect. Your teammate Lin Chi has slain the Abyss Beetle, gaining experience plus 960. Your teammate Lin Chi has slain the Abyss Wolf, gaining experience plus 1,380. Your teammate Lin Chi. Xun Bailu watched the endless stream of prompts flashing by, her face momentarily blank. What happened here? She hadn't seen Lin Chi do anything else. Then, she noticed Lin Chi striding forward. That was where the Abyss Guardian had appeared. Bang! A dull sound echoed from the black mist. Xun Bailu then received a prompt. Your teammate Lin Chi has slain the Abyss Guardian, gaining experience plus 5,170. Xun Bailu silently lowered her head, glancing at her own experience bar. It was clear that I had just reached level 12, but now, the experience bar had already grown by more than half. Am I being carried along? She was somewhat at a loss for words. So, this was what the classmates often said about finding a big shot to carry them along. Her emotions grew increasingly complex. In the depths of the black mist, Lin Shi was about to head back, but suddenly noticed, not far away, several awakeners were sprinting away. From their appearance, they seemed to be fleeing in a frenzy. And among them, he recognized a familiar figure. Lu Ruoyan. Damn it, I just tried to venture into the black mist, how did I run into the Abyss Guardian? What are you panicking about? It won't be long before we level up and we'll definitely be able to eliminate the Abyss Guardian. Brother Long, this isn't the time to say such things. Let's just run. The few of them were clearly a team, but at this moment, their escape looked extremely messy. One of the young men glanced back as he moved, his steps momentarily pausing. Wait. Did we escape the monster's hate range? He clearly noticed that the originally pitch-black liquid was already gone. It seemed that the terrifying Abyss Guardian had left. But then, he suddenly felt a shock in his body. From the black mist not far away, he distinctly saw a figure. Standing calmly in the black mist, holding a large hammer. Chapter 24, Can kill with one strike, what nonsense to say? Warrior class hidden profession? Wang Feilong suddenly had this thought in his mind. This place could be considered deep in the black mist, and the only ones who could come here to hunt monsters, aside from high-level middle-aged folks, were those with exceptionally strong early-stage abilities. He didn't get a clear look at the other person's face, but they seemed to be around the same age as him, and the large hammer in their hand was eye-catching. Warriors using hammers as weapons were already extremely rare in the current phase of Summer City. After the guild selection, the team this person belonged to would probably be strong competitors. Who is this person? Which school's awakener are they? Wang Feilong's thoughts raced. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Qi? She was closer to Lin Qi and vaguely saw the silhouette ahead, but couldn't believe it. Wasn't that blacksmith supposed to be hiding in the city finding a place to forge? How dare he come out to level up, and even venture into the black mist? She still felt like she must be mistaken. But Wang Feilong furrowed his brows tightly. You mean he's that blacksmith? Since awakening, he had never looked at Lin Qi with any importance. Just earlier when this blacksmith saw his embarrassed state, he still held a grudge. But if the one holding the large hammer was that blacksmith, he wouldn't believe it. Must have seen wrong. Lu Ruoyan shook her head. If it were Lin Qi, not to mention venturing deep into the black mist, even approaching the edge of the black mist would have him easily taken down by a casual abyss goblin. But in the next moment, Lu Ruoyan's figure suddenly froze. It was as if she realized something, her eyes involuntarily trembled, and her face changed between shades of pale and white. In her line of sight, beside that figure holding the large hammer, a girl's silhouette clearly appeared. Shen Bailu. In an instant, Lu Ruoyan realized that the figure holding the large hammer was probably really Lin Qi. At the time of awakening, she had witnessed Shen Bailu extend an invitation to Lin Qi. It really is that blacksmith. Wang Feilong noticed Lu Ruoyan's expression and immediately reacted. His brows furrowed even tighter, and the long sword in his hand instinctively clenched. He thought the other side was some powerful hidden profession, but it turned out to be just that blacksmith scaring him. At that moment, Shen Bailu also noticed Lu Ruoyan and the others. The team they formed could delve into the black mist, so in Summer City, they had performed decently. But they weren't worth her attention. She turned to the teammate Lin Qi beside her and asked, should we continue leveling up? The Abyss Guardian, the strongest boss before the Abyss opened, had already been defeated by Lin Qi. But as a teammate, she hadn't been much help at all. This made her feel like she was a burden to Lin Qi. Let's level up one more time, Lin Qi replied with a light smile. The experience boost from leveling up together was quite nice. His experience bar had already increased a bit, and there was still room in his ring, so he planned to try to reach level 18. However, as time passed, more awakened ones began trying to enter the depths of the black mist around them. Compared to the Abyss entrance in the west of the city, this pre-opened Abyss entrance was not yet out of reach for ordinary people. Some people are becoming too nosy, let's head to the Abyss entrance, Lin Qi said again. He walked skillfully toward the Abyss entrance. Seeing this, Shen Bailu's eyes showed a hint of peculiarity. Why does it feel like Lin Qi has been to the Abyss entrance before? No wonder you, this blacksmith, can come here, it turns out you are being supported by her. Just as Shen Bailu was about to follow Lin Qi deeper into the black mist, Lu Ruoyan's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Shen Bailu's delicate brows immediately furrowed, and her steps halted as she cast a cold glance at Lu Ruoyan. Her temperament was rather mild, but that didn't mean she lacked anger. Lu Ruoyan, however, seemed oblivious and walked over with Wang Feilong and others. I know you, Arcane Mage, the third-ranked hidden profession on the leaderboard. Wang Feilong said, crossing his arms and slightly raising his chin at Shen Bailu. Shen Bailu was not just a figure of discussion among classmates in Summer City High, her name was known in various schools throughout Summer City. With a mysterious background and outstanding beauty, many speculated she was deliberately placed in a back city like Summer City by a big family to grow up. This had happened before. Before awakening, Wang Feilong had also harbored feelings for Shen Bailu, but his family had warned him not to provoke her, so he had to give up. But now, he had also awakened a hidden profession. Even though his ranking was not as high as the arcane mage on the leaderboard, he believed he wouldn't be much worse. You even brought that blacksmith here to level up, aren't you afraid he'll drag you down? Lu Ruoyan wrapped her arms around Wang Feilong's arm, her face full of mockery. Shen Bailu frowned even more, she had originally not intended to pay attention to these people. But their words were too excessive. Our team has all reached level 10. Wang Feilong stared at Shen Bailu and slowly spoke. Do you want to join our team? It's better than dragging around a blacksmith, even if you want to train a support staff, you shouldn't need to do it yourself. He was very assertive, not caring about the reactions of other team members. If he could pull Shen Bailu into the team, he really had a chance to challenge the strongest guilds. No need, Shen Bailu maintained her fine temperament, summoning 3 puppet dolls from the black mist, planning to catch up with Lin Chi's pace. But upon noticing those 3 puppet dolls, Wang Feilong and Lu Ruoyan couldn't help but stare. These things were extremely expensive, even Wang Feilong couldn't afford one. You actually used 3 puppet dolls just to train that blacksmith? Lu Ruoyan was stunned. Jealousy drove her a bit mad. She knew she was nowhere near Shen Bailu. Wang Feilong's expression also changed, deep within his eyes showing a hint of greed. He had already determined that if he could get Shen Bailu to join the team, and even if they developed something further, he could soar in the future. A wave of jealousy surged in his heart. Why was that blacksmith favored by Shen Bailu? His mighty hidden profession can't even compare to a blacksmith? Shen Bailu, why bother caring about that blacksmith's life? A waste like that, I could crush with just one finger. He spoke again. Bang! However, Wang Feilong's words came to an abrupt stop. A pitch-black hammer suddenly dropped where Wang Feilong originally stood, crashing heavily to the ground. -719. At the same time, damage numbers floated above Wang Feilong's head. He suddenly transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the black mist. Escape scroll? Lin Chi emerged from the depths of the black mist, raising an eyebrow. This was more valuable than the escape scroll Chu Qingyu had given him before. Those who dared to venture into the black mist must have brought enough life-saving items. Seeing Shen Bailu's shocked expression, Lin Chi merely shrugged. I saw you hadn't caught up, so I came out to take a look. Chapter 25. Whose blacksmith levels up so fast? This. Next to the abyss hammer, the faces of Lu Ruoyan and the other 2 turned pale. They recognized this hammer. This was the large hammer Lin Chi had just held. But in that instant, they couldn't react to what had happened. They hadn't even seen how this hammer ended up here. Instead, Wang Feilong's health dropped sharply to 1 point, automatically activating the escape scroll and teleporting him out of here. Lin Chi, it's you. Finally, Lu Ruoyan came to her senses, glaring fiercely at Lin Chi. She didn't believe this was Lin Chi's own skill. After all, they hadn't even seen the glow of a skill earlier, let alone the fact that a blacksmith couldn't possibly have combat skills in the early stages. This must have been an extremely luxurious item that Shen Bailu had prepared for Lin Chi in advance. But even so, it still made her feel deeply uneasy. She had thought that her future achievements would far surpass those of Wang Feilong, yet he had almost been taken down by Lin Chi in one hit. Lin Chi, do you know what you've done? Lu Ruoyan's voice was sharp, you attacked a classmate. But before her words could finish. Slap. Shen Bailu had already arrived in front of Lu Ruoyan and delivered a heavy slap. In the vicinity of Summer City, and within level 30, there can't be life and death battles between awakened ones, this is just practice. Shen Bailu said coldly. Since it's a practice match between teams, I'll help send you away. With a wave of her hand, 3 puppet figures suddenly rushed forward, sending Lu Ruoyan and the other 2 away. For a moment, Lin Chi looked at Shen Bailu with an odd expression. This little girl is so decisive in action? He had already heard Wang Feilong's words and knew they had malicious intent, so he smashed down the hammer without hesitation. If one hit could finish it, why waste words? But Shen Bailu's actions left him quite surprised. Noticing Lin Chi's gaze, a slight blush appeared on Shen Bailu's cheeks. What she said earlier was too much. She unconsciously explained to Lin Chi. And indeed, she had never intended to swallow her anger. But there was another reason she did not mention. Even though there are protective rules for awakened ones under level 30, plus the fact that cities like Summer City nurture newcomers, there is a protective blessing for novice awakened ones, ensuring fights between awakened ones do not result in life or death. However, it was Lin Chi who acted first. If Wang Feilong's family used this as an opportunity for revenge, they would retaliate against Lin Qi. By taking action herself, she could help Lin Qi avoid unnecessary troubles. Lin Qi smiled but didn't say much. He naturally understood Shen Bailu's thoughts. Thinking for a moment, he took out the Curse Declaration skill book from his ring and handed it to Shen Bailu. Is this a skill book? Shen Bailu instinctively took it, her eyes widened as she looked at the skill book. She could clearly see that this skill was extremely powerful. Even with the skill's effects enhancing, it might surpass some of her later primary profession skills. This skill is almost never seen in Summer City. I'll give this to you, try it out later. Lin Qi winked. This just solves the problem of replicating this skill for him. It's definitely better than the ice sword technique. Shen Bailu looked deeply at Lin Qi, but hesitated. This is too valuable. She feared that even her puppet might not be able to exchange for this skill book. Just consider it a little reward for our future cooperation. Lin Qi smiled. He was indeed interested in those blacksmith profession dungeons that Shen Bailu mentioned. Upon hearing this, a bright smile quickly appeared on Shen Bailu's charming face. Okay. She agreed cheerfully. After leveling up, Shen Bailu was very close to level 14. Meanwhile, Lin Qi had finally reached level 18 and obtained a new blue stat, Mental Focus, which boosts mental attributes. As for the ring in his hand, it was already filled with equipment. You're level 18 now. Shen Bailu's gaze was deep. How long has it been since awakening? An 18-level novice awakener, it would be hard for anyone to believe if said out loud. What's more, through all the battles, she was even clearer that Lin Qi's displayed combat power was absolutely not something an ordinary 18-level awakener could compare to. When those top guild members come, they'll probably fight to recruit you. Shen Bailu shook her head. She had realized that her previous guesses about Lin Qi were wrong. Even with massive resources piled up, it would be impossible to cultivate an 18-level main profession blacksmith in such a short time. Lin Qi is definitely not an ordinary blacksmith. Are the guilds recruiting? We'll see when the time comes. Lin Qi also knew that the information in the hands of those top guilds was very important for any awakener. But he didn't need to think about that right now. This round of leveling was about to come to an end. He was still calculating what kind of equipment he could forge after all these materials and equipment were refined and forged. At least, his attributes would surely get another significant boost. After saying goodbye to Shen Bailu, Lin Qi happily headed back to Summer City. On the way back, he didn't see Wang Feilong and Lu Ruoyan again, but he didn't mind. Your world merchant card has successfully received 156 gold coins and 73 silver coins. Please check. Just after leaving the range of the Black Mist, Lin Qi received the gold coins receipt notification. It seemed that the Black Mist had some ability to block certain information. Lin Qi glanced at his gold coin balance and raised an eyebrow. Clearly, the few materials he had listed for sale at the trading post had sold for a good price. With the abyss now descending, everyone in Summer City was on high alert. Just as he reached his doorstep, Lin Qi suddenly stopped. Oh, I almost forgot, I need to learn skills. The previous skills were enough, and he hadn't thought about learning his professional skills. This time, Lin Qi planned to learn the two skills of his profession first. The level 10 appraisal and level 15 equipment repair. He currently had several pieces of equipment in his ring that needed appraisal. Moreover, Lin Qi was very sure that even if these two skills were quite common at any regular blacksmiths, they would definitely have extra effects on his end. This might help with the upcoming forging and refining. Lin Qi glanced at the rings in his hand and quickly rushed to the awakening hall. There were already several pieces of epic quality gear in the ring. Lin Qi felt that after preparing sufficiently, he even had a chance to challenge legendary quality gear. Welcome to the awakening hall. In the awakening hall, the receptionist girl was momentarily stunned when she noticed Lin Qi's appearance. Little brother, you've reached level 10 so quickly again? At this stage, level 10 awakener was something very rare in the entire Summer City. There shouldn't be too many people to find. What's more critical is that she still remembers, Lin Qi is clearly just a blacksmith. Which blacksmith upgrades so quickly? Chapter 26, Identification. Superior Ritual Refining Materials. Others think I only have 10, in fact, I have 18, and I am still growing. Lin Qi silently grumbled. Of course, he was thinking of levels, not some length unit. I'm growing a bit fast, Lin Qi replied with a smile. Given the previous record, he didn't spend much time in the hall before walking into the trial area under the receptionist's sparkling gaze. It really is a level 10 blacksmith. The receptionist rested her chin on her hands, her small face full of surprise. When she first saw Lin Qi, she guessed that this young man might come from some big power or had caught the attention of a big power. But even so, isn't this upgrade speed a bit too fast? She suddenly recalled Lin Chi's earlier words, growing a bit fast. Is leveling up described this way? Immediately, her cheeks flushed. I don't know how many little girls will suffer from this in the future. Detecting profession, blacksmith. Current level allows learning of equipment identification and equipment repair skills. Please meet the requirements, determined from the following materials which are suitable for forging current equipment. In the center of the square. The brilliance before Lin Chi gradually solidified, transforming into a broad forging platform. Behind the forging platform, various pieces of equipment floated up, each representing different parts. Another knowledge test? Lin Chi pouted. He felt once again that being a blacksmith wasn't suitable for fighting. The repeated learning of his professional skills didn't require monster trials. This was just letting him identify and categorize materials. And at this moment, in front of the forging platform, various forging materials began to appear. However, as soon as these materials surfaced, Lin Chi noticed that these materials quickly gathered into a piece resembling molten iron. The effect of the red text washing away the dust was triggered. Lin Chi's expression suddenly froze. Do I still need to turn off the text effect? He said in exasperation. With only one material left, what else is there to categorize? Conditions exceeded. You have comprehended the professional skill identification, automatically promoted to the next career stage skill. But the next prompt quickly calmed Lin Chi's emotions. Wow! Not only did it complete the trial automatically, but it also exceeded the requirements. Does this mean that the identification skill directly becomes the skill effect for the blacksmith's next job transfer? Every time a wielder transfers jobs, their skills undergo corresponding changes and enhancements. Before he had time to carefully examine the newly learned identification skill, another prompt came in. Please meet the requirements, use the following materials to fill in the gaps in the equipment. Lin Chi tugged at the corner of his mouth. He knew this was the learning condition for equipment repair skills. However, without even looking at the damaged equipment and materials before him, he casually picked up a hammer tool from beside him and lightly tapped it on the forging platform. Boom! What's there to repair? Just forge the original material into equipment and then refine it. This is even better than the common equipment repair. Conditions exceeded. You have comprehended the professional skill repair, automatically promoted to the next career stage skill. All done. Lin Chi put down the hammer tool and immediately checked his newly learned 2 skills. Skill, identification. Effect, can identify hidden attribute equipment, increasing the probability of discovering additional equipment effects. When used on other targets, it can identify target attributes and skill weaknesses. Skill, repair. Effect, when repairing equipment durability, it increases the extent of durability enhancement, and has a chance to improve equipment attributes. When used on other targets, it can restore target life and mana, with effects lasting. 2 very practical skills, Lin Chi sighed. Equipment identification and repair are also considered the most basic skills of a blacksmith. Some wielders specifically study the blacksmith profession. Most of them are driven by these 2 skills. And Lin Chi's 2 skills have also received corresponding upgrades. At the same time, since he is a primary profession blacksmith, he also possesses extra effects. He can also identify the attributes and skill weaknesses of other targets. His identification skill is even more useful than some professions' insight. As for the repair skill, it adds an effect of a healing spell, which Lin Chi doesn't care too much about. However, he noticed the point of effect can last. It's equivalent to giving equipment or other targets a long-lasting recovery bonus effect. Very nice. These 2 skills can already play a certain role in his upcoming equipment forging. Lin Chi walked out of the awakening hall with a smile, just in time to meet the receptionist's clear gaze. The receptionist girl showed a strong sense of astonishment on her face. So fast again this time? She recalled the last time Lin Chi entered the trial ground, he did not spend too much time either. Originally, she thought Lin Chi's skill learning had failed. But now, it certainly does not look like that. However, looking at Lin Chi's face, the receptionist instead smiled slightly. Little brother, being too fast is not good. After all, she is a young girl. If she really were to let go, wouldn't she make him blush? Sister, you'll know if you try next time. Lin Chi replied with a smile. As he reached the door of the hall, he paused, turned around to look at the astonished receptionist, and winked. It's settled then. Not taking the initiative, nor refusing. Lin Chi adhered to this principle. The receptionist blushed, cautiously glanced around, then lowered her head, lightly huffing. Kids these days just know how to talk big. Lin Chi returned to his blacksmith room at home. He immediately placed the gear from the ring haphazardly on the forge table. In an instant, gold, silver, various colors of gleams shone, illuminating the entire forge room brilliantly. If this were outside, it would definitely be considered a treasure trove. But Lin Shi didn't pay much attention, casually sweeping to clear his space. He placed the 3 hidden pieces of equipment that popped out from the abyss onto the table. Identify. Lin Shi lightly tapped one of the pieces of equipment with his fingertip. Hiss. In an instant, the brilliance of runes blossomed at his fingertip. Erosion necklace, epic. Category, necklace. Equipment requirements, constitution greater than 1000, spirit greater than 1000, strength greater than 500. Effect, agility plus 300. Special effect, erosion state, active, allows oneself to suffer from abyss erosion, gains constitution plus 1000, spirit plus 1000, strength plus 500, loses life and mana limits per second. Description, once worn by the Holy Maiden of the Celestial Palace, a symbol of purity, it was eroded by the abyss, falling to epic quality, receiving an appraisal from a powerful being that discovered its uneroded agility enhancement. Lin Shi stared at the equipment in front of him, feeling speechless. Is this an epic quality equipment, or is it garbage? Based on the equipment description, he could roughly determine that the original necklace should be above epic quality. But no matter how strong the description of this necklace is, in front of other awakeners, it will definitely be hit or miss. But fortunately, Lin Shi never intended to use it. This necklace is at least of high enough quality. It's definitely excellent refining material. Chapter 27, Legendary Equipment. Abyss Ruins. Lin Shi continued to identify the other hidden attribute equipment. There is no doubt that the equipment with the erosion prefix all have certain issues. Having suffered from the abyss's erosion means that even if worn, it will deduct health and mana limits. The drawbacks are obvious, but if one can withstand the erosion, the attribute bonus is even more apparent. Surely not all the equipment that pops out from the abyss has this problem. Lin Shi muttered. Getting into the abyss is an extremely rare occurrence, and even if there is information, it is controlled by major powers or top guilds. He doesn't really care too much about it. If you turn back and enter the depths of the abyss again, you will know. After all, most of it is used for ritual refining. Lin Shi glanced at the pile of equipment on the forging table. He placed the abyss hammer in the center. If we're going to play, let's play big. He had already made up his mind to directly refine all the equipment together in the abyss hammer. With so much equipment, even if there were no legendary qualities, it would be enough to enhance many attributes of the abyss hammer. Besides, he still had many materials here. Even if he piled them up hard, he could still create legendary quality equipment. Boom! As Lin Shi's tool hammer fell, a raging flame suddenly engulfed the entire forging room. Though fierce, it didn't burn the forging room down. Gradually, the flames converged, blooming a brilliant light on the forging table. Ritual refining successful. Lin Shi stared at the brilliance on the forging table, his eyes slightly squinted. The appearance of the abyss hammer did not change much, but a thin layer of black mist flickered around it. As expected, just relying on these few pieces of equipment still can't refine legendary quality. Lin Shi was not discouraged. In fact, according to his estimation, to refine legendary quality from epic quality equipment, he needed at least 10 epic pieces. However, from the descriptions of the 3 pieces of equipment that burst out earlier from the abyss, all 3 were originally above epic quality. As refining consumables, the effect should be stronger. It shouldn't be too far off. Lin Shi guessed. As long as he took another step, he would definitely be able to refine legendary quality equipment. The forging table was cleared. Seizing the moment, Lin Shi directly began forging. This was his next step plan. With the washing away the dust attribute, he had already obtained a lot of useful materials. First, he would forge these materials into equipment and then refine them again. He swung the abyss hammer, starting to hammer away in the forging room. You successfully forged a wraith necklace, silver, ×1, gain spirit plus 70, constitution plus 50. You successfully forged a guardian sword, silver, ×1, gain strength plus 90, spirit plus 30. You successfully forged a magic wolf leather armor, bronze, ×1, gained constitution plus 60. It must be said that the materials obtained through the washing away the dust attribute had significantly improved in quality. Most of the equipment he forged was at least bronze quality, and occasionally silver quality equipment would appear. This also brought him a lot of attribute gains. It's still the abyss materials. Lin Shi sighed. The arrival of the abyss was definitely a huge opportunity for him. It was probably hard to find such good materials outside except in a few places in some dungeons. Finally, after a round of forging, Lin Shi consumed all the materials at hand. He did not stop and immediately carried out ritual refining again. You successfully forged an abyss necklace, epic, ×1, gained constitution plus 300, spirit plus 300. You successfully forged Abyss Armor, Epic, ×1, gained Constitution plus 500, Agility plus 100. The original equipment was refined into epic quality, and in addition, Lin Chi also gained several skills similar to Abyss creatures. But at this moment, he focused more on refining. After refining all the newly forged equipment, Lin Chi took a deep breath. He placed the Abyss Hammer back on the forging table. Success or failure, it all depends on this time. He had basically smashed the entire treasury into this Abyss Hammer. Finally, the raging flames gradually solidified on the forging table, presenting a hammer enveloped in faint black mist. Ritual refining successful. You successfully forged the Abyssal Ruins, Legendary, ×1, gained strength plus 1600, acquired skills, Abyss Shatter, Abyss Domain, Fierce State. Finally it's here. Lin Chi clenched his fists tightly. It was worth the many pieces of equipment he had consumed. Legendary quality weapons all have their own names. The Abyss Hammer has already been forged into the Abyss Ruins. He grabbed the massive hammer shrouded in swirling black mist, feeling the surging power within it. Like before, this hammer always just increased its power attribute. But Lin Chi, with the ability weaving entry, could change its added attributes at any time. He immediately checked the current hammer. Abyss Ruins, Legendary. Category, Weapon. Equipment requirement, Lin Chi. Effect, Strength plus 1600. Special effects, Abyss Explosion, Abyss Domain, Fierce State. Description, forged by a powerful being, condensed with the power of the Abyss, containing great power, intimidating the Abyss. What Lin Chi cared about most was the skill gained from forging this Abyss Ruins. Although he didn't gain any new skills, the original skills had significantly strengthened. For example, the current Abyss Explosion not only greatly boosts Lin Chi's next attack's power, but also deducts from the enemy's life and mana limits. Additionally, the aftershock from the explosion also has the same effect. As for the Abyss Domain, it was clearly an upgraded skill of the Erosion Domain, with a larger range and deducted more life and mana per second. As for the Fierce State, it ensured that every one of Lin Chi's strikes would not be interrupted. Indeed, it is a legendary quality equipment. Lin Chi couldn't help but marvel. The large hammer in his hand was enveloped in a layer of black mist, looking somewhat sinister, just like the entrance to the abyss. But with just a thought, the outer layer of black mist would vanish. This was a weapon that belonged solely to him. Although Lin Chi hadn't seen other legendary quality equipment, and was unsure of which level this Abyss Ruins corresponded to. But according to Lin Chi's estimate, even some high-level legendary quality equipment wouldn't be stronger than the Abyss Ruins in his hand. Having a piece of legendary quality weapon at this stage completely surpassed all other Awakeners. Moreover, Lin Chi's current base attributes were already absurdly high. Lin Chi glanced at the time. The largest abyss entrance outside the city is about to open soon. He was even confident that without using any skills, he should be able to smash it directly. Chapter 28, The Strength of the Abyss. Around the Abyss Hammer, a layer of black mist surged. It was as if a deep abyss entrance had gathered here, emanating the unique evil of the abyss. Legendary equipment, without a doubt, was the top quality among all known equipment. Fancy appearances sound tacky, but who doesn't want to recharge for a cool skin? Lin Chi recalled some lame jokes from before his crossing and couldn't help but smile. For the current Abyss Hammer, Lin Chi's only evaluation was good enough. Putting the Abyss Hammer into the ring, the forging table was now empty. Time to restock from the abyss. But Lin Chi wasn't in a hurry. He planned to cook a delicious meal with the monster meat he collected, then get some extra sleep. In fact, after the attributes of Awakeners reach a certain level, they basically don't need to eat or sleep anymore. Even if they fall into negative states like weakness or madness, a healing spell or a few healing potions could fully restore them. But Lin Chi wasn't going to overwork himself. Before crossing, he restrained himself with work and study, and after crossing, if he still treated himself like a workhorse, wasn't that a pointless crossing? As the afternoon approached, Lin Chi finally walked out the door, heading towards the west side of the city. However, just after arriving outside the city, Lin Chi noticed that many Awakeners had already gathered here. They were all engaged in battle with the abyss creatures in the black mist. Many Awakeners had even entered the range covered by the black mist. It's as if the entrance to the abyss hasn't opened at all. Seeing this, Lin Chi's eyebrows immediately raised. It's only been 3 days since I last came. How have the Awakeners of Summer City become so fierce? At this stage, the newcomer Awakeners are still at most around level 10. As for the high-level Awakeners originally from Summer City, they are either stationed in the rear, ready to respond to various situations at any moment, or are like the city defense team, stationed in various places to guard against the abyss creatures reaching Summer City. The situation at the west side of the city, near the abyss entrance, is indeed a bit strange. Soon, Lin Chi figured it out. Strong Guild Awakeners have come early. From deep within the black mist, periodic waves of skill ripples emerged. These are obviously caused by some powerful high-level skills. When the abyss descends, it often brings many newcomers to awaken hidden professions. This naturally attracts the attention of many guilds. Those guild awakeners coming to recruit new members also take the opportunity to train near the abyss entrance. Lin Shi even noticed that, in the outer area of the black mist, there were also some teams of newcomer awakeners. So brave. Lin Shi commented. The abyss creatures here are not comparable to what they faced before. He was just about to push through the crowd and enter the black mist ahead. Not far away, however, he heard the voice of Chu Qingyu. It's you again. Chu Qingyu looked at Lin Shi with some curiosity. She still had some impression of this newcomer awakener. It was already a very dangerous thing to venture alone into the black mist. Now, with the largest abyss entrance outside Summer City opened, he actually came again. Thank you for the escape scroll you sent, but I didn't use it. Lin Shi took out the scroll that Chu Qingyu had given him earlier and handed it back again. Seeing this, Chu Qingyu's expression immediately became complicated. She could see that the boy in front of her seemed very confident. He had gone around the entrance to the abyss alone before and didn't seem to be affected at all. He should be another powerful hidden profession. Chu Qingyu roughly concluded. But she still shook her head. What I gave you doesn't need to be returned. This time, you probably won't need it anyway. Some guild awakeners have come from the depths of the black mist, blocking the foremost area. The outer area is relatively safer. Blocking the foremost area? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. He could tell from Chu Qingyu's words that there was more to it. These guilds really are quite overbearing. They directly treat the largest abyss entrance outside Summer City as their own leveling ground. Do they have the strength to fight into the abyss? Lin Shi asked again. In response, Chu Qingyu seemed quite disdainful. They aren't the top guilds, and not the entire guild came. Even if they can fight in, they can't. At this point, she stopped speaking. She just glanced at Lin Shi again, saying, when the guild recruits new members later, you'd better not choose from these guilds that arrived first in Summer City. Having outside awakeners helping Summer City fight against abyss creatures is ultimately a good thing. It can relieve some of the pressure on the city defense team. Just blocking some creatures that have leaked out from the abyss entrance, rather than clearing the abyss interior. Lin Shi understood. The guild awakeners now in Summer City may have high levels, but that doesn't mean their strength is very strong. So this time, the strength of the abyss descent is only like this? Lin Shi frowned slightly. Wasn't it said that some cities could face destruction when the abyss descends? Hearing this, Chu Qingyu looked at Lin Shi with a strange expression. Only this strength? Although abyss creatures don't have levels, under the abyss enhancement, each one is already comparable to awakened one of not low level and wearing equipment. If there were no outside awakeners helping to suppress. Only now the entrance to the abyss has opened, requiring the entire defense team to be on alert. At the same time, they must be careful of a boss charging out from the abyss entrance. Currently, what the entire Summer City is wary of is exactly these bosses. Before the boss appears, they must preserve their strength as much as possible. The power of those bosses is absolutely not something an ordinary abyss creature can compare to. They are the greatest danger when the abyss descends. Didn't realize this young man is quite arrogant. Chu Qingyu gave Lin Shi another sideways glance. I suggest you first try to find the weakest abyss demon wolf. After speaking, she no longer paid attention to Lin Shi. Lin Shi shrugged and turned to enter the black mist. He actually knew that the greatest danger of the abyss's arrival comes from the boss within it. For example, earlier he entered an abyss entrance that concealed the celestial maiden and the evil old demon inside. Such beings, the level of which is unknown, once escaped from the abyss entrance, their destructive power is naturally unimaginable. You have to understand, just one piece of their gear, tainted by the abyss, is already of epic quality. I wonder what level of abyss amplification is present here, Lin Shi murmured. One thing is certain. As the largest abyss entrance outside of Summer City this time, the boss hidden inside the abyss must be even more powerful. He took out the abyssal hammer and slowly moved forward. Not far away, a large abyss demon wolf moved its limbs, its fierce eyes shining with a crimson glow, directly locking onto Lin Shi. Abyss Demon Wolf King. A piece of information instantly appeared in Lin Shi's eyes. Just at the edge of the outer black mist, a boss-level monster has already appeared. Hiss. In the mouth of the Demon Wolf King, a flash of light appeared. It was a rookie awakener held in its mouth, nearly bitten in half. In a near-death state, they activated the items they carried to escape disaster. Run! Immediately, surrounding awakener shouted in alarm. Chapter 29, Draw a Line? Easy to say. Roar! The Abyss Demon Wolf King let out a roar to the sky. Vaguely, there seemed to be a cool moonlight appearing behind the Demon Wolf King, forming a dim round moon. Poof! A wolf claw suddenly appeared at the edge of the dim round moon, clawing at the boundary and leaping out fiercely. It transformed into a brand new abyss demon wolf. Then, continuously more abyss demon wolves surged out from the round moon. It's a summoning skill. Run.
The faces of the surrounding awakeners changed drastically.
This level-less abyss demon wolf king is likely even a veteran awakener would not be a match for it.
In an instant, so many abyss demon wolves appeared, enough to easily break a hole in the defense line in a short time. Lin Shi shook his head as he watched the scene.
Everyone doesn't understand the abyss's arrival clearly, yet dares to run here?
During the 2.5 years at Summer City High, everyone could learn a lot of relevant knowledge. Anyone who knows anything about the abyss's arrival should be aware of the strength of abyss creatures. Thus, when he first saw so many rookie awakeners here, he was surprised.
Aren't they just asking for trouble? He didn't pay attention to the escaping awakeners and took the lead, stepping forward to confront the abyss demon wolf king. Outside the black mist, Chu Qingyu also received the news about the abyss demon wolf king appearing ahead.
She furrowed her delicate brows and immediately went into action. A two-handed sword appeared, and she charged into the black mist fiercely.
Stopping the boss and preventing significant losses is the duty of the Summer City defense team. Not all rookie awakeners have life-saving items. Moreover, even if they can teleport out of the black mist, they might still encounter abyss creatures charging out from the mist. That would undoubtedly bring despair to the already near-death awakener. However,
Chu Qingyu had just entered the black mist when her footsteps slightly paused.
Why are there still abyss guardians?
Her expression suddenly became serious.
On the ground ahead, a large area of black liquid abruptly surged up. And,
in Chu Qingyu's eyes, this black liquid was even more sinister than the corrupted area of the abyss guardians. The black liquid seemed to be boiling, constantly swirling. It wrapped around the many abyss wolves nearby.
Abyss guardians with indiscriminate attacks? Chu Qingyu's eyes flickered. She realized that things were not so simple.
It could also be an unknown creature pouring out from the abyss entrance.
She tentatively took a step forward, ready to retreat at any moment.
But she found that she was not harmed at all. Instead, around her, the black liquid quickly caused the abyss wolves to fall, as if their bodies were completely corroded by the black liquid. Not even a shred of material remained.
This extremely irrational scene made Chu Qingyu even more alarmed. Captain, could it be that the boss from the abyss has appeared?
A member of the city defense team behind her hurriedly asked, looking very pale.
If it was,
then they could very well be facing the strongest boss of this abyss descent.
It doesn't seem like it. Chu Qingyu shook her head. Although she was standing in the black liquid, she was clearly not affected at all. This didn't feel like an indiscriminate attack. Gah! Suddenly,
a low howl filled with terror came from the depths of the black fog. Chu Qingyu's gaze froze, and she immediately dashed forward.
This must be the voice of the Abyss Wolf King.
But it sounded as if it was gripped by some even more terrifying creature, like it had met a natural enemy. When she reached the depths of the black fog, she only saw scattered wolf corpses on the ground.
The Abyss Wolf King had been eliminated. Who had done it?
Chu Qingyu looked around again, her eyes immediately stopping at the black fog ahead. In the depths of the black fog, a blurred figure flickered. She could only vaguely see that the figure was carrying a hammer.
It's him!
Chu Qingyu's eyes sparkled, and she instantly understood. This time, that awakened one wrapped in flames did not release his original skills again.
He appeared at this abyss entrance and easily eliminated the Abyss Wolf King. What is he going to do this time? Is he going to kill his way into the abyss? Chu Qingyu murmured.
That awakened one's speed was too fast, she couldn't keep up at all. Lin Shi, carrying a heavy hammer, had gradually delved deeper into the black fog. The number of awakened ones visible around him had also significantly decreased. The abyss entrance in the west of the city had a considerable increase in level. Although Lin Shi could kill with a single blow, he could still judge from the damage numbers. The abyss creatures here were clearly stronger than those from the previous abyss entrance.
After advancing another distance,
Lin Shi could vaguely see some awakened figures appearing ahead once more.
We just let a Abyss Wolf King go. The city defense team of Xia City must be in a panic now, right? A voice came through.
This will just give them something to do so they don't think we're here just to occupy the abyss entrance. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's brow instantly raised. He knew that these awakened ones appearing ahead should be from various guilds. As he had previously guessed, these people directly wanted to use the abyss entrance as their leveling ground. I wonder how long it will be until the boss from the abyss appears. Another awakened one said.
If it really comes out, will we be able to escape in time?
This was clearly their biggest concern. Being able to handle the monsters outside the abyss entrance did not mean they could deal with the creatures inside the abyss.
If the boss inside the abyss really appeared, they would have to flee quickly. As for fighting back, unless they were willing to suffer heavy losses among their guild members at the hands of the boss inside the abyss. Otherwise, there will be no chance of victory. In front of some powerful boss, even life-saving items may lose their effectiveness. Don't worry. From what we can see, the intensity of the abyss invasion that Summer City is facing this time is not too high. Even if a boss appears, it won't be enough to hold us all here. Let Summer City deal with the mess themselves. Hearing their words, Lin Chi shook his head. His impression of the guilds in this world has always been mixed. After all, when awakeners reach a high level, the areas where monsters appear have no proper protection measures. Likewise, many high-level awakeners also have no restraints. Naturally, they can do anything. Which guild are you from? This place is occupied by us. At this moment, an awakener ahead noticed Lin Chi walking towards them and immediately shouted. Friend, go somewhere else, give our guild some face. At the same time, the gazes of other awakeners also fixed sharply on the figure in the black mist, who was carrying a giant hammer, with an unfriendly glint in their eyes. It is common sense not to approach a leveling area occupied by others if you cannot provoke them. Don't worry, I'll go into the abyss and we won't disturb each other. The figure carrying the giant hammer spoke calmly. Go into the abyss? Who would believe that? The leading awakener smiled without warmth. Friend, draw a line and let us know which guild you belong to. Those who came here should not be awakeners from Summer City. They were all ready to release their skills. Once they find anything amiss, they would immediately attack. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi smiled. Draw a line? Good. As soon as his words fell, a raging flame suddenly ignited on his body. In the thick black mist, the figure carrying the giant hammer was suddenly surrounded by raging flames. Under the astonished gaze of the awakeners, the flames quickly solidified into a giant fireman. Just the hammer in his hand was already taller than a person. I'm not one for small talk. As the flames roared, layered voices emerged. That giant fire hammer then swung down with an incredibly powerful posture towards the crowd of awakeners. Is he an awakener from a top guild? All the awakeners were shocked. This is the only possibility. If he were an awakener from a top guild, he could just have told them earlier. They hurriedly prepared to release their skills, either to block the attack from the giant fire hammer or to dodge quickly. However, the speed of the giant fire hammer was too fast. It slammed down fiercely, not giving them any time to react. Boom! The giant fire hammer crashed into the ground, creating a terrifying ripple of dust that surged outwards. The surrounding black mist was swept away, billowing in all directions. At the same time, ray after ray of brilliance flashed and then vanished into the black mist. Lin Chi paid no more attention to them and walked straight ahead. These high-level awakeners like to use rules, so of course, he could also discuss his own rules with them. Bang! Further ahead, the ground trembled, and pools of pitch-black liquid churned up. High-level Abyss Guardian. A line of information appeared before Lin Chi's eyes. It was a tall figure covered in pitch-black armor, standing over 5 meters tall, wielding a double-handed sword that shimmered coldly. The pitch-black liquid spread beneath its feet, writhing on the ground, looking particularly sinister and disgusting. This is indeed the largest abyss entrance outside Summer City. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. Earlier, when he was leveling up with Shin Bailu in the north of the city, he had also encountered a few mid-level Abyss Guardians. Compared to the most ordinary Abyss Guardians, their strength was indeed several levels higher. The ones wandering outside the Abyss entrance in front of him are already high-level Abyss Guards. It is clear. The awakened ones gathered just now should be preparing to deal with the boss in front of them. Then I will reluctantly accept it. At this moment, the fire giant formed by Lin Chi is even taller than the high-level Abyss Guards. Beneath his feet, black liquid is also rapidly spreading out. Abyss Domain. This liquid is stickier, darker, and more sinister. Like it has a consciousness, it covers the original eroded area in a short time. At the same time, the total health of the high-level Abyss Guard is visibly decreasing at a constant speed. It lowers its head and looks at the black liquid beneath its feet, seeming a bit puzzled. But immediately afterward, the flame giant hammer in Lin Chi's hand has already slammed toward the high-level Abyss Guard. Minus 9,732. Subtracting nearly 10,000 health points is the health limit of the Abyss Guard, not Lin Chi's limit. So, does that mean the high-level Abyss Guard's total health is over 10,000? This is still under the influence of his Abyss Domain skill. Lin Chi estimates. He has no doubt that if this thing enters Summer City, without high-level awakened ones to stop it, it would surely cause a catastrophe. You have killed the high-level Abyss Guard, gaining experience plus 12,000. Level plus 1. You have obtained the keyword defense enhancement, green. Upgrade it again.
Lin Chi shrugged. Until now, he hasn't really tried hard to level up or farm monsters. But his level is still rising rapidly. As for the newly acquired keyword, Lin Chi just took a brief look. The green keyword actually means that next time he levels up, he can gain a red keyword again. Putting these thoughts aside, Lin Chi's gaze shifted back to the spot where the high-level Abyss Guard had been. After automatically collecting the materials, there were still a few items left on the spot.
He immediately picked them up and took a look. Abyss wristband? Hidden equipment?
Lin Chi raised an eyebrow.
In most cases, hidden equipment is usually stronger than other equipment.
He directly released the identification skill.
In an instant, the equipment's attributes were displayed before him. Abyss wristband, golden. Category, wristband. Equipment requirement, strength greater than 600. Effect, constitution plus 200, spirit plus 200, strength plus 200. Special effect, Abyss amplification, gains 1 level of Abyss amplification.
Abyss amplification set, 1/6 increase set pieces to gain equipment attributes and quality enhancements. Description, equipment that has sunk into the abyss, completely eroded and becomes part of the abyss.
It is said that collecting all the set can grant extra powerful abilities. Set? Lin Chi's eyes lit up.
Although this wristband is currently just a golden quality item, it is a set piece.
If a single one is golden quality, then a full set must be of epic quality?
Lin Chi is very clear about the usefulness of this equipment. Usually, a single piece of epic equipment is already very powerful.
Even now, if he wants to forge epic equipment, he needs to use many other items for refining.
Furthermore, boosted by the set effect, this could likely reach the result of all his equipment being epic level.
Not bad, not bad.
Lin Chi immediately equipped the wristband. A pair of completely black wristbands appeared on his arms, just like the high-level Abyss Guards before. He plans to see if he can collect the complete set. If he can, he will keep it for himself, if not, he will use it for refining.
In addition,
there was still a ring and a skill book left on the ground.
32 slots.
Lin Chi immediately changed.
As for rings, he definitely won't say no to more.
Regarding the skill book, Lin Chi felt somewhat complicated. Generally speaking, he can't directly learn many skills. Only one disaster proclamation skill he had replicated from Shun Bai Lu's side.
Skill, Summon Abyss Guardian. Mana cost, 1500. Effect, Summon an Abyss Guardian to battle. Learning requirement, Spirit greater than 600. No requirements?
Lin Chi's eyes widened slightly. The spirit attribute being greater than 600 was directly ignored by him.
For him, didn't this mean there were no requirements? In fact,
most items that came from the abyss were, for Lin Chi, practically without any usage requirements.
These things didn't even have a level requirement.
I don't care about this or that. Lin Chi smashed the skill book in his hand, and as the skill book transformed into a beam of light and entered his body, he instantly mastered the skill.
After tidying everything up,
Lin Chi then turned his gaze forward.
Current Abyss Amplification, Level 7. The opened abyss entrance was swirling on the surface.
Lin Chi stepped in directly.
Chapter 31, The True Abyss Entrance. Captain Chu, didn't a top guild's awakener enter earlier? Which guild is he from? Do you know his identity?
A series of probing questions rang out continuously.
Chu Qingyu frowned as she looked at the several awakeners in front of her. These people suddenly teleported out from the black mist.
Moreover, each of them had only a sliver of HP left, and they were gulping down healing potions.
Only now did they finally recover a bit. I haven't seen any other guild's awakeners. Weren't you all supposed to enter together earlier? Chu Qingyu thought about their questions and shook her head.
In this period, those who entered the black mist were all new awakeners. Also, she still had a deep impression of that somewhat arrogant young man from before.
What did you all encounter?
She suspected that they must have had a guild fight. Such events were not uncommon. However, the people who teleported out in front of her clearly came from the same guild. This seemed more like someone took them out without them being able to resist.
An awakener wrapped in flames, one awakener said solemnly.
They had wasted a precious life-saving item, suffering heavy losses. The higher the level, the more valuable the life-saving items consumed.
Chu Qingyu's eyes lit up, instantly understanding.
After coming to Xiangqing, these people had looked down on everything, and this time they had hit a hard wall.
Everyone should rest for a bit before entering the black mist again.
She called out to the awakeners in front of her.
This time, the abyss arrival experienced in Xiangqing was indeed not the highest danger level.
From the current situation, as long as they could stabilize. Even if the boss in the abyss entrance ahead came charging out, they had the ability to keep it from entering Shangcheng.
Abyss entrance, not opened. Opening countdown, 1 hour 29 minutes. Current abyss amplification, level 8. But just then,
a piece of information suddenly appeared in front of Chu Qingyu.
Chu Qingyu froze for a moment. Wasn't the largest abyss entrance outside Shangcheng already opened? Then where did this prompt come from?
She looked around, puzzled, only to see others around her also showing looks of confusion.
It was as if they didn't understand why a prompt about an abyss entrance had suddenly appeared. Gradually,
Chu Qingyu's expression turned extremely serious.
Even her eyes showed a hint of shock. The unopened abyss entrance had already reached amplification level 8. One can imagine,
once abyss creatures walked out from it, how terrifying it would be.
The abyss entrance to the west of Xiancheng was not the largest abyss entrance for this abyss arrival.
The real terror was something that everyone in Xiancheng hadn't even noticed.
Then,
Chu Qingyu slowly raised her head, her pupils reflecting a pitch-black void.
And around her, the other awakeners also seemed to have realized something.
Slowly raising his head, he gazed towards the sky. There it was, the sky directly above Summer City. But at this moment, a thick darkness had already emerged from the dense clouds.
Earlier,
when the abyss descended, the entire Summer City had already been shrouded in thick clouds. At night, the starry sky could not be seen, and during the day, the sun was hard to spot.
But who could have imagined?
This was not what people previously thought. It was not just the influence of the abyss entrances outside the city.
Instead, there was the largest abyss entrance, right in the sky of Summer City. Now, all the awakeners in Summer City could see the hint that this abyss entrance was about to open. At the Summer City Lord's mansion,
City Lord Xia Yang and a group of high-level awakeners waiting in the city all had dramatic changes in their expressions.
An 8th-level abyss entrance.
The cities that were destroyed by the abyss descent had encountered an 8th-level abyss entrance.
But now, the abyss entrance above our heads hasn't opened yet. This means the level of the abyss amplification will still increase, right?
The level of abyss amplification is not simply equivalent to raising the level of abyss creatures by 1. Because abyss creatures themselves have no concept of levels. They look completely different from the common monsters in the world.
Each level of amplification will increase various attributes of the abyss creatures to a certain extent.
And when it reaches the 8th level of amplification, even common abyss creatures like abyss wolves will probably have the strength comparable to that of a wilderness boss.
Not to mention,
with the descent of the abyss, there are often real bosses appearing from various abyss entrances.
There is just a little over an hour left. Xia Yang's face looked extremely grim.
The current situation was already beyond what he, as the city lord, could resolve.
Everyone, inform all capable hands to evacuate as many people as possible from the city. Especially the students in the schools and the new awakeners.
We might have to preserve the last spark for Summer City.
Inside the abyss,
Lin Qi directly unleashed the abyss territory skill, enveloping all around. His giant fiery hammer swept across, creating a violent firestorm in the dark, swirling mists of the abyss.
1750. 1908. 2370. Damage numbers kept floating around Lin Qi.
He had just stepped into this abyss. But the sights he saw here were completely different from last time. Everywhere was filled with a swarm of abyss creatures, rushing towards him like a surging tide.
Now this is what the abyss inside should look like.
Lin Qi grinned.
Although these abyss entrances were scattered around Summer City, each abyss entrance led to a different region within the abyss. Moreover,
every year, the abyss descent would randomly appear in various areas.
The abyss is a world. But even so,
before long, the area around Lin Qi soon became empty. There were many abyss creatures, and the level of amplification was high.
But it didn't matter because he could defeat them with a single blow.
Releasing skills was just to improve the efficiency of clearing monsters.
Lin Qi even took a moment to check his experience points.
Having just stepped out of the abyss for a short while, the experience bar had already advanced a bit. I wonder if clearing this part of the abyss will be enough to push me to level 20.
Lin Qi pouted.
During this time, he had also realized one issue with the abyss descent.
The experience points given are still too low.
This might be because abyss creatures have no levels.
But as long as I kill enough, I can still level up.
Lin Qi quickly picked up the equipment and items that had fallen around him and continued to move forward.
This abyss inside. There must also be a boss. For the depths, it is not the abyss that descends, but I who descends into the abyss. Chapter 32, Subjugation of the Abyssal Bone Dragon.
Not far away, a piece of equipment glowing with a golden sheen caught Lin Qi's attention.
Abyssal arm guard? Another arm guard.
Lin Qi's lips curled up.
What he wanted was the other parts of the Abyssal amplification set. Do these Abyss creatures only wear arm guards? A casual appraisal showed that this arm guard provided even less of an increase than the previous one. Just a sacrificial item. Lin Shi still felt pleased and stored it away. He was eager for all the equipment to drop as gold in quality. After organizing these, he continued forward, delving deeper into the Abyss. Gradually, Lin Shi discovered the structure of this part of the Abyss. This seems to be a nest? It resembled a nest built by some kind of bird. The ground beneath his feet was covered in the pitch-black dust of the Abyss, but it could still be identified as built from the bones of various creatures. Lin Shi followed these bones, advancing further into the depths. Before long, he noticed that in the dark area ahead, there were indeed glowing blue flames burning. Abyssal undead bird. Each flame was a pure skeletal bird, entirely enveloped in a ghostly blue glow. Could this be the bone dragon's nest? Lin Shi slightly squinted his eyes. He had studied information about the Abyss during his time at Summer City High. And this place was very similar to the documented bone dragon's nest. Surrounded by some monsters like abyssal undead birds. If I could encounter a bone dragon, that would be interesting. Lin Shi grinned. Some great dragons in this world have a penchant for collecting treasures. Just like bone dragons, they would also hide treasures in their territories. Lin Shi speculated. If this truly was a bone dragon's nest, then he should be able to discover its treasure. With immense motivation, he immediately strode forward. The abyssal undead birds ahead clearly noticed his movement, flapping their wings wreathed in ghostly blue flames, rapidly flying towards him. Each undead bird had a wingspan of over 2 meters. But as they approached Lin Shi, their speed suddenly decreased, some began to fall, while others let out wails. A disaster was proclaimed. Below, blood-red magic circle patterns spread through the black liquid, engulfing all the undead birds. Lin Shi didn't even swing his hammer again, he just walked towards the group of undead birds. When he arrived at the spot where the undead birds were, only a few pieces of equipment remained. Lin Shi turned and glanced at the tall figure behind him, instructing, "Keep an eye out, pick up any leftover equipment for me." That was the Abyssal Guardian he had summoned. At this moment deep within the abyss, Lin Shi didn't expect it to play a significant role. But Lin Shi's damage covered a wide area, and having a summon creature to help check for missed items was still nice. Lin Shi was already further deep into the abyss. He could now confirm that this must be a certain abyssal creature's nest. That meant, at the center of the nest, was likely the location of the abyssal boss. Roar! Suddenly, a hoarse roar emanated from the center of the nest. Lin Shi's eyes lit up immediately. He could clearly see in the distance, a burst of ghostly blue flames erupting at the center of the nest, suddenly swallowing a dark shadow before slowly receding. Boss! Abyssal Bone Dragon. Lin Shi released an appraisal from a distance, the monster's information flashed past. It really is a bone dragon. He felt a little delighted in his heart. 2.5 years of study did not deceive me. He immediately quickened his pace, rushing toward the center of the nest. Bone dragons often indicated extreme power. Lin Shi also knew, a few years ago when the abyss descended, a small city was destroyed by a bone dragon crawling out of the abyss. The crushing from high attributes, combined with the abyssal enhancement, was completely beyond what the awakened ones in the small-back city could resist. Only later, after the abyss fell, did other awakened ones from different guilds arrive to take down the skeletal dragon. But Lin Shi did not care about these things. He wanted to see if the skeletal dragon currently enhanced by the abyss could match his own attributes. 2102. 2280. 2790. Ahead, occasionally, abyssal creatures wandering around the cave would rush towards Lin Shi, willingly offering materials and equipment. But unlike many monster distribution areas in the outside world, the closer to the center of the skeletal dragon's lair, the fewer abyssal creatures were around. As for the strength of the monsters, the increase was not significant. Thinking carefully, it made sense. Monsters like the skeletal dragon wouldn't allow too many abyssal creatures to come too close to their lairs. The monsters wandering near the lair were merely in an ecological dependent relationship with the skeletal dragon. At this moment, the abyssal guard arrived beside Lin Shi, holding a piece of equipment in its pitch-black gloved hand. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and took it in hand, using his identification skill. This was another piece of the abyssal enhancement set. Belt of the Abyss, Gold. Category, Belt. Equipment requirement, Constitution greater than 600. Effect, Constitution plus 220, Spirit plus 220, Agility plus 220. Special effect, Abyssal enhancement, gain level 2 Abyssal enhancement. Abyssal enhancement set, 2/6 increase set components to gain equipment attributes and quality boosts.
Description: equipment submerged in the abyss has been thoroughly eroded, becoming part of the abyss, said to confer extra powerful strength when collecting the complete set. After equipping it, all attributes increased by 20 points, and the abyssal enhancement effect reached level 2. If that's the case, collecting a full set gives at least level 6 abyssal enhancement. Lin Shi moved his joints. And if, after collecting the set, there was a quality boost, then the abyssal enhancement effect would likely leap qualitatively. The overall quality of this set could no longer be viewed as simply gold equipment. As he continued on his journey, he was not far from the center of the lair, and the surrounding abyssal creatures were becoming fewer. In the end, a rotten stench filled the air, almost becoming tangible. Lin Shi had no doubt that if an ordinary person smelled it, they would faint immediately. But flames burned around him, easily blocking the foul odor. And Lin Shi finally saw the skeletal dragon's silhouette completely. Abyssal skeletal dragon. The massive skeletal structure sprawled in the center of the lair, with just its skull towering over a person. A pair of dragon wings were not spread out, yet the skeleton was still astonishingly large, radiating a fierce power under the burning dark blue flames. Here, there were no other abyssal creatures. Only the skeletal dragon slowly raised its head, flames gathering in its eye sockets, releasing an extraordinary brightness, accompanied by an indescribable sense of oppression. Its gaze suddenly fell upon Lin Shi. Roar! The roar echoed in all directions, the invisible sound waves stirring up clouds of dust around, crashing toward Lin Shi. Bang! But what greeted it was a sudden strike from Lin Shi's hammer. Chapter 33, Dragon Slaying. Red text. Who are you scaring? The giant hammer in Lin Shi's hand was also surrounded by blazing flames, forming a stark contrast with the skeletal dragon's dark blue flames. The flaming hammer struck the skull of the abyssal skeletal dragon. In that instant, flames mingled and blue and red erupted, stirring up a storm of fire. The massive body of the abyssal skeletal dragon flew backward, crashing violently into the lair, causing the entire cave to shudder violently. No health bar? Lin Shi squinted at the scene before him. As a boss within the abyss, this abyssal skeletal dragon clearly had some peculiarities. He couldn't destroy it with just one hammer. Speaking of which, earlier when he was inside the abyss, he saw the celestial maiden and the evil old demon, two bosses, and it was a similar situation. Inside the abyss, one can't judge things by normal standards, especially before the abyss bosses enter the outside world. This kind of special situation has always existed within the abyss. However, his hammer clearly caused a heavy blow to the abyss bone dragon. The skull was knocked off. The entire head was utterly shattered. Several cracks spread across the neck area. The abyss bone dragon flapped its wings and finally staggered to its feet, spreading its wings and flying into the air. Cracked bones quickly began to reassemble, and it opened its mouth, full of cracks, seemingly trying to let out another roar. But clearly, it was seriously damaged and couldn't roar again. Lin Shi weighed the abyss hammer in his hands, while also assessing the situation of this abyss bone dragon. This might mean simply attacking the body of the bone dragon wouldn't really cause much damage. The real place where it took damage, at least, wasn't the head. But this wasn't a big deal. One hammer didn't destroy it, a few more would do the trick. Lin Shi didn't mind demolishing the entire lair. But Lin Shi did notice that a ghostly blue flame was stirring in the abdomen of the abyss bone dragon. Next, the ghostly blue flame stretched from the abdomen to the neck and then to the mouth, suddenly spraying toward Lin Shi. The scorching dragon breath. Lin Shi easily dodged this breath of flame, which landed on the lair, easily burning a large hole in the bone-made lair. But the bone dragon's action still didn't stop. Its wings flapped and it flew high in the air, spreading a line of ghostly blue flames across the ground. It forcefully split the battlefield into two halves. Trying to block my movement? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. This bone dragon clearly had some intelligence. It was now flying high, using only the dragon breath it spewed to deal with him. This really shows the importance of ranged or flying skills. Lin Shi smacked his lips. After all, he was just a blacksmith. On the surface, there didn't seem to be a good way to deal with a monster flying so high in the air. He thought for a moment. Lin Shi suddenly leaped from the ground, throwing the abyss hammer in his hand straight into the flames. Whoosh! The sound of air braking rang out, and the flight path of the abyss hammer was almost invisible to the naked eye. The next moment. Bang! The sound of impact rang out around the abyss bone dragon, and its body, originally flying high in the air, shook violently and began to fall toward the ground. One of its dragon wings was struck by the abyss hammer, causing it to snap off and slowly fall to the ground. Who says a blacksmith can't attack at range? Lin Shi grinned. His movements were fast, as he picked up the abyss hammer and swung it toward the falling bone dragon. First, take apart the bone dragon, and if its body can't be found, then take apart the lair. Whoosh! The fallen bone dragon was still breathing out ghostly blue flames, scorching everything around. But Lin Shi's hammer was already falling toward it. This time, it shattered the upper half of the bone dragon's body completely. Abyssal shattering. Lin Shi unleashed his skill. The shattered bones flew in all directions, preventing the ghostly blue flames from finding a release, scattering across the bone dragon's body, causing the remaining bones to shatter too. At the same time, at the center of the lair, another burst of ghostly blue flames rose. It caused the shattered bones on the ground to rapidly reassemble, beginning to reform the shape of the Abyss Bone Dragon. Is that the true body of the Abyss Bone Dragon? After all, Lin Shi hadn't learned much about the Abyss Bone Dragon before, and this was the first time he encountered such a special monster. Next time, if he encounters it again, he'll know how to deal with it with a single hammer blow. He rushed forward, raising the Abyss hammer high in his hand, and slammed it down fiercely towards the ghostly blue flame that was gathering bones. Boom! This time, within the ghostly blue flames, a giant dragon's shadow could be faintly seen struggling violently, as if trying to evade the blow of this hammer. However, the Abyss hammer fell. The ghostly blue flames completely exploded apart. You have killed the Abyss Bone Dragon. Level +1. You have obtained the entry Firestarter, Red. At the same time, prompts appeared in front of Lin Shi in an instant. As before, killing a boss inside the Abyss did not grant experience points, but his level rose directly by 1. He leveled up to 20 and gained a new red entry again. Lin Shi glanced around and quickly focused on the panel. Current entry, Firestarter. Effect, can absorb and become immune to all encountered flames, using them for oneself. The effect of the entry was very simple. But Lin Shi was still stunned for a moment, then slowly uttered, Ignite. Ignition technique? This effect made him involuntarily recall the online novels he read before crossing over. But this entry was truly outrageous. Directly immune to all flames. Moreover, he could absorb them. Originally, the smelting skill gave Lin Shi immunity to ordinary fire damage. However, there are not just one kind of flames in this world. Like the ghostly blue flames spat out by the Abyss Bone Dragon just now. Or some awakened ones who have transitioned to fire-type professions, which can also cast different flames. But now, Lin Shi could directly declare that in front of him, any fire-type profession would be useless. Completely immune, how can this be broken? More importantly, with this entry, he could also absorb flames. Lin Shi immediately walked to the side and reached out toward the ghostly blue flames that were still burning, left behind by the Abyss Bone Dragon. Absorb! In an instant, the flames in Lin Shi's hand took on a ghostly blue hue. This was precisely the fire of the Abyss Bone Dragon. He knew very well the destructive power of this dragon flame, capable of burning through the bone dragon's lair just by scorching. Even the smelting skill that the blacksmith's main profession first learned showed changes. Familiar with flames, including the Abyss Bone Dragon's flames, an additional line appeared in the effect description. This thing should work quite well for forging. Lin Shi couldn't help but admire. Having organized these, Lin Shi's gaze finally fell on the items dropped by the Abyss Bone Dragon. Chapter 34, Level 9 Amplification. Treasure. Sigh of the Bone Dragon, Legendary. Category, Necklace. Equipment requirement, Spirit greater than 1000. Effect, all attributes increase by 10%. Special effect, Bone Dragon Reshape, passive skill, automatically blocks deadly damage when suffered, increases 5% HP recovery per second, lasts for 5 seconds. Description, the last sigh of a powerful dragon after being eroded by the abyss and turning into a bone dragon, containing its unwillingness. Lin Shi picked up this necklace-shaped equipment and casually released an identification. The pendant of this necklace looked like a dragon's eye, interwoven with lines formed by ghostly blue flames, looking quite extraordinary. A legendary piece of equipment. Lin Shi was very satisfied. As a powerful boss inside the abyss, even Lin Shi, not understanding the opponent's mechanics, spent several blows to defeat it. It would be unreasonable not to drop a legendary quality piece of equipment. Besides this piece of equipment, Lin Shi also found several pieces of golden quality equipment. Abyss Armor, Golden. Category, Top. Abyss Boots. Category, Boots. 2 more pieces of the Abyss set were collected. And the attributes provided by the 4 pieces of equipment further increased, elevating the Abyss amplification level to 4. Just a pair of pants and a hat are missing. Lin Shi equipped these pieces of equipment and moved around a bit. Though he did not think highly of the boosts from these equipments, they just happened to complement his gear across various parts. If only I could gather them all and refine them one by one. Lin Shi did not push hard for it. He glanced around and wrinkled his lips. Is this all the equipment? Didn't they say that the dragon race in this world would hide treasures? Where are the treasures?
The Bone Dragon Psi necklace is something the Abyss Bone Dragon possesses, while the Abyss Enhancement set components should be what this Bone Dragon's prey wore. These shouldn't be counted as the Bone Dragon's treasures. Lin Shi immediately began to search through the lair. Soon, he discovered a cave hidden by ghostly blue flames at the center of the lair. As expected, there's a hidden place. Lin Shi's eyes lit up, and he jumped inside. Above Summer City, abyssal smoke surged out from the entrance of the abyss, pushing aside the dark clouds. It looked like a pitch-black single-eye opening in the sky. Abyss entrance, not opened. Opening countdown, 4 minutes 21 seconds. Current Abyss enhancement, level 8. Xu Qingyu stood next to the city lord, Xiaoyang, looking up at the sky, her little face filled with extreme anxiety. Less than 5 minutes left. The abyss entrance was about to open. The residents of Summer City are still relocating. Xu Qingyu looked at Xiaoyang again. When the notice of this abyss entrance appeared, there was only an hour and a half left. With so little time, it was impossible to relocate everyone in the city. And now, all high-level awakened ones in Summer City had gathered together. But they all knew. Just the current level 8 abyss enhancement meant that the monsters surging out from the abyss entrance were definitely beyond their ability to withstand. Xiaoyang took a deep breath. As the city lord, he had already equipped the strongest pieces of armor in the city. He would be the main force to resist the opening of this abyss entrance. Let's hold on for as long as we can. Xiaoyang murmured, hopefully we can hold on until the rescue arrives. This change was too sudden. Originally, due to the abyss's arrival, Summer City had raised its alert level, but this unexpected change left them at a loss. For many years, countless cities had been destroyed by the arrival of the abyss. Even if the defense measures were perfectly established, it was hard to withstand such a random abyss emergence. Especially at the front lines, where there was also the abyss. That did not appear in the form of this abyss emergence but was always present. It also required many high-level awakened ones to keep suppressing. Xu Qingyu said nothing more but subconsciously glanced towards the west of the city. As the largest abyss entrance outside Summer City, that direction had already withdrawn its resisting force. The abyss entrance in the west of the city would inevitably begin to spew black fog, until it invaded Summer City. However, for some reason, Xu Qingyu suddenly thought of the silhouette of that flame giant. According to the awakened ones from the guild earlier, that awakened one had already gone to the abyss entrance in the west. She had never known his profession or level. But she somehow felt that only the top awakened ones from the best guilds could compare with him. And until now, no abyss creatures had invaded Summer City through the west entrance. Is it because of him? Xu Qingyu murmured, not daring to be certain. Abyss entrance, not opened. Opening countdown, 3 minutes 59 seconds. Current abyss enhancement, level 9. But just then, all awakened ones present noticed that the information about that abyss entrance in the sky changed again. Level 9. The most unwanted scenario still occurred. The abyss enhancement level had reached the highest standard recorded for abyss arrivals. If the level 8 abyss enhancement meant that when the boss rushed out from the abyss entrance, it could possibly destroy a small city. The 9th level abyss amplification means that, no matter what, Summer City will surely be destroyed. Even if powerful awakened beings come to support, it will still happen. Just the aftershocks of the battle alone will reach an unstoppable level. On the faces of everyone, a trace of despair inevitably showed. Everyone, you should retreat. Summer Yang turned around, facing Xu Qingyu and the others behind him. Whether to block the abyss entrance in the sky has already lost its meaning. In the cave, Lin Shi hadn't walked far when he saw a few golden objects scattered on the ground. Gold coins? Lin Shi's eyes immediately lit up. God knows where that abyss bone dragon inside the abyss got these gold coins from? Gold coins +1. Gold coins +1. Picking up gold coins wasn't a problem for Lin Shi now. Of course, the more the better. He continued deeper into the cave, and before him appeared a wide area. Golden light gathered in one place. A pile of gold coins, 5 treasure chests, and a pile of equipment. Now, this looks like a treasure. Lin Shi grinned and waved his hand to sweep all the gold coins into his world merchant card. Balance, 1,226 gold coins, 79 silver coins. Over 1,000 gold coins. Lin Shi quickly stored all the equipment into his ring. All of them are golden quality. In addition, among these pieces of equipment, he also found the last 2 pieces of the Abyss Amplification set. The Abyss Amplification set was completely collected. Chapter 35, Abyss Giant. The Disaster of Destruction. Lin Shi didn't hesitate and directly put on the remaining pieces of the set. In an instant, a pitch-black helmet covered his head, etched with intricate patterns. The entire person was enveloped in thick black mist. He looked down at himself for a moment. Kind of like a high-level Abyss Guardian. Lin Chi smacked his lips. At this moment, his entire set of equipment had already been upgraded to epic quality. And compared to the base stats boosted by the equipment, what he cared about the most was the bonus from the set effect. Special effect, Abyss Amplification, gain 7th level Abyss Amplification. Abyss Amplification set, 6/6 complete set effect, all equipment upgraded to epic quality, stats greatly boosted. Epic quality set, 7th level Abyss Amplification. Lin Chi could feel that within the abyss, he had a fish in water feeling. Let's just wear it for now. Lin Chi smiled with satisfaction. With the bonus from the soul of the artifact attribute, these pieces of equipment could already give him some improvement. As for the contents of the 5 treasure chests, they made Lin Chi's eyes sparkle. 2 of the chests contained over 200 gold coins, while the other 3 chests contained a skill book, a ring, and an abyss core. Skill, Bone Dragon Breath. Mana cost, 800. Effect, release of fiery breath from the Bone Dragon. Lin Chi glanced at the skill description before putting it away. This skill, to him now, was not as good as the Disaster's Declaration. He had already mastered the Bone Dragon's flames, but that ring caught his attention. 80 slots. One ring was worth several. He immediately replaced the one on his hand, and the storage space was once again expanded. As for the Abyss Core, Lin Chi already had 2 of them in his hand. But this item, even Lin Chi's identification couldn't see its properties. Purely just occupying a slot in the ring, it has no use. Lin Chi pursed his lips. He originally planned to put it into a ring with fewer slots. But after thinking about it, he tried moving the Abyss Core into the pitch-black ring, which already stored the Abyss Core. Instantly, Lin Chi's hand was empty. The Abyss Core automatically fused into the pitch-black ring. And the 2 Abyss Cores suddenly gathered and fused. Abyss Core? The information still hadn't changed. Forget it, it only occupies 1 ring anyway. Lin Chi shrugged. He had a feeling that this thing must have a great use. But right now, the specific use is still unknown. The entire Bone Dragon's treasure site was completely emptied by Lin Chi. He smoothly clapped his hands, glancing around with a bit of lingering excitement. This Abyssal Bone Dragon has no taste at all. It only knows how to collect golden equipment. The only legendary quality equipment obtained this time was dropped by the Abyssal Bone Dragon itself. But even so, this was still a great harvest. But suddenly, Lin Chi noticed that in this treasure cave, there was actually a small crack. Hidden in the corner, it was impossible to find without a careful look. Is there another treasure? Lin Chi was stunned. Is it possible? He walked up to the crack and took a peek inside. In an instant, Lin Chi couldn't help but be startled. A passage? The abyss is a world, but many places are blocked by great chasms. Even entering through the abyss entrance only leads to different areas. This essentially makes it difficult for awakeners to explore all corners of the abyss. Does the nest below also lead to other abyss areas? Lin Chi narrowed his eyes, and a ball of ghostly blue flame burst forth in his hand. Since he was here. Once the abyss descends and the entrances around Summer City close, it won't be so easy to enter the abyss again. Soon. Under the burning of the ghostly blue flame, the crack quickly widened, enough for Lin Chi to pass through. He jumped directly inside. Current Abyss Amplification, Level 9. Noticing the information that appeared before him, Lin Chi's eyes flickered. Where did this go? The deepest abyss entrances around Summer City only reached a maximum amplification level of 7. Logically, although the abyss entrances lead to different places. Some information about the abyss in the world speculates that among the abyss entrances that appear in the same area, the abysses they enter are mostly within the same range. In other words, this abyss with level 9 amplification, if it truly appeared along with the abyss descent, would also appear around Summer City. At least this abyss didn't descend together. Lin Chi sighed. Otherwise, it would have been a catastrophe for Summer City. His home is still in Summer City. If Summer City is destroyed, it won't be good for him either. Lin Chi fell quickly, and soon, he had already left the bounds of the nest. But he continued to fall into the darkness below. Based on his estimation, the nest should be at a relatively high position in the abyss. Falling like this, once he hit the hard ground, he would also suffer some impact damage. However, Lin Chi didn't mind. He could completely rely on the flame giant transformed from the forging as well as the abyss domain to reduce the impact. Fall damage was ineffective on him. Gradually, Lin Chi noticed that below appeared patches of magma areas, illuminating the surroundings brightly. And this magma surrounded a solitary island. On the island, a huge black shadow was lying down. Abyss giant. Another boss? Lin Chi's eyes brightened. This trip into the abyss has so many rewards? Countdown to start, 2 seconds. Countdown to start, 1 second. In Summer City. The summer sun in the city looked up, staring hard at the abyss entrance in the sky. This abyss entrance finally opened. In an instant, scalding magma flowed down from the sky, forming a column of lava, rolling down over Summer City. Hiss. Above Summer City, a giant magic circle appeared, gathering countless runes, forming a shield of rune convergence. But as the magma continued to flow down, the shield was gradually deforming. The shield is about to collapse. Not far away, Chu Qingyu spoke solemnly.
Now in Summer City, only a few high-level awakeners remained.
Those awakened ones from various guilds had already retreated.
They needed to fight here until the end, delaying the invasion of the abyssal creatures as much as possible, buying time for others to escape the city.
But at that moment, bang! A huge hand suddenly emerged from the abyss entrance, grasping the edge of the abyss. Immediately after, a gigantic eye appeared at the abyss entrance, a vertical single eye shining with a blue glow, looking down at Summer City. Abyss Giant. In an instant, everyone in Summer City saw the information about this boss.
The level 9 boosted abyss entrance only revealed this one boss-level creature. But no one could doubt its power. It is said that the abyss giant feeds on dragons.
Chapter 36, The Giant Comes. The giant leaves. Crack. Crack.
In the magic barrier above Summer City, cracks gradually opened, making a not-so-loud sound of shattering.
Yet even so, this shattering sound was like a thunderclap for those still in Summer City. What was even more terrifying was that the giant hand outside the abyss entrance was clearly applying force.
It forcefully tore the abyss entrance open, allowing more lava to surge down.
Finally, the barrier completely shattered into sparks of light that disappeared. What followed was the scalding lava pouring down from the abyss entrance. It's over. Someone whispered.
This magic barrier that covered Summer City could only slightly delay the inevitable.
But under the level 9 boosted abyss entrance, it was utterly helpless. Even this lava was likely enhanced by the abyss. Alert!
At this moment, the city lord, Xia Yang, suddenly shouted to everyone around. Within the scorching lava on the ground, monstrous lava creatures gradually began to form.
As for the abyss entrance, they were already able to see the head of the abyss giant clearly. Its face resembled a human, but it only possessed one large vertical eye, its skin bright red, with a face full of muscular bulk, and a single horn growing from the top of its head. That gigantic single eye surveyed around before quickly focusing on Xia Yang and Chu Qingyu and the others. This boss was truly going to step out from the abyss entrance. Why is your head so pointy? Inside the abyss,
Lin Qi approached the abyss giant with a large hammer, feeling curious.
Normally, he should be within the range of the boss's activities, and it ought to react to him.
However, the abyss giant before him lay flat on the ground, burying its head into the edge of the lava, not immediately attacking him.
Then let me ask you, Lin Qi reached the giant's head and quickly glanced into the lava. Suddenly, Lin Qi's face turned dark. He saw Summer City beneath the abyss entrance. This place was actually inside the abyss entrance, hovering in the sky above Summer City. He could no longer understand the situation. You hide deep enough.
Lin Qi gritted his teeth, tightly gripping the abyssal hammer in his hand.
He clearly noticed a large flow of lava pouring down, igniting a great fire in Summer City. This was clearly a sign of wanting to destroy the entire Summer City. The next moment,
Lin Qi swung the hammer, striking hard at the head of the abyss giant.
The abyssal hammer, wrapped in blue flames, raised a tide of fire against the ground. Bang! In Summer City,
Chu Qingyu and the others had already used their skills to block the magma monsters ahead as best as they could. Wherever these monsters passed, flames and thick smoke would rise around them. This caused large areas of Summer City to fill with ashes. But compared to these magma monsters, what people cared about more was, without a doubt, the boss above at the abyss entrance. That was like a sword of doom hanging over everyone's heads.
At any moment, it might fall. And once it falls, it will bring the deepest despair to the Summer City. There is absolutely no possibility of resistance. It's useless, our resistance is futile. Someone despaired and retreated to the back. In this situation, even the life-saving props on the awakened ones wouldn't have any effect.
A level 9 abyss amplification is enough to cover the entire Summer City with the attack range of the abyss giants and magma monsters. No one could escape. Chu Qingyu struggled to hold her double-handed sword, pushing back the enemy in front of her, her heart filled with helplessness. She couldn't help but look up at the abyss entrance in the sky, wanting to observe the progress of the abyss giant's descent.
Bang! But at that moment, a violent collision sound suddenly came from the abyss entrance. Under this clash, people seemed to vaguely feel an invisible sound wave. However, the place where the sound wave swept through was not within the summer city. Inside the abyss? Xia Yang immediately lifted his head. He realized that something must have happened within the entrance of the abyss. Did that abyss giant make a big move again? But looking at the scene of the abyss entrance in the sky, even he was momentarily stunned. Where is the abyss giant? He murmured to himself, instinctively looking around. The abyss giant had not descended into the summer city. But others clearly noticed that the abyss giant, which had been clawing at the abyss entrance, had completely vanished. It was as if it had been blasted away by some other terrifying existence inside the abyss. But how could this be possible? Chu Qingyu's small face also froze. In the next moment after that collision sound, she clearly noticed a ghostly blue flame flashing in the abyss entrance. The flame streaked across the night sky like a brilliant shooting star, moving at great speed, trailing a long tail of fire. But it had clearly smashed open the head of the flame giant. For some reason, Chu Qingyu inexplicably thought of that awakened one wrapped in flames. When he dealt with monsters, it seemed to be a similar scene. Could it be that inside the abyss, there is more than one boss? People looked around in confusion, completely unaware of what was happening at the moment. Boom! In front of Lin Shi, scalding magma splattered in all directions, soaking a large area around. The abyss giant was hammered down into the magma by him. But this thing clearly had extremely high defense. Even with one blow to the head, Lin Shi still couldn't kill it in one hit. It really is a level 9 abyss amplification. Lin Shi sighed, not too shocked about it. In the case of level 9 abyss amplification, it's not just about greatly enhancing the defense or health of abyss creatures. It also grants abyss creatures certain traits. Splash! In the magma. The abyss giant slowly stood up, its figure nearly resembling a small mountain. Hot magma flowed down its surface, rising into thick smoke. What was even more terrifying was its head, like a mountain peak, was now deeply sunken, flowing with scalding magma. Only that single vertical eye, the blue glow became increasingly intense and more massive, almost occupying half of its head. Similar to a second stage? For this, Lin Shi showed no signs of panic. He understood that this should be the ability granted to this abyss giant by the level 9 abyss amplification. No matter how high the damage from his earlier blow was, it couldn't kill the abyss giant in one hit. Instead, it forced the opponent into their second stage. Roar! The abyss giant suddenly swung its arms back, its head lunging forward, letting out an angry roar towards Lin Shi. There were waves of sound waves appearing, like a hurricane, rushing towards Lin Shi. However, Lin Shi's movement was faster, the giant hammer in his hand was thrown out directly. The abyss, wrapped in eerie blue flames, suddenly appeared before the giant of the abyss. Chapter 37, One Hammer, One Phase. Can you endure it? Bang! The abyss hammer forcefully passed through the sound waves and struck the giant's eye on its head. At the same time, Lin Shi leaped into the air, catching the falling abyss hammer. He planned to execute a swift combo. But noticing the giant's condition, Lin Shi's movement slightly paused. The mountain-like giant of the abyss, after being hit in the eye, collapsed heavily into the lava. Yet, it still had not died. However, on its head, the massive single eye had fallen off like a big ball. It fell into the lava, splashing up a searing mess, still floating within. 3 phases? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. One hammer strike forced the boss to change its phase? He noticed. The large single eye had crimson light rapidly gathering inside. The pupil turned, its gaze sharply locking onto him. In the next moment, a destructive pillar of red light suddenly shot towards him. Seeing this, Lin Shi just smiled. How many phases do you still have? He allowed his body to fall into the lava, untouched by the burning flames. Once more, he exploded forth, facing the light pillar, heading towards the eyeball. Hand raised, hammer struck. The giant's single eye was completely shattered. Along with that, the giant of the abyss instantly lost the strength to support its body and fell down. You have killed the giant of the abyss. Level +1. You have obtained the soul capture, golden, attribute. The radiant glow of leveling up suddenly burst forth from Lin Shi. Killing the boss within the abyss, he leveled up forcibly. Level 21. This trip to the abyss had undoubtedly rewarded Lin Shi abundantly. Soul capture? Lin Shi glanced at the notification, raising his eyebrows. This attribute sounded rather dubious. He didn't rush to move after landing in the lava and first opened the attribute panel. Current attribute, soul capture. Effect, for every monster you kill, it must drop one additional material of the same level. Material. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Back when he was in Summer City High School, he had learned that high-level awakeners had many ways to enhance their equipment,
such as inlaying gems or upgrading gear. And materials were also used to enhance equipment. Only very few monsters had the chance to drop such materials. Not forging materials, but enhancement materials.
Lin Chi understood well.
This was similar to his refining, but directly using materials could enhance certain attributes of the equipment.
As a golden attribute, it is very useful.
Lin Chi made his evaluation. Calming his emotions, he then looked around. The materials dropped by the giant of the abyss had already been automatically collected under his wash away the glamour attribute effect.
And on the lava, there were still a few items shimmering with different glows. These were the drops from the giant of the abyss.
At least, it should drop a legendary quality piece of equipment. Lin Chi rubbed his hands. As a level 9 abyss boosted internal boss, it would be unreasonable for it not to drop a legendary quality item. He quickly walked over to those items, waved his hand, and collected them all into his ring. Only then did he take his time to check them out.
Giant's Eye, Legendary. Category, Necklace.
Equipment requirement, Strength greater than 1000, Spirit greater than 1000. Effect, all attributes increase by 12%. Special effect, Giant's Gaze, active, releases a giant's eye that automatically attacks the enemy target with a light pillar. During the skill duration, all damage is absorbed by the giant's eye.
Description, the giant's single eye, said to be bestowed by a deity, contains immense power.
Without a doubt, legendary quality equipment.
However,
Lin Chi looked at the necklace in his hand, which resembled an azure blue eyeball.
Pouted slightly. Why is it another necklace? Earlier, he had obtained a legendary piece of equipment in the Bone Dragon's lair, and it was also a necklace. The two abyssal areas are interconnected. Even the dropped equipment is the same piece? I'll definitely have to refine this later.
Though he said this, Lin Chi felt quite pleased in his heart. Legendary quality, even if used as refining materials, would definitely be a great profit. He simply swapped out the Bone Dragon's Sai necklace and equipped the Eye of the Giant.
In comparison, the attributes boosted by the Eye of the Giant were somewhat higher.
In addition, there were still two pieces of epic quality equipment.
Giant Leather Armor, Epic. Giant Leather Pants, Epic. After identification,
Lin Chi just took a quick glance and stored them in his storage ring.
The abyssal enhancement set on him was already of epic quality.
And the effect of the set was undoubtedly stronger than these two separate pieces of epic quality equipment.
I can refine those later. Lin Chi didn't mind this.
He was just cursing that as an abyss giant, he only dropped one legendary quality piece when he suddenly caught sight of a ring out of the corner of his eye.
Ring of the Giant King? A ring with hidden attributes.
Lin Chi's breath quickened. Compared to the equipment he was wearing, the most useful thing for him right now was definitely the ring. Even now, this was the first time he had encountered a ring with hidden attributes.
He immediately released an identification on it.
Ring of the Giant King, Epic.
Category, Ring. Effect, 220 slots of storage space.
Special effect, Unyielding Protection, passive, can enhance unyielding effect by 10%. Description, it is said that the Giant King forged many rings as tokens to gift to his tribe, which could provide ample food reserves for giants.
What a steal! 220 slots of storage space.
Lin Chi's eyes sparkled. This ring directly solved his storage space shortage issue significantly.
The Ring of the Giant King, 1 is better than 6.
Lin Chi immediately equipped the ring. Plus the ring he had gotten earlier from the Bone Dragon's treasure, he estimated that even if he walked around the abyss again, it would be more than enough.
However, the fact proved that the two abyss areas connecting was purely by chance.
Even if Lin Chi looked around, all he could see were vast expanses of lava, and he couldn't see any other areas at all. Apart from these, the abyss giant also dropped a skill book.
That was all the items.
But Lin Chi stared at the description of the skill book in shock.
Skill, Bone Dragon Summon. Mana cost, 1800. Effect, summons a bone dragon to fight. Huh? No.
Lin Chi tugged at the corner of his mouth.
Why would there be a skill book to summon a bone dragon with the abyss giant here? Isn't it said that abyss giants feast on dragonkind?
This can't be to help the abyss giants have their meals, right? Lin Chi thought speechlessly.
Summoning it directly to be eaten, that's outrageous. The bone dragon is all skin and bones, and has no meat.
Lin Chi thought to himself.
Unless the abyss giant could simmer the big bones into soup. Learning requirement, spirit greater than 1200. He took another look at the learning requirement of this skill book. Just like the summoning of abyss guards before, it was as good as having no requirement for him. Of course, he learned it immediately. Then,
Lin Shi waved his hand and released a formation in front of him, light shimmered, and a huge skull emerged from it. Its head bore two horns, and the jagged bones extended downward while a blazing flame burned fiercely within the skull, forming a pair of massive fiery wings. It was particularly similar to the earlier Abyss Bone Dragon, but without the Abyss prefix. Bone Dragon. Level, 21. Health, 12,000/12,000. Lin Shi quickly scanned the attributes of this Bone Dragon. The Bone Dragon summoned by this skill. It was not the Abyss Bone Dragon, and the flames burning on its body were not the deep blue fire of the Abyss Bone Dragon, but ordinary flames. Yet even if it was not like the Abyss Bone Dragon, it could still gain the power of the Abyss. But at Lin Shi's current level of 21, this skeletal dragon's health had already reached over 10,000. This was even higher than some high-level boss's health. Especially with its massive size and a pair of fiery bone wings, it could soar through the sky. It can serve as a temporary flying mount. Lin Shi felt a thrill in his heart. This could greatly make up for his lack of flying skills at the moment. For such summoning skills, unless you were a summoner class, the summoned monsters would have a time limit. But even just using this skeletal dragon for travel was sufficient for Lin Shi right now. Lin Shi harvested everything dropped by the Abyss Giant. And in the center of this isolated island surrounded by lava, Lin Shi also discovered an Abyss core. He collected it into the dark ring on his hand. I will find out the use of this sooner or later. So far, Lin Shi had already obtained 3 Abyss cores. After organizing these, Lin Shi patted his hands and leaped onto the skeletal dragon's head, stepping on the flaming bones, commanding the dragon to fly towards the Abyss entrance. Having pierced through 2 areas of the Abyss, he had already gathered a full bounty. Especially the materials from the Abyss Giant and the Abyss Bone Dragon, which were absolutely top-quality forging materials. Even if he continued exploring here, it would be hard to find other Abyss regions. Better to return and do some forging and refinement first. The Abyss Giant has disappeared? Chu Qingyu slashed down a magma monster with her sword and looked up at the Abyss entrance in the sky. She clearly noticed that the prompt information signifying the Abyss Giant had vanished. The boss has left? Other Awakeners exchanged puzzled glances, their faces filled with confusion. This doesn't make sense. They had all seen the information about the Abyss Giant. This meant that the Abyss Giant would definitely burst forth from the Abyss entrance, truly descending upon Xia City. Was it drawn away by another powerful being within the Abyss? Someone speculated. They all remembered the violent crashing sounds that echoed from the Abyss entrance. Yet, information about the level 9 Abyss amplification entrance was still too sparse. It was truly difficult to know the specific situation inside. It's also possible that the Abyss Giant has been eliminated. At that moment, Xia Yang's voice suddenly sounded. He looked grave, showing no signs of joking. Hearing this, the surrounding Awakeners were momentarily stunned. The Abyss Giant has been eliminated? That's impossible. Huff. Huff. But just then, a strange sound suddenly erupted from the sky. It was as if wings were flapping. Everyone at the scene became extremely alert, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Even now, they still had not noticed the prompt information about the Abyss Giant. However, at the current Abyss entrance, it seemed there were only the Abyss Giant and other unknown Abyss creatures. So then, what could this sound of flapping wings be? Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the Abyss entrance. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts trembled heavily. At that Abyss entrance, they clearly saw a massive head, followed by a colossal skeletal frame burning fiercely, and 2 wings formed of flames. A bone dragon? Chu Qingyu's heart tightened. A bone dragon had actually emerged from this Abyss entrance? However, she also noticed that the bone dragon did not emit the same prompt information as the Abyss Giant. It was as if it was not a boss at all. Prepare to confront the enemy. Xia Yang's low voice echoed. The situation at the entrance of the Abyss was very strange. The Abyss Giant they expected did not appear, instead, a skeletal dragon emerged. Moreover, it did not look like the skeletal dragon from previous reports. But they still had to be on guard. This might be some kind of unknown Abyss boss. Huff. However, that enormous skeletal dragon only flapped its wings once in the sky and flew away into the distance. It vanished into the flowing lava at the entrance of the Abyss, disappearing without a trace. Outside the entrance of the Abyss, everything returned to calm again. Only the lava continued to flow down, pouring into Xia City. Where did the skeletal dragon go? Everyone exchanged glances. Many people's foreheads were already dripping with cold sweat. That skeletal dragon suddenly disappeared. But they were afraid that in the next moment, the skeletal dragon would appear beside them and take their lives with a single breath. A long while passed. The entrance of the Abyss remained quiet.
There were no signs of any other disturbances. It seemed that both the Abyss Giant and that skeletal dragon no longer existed. What on earth is going on? Everyone's hearts were filled with confusion. They even doubted whether they had escaped from danger. Current Abyss Amplification, Level 9. Abyss descends, settling in progress. Suddenly, Chu Qingyu noticed this piece of information. Abyss descends. Why is it suddenly settling? This was a sign that the Abyss descent was about to end. In a corner of Xia City, Lin Qi had already returned home. He looked around and shook his head. Xia City had become empty, with no other residents in the nearby streets. And further away, lava continued to flow down from the entrance of the abyss, sending up clouds of dust and filling the air with a pungent smell. Xia City really got hit hard by this abyss descent, Lin Qi sighed. He suspected that if any of the previous abyss giants or the skeletal dragon came out, it would be enough to destroy the entire Xia City. Now, there were hardly any high-level awakeners in Xia City, making it hard to stop such a level of disaster. He looked up again at the entrance of the abyss in the sky. It's about to settle. Lin Qi smacked his lips. Chapter 39, Abyss Settlement Rewards. When the abyss descends, the boss within will step out from the entrance, bringing great danger. And all in all, this time there were only 5 entrances to the abyss. Lin Qi himself had already dealt with 3 bosses inside the abyss. The other 2 entrances probably will not have their bosses come out. Lin Qi wasn't surprised by this either. Only when the level of abyss amplification was high enough would the boss appear. Like the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Palace and the evil old demon he encountered earlier, under normal circumstances, they were highly unlikely to come out from the abyss entrance without other disturbances. What a pity, I killed them a bit too early, Lin Qi frowned. That abyss giant was undoubtedly the strongest boss to appear in this abyss descent. But because it was defeated, the abyss descent was also about to end. Otherwise, Lin Qi was thinking of clearing out the abyss entrances one by one. That would at least help him level up 2 or 3 levels. However, Lin Qi wasn't too concerned. During an abyss descent, the experience from monsters is still too little. If it were monsters of equivalent strength in the outside world, he was sure he wouldn't have just gained this little level. This was still under the condition of defeating the bosses inside the abyss and directly leveling up. And from beginning to end. What Lin Qi cared about the most were the materials and items dropped by abyss creatures. Regarding dropped materials and items, abyss creatures did not hold back. He went straight to the forge and began to craft. Soon, in the forging chamber, a ghostly blue flame surged, and the crisp, pleasant sound of striking echoed throughout. You successfully forged Abyssal Black Armor, Silver, ×1, gaining Constitution plus 230, Agility plus 60. You successfully forged Abyssal Ancient Shield, Gold, ×1, gaining Strength plus 200, Constitution plus 200. You successfully forged. It must be said that these materials with significant abyssal enhancements were of quite decent quality. The equipment Lin Qi forged from this was at least of silver quality. This was a level that previous materials could hardly achieve. According to Lin Qi's estimates, just relying on these materials, he could at least refine a piece of legendary quality equipment. While Lin Qi was focused on forging, in Summer City, Chu Qingyu and others were still in a state of shock. The abyss descended. How did it just end? That abyssal giant really isn't coming out? Other bosses at the abyss entrances have all. Everyone was momentarily unable to comprehend. Was this the normal situation of the abyss's arrival? The enhancement at the abyss entrance had reached level 9. Yet even until now, they hadn't truly faced a single boss charging out from the abyss. It was as if all the bosses had not emerged from the abyss entrance at all. City Lord, do you think something might have gone wrong inside the abyss? Chu Qingyu walked up to Xia Yang, tentatively inquiring. They had prepared for the worst scenario of Summer City's destruction. But the abyss's descent ended so abruptly. Even she found it hard to react. Xia Yang's expression relaxed a bit, no longer as grim as before. I'm actually wondering, during this abyss descent, did not even a single boss appear? Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Then, she understood the implication of Xia Yang's words. When the abyss descended, perhaps besides that abyssal giant, other bosses also appeared. Of course, at different abyss entrances. You mean, there are other awakeners who have also defeated the bosses inside the abyss? Chu Qingyu immediately asked. She suddenly recalled that awakener surrounded by flames. Earlier, that awakener likely entered an abyss entrance. And defeated one of the bosses within. Xia Yang nodded. In the crisis we faced in Summer City this time, perhaps only that person could accomplish this. He had never truly seen that awakener engulfed in flames. However, he guessed that the awakener's level should be higher than all the other awakeners from various guilds. So, they were able to solo an abyss entrance.
But, he is alone at this point. Chuchingyu seemed uncertain. For her, the thought of one person soloing an abyss entrance was just too hard to imagine. Xia Yang, however, nodded firmly. I have some information about top awakeners. There are indeed awakeners who frequently enter the abyss on the front lines. If they understand the abyss very well, it is not impossible to accomplish this. However, there was one doubt he did not voice. That abyss entrance in the sky, with a level 9 abyss enhancement. Even a top awakener would likely encounter extreme danger within. Let alone the fact that there was still an abyssal giant present. But fortunately, that abyssal giant did not truly descend. Go notify the residents who are evacuating that the crisis is lifted. Xia Yang waved his hand again. Let's wait to welcome the Abyss's settlement. This was one of the real benefits of the Abyss's arrival. The Abyss's settlement would calculate rewards based on the abyssal creatures defeated by awakeners during the descent. Awakeners could receive certain experience, materials, and item rewards during the settlement. After surviving this Abyss's arrival, the power of all the awakened ones in the Summer City can be enhanced accordingly. Refinement successful. You have successfully forged Abyssal Fawn, Legendary, ×1, gaining strength plus 1200, constitution plus 200, and acquiring skill, Abyssal Erosion. On the forging platform, a pitch-black long sword resembling a fawn lay quietly, surrounded by dense black mist. Lin Shi let out a light breath, and a smile crept onto his lips. Sure enough, he crafted another piece of legendary quality equipment. However, regarding the attributes of this equipment, Lin Shi only took a glance before looking at the inherent skill, Abyssal Erosion. Skill, Abyssal Erosion. Effect, after release, each attack has the Abyssal Erosion effect, reducing the enemy's life and mana limit, while forcibly damaging the enemy's equipment durability. This effect is somewhat similar to the Abyss Domain, but it further damages equipment durability. Lin Shi's expression turned a bit strange. The effect of this skill is somewhat sinister. When durability reaches 0, even the highest quality equipment will lose most of its effect, and can only be used if repaired. And all along, Lin Shi has frequently changed his equipment, so he had never experienced losing durability. He was about to continue forging the remaining materials, when suddenly, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Abyss descends, settlement completed. The settlement reward from the Abyss has arrived. Lin Shi's eyes lit up immediately. Chapter 40, Become the Abyss Lord. Abyss descends, settlement completed. Do you wish to claim the rewards immediately? Claim. Lin Shi stood still, waiting for the rewards from Abyss Descends to be distributed. He had long known that after passing the Abyss Descends phase, he would be able to claim rewards. This was actually similar to a dungeon. However, the Abyss is very special, and one cannot claim the completion settlement just by breaking through the first part of the Abyss. Claim successful. You have gained level +1. You have gained level +1. The brilliance of leveling up suddenly burst forth from Lin Shi. He directly leveled up 2 times. Lin Shi's heart stirred. The Abyss settlement actually forced him to level up. This is much faster than gaining experience during dungeon settlements. You have gained the attribute Surge of Strength, purple. You have gained the attribute Pure Energy, blue. The 2 attributes that came with the level up could enhance strength and spirit attributes. Lin Shi let out a satisfying breath. Level 23 now. After a series of monster grinding and level ups, he finally felt the thrill of rapidly rising levels. Instantly leveling up 2 times. This actually is very rare at the current stage. Even when successfully completing a dungeon corresponding to his level within 10 levels, the experience wouldn't force an awakened person to easily level up by 1. But because of the Abyss's uniqueness, Lin Shi was able to ignore the limitations of experience and levels. And the settlement of the Abyss clearly hasn't ended. Before Lin Shi, prompt messages appeared one after another. You have obtained the equipment Abyss Lord Crown, Legendary. You have obtained Abyss Core, Awakened. You have obtained skill, Abyss Summon. Settlement completed. Only at this moment did the settlement of Abyss Descends finally conclude. And before Lin Shi, a pitch-black crown and an Abyss Core condensed from dark fog appeared. The settlement even granted an additional legendary equipment. Lin Shi first directed his gaze toward that pitch-black crown. It resembled a royal crown, but was entirely black, with a depression at the front, as if something could be embedded in it. Abyss Lord Crown, Legendary. Type, Helmet. Equipment requirement, Lin Shi. Effect, all attributes plus 400. Special effect, territory enjoys level 1 Abyss enhancement. Abyss Lord set, 1/6 increase set components to gain equipment attribute and effect enhancement. Description, the equipment of the Lord who controls an Abyss, a symbol of the Abyss Lord. Since it was a settlement reward, there was no need for Lin Shi to cast identification skills again. Looking at the introduction of the Abyss Lord's crown, Lin Shi couldn't help but be taken aback.
The territory enjoys Abyss enhancement?
Lin Shi felt a bit confused. He had already gathered a complete set of epic quality Abyss enhancement gear. And the set's effect allowed him to directly gain a level 7 Abyss enhancement. But this Abyss Lord's crown was clearly different. What is an Abyss territory? Even in the information Lin Shi had encountered before, there had been no mention of it. But as a traveler, he still had some experience from gaming before his arrival. A lord should be able to govern a piece of land. And looking at this equipment's effect, it would allow him to enhance his own territory. But the key is... Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. Where would I get a territory? He tried to equip the Abyss Lord's crown, but he didn't see any territory of his own. This thing should still be a legendary quality set. Lin Shi was increasingly puzzled. It couldn't be that he had to gather a whole set of equipment before he could own territory, right? That would be too useless. But at least it was legendary quality equipment, it would be good for refining materials. Lin Shi decided to put it away for now and check other Abyss settlement rewards first. Then, he reached out and grabbed the Abyss core in front of him. Unlike the 3 Abyss cores he had obtained earlier, this one was no longer a question mark. Instead, it was labeled with the words Awakened. Abyss Core, Awakened. Effect, allows you to obtain a territory within the Abyss. Oh wow. At this moment, Lin Shi instantly realized what his territory was about. The Abyss Core can allow me to have a territory in the Abyss? This was clearly the true purpose of the Abyss Core. To become the lord of a region within the Abyss. This thing was a bit like a gang token from the online games before he crossed over. So looking at it that way, the Abyss Lord's crown is indeed quite useful. Lin Shi directly abandoned his decision to use this helmet as refining material. The Abyss settlement rewards obtained this time were undoubtedly complimentary. Then, Lin Shi brought the awakened Abyss Core close to the pitch black ring he was wearing. With a flash of light, the Abyss Core directly fused into the pitch black ring. Your territory range has been increased. A prompt came through as well. Collecting Abyss Cores can increase territory range. Lin Shi had now fully understood the function of the Abyss Core. Now his Abyss Core was already a 4-in-1. This meant that his territory range in the Abyss must have been significantly increased. Moreover, Lin Shi also realized. As long as he wanted, he could use the Abyss Core in his hand to teleport into his territory at any time. But there was no rush. Lin Shi still had some materials that hadn't been forged yet. Plus, after forging, he would need to refine them again. According to Lin Shi's estimate, the equipment and materials obtained this time in the Abyss should be enough for him to forge 2 pieces of legendary quality equipment. After that, Lin Shi opened his skill panel and looked at the new skill he had acquired. Skill, Abyss Summon. Effect, can summon any creature within the territory to battle. Goodness. Now, Lin Shi was shocked. This time's Abyss settlement rewards were truly a complete set. First, the Abyss enhancement for the territory, then obtaining a territory itself. And then being able to summon creatures from the territory to fight. This effect was completely equivalent to a moving Abyss Big Boss. What creatures do I have in my territory? Lin Shi could hardly contain his eagerness to check his territory. However, plans should still be completed step by step. He needed to use up the materials in hand first. He immediately continued forging. Every time the forging brings attribute enhancements, it is quite apparent. Lin Shi is very clear that a considerable portion of awakens in this world actually possesses territories. Especially those guild leaders, their guild residence is inherently the territory exclusive to the leader. In the same way, the lord of this summer city, in a certain sense, can also be regarded as a lord. However, the boosts they receive are far less than those of true lords. Finally, after consuming all the materials and undergoing a refining process, a piece of legendary quality equipment appeared before Lin Shi again. You have successfully forged the Abyssal Guardian, legendary, gaining Constitution plus 1200, Strength plus 400, and acquiring the skill, Immovable Shield. Chapter 41, Abyss Territory. The beginning of calamity. Skill, immovable as a mountain. Effect, passive skill, when holding a shield, after standing still for 5 seconds, can gain complete immunity to any control effects. Lin Shi glanced at the skill and had a general understanding. As a passive skill, it is quite powerful. However, this passive skill requires standing still for 5 seconds while holding a shield to take effect. This limitation is quite apparent. Lin Shi then looked at the Abyssal Fong Longsword and Abyssal Guardian Shield placed on the forging table. 2 pieces of legendary quality equipment. This was the greatest gain from the previous Abyssal expedition. In addition, there was also a Bone Dragon Sai necklace in his ring. This too was a piece of legendary quality equipment. From the properties of these equipment, even among those high-level Awakens legendary quality gear, they could be considered top-notch.
But Lin Chi had no plans to use them. They were all refining materials. He directly refined these 3 pieces of legendary quality equipment into the Abyssal Hammer. Accompanying this, the attribute boost of the Abyssal Hammer surged again. Legendary quality is the current maximum equipment quality that Lin Chi knows. But Lin Chi is very certain. With the creation refining tag, as long as the equipment he refines is enough, he will definitely be able to further enhance the quality of the Abyss. Only, he does not know what the quality will be at that time. After consuming all the gains from this trip, what remains on Lin Chi, apart from the Abyssal Hammer, is only an epic quality Abyssal enhancement set and a legendary quality Giant's Eye necklace. As for the Abyssal Lord helmet, he did not intend to consume it just yet. First, he wants to enter his territory and take a look. Attribute Surge. After this forging session, Lin Chi naturally gained a huge boost in attributes. His various base attributes have already reached an exceptionally ridiculous level. But Lin Chi did not become arrogant because of this. His current shortcomings are also quite obvious. That is, he is not comprehensive enough. For instance, his agility attribute is high, but he lacks skills that can truly enable him to move quickly, and has no flying skills. In addition, compared to those who can cast wide area forbidden spells, he still leans more towards pure physical attacks. These all need subsequent enhancements. After tidying all these up, Lin Chi immediately raised his hand, focused his mind, and entered his territory. Through the territory gained from the Abyssal Core, he wanted to see how it differs from the territories he had known before. The scenes in front of him changed rapidly. Soon, Lin Chi stepped into an area shrouded in magma under a radiant glow. Seeing the scenery around, Lin Chi couldn't help but be stunned. Is this the inside of the abyss? He was quite familiar with the scenery here. But wasn't it the abyss he had previously farmed monsters in? The magma surged around, surrounding this island, and it closely resembled the area where the previous abyssal giant resided. However, from the sights around, Lin Chi still determined that this place was not the isolated island where the abyss giant resided. In comparison, the area here was clearly much larger. Surrounding magma provided a light source for this region, while the dome above was pitch dark. Further away, the magma seemed to turn into a vast sea, endless and boundless. No other islands could be found. Only in the center of this area was there a nearly thick, ultimate dark fog, which was the core of the abyss. After taking in the view of this place, Lin Chi approached the core of the abyss to investigate. Territory, unnamed. Abyss amplification, level 1. Territory population, 40 of 40. As Lin Chi expected. Currently, his territory only had a level 1 abyss amplification, which was far from comparable to the previous abyss descent. But this territory completely belonged to him. And it was right in the abyss. I've never heard of any awakened person obtaining a territory in the abyss. Lin Chi thought. This was already quite special. He had originally thought that after the abyss descent ended, unless he could go to the front lines, he would not be able to re-enter the abyss. But now, it was much more convenient. However, there were no other abyss creatures in his current territory. In comparison to the previous abyss he entered, the territory was obviously much too empty. Do I need to catch the abyss creatures in my territory myself, or? Lin Chi opened the panel of the abyss core again and immediately noticed a line of prompts appearing. Currently buildable, Abyss Nest. Abyss Nest, description cultivates abyss creatures for the Lord to command. So it's here. Lin Chi's eyes lit up immediately. Once enough abyss creatures were cultivated in his territory, and he then cast Abyss Summon. Perhaps even the world's top summoners would not be able to compare with him. He directly selected an area to build. Soon, a crack appeared in this area, from which thick black fog continuously gushed out. From time to time, shadows of abyss creatures flashed through it. In that fog, Lin Chi saw many shadows of abyss creatures. These were all the abyss creatures he had previously exterminated during the abyss descent. 40 basic population. Lin Chi muttered. This should mean that he could cultivate at most 40 abyss creatures in this territory. And this corresponded to the 4 abyss cores he had previously collected. At present, the territory's function doesn't seem very significant. Lin Chi considered, but this was entirely his private territory. Moreover, located inside the abyss, it could maximize avoidance of others' disturbances. If he wanted to enhance his territory, he would need to collect more abyss cores, along with the Abyss Lord set, including the Abyss Lord's crown. After understanding all this, Lin Chi looked again at the territory introduction of the abyss core. Name the territory? Lin Chi pondered briefly and made a decision. Natural disaster. He immediately named it. Your territory confirmed, natural disaster. Lin Chi grinned. This name may be a bit cliched, but it carried a sense of intimidation in the outside world. Although Lin Chi couldn't currently judge the location of his territory within the abyss. If any creature were to accidentally step into the abyss and arrive at his territory, just the name of this territory would likely scare them half to death. Speaking of which, Lin Chi suddenly seemed to think of something, and his eyes grew playful. If there is another abyss descent in the future, will my territory appear along with it? This is truly possible. Chapter 42, The Fourth Guild. The Human Kingdom's Guild. The Abyssal Demon Wolf. In front of Lin Chi, an abyssal demon wolf had already emerged from the lair of the abyss. It didn't look much different from the demon wolf he had seen outside the entrance of the abyss before. Only a level 1 abyssal amplification, it's a bit weak, but still usable. This could still be useful against some little monsters in the outside world. Moreover, the territory could now breed as many as 40 units of monsters. If he summoned them all, he would be stronger than many summoners. After wandering around the territory, Lin Chi finally teleported back home. The abyssal lair could automatically breed monsters, he didn't need to keep an eye on it. Everything was well organized, and Lin Chi glanced at the darkening sky before preparing to sleep. Thinking about it, I've been quite diligent. Lin Chi sighed, realizing he hadn't even made plans to go out and relax, all his time had gone into leveling up. But the results were obvious. After just 7 more levels, he would be able to change his job. What will the job change for the blacksmith profession be? He had no idea about it. For awakeners who took blacksmithing as a secondary profession, blacksmithing was divided into 2 stages. One was the common blacksmith profession, mastering various forging-related skills to create all kinds of equipment. The other stage was the divine-level blacksmith. But to become a divine-level blacksmith, even top awakeners needed a long time and a pile of resources. However, Lin Chi was different. The main profession of blacksmithing also had several stages of job change. He had no information about the next job change. Next, I can choose areas or dungeons above level 30 to level up. Lin Chi had already made his plan. He would quickly reach level 30 and change his job. Compared to Lin Chi's relaxation, most people in Summer City were unable to sleep all night. Even though the abyss's arrival had ended, Summer City had ultimately not been destroyed by the abyssal creatures. But deep inside, people still felt a sense of surviving a disaster. Especially since, until very recently, the magma monsters that wreaked havoc in Summer City had just been cleared out, which had still destroyed many buildings. City Lord, the abyss's arrival has been settled, almost all members of the city defense team received generous rewards. Xu Qingyu approached Xiaoyang, and even her usually cold expression was filled with a hint of joy. Even on the city defense team's side, obtaining a golden quality piece of equipment for the corresponding level required a lot of effort. But this time, through the Abyss settlement, nearly everyone in the city defense team received a golden quality piece of equipment. In addition, Xu Qingyu herself also received rewards for basic attribute points. This was undoubtedly a huge boost for the entire Summer City. Xiaoyang nodded, but his eyes were somewhat complicated. I also received an epic quality equipment reward, but this doesn't make sense. Logically speaking, although the Abyss arrival was grand, the actual threat posed to us in Summer City wasn't that great. But the level of these settlement rewards feels like we cleared the depths of the Abyss instead. Especially since he had received news that almost all awakeners who participated in the Abyss arrival received settlement rewards. Among them, there were many golden quality pieces of equipment. This directly raised the strength level of all the awakeners in Summer City. So amazing. This clearly didn't match the danger they had faced before. Xu Qingyu also held doubts about this. Could it be that the awakener had broken through to some inner level of the Abyss? They had previously suspected that the awakener engulfed in flames had single-handedly breached a part of the inner abyss. This is indeed possible. I'm afraid it's not just that, Xiaoyang muttered. He couldn't really understand it either. However, he had some guesses about the origin of that awakener. I have received news that due to our Xia city surviving the Abyss invasion, top guild's awakeners will come to recruit. Xiaoyang continued. Perhaps, that awakener comes from one of the top guilds. Top guilds, huh? Xu Qingyu's heart stirred slightly. Among the top 10 guilds, most of those who can go out on missions are already awakeners who have gone through their 3rd job transfer, right? They are generally above level 90. Usually, it's hard to find awakeners of that level in Xia City. Xiaoyang nodded and was about to say more. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from outside the room. City Lord, an awakener has come from outside. He comes from the Human King's Guild. A member of the city defense team rushed in, speaking urgently. The Human King's Guild. Upon hearing this, both Xiaoyang and Xu Qingyu's bodies shook. This is the 4th-ranked Awakener Guild. Such a powerful guild actually sent someone to Xia City? Quickly, Xiaoyang came to his senses, his face revealing a smile. It seems these guilds have very good information. They've already learned that we in Xia City have survived this abyss invasion. It has been many years since Xia City has seen any awakeners from the top 10 guilds. The top 10 guilds all have many powerful professions and development strategies, and they also control many secret dungeons and treasures. Especially the top 3 guilds, it has been years since they sent anyone to recruit in the rear cities. The Human Kings Guild is undoubtedly the strongest guild that all rear cities can currently contact. You have received an announcement letter. Waking up early in the morning, Lin Shi noticed a message prompt. School notification message? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. When awakeners awaken, they all register their information at school. This kind of announcement message is sent to all students simultaneously, and Xia City High School can only use it once. If they want to send another announcement message, they need to re-register. Lin Shi opened the letter and understood immediately. Temporary gathering, an opportunity to join a top guild? He was somewhat taken aback. What kind of guild gives such face? Just for an opportunity to join a guild, it makes Xia City High School consume this message chance. That's fine, I'll go take a look. Lin Shi then walked out. As for joining a guild, he actually didn't have much interest at the moment. However, it's good to deepen his understanding of these top guilds. It would also make it easier for him to find leveling areas in the future. I should also ask Shen Bailu about the information on the main profession blacksmith job transfer. Lin Shi cared more about these. In addition, the leveling areas around Xia City for levels above 30 are mostly located in more distant areas. This could also be a chance to get some information from the school. Chapter 43, The Next Stage of Blacksmith. Classmates, you must have heard of the Human Kings Guild. If you can enter such a guild, then you are destined to become high-level awakeners and even leave your legends in the world. On the high platform of the playground, the old principal of Xia City High School was giving his speech. When Lin Shi arrived, many classmates had already gathered in the playground. Moreover, students from the first and second year, even if they haven't awakened, were surrounding the area, listening to the principal's speech. From their faces, one can see the yearning and expectation for the future. Human Kings, Lin Shi murmured. This guild indeed enjoys a great reputation. In the center square of Summer City, there still stands a ranking board. Among them, besides the profession leaderboard that awakens pay close attention to, there is the guild ranking. The Guild of Human Kings has emerged strongly in recent years, firmly occupying the 4th position on the leaderboard. There are even rumors that the Guild of Human Kings is accumulating strength, and who knows, they might even break into the top 3 positions later. Lin Shi, I heard that the Guild of Human Kings has only brought one high-level awakener this time, probably aiming to recruit new members in advance. At this moment, a melodious voice came from not far away. Lin Shi turned his head and saw Shen Bailu walking toward him in a pure white mage robe. You are wearing all golden equipment? Lin Shi noticed the gleam of the gear on Shen Bailu. According to his estimation, Shen Bailu should be around level 15 now. At this level, golden quality equipment is definitely rare. Of course. Except for Lin Shi himself. Any piece of equipment on him is beyond what other awakeners can compare. I was planning to thank you, Shen Bailu said with a warm smile. The last time they teamed up for leveling, the two had become much more familiar with each other. Last time we teamed up, you led me to kill many Abyss creatures, and I actually gained 100 basic attribute points during the Abyss settlement. Speaking of this, Shen Bailu surprisingly showed a hint of excitement. 100 basic attribute points can definitely play a huge role at the current level. However, there were actually rewards for basic attributes? Lin Shi was a bit taken aback. Awakeners have the opportunity to obtain items or settlement rewards that directly increase attribute points at certain stages. For example, each job change also grants additional basic attribute points. This is one of the major factors that allows different awakeners to widen the gap between them. How come I didn't receive any during the Abyss settlement? Lin Shi muttered to himself while glancing at the settlement information. He quickly calmed down his feelings. Oh, I received it as well. It's just that Lin Shi had unconsciously overlooked it before. Because it was still fewer attribute points than the ones he got from forging an epic quality piece of equipment. What he needed the least were basic attribute points. What are you doing? Shen Bailu glanced at Lin Shi and noticed he seemed to be lost in his personal panel. But awakeners cannot view each other's panels, so she had no idea what Lin Shi was doing at the moment. I forgot to allocate my points, Lin Shi casually replied. Ah? Shen Bailu was taken aback. You can forget to allocate points? Then she realized that Lin Shi must have leveled up during the Abyss settlement and hadn't had the chance to allocate his points. But in reality, since awakening, Lin Shi hadn't really allocated points for himself much. The attribute points gained from leveling up had been accumulating until now. Better to allocate them later. Do you need any follow-up career development guides? Xinbai Lu seemed to think of something and asked. At the current stage, many initial point allocation guides for professions aren't considered secrets. But the blacksmith main profession is still extremely rare. Especially since she knew Lin Shi wanted to develop in a combat direction. This would require Lin Shi to do complex comprehensive references himself. If you have it, please share it with me. Lin Shi was indeed wanting to consult Xinbai Lu about this issue. Do you know what the situation is for a blacksmith at the level 30 job change? It's better to have some understanding beforehand than to be completely in the dark. As she mentioned this, Xinbai Lu's expression became slightly complicated. It seems to still be a blacksmith. And for a blacksmith main profession to become a god-level blacksmith, one needs to first obtain a special job title quest. That would be very different from a regular auxiliary blacksmith. She roughly understood some of Lin Shi's thoughts. Although he didn't know how Lin Shi could exert such strong combat power as a blacksmith. He probably still needed to plan for his future development. Still a blacksmith. Lin Shi pursed his lips. He thought he could at least have a title like Elite Blacksmith, but it turned out to be so plain. However, he didn't really care. It was plain, yes, but after the job change, his original job skills would still have some corresponding changes. But Xinbai Lu, with a comforting look, said softly, the early stage will be a bit difficult, but every time a blacksmith changes jobs, they can gain an extra forging skill, and the success rate for forging high-quality equipment will also increase. Additionally, if you can take on a more difficult job change task, you might have the chance to gain different effects of forging flames. She clearly had researched this information in advance. Lin Shi nodded. This was indeed the kind of useful information he wanted to know. By the way, I need to level up later, do you want to join me? After their conversation, Lin Shi asked Xinbai Lu again. Experiences gained from teaming up would be faster. The level gap between him and Xinbai Lu shouldn't be too wide. Sure. Xinbai Lu said with a cheerful nod. She no longer brought up the matter of pulling Lin Shi into her house, they had long reached a consensus. Moreover, she still vividly remembered their last team experience. Proud as she was, she had actually been carried by someone else. But now it was different, she had improved again and certainly wouldn't team up with Lin Shi like before. Do you dare to appear in front of me again? At that moment, a furious shout suddenly came from a distance. This immediately drew the attention of many classmates around the playground. In fact, some students had already noticed Lin Shi and Xinbai Lu's conversation. With Xinbai Lu's fame, many of her actions in Xinqing High School would attract attention, especially with her seemingly good relationship with Lin Shi now. This was even harder for people to accept. Lin Shi glanced at the source of the voice and did not care. He still remembered that was a teammate of Lu Ruoyan, who had been knocked away by his hammer and had not been seen since. Now they were here again. Wang Feilong, I should have warned your family. At this moment, Xinbai Lu's somewhat cold voice suddenly rang out. Lin Shi was a bit stunned. This girl directly warned another's family? He felt a little like he was being protected? Chapter 44, 30 Years of the River East. Playing awkwardly. Xinbai Lu changed from her earlier gentle demeanor when talking to Lin Shi to appearing somewhat cold. Logically speaking, this kind of temperament rarely appears in girls of this age. But it still made people feel a chill in their hearts. Lin Shi couldn't help but find it amusing. He had to admit, Xinbai Lu was a very smart girl. It was clear she had made arrangements in advance but hadn't told him. As for Wang Feilong, he truly did not care at all. Complain about an awakener who had just awakened not long ago? What a joke. How many people in Xinqing could withstand a hit from him? At this moment, Wang Feilong's expression suddenly froze, becoming somewhat unsightly. His family indeed had given him a warning, clearly advising him not to provoke Xinbai Lu again, as she was someone they could not afford to offend. But while Xinbai Lu came from a prestigious background, what was Lin Shi? He was someone Wang Feilong did not take seriously at all. Now, he had latched onto Xinbai Lu's leg and directly soared to the top? Especially when he noticed the gazes of other classmates around the playground. Wang Feilong's face turned even redder. As someone ranked on the heaven list with a hidden profession, his future achievements would definitely not be something others could compare with. Today, Xinbai Lu mocked his background. When he grows up, he will surely repay this double. Xinbai Lu, remember what I, Wang Feilong, am saying now. 30 years in the east, 40 years in the west. He pointed directly at Xinbai Lu, do not look down on the poor young man. As his words fell, the surroundings fell into silence. Many classmates knew Wang Feilong's hidden profession, which had a rank on the sky ranking. Once he entered a good guild, he would surely grow rapidly. Once he joined the ranks of top awakened ones, he could indeed break many worldly constraints. That is indeed something to dream about. Meanwhile, Lin Shi looked at Wang Feilong's actions, remaining silent. It wasn't shock, but rather he was barely holding it together. Is this a joke? But clearly, people in this world did not understand these references. Most of them seemed deeply inspired by Wang Feilong, and Lin Shi felt he had nowhere to vent his frustration. He completely regarded the current situation as entertainment. He then turned to Shin Bailu and laughed. He is too low level, there is no need to pay attention to him. To this, Shin Bailu just nodded. She had not expected Wang Feilong to do such a thing. Especially considering, by her estimate, Lin Shi was probably not far from level 20 now. Wang Feilong's words were undoubtedly a joke in front of Lin Shi. However, although Lin Shi's tone was calm, it was enough to stir up a storm in the ears of those around. Too low level? Is Lin Shi looking down on Wang Feilong's level? Wang Feilong's face turned extremely ugly. With his pride, he could not tolerate others to stain. Even with Shin Bailu supporting you, how high can you level up? Do you think just being high level will get you noticed by a guild? Which guild would endure spending a lot of resources to cultivate a main profession blacksmith with only a slim chance? Especially after leveling up, the training area becomes even more difficult. Even the strongest awakened ones cannot keep carrying a teammate who adds no value in training. Expecting to level up through forging? That is simply wishful thinking. Guilds would not accept blacksmiths. Shin Bailu instantly frowned. Teaming up with Lin Shi, she was the one being supported. Wang Feilong's words seemed to be directed at her. Lin Shi, come here, an awakened one from the Guild of Kings wants to see you. But at that moment, a voice suddenly called out. Everyone turned their gaze and saw Teacher Zhang, the homeroom teacher from Class 4, walking over. But what she said left everyone stunned. An awakened one from the Guild of Kings wants to see Lin Shi? No, why him? Lin Shi also raised an eyebrow, not expecting the current situation. But he guessed that this guild, ranked 4th on the leaderboard, probably understood the uniqueness of blacksmiths. After thinking, he told Shin Bailu, wait for me a moment, I will come back and we'll level up together. After saying that, he no longer cared about anything else and walked with Teacher Zhang. Arguing with an awakened one of Wang Feilong's level seemed beneath Lin Shi. But watching Lin Shi's departing figure, Wang Feilong's face turned ashen. This blatant disregard was an ultimate insult to him. But around them, other classmates were already chattering. Why would the Guild of Kings look for him? Are they considering training a main profession blacksmith? That would be too much of a loss. Such a big guild surely wouldn't lack support professions. But their tone was all sour and bitter. Whether it was Shin Bailu's favor or the Guild of Kings' invitation, it made them green with jealousy. Shouldn't being an awakened blacksmith make one feel bleak about the future? Why does this seem so different from what they thought? In contrast, Wang Feilong's earlier words seemed to be just a display of impotent rage. Bloodshot veins were visible in Wang Feilong's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. This gathering was precisely aimed at the Human Kings Association. Uncontrollable memories of Lin Shi's earlier words flooded his mind, filling him with deep contempt. Blacksmith, what level can you possibly reach? Wang Feilong ground his teeth. At that moment, Shin Bailu casually glanced at Wang Feilong. I warn you one last time, if you don't want your family to go bankrupt, stop embarrassing yourself. Besides, even before, Lin Shi's level was already higher than mine. After saying this, she turned and left, no longer paying attention to Wang Feilong. But Wang Feilong remained frozen in place. His eyes widened, a bit blank. There was no doubt Shin Bailu's level was higher than his, so what level was Lin Shi at now? 17. Or 18. But how could that be possible? The blacksmith profession couldn't level up that fast. A sudden sound of shattering echoed in his heart. It was his pride, being crushed. Are you Lin Shi? You've awakened as a main profession blacksmith, you must be feeling quite down lately, right? However, I want to tell you that the blacksmith profession is actually very special, and in some ways, it can be considered a hidden profession. As Lin Shi followed Teacher Zhang into the conference room, he saw a smiling female awakener in leather armor looking at him. But, down? Recalling his monster hunting and leveling up after awakening, Lin Shi didn't feel down at all. And our Human Kings Association just happens to have some instances for the main profession blacksmith, we've even cleared some. The female awakener had a beautiful and friendly smile, instantly making the atmosphere feel close. So? Lin Shi asked. He knew very well that the blacksmith profession was special and rare. But that didn't mean the 4th-ranked guild on the leaderboard would specifically invite him to join. The female awakener's smile brightened even more. So, would you be interested in joining the Blacksmith Association? Ha? The Blacksmith Association? Not the Human Kings Association. Lin Shi couldn't help but be taken aback. Wasn't the other party an awakener from the Human Kings Association? The female awakener was clearly well prepared, suddenly producing a hammer shimmering with runes in her hand. I'm also a blacksmith. Chapter 45, Are you really a blacksmith? An awakener of the blacksmith profession. Lin Shi raised his eyebrow. No wonder she came to find me.
He immediately understood that when it came to understanding the main profession blacksmith, no one knew better than another blacksmith. Career development strategies were also written by awakeners. This is equipment of epic quality. It was teacher Zhang behind Lin Qi, staring in awe at the hammer in the female awakener's hand. In fact, when looked at from a broad perspective, epic quality equipment on high-level awakeners was not too rare. It was at most considered rare, but obtaining equipment suitable for the current stage was very difficult. The level of awakeners continually rises, and equipment often can't keep up. Moreover, with the durability limit of equipment, much gear would immediately break without time to get repaired during battles. To say nothing of repairs requiring a large amount of materials. I forged this earlier, the female awakener said with a smile, her eyes curving into lovely crescents.
Teacher Zhang, I would like to have a word alone with Lin Qi.
Teacher Zhang understood at once, giving Lin Qi a reassuring look before stepping out of the office. Lin Qi felt quite curious about the person before him.
He had a complete set of epic quality equipment in his ring.
However, at this current stage, the high-quality equipment Lin Qi forged was all due to the effect of the creation refinement attribute. It could only be created through refinement, and it was hard to directly forge materials into epic quality. That required quite a high success rate and corresponding forging techniques.
Let me formally introduce myself. I am Li Mingyue.
One of the identities is a member of the Blacksmith Association. You must have heard of the Blacksmith Association. Joining it may not bring you a vast amount of resources, but it can at least be a pathway. Li Mingyue spoke very frankly about this. Once you reach level 30 and change jobs, you can consider applying to the Blacksmith Association. The association is different from the guild. It is composed entirely of awakened individuals from that profession. It can provide many development plans and some resources. Of course, it also includes hidden professions.
For example, Shin Bailu's arcane mage profession can apply to join the Mage Association.
The guild, on the other hand, focuses more on the strength and level of the awakened members. Lin Qi also has some understanding of the Blacksmith Association. It is an association that one can only join after learning the blacksmith secondary profession and enhancing various blacksmith abilities to a certain level. He did not expect that the other party would come specifically to tell him this.
How is it? Li Mingyue asked with a smile. The days of the blacksmith profession in the small city behind must not be easy, right?
But I must tell you, young man, that you don't necessarily have to be buried in Summer City. She symbolically waved her little fist, as if cheering Lin Qi on. Not feeling that anything was particularly difficult, Lin Qi did not explain his situation.
He just asked, why not invite me to join the Guild of Mortal Kings?
As soon as the words fell, Li Mingyue's face stiffened slightly, eyeing Lin Qi with suspicion. She heard from teacher Zhang that Lin Qi had performed well in the past. He was not arrogant or dark in nature.
Why would he think he could join the Guild of Mortal Kings? After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, good, very spirited.
Generally speaking, if you can level up to 25 or above within a month, you'll qualify to try to join us.
But I can't stay in Summer City for too long.
Clearly, she came to see Lin Qi just to give him a path to join the Blacksmith Association. After pausing, she continued, it's not that the primary blacksmith profession will necessarily allow you to join the Blacksmith Association. You should know that most awakened individuals only consider learning a secondary profession after reaching level 60. To this, Lin Qi simply shrugged. He realized that the other party was indeed visiting him out of goodwill. I can consider it later, Lin Qi said calmly. These large forces hold strategies and information that ordinary people find hard to locate. It is also quite helpful for him. Very well, I do not see any signs of you being dejected because of the current difficulties. Keep it up. Li Mingyue smiled with satisfaction. She casually took out a book and handed it to Lin Qi.
This includes some strategies for the blacksmith profession, including level 30. Don't be polite, take a look.
Thank you. Lin Qi accepted the guide and briefly flipped through it.
It indeed recorded some solid knowledge for the development of the blacksmith profession.
Go for it, young man.
I believe in you.
I hope that in the future guild recruitment, you will be selected by a top guild. Li Mingyue waved her fist at Lin Qi again. Level 30 will come soon. There are many big shots from various guilds in the association.
You might even join a top 10 guild.
Lin Qi's mouth twitched, feeling that this person was a bit of a scam.
However, the Blacksmith Association is indeed worth considering.
The association does not have the constraints of a guild. There will be a lot of information sharing among members. Just as he was about to push the door to leave, he heard Li Mingyue's voice inquiring again, by the way, what level are you at now? I might be able to help you find some good guilds to choose from.
Level 23.
Yeah. In many cases, the level of awakened individuals can be displayed. Thus, Lin Qi had no reason to hide it at all. He closed the office door and directly stepped out.
But the next moment, Li Mingyue suddenly rushed out of the office and came in front of Lin Qi. Wait, what level did you say you are? She widened her eyes, staring tightly at Lin Qi, the clear and charming light in her eyes reflecting a bright glow. Li Mingyue invites you to join the team. Hint, due to the significant level gap among the current team members, the experience acquisition efficiency will drop sharply. Immediately, a message appeared before Lin Qi, and he casually clicked to agree. He also wanted to see how high the level of the members from the Mortal Kings Guild in the rear city could be. Li Mingyue. Level, 97. This was an awakened person after the third job change. Lin Qi understood. But at this moment, Li Mingyue's little face was becoming more and more dazed, her astonished expression utterly unmasked. Really at level 23? She murmured, her gaze suddenly falling back on Lin Qi. Are you being kept by some rich woman? How did you level up to 23 in such a short time? Are you really a blacksmith? She directly asked her soul 3 questions. How long has it been since the awakening? New awakened individuals in Xiang City are generally around level 10. Among the best, they are only around level 15. Even after the Abyss event, it was still impossible for someone to level up so quickly. Lin Qi shrugged and did not explain anything. But then, Li Mingyue's soft little hand tightly grabbed Lin Qi's palm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Young man, please be sure to join our Mortal Kings Guild. We rank 4th among the guilds, and whatever resources you need, we have. Chapter 46, Blacksmith, also considered a hidden profession. Then let's start with 10 types of materials for forging legendary equipment. Lin Qi said without thinking. Putting aside Li Mingyue's sudden change of attitude, he himself didn't have much obsession with joining the guild. However, as the 4th-ranked Mortal Kings Guild, they must hold many leveling spots in dungeons. That had some value for him. 10 types of legendary quality materials. Li Mingyue's mouth twitched. This was the first time she had seen a new awakened person making such a bold request when joining. However, the level of the guy in front of her was enough to prove his leveling efficiency. Although she didn't know how Lin Qi did it. But she could be certain. He was definitely going to grow into a main profession blacksmith. Low risk, high return. After some thought, she smiled and said, once you make a certain contribution to our guild, don't say 10 types, we can gather 100 for you. Lin Qi was not enticed by her grand promises. He just asked, your guild should have vacancies similar to a guest elder, right? To be honest, I don't want to be bound by the guild. This was an unwritten rule in all major guilds. They recruited some special awakened individuals who did not have to participate in guild matters regularly, but could contribute when needed. Li Mingyue looked at Lin Qi in surprise. How did it sound like Lin Qi was the one losing out by joining their Mortal Kings Guild? Who outside wasn't trying hard to join their guild? But since the serious matter had been mentioned, Li Mingyue still became a bit more serious and said, there is, but you need to prove your value first. Young man, although your leveling efficiency is outrageous, you are still just a newcomer. Before she could finish, Lin Qi waved his hand, and a magic array immediately appeared before him. Disaster proclamation. Is this enough now? Having skills was not something to hide away. He had already mastered quite a few skills, and disaster proclamation was just a skill he replicated with the past reappearance trait. Later on, with stronger skills, he could replace it whenever he wanted. This was easy for him. It's really not a secret. Sometimes, showing your own abilities properly will bring more convenience. This is combat skills? Li Mingyue's eyes suddenly widened, her small face showing uncontainable astonishment. She carefully examined the magic formation, then stiffly turned her face to look at Lin Qi. You. She stammered for a long time before finally saying, you brat, you can't be born with dual martial souls, born with dual professions, right? In an instant, she connected many dots. Could it be that this kid Lin Qi has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all along? In fact, the blacksmith profession was just his disguise. In reality, Lin Qi awakened an unprecedented dual profession, holding a big hammer in one hand and being able to release combat skills with the other. Li Mingyue was shocked. As a blacksmith herself, she understood better than anyone what a blacksmith should be capable of. Even she couldn't release such a skill. Lin Qi casually retracted the skill effect, shrugged, and said, my blacksmith profession is just a bit special. Well, this is way too special. Li Mingyue's emotions stirred greatly. Suddenly she stared at Lin Qi again, is this the secret of your rapid level up? Blacksmithing, to some extent, can also be considered a hidden profession. Lin Qi returned the question to her. Li Mingyue fell silent. She never expected Lin Qi's blacksmith profession to be so special. A blacksmith with combat skills. This had never been recorded in previous information. So, have we reached a consensus? Lin Qi smiled slightly. On the playground. Lin Chi immediately saw Shin Bailu standing among the crowd, as if she didn't belong to the noisy crowd, independent and detached. Under the gaze of the others around her, a bright smile bloomed on Shin Bailu's small face as she quickly walked up to him. How is it? Did the Human Kings Guild send you an invitation? She understood Lin Chi's strength. The blacksmith profession would never limit Lin Chi. Not bad. Lin Chi smiled and did not elaborate further. He then took a glance at the information on his panel. You have joined the Human Kings Guild. Current position, member. You gain a speed increase of 10%. You gain an attack power increase of 10%. You gain a defense increase of 10%. This is the guild's bonus effect. It directly boosts all basic stat performances. As Lin Chi expected, being the fourth on the leaderboard, the Human Kings had surely maxed out their bonus effects. And for him, whose basic attributes were already absurdly high, the effects were even more obvious. What level are you at now? Lin Chi asked. In response, Shin Bailu seemed to be prepared, smiling brightly at Lin Chi. Guess. It seemed she was very confident in her level. Lin Chi could naturally guess her thoughts. However, Lin Chi still cooperatively pretended to say, your leveling speed is fast, you should be at level 15 by now. To lift someone up, you need to hold them down first, and balance it well to flatter their heart. Before coming to school, I just leveled up to 17. Shin Bailu chuckled and shook her head. Previously, when teaming up with Lin Chi, she had almost reached level 14. This kind of leveling speed, no matter where, would definitely exceed other awakeners. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. At this rate, he could directly choose the level 30 training area with Shin Bailu. For Shin Bailu, the experience decay of only 3 levels wouldn't impact her too much. And when their team was formed, Shin Bailu was still shocked, her small mouth slightly open. 23 levels. Even she had never heard of anyone reaching level 23 in such a short time. The two only planned briefly and then headed towards outside the city. High-level areas are mostly located farther away from Summer City. And this time, Lin Chi planned to head straight to the Tidal Bay area, which had level 30 dungeons. Tidal Bay, with ordinary difficulty levels, easy, hard, nightmare. Among them, nightmare difficulty is the most suitable for Lin Chi to level up. However, not long after Lin Chi and the others stepped into the teleportation array, a faint voice emerged from a dark corner nearby. The target has been teleported out of Summer City. Follow them, this is the best opportunity. Tidal Bay. Surrounded by mountains on both sides, the sea in the middle sparkles, yet occasionally raises waves. Occasionally, a huge shadow can be glimpsed slicing through the waves. Tidal Sea Turtle. Level 29. As a wild monster outside the Tidal Bay dungeon, the Tidal Sea Turtle is an extraordinarily powerful wild creature. However, Shin Bailu watched the fleeting monster information before her, her eyes became somewhat complex. Your teammate Lin Chi killed the Tidal Sea Turtle, gaining experience plus 1920. Your teammate Lin Chi killed the Tidal Sea Snake, gaining experience plus 2360. All around, dark liquid began to spread. Every monster that appeared next to them transformed into experience in the blink of an eye. Chapter 47, Are bosses treated as small monsters? The monsters here are all levels far above them. Shin Bailu understood the strength of Lin Chi, but after dismissing those prior special abyss creatures, these real leveled wild monsters have power that can be directly measured. Rather than saying they were fighting monsters, it was more like mowing grass. This was even simpler than mowing grass. Remember to pick up the equipment, let's go directly to the dungeon. Lin Chi's voice came. Shin Bailu nodded instinctively, yet felt a bit wordless. Though reluctant to admit it, she indeed got carried away again. This was completely different from her earlier expectation of fighting side by side. Lin Chi arrived at the dungeon entrance, glanced at Shin Bailu who was diligently picking up dropped equipment, and suddenly felt a strange thought in his heart. She is much more useful than the Abyss Guardian. The Abyss Guardian has no storage slots, it can only pick up equipment with its hands. With Shin Bailu around, she could relieve Lin Chi from a significant amount of storage pressure. If I think too much while fighting monsters, my mind is going to be weird. Lin Chi quickly threw this thought away. It must be said that Shin Bailu is indeed very beautiful. Just having her by his side is a delight to the eyes. She is not just a pretty face, even if any other awakened one came to Lin Chi's side, it would be hard to find an opportunity to participate in the battle. Tidal Bay. Number of players required, 2 to 4. Please choose dungeon difficulty. Normal/hard/nightmare. Nightmare. Lin Chi quickly made his choice. One important reason for choosing the Tidal Bay dungeon is that, like the previous Fire Rock Valley dungeon, there is no level requirement here. But there is a requirement of at least 2 people to enter.
The boss at the end requires 2 people to simultaneously open the door to enter. And this is actually one of the difficulties of this dungeon. The monsters in the dungeon are already very powerful, and if a team with insufficient strength enters, it will inevitably suffer casualties. Receiving fatal attacks in the dungeon, one cannot teleport away. Even if only one person remains, they cannot open the boss's door, destined to perish in despair in the dungeon. A mist of the sea enveloped them. When the mist cleared, the scene before Lin Chi changed abruptly. On the surrounding ground, a swarm of monsters was unmistakably spread out. Tidal crab. Level 30. Giant shrimp. Level 30. Phosphorus poison sea snake. Level 30. Different monster information appeared before Lin Chi and Shin Bailu. Among them, there were even elite monsters, glimmering all over. The moment Lin Chi and Shin Bailu stepped into this area, all the monsters surged toward them like an unstoppable tide. To be more accurate, behind these monsters, there was indeed a tide slowly rising. In Nightmare Difficulty Tidal Bay, the tide will continuously rise with time, until it drowns all invading awakeners. Shin Bailu said seriously. Her staff was raised high, gathering blazing light, symbols swirling, and struck towards the approaching horde of monsters. -307. -298. The damage caused by Shin Bailu was not low, as she was facing monsters over 10 levels higher than her. Even with her skills falling, she could still visibly see the health bars of these monsters decreasing. But Lin Chi did not release his attack skill immediately. Fiery flames quickly ignited around him. Forged. The commotion caused by the eerie blue flames immediately caught Shin Bailu's attention. She turned her head, her gaze frozen. At that moment, Lin Chi looked like a terrifying ruler emerging from an abyss, with the eerie blue flames making his figure tower above. In his hand floated a massive fiery hammer. Whoosh! The giant hammer swept around, creating a loud whistling sound. The eerie blue flames spread out in all directions, suddenly engulfing the surrounding monsters. -3,180. -2,970. -3,060. Soon, dense numbers of damage appeared amidst the flames. The monsters that had originally rushed over quickly turned into experience for the 2 of them. Health bar empty, all were killed instantly. It was not until the experience notification flashed continuously that Shin Bailu finally came to her senses. The skill form Lin Chi displayed now was something she had never seen before. That eerie blue flame itself gave off a strange feeling. For a moment, she did not dare to recognize Lin Chi. This skill is so strong. Shin Bailu muttered. She knew very well that the effect of this skill had likely reached the level of a high-level awakened. Oh, by the way, let me give you another skill book. Lin Chi's voice came through the roaring flames. Then, a skill book flew out of the flames and landed in Shin Bailu's hand. This was the Dragon Breath skill that Lin Chi found in the Bone Dragon's treasure, but it required a certain amount of mental attribute, making it likely that Shin Bailu could not learn it in a short time. However, later on, if needed, Lin Chi could replicate the skill at any time from Shin Bailu's side. While Lin Chi was thinking, he saw Shin Bailu's hand shine briefly, and the light vanished into her body, clearly indicating she had learned it. I previously allocated all the reward attribute points into mental attributes, Shin Bailu said somewhat shyly. In this world, even mages rarely dared to allocate all points into mental attributes. If life points are too low, one could easily die. That's fine. Lin Chi smiled, knowing Shin Bailu must have a clear career development plan. With the Dragon Breath skill and the Disaster Declaration, Shin Bailu could indeed cause more damage to the monsters that were missed. The 2 continued their journey. Suddenly, a glow of upgrade brilliance burst forth from Shin Bailu. Ha! Seeing this, Lin Chi was somewhat puzzled. But it was Shin Bailu who was even more surprised. She slightly parted her lips, staring blankly at Lin Chi. You just eliminated a boss. That was one of the 3 bosses from Tidal Bay. She had originally calculated that they were about to reach the boss's location. At that time, they needed to be careful. But who would have thought the boss was killed by Lin Chi like a small monster? And Lin Chi hadn't even realized it. Last time they teamed up, because the basic attributes of Abyss creatures were not high, they displayed power far beyond their attributes due to Abyss enhancement. She found it hard to accurately assess Lin Chi. But now, facing a level 30 nightmare dungeon monster, she truly experienced Lin Chi's strength. Could a normal level 23 awakened one do that? Lin Chi, however, felt nothing unusual, glanced at the scattered equipment around, and his eyes lit up. Epic quality equipment? Tidal armor, epic. Category, top. Equipment requirements, level 30. An epic item of level 30 actually dropped from the first boss. It's indeed the difficulty of a nightmare. Chapter 48, Releasing Flame Skills in the Sea? Epic armor at level 30, very rare.
Shin Bailu received the armor and glanced at it, somewhat surprised. The lower the level, the rarer high-quality gear becomes. At around level 30, golden quality gear is already considered very good. She handed it back to Lin Chi and chuckled, "I wonder if you can use this gear. If you want to sell it, I can help you find a way." When leveling up in a team with Lin Chi, she wouldn't take any equipment or materials. The 2 skill books she received from Lin Chi already held considerable value. Moreover, she was the one being carried. Lin Chi didn't hold back, as epic quality gear is already good fodder for refining. Aside from that, a conch-shaped item dropped on the ground. Conch key, a key to open a certain portal. This was the key to open the final boss's door. Once we get the next key, we can head to the final boss. Lin Chi collected the gear scattered on the ground. Both of them knew a bit about the information concerning the Tidal Cove dungeon and understood what to do next. The tide is rising. Shen Bailu glanced back, her delicate brows furrowing. As the waves crashed in, her small feet were submerged in the seawater, reaching her ankle wrapped in white stockings before receding again. They had been progressing smoothly, thanks to Lin Chi's assault, and their speed in tackling the dungeon was already quite fast. But in reality, starting from hard difficulty, the awakened beings in the Tidal Cove dungeon walk in the water continuously. The tide was rising at a rapid pace, which would also affect the actions of the awakened in some skill effects. As for nightmare difficulty, unless they moved as quickly as the 2 of them, otherwise most would have to stay soaked in the sea, relying on some water-avoiding items to move. Lin Chi looked down at the ice cream soup under Shin Bailu's feet but didn't mind the impact of the rising tide. It's not a big problem, the final boss is originally in the sea. Releasing fire attribute skills in seawater would undoubtedly be heavily affected. Even the deep blue flames of the Abyss Bone Dragon would be the same, maintaining them would require a significant amount of mana. And this was a major source of difficulty in the Tidal Cove dungeon. Sizzle! After stepping through the seawater for a while longer, Lin Chi suddenly shone with the brilliance of level up. Level +1. You have gained the trait, Rapid Assault. Just one more level, and I'll get the red trait. This round of trait rotation, Lin Chi had progressed very smoothly. Previously, each internal boss during the Abyss arrival allowed him to level up directly, saving him from grinding experience. Lin Chi didn't pay much attention to the level increase, instead, he looked ahead. This time, he finally saw the true appearance of the boss. It was a merman holding a spear, its fins resembled human limbs, and its mouth was filled with fangs. Tidal Merman, Golden. Level 32. The final boss of hard difficulty. Shin Bailu's eyes focused slightly. At Abyss difficulty, what should have been a level 30 boss was now raised to level 32. This was Lin Chi's first time seeing a truly living merman. In the past, during high school in Summer City, he had seen a specimen of this creature. Gurgle gurgle. As Lin Chi and Shin Bailu approached, the tidal merman released sounds like someone speaking underwater. Then, its eyes burst with a blazing blood-red light as it suddenly leaped up. Splash! Around it, huge amounts of seawater surged, diving into the water and revealing only a long dorsal fin. But its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it charged toward Lin Chi and Shin Bailu, its spear gleaming with a chilling light. The waves surged, violently split apart by the tidal fishman, showing how fast it was. Is the target me? Shin Bailu immediately raised her staff. This boss already had some intelligence, knowing to attack the relatively fragile and troublesome ranged profession first. She could even see, in the churning sea, a pair of crimson eyes. However, there was nothing that followed. A bluish flame flashed before Shin Bailu. Your teammate Lin Chi killed the tidal fishman, gaining experience plus 4,125. Ding! The spear in the tidal fishman's hand fell to the ground, faintly gleaming with rune-like light. Another piece of epic quality equipment. Shin Bailu's eyes lit up. 2 consecutive boss battles yielded epic equipment, and they weren't hidden attribute items, no need for identification. Lin Chi picked up the spear, didn't even look at it, and stored it in his ring. This thing wouldn't be useful to him, it was originally meant to be used as sacrifice material for refining. Only the final boss remains. Lin Chi looked ahead. There was a pool of water, with waves continuously rushing into it. Through the water, one could vaguely see swirling patterns resembling seashells at the bottom of the pool. Here was the door to the final boss. At Abyss difficulty, the final boss is random, Shin Bailu pondered. The strongest should be the tidal giant python, while the hardest to deal with is the tidal jellyfish. The tidal giant python had powerful stats, while the tidal jellyfish was difficult because it split into multiple forms, making it hard for awakeners to destroy them all at once. But as long as one jellyfish survived, it would regenerate into the original boss. However, recalling this, Shin Bailu couldn't help but glance at Lin Chi beside her. No matter what boss appeared at the final stage, it probably wouldn't withstand a single blow from Lin Chi, right? By now. She even suspected that even without a weapon, Lin Chi might be able to tear apart the final boss with his bare hands. The two of them tacitly picked up the seashell keys dropped by the previous boss, standing on either side of the pool. As the seashell keys were placed into the grooves at the edge of the pool at the same time, the seashell pattern at the bottom of the pool slowly opened. Splash! A large amount of seawater gushed out of the pool, forming a column of water. But Shin Bailu didn't look at that. Instead, she immediately turned her gaze to the bottom of the pool. Vaguely, she could see a dark purple glow flickering in the water. Tidal jellyfish, epic. Level 33. It really is an epic boss. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. Even if this thing didn't drop legendary quality equipment, it could still yield strong epic equipment. Shin Bailu's hand flashed with light as she took out 2 water-repellent pearls from her ring. She had prepared these items on her way here. Reaching out, she was about to hand one to Lin Chi. But she was astonished to notice that Lin Chi had no intention of using the water-repelling items at all. Amidst the bluish flames swirling around, the tall flame figure directly leaped into the water. Hiss hiss. White steam rose up from the water, yet the seawater showed no sign of extinguishing the flames. This. Shin Bailu's mouth slightly opened, leaving her speechless. Such a large-scale flame skill can be fully performed underwater? Chapter 49, is this a delivery of equipment? Outside the dungeon entrance, a mass of sea mist swept by. Lin Chi and Shin Bailu's figures then emerged. However, Shin Bailu looked at Lin Chi with an odd expression. Are you a blacksmith or a mage? How much mana does it take to maintain such a large flame in the water? Yet, she clearly saw Lin Chi maintaining the fire giant's form in the water, without even touching the tidal jellyfish. He merely struck down hard towards the ground. The surging waves raised by the strike swept the tidal jellyfish's body into the tumult. The tidal jellyfish had not even unleashed its ability to split before it turned into experience points. Lin Chi smiled and did not say much more. Instead, he took out a robe-like piece of equipment from his ring. This was one of the items dropped by the tidal jellyfish, with hidden attributes. Since the two had been soaking in seawater earlier, he didn't rush to identify it. Finally, he released an identification skill. Tidal staff, epic. Category, weapon. Equipment requirement, level 30, reducing by 10, mage class. Effect, spirit plus 500, constitution plus 100. Special effect, tidal surge, passive, when in contact with seawater, can regain 300 mana per second, and enhance skill release effects. Description, equipment from the tides, swallowed by the tides from many eras ago. If placed at level 20, it would definitely be a great staff. Lin Chi thought for a moment and casually handed it to Shin Bailu. Once you level up twice, you can use it. This staff has an effect to lower the equipment requirement level, making it a great boost for Shin Bailu. Currently, the staff in Shin Bailu's hands should still be of golden quality. Shin Bailu nodded, not being modest about it. Even if she remained cold, she had realized that her relationship with Lin Chi had grown much closer. Worrying about these things would be rather petty. Moreover, her strength boost would allow her to not appear too burdensome beside Lin Chi. But she did not know that Lin Chi did not see her as a burden at all. Having someone help pick up equipment also improved the efficiency of gaining experience and allowed him to enter instances like the tidal bay with player limits. This was extremely helpful. As for participating in battles, Lin Chi did not believe that anyone could interfere with his fights within the level restrictions. Shin Bailu put away the staff and looked at Lin Chi again. The time to clear the tidal bay instance was even faster than she had expected. She didn't know whether to take advantage of the instance cooldown to go to another instance or to level up nearby first. However, she noticed that Lin Chi seemed to sense something, turning to look in a certain direction. Following Lin Chi's gaze, Shin Bailu saw 2 middle-aged men approaching them. Their eyes were fixed on her. Miss Shin, why come to such a dangerous instance for a date with a male classmate? The foremost middle-aged man wore a smile, but there was not a hint of friendliness in his expression. The other man behind him stood aside, leisurely blocking Lin Chi and Shin Bailu's escape route. Looking at their equipment, one should be a thief class and the other an assassin class. Lin Chi's gaze swept over them, then landed on Shin Bailu again. These two were clearly coming for Shin Bailu. Shin Bailu furrowed her brows tightly, looking around with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Are you looking for your family's guards? The other middle-aged man shook his head. If they were here, we wouldn't have shown up. In an instant, Shin Bailu's face darkened. She immediately looked at Lin Chi and whispered, Lin Chi, they are coming for me. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to happen and get you involved. A flash of light danced in her hand, revealing 2 scrolls. Teleportation scrolls? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. After all, Shin Bailu's background was not ordinary. He could tell that these scrolls were definitely not cheap. and activating the teleportation would not take long at all. As for the danger brought by those two, Lin Chi felt nothing at all. Whoosh! Just then, a series of glowing runes suddenly burst forth, forming a light screen that enveloped the area. Another figure walked out from a distance, wearing a mage's robe, waving at the two middle-aged men. Arcane silence. Shin Bailu's eyes narrowed suddenly. That is also a profession of an arcane mage, probably, at least above level 60. This is a unique skill of an arcane mage's profession. To learn it, one must go through the second job transfer at level 60. The opponent actually dispatched an awakener of such a profession, and she was very sure that the opponent would definitely not just be level 60. She looked at Lin Chi again, her small face increasingly grave. The teleportation scroll has been disabled. Do you have a way to break through and escape? Earlier, she had already understood Lin Chi's strength. With their goal being her, Lin Chi should have a chance to leave. However, she noticed that Lin Chi's face actually revealed a smile. You say, would awakeners of this level carry some good items and equipment when going out on missions? Hearing this, Shin Bailu was slightly taken aback. How did it sound like Lin Chi was planning something against these three? Miss Shin, don't worry, we just want to take you away and won't kill you for now. The middle-aged man at the front chuckled lightly, but your little boyfriend has to be silenced. In his hand, a black radiance had already burst forth. That was the sign of a skill being released. However, this skill did not show any effects. A magic circle, unknown to Wen, had already covered the area they were in. Disaster declaration. Shin Bailu was stunned. Wasn't this the skill from the skill book Lin Chi had given her earlier? She clearly did not cast it, so who else could have released this skill? The disaster declaration skill can simultaneously inflict various random negative effects on enemies. This naturally includes silence and immobilization. The bodies of the three had already stiffened, affected by various negative effects, unable to even speak. They all widened their eyes unconsciously, their expressions filled with fear and shock. They didn't even understand what was happening. But soon, they noticed the boy beside Shin Bailu was already slowly stepping towards them. Under his feet, a pitch-black liquid surged forth, rapidly spreading outward. And the three, including the arcane mage in the distance, could only helplessly watch as the dark liquid approached them. Accompanying it was the terrifying sensation of their health rapidly depleting. It was their maximum health that was being deducted. And this was the last thought in their minds. Only a pile of equipment remained on the ground. Chapter 53-year period has arrived. Level 25. Your teammate Lin Chi killed the wanted awakener, received prior reputation reward plus 120. Your teammate Lin Chi killed the wanted awakener, received prior reputation reward plus 110. Your teammate. A series of notifications flashed in front of Shin Bailu. For a long time, Shin Bailu found it hard to come back to her senses. The levels of those three awakeners were at least 40 to 50 levels higher than theirs. Especially, there was an arcane mage among them. But they were actually killed so easily? Yet Lin Chi didn't say much, already waving to gather a pile of equipment in his hands. Shadow Stitch Leather Armor, Epic. Category, Top. Equipment Requirement, Level 65, Assassin Class. Secret Robe, Epic. Category, Top. Equipment Requirement, Level 70, Mage Class. Shadow Dagger, Epic. Category, Weapon. The three awakeners dropped a total of 5 pieces of epic equipment. The rest were all gold quality. This is some savings, but not much. Lin Chi stored the equipment into his ring. Within the levels from 60 to 90, for awakeners without any opportunities, having even one piece of epic quality equipment is considered good. And among these, 3 pieces of epic equipment were obtained from that arcane mage. This shows the impact of hidden professions on the future achievements of awakeners. And besides this equipment, Lin Chi also found some valuable items from these people's rings. This includes items like teleportation scrolls, healing potions, and speed potions. However, it seems that due to completing a mission, these three did not carry any extra equipment. After stripping off their rings one by one, Lin Chi glanced at the information prompt on the panel. Preliminary reputation reward. He then turned his head to look at Shin Bailu. What force is trying to hunt these three down? In ordinary circumstances, reputation does not hold much significance. But within some large forces, reputation can bring many benefits, or be exchanged for precious items and tools. These three must be wanted by some power, which is why after killing them, the preliminary reputation reward was automatically triggered. If one could find the force that is after these three, they could claim the subsequent reputation rewards. Shin Bailu shook her head. I am not sure at the moment, I can check later. A trace of complex emotion lingered in her eyes. From just the preliminary reputation reward, she could at least gauge the strength of those three. The preliminary reputation is already over 100, which means their wanted reputation is at least 500. And this level can only be reached by having several homicides on hand. After a moment, Shin Bailu looked at Lin Chi with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. She was indeed shocked by the strength Lin Chi displayed, which repeatedly exceeded her expectations. But what concerned her more was that if Lin Chi didn't have such strong power, she might have truly dragged him down to death. This kind of favor, she owed too much. Lin Chi shrugged, completely unconcerned. 3 wanted criminals even delivered a pile of high-quality equipment and items to him. He couldn't ask for more of this kind of thing. Can you still level up with peace of mind? Lin Chi just asked. As if nothing had happened before, extremely calm. Of course. Shin Bailu's response was very decisive. She simply took out a communication device, whispered a few words, and the device transformed into light and disappeared. This was also quite valuable. Lin Chi couldn't help but be curious about Shin Bailu's background. Just these few items Shin Bailu showed would be hard to find in Summer City, even if one had money. However, he did not ask too much. Just as Shin Bailu didn't inquire about his unusual display of abilities when teaming up. Shin Bailu sighed softly and said to Lin Chi, I need to investigate the specific situation, but there's no need to make you worry again, so as not to drag you in further. As for me, my family runs a trading house. She still revealed some of her own background to Lin Chi. Lin Chi's gaze suddenly turned strange. Eh? What? A trading house? Good heavens. He knew Shin Bailu came from a good family, but he never thought that her background was so substantial. In Summer City, there are many trading houses. However, apart from the local trading houses, others are branches of certain colossal powers. Clearly, Shin Bailu's background belonged to the latter. For a moment, Shin Bailu appeared somewhat anxious, as if uncertain about Lin Chi's attitude after revealing this. Then, she heard Lin Chi's voice ring out, so, doesn't this mean the 3-year term is up, and you're welcoming the wealthy back? Shin Bailu. Lin Chi felt no pressure at all. Instead, he naturally thought that from now on, when fighting monsters with Shin Bailu, there was no need to share any loot with her. No need. Unless it's an extremely rare piece of equipment, like that tied staff, Shin Bailu didn't lack anything at all. What is a rich person? Clearly, Shin Bailu is one. Lin Chi roughly understood what kind of script Shin Bailu was playing. However, a rosy blush had already spread across Shin Bailu's fair cheeks. Under Lin Chi's strange gaze, I felt oddly embarrassed. What is this feeling of shame that exposes my identity? After the little incident just now, and once we organized a pile of loot, the cooldown for the dungeon had ended. Lin Chi and Shin Bailu stepped into the Tidal Bay dungeon once again. According to Lin Chi's plan, this time, we had to level up to 25 and obtain a new red attribute. In the course of clearing the dungeon, Shin Bailu had already upgraded first, reaching level 19. The experience limitation for levels was gradually decreasing. Until the two of them finished their last round in the Tidal Bay dungeon. Shin Bailu was almost ready to level up to 20, likely able to use that epic quality tidal staff soon. As soon as they stepped out of the dungeon, a glow of leveling up burst forth from Lin Chi. Cleared the Tidal Bay dungeon, gained settlement experience plus 13,000. Level plus 1. You have obtained the attribute rule exchange, red. Level 25, a new red attribute. Lin Chi's eyes lit up as he immediately looked at the attribute effects on the panel. Current attribute, rule exchange. Effect, can use any materials or equipment to exchange for materials or equipment of equivalent quality. Lin Chi smacked his lips, understanding the function of this attribute. Exchange? Isn't that just 1 for 1? But then he quickly understood. It's truly not as simple as 1 for 1. As long as it's used well, it can produce an incredibly ridiculous effect. Some monsters already have core materials, and I can directly exchange for them. For example, take a unicorn, its core material is undoubtedly its horn. If it's an epic quality horn material, then Lin Chi could casually take any epic material or equipment and exchange it. A unicorn that has lost its horn, even if it obtains the equipment or material that Lin Chi exchanged, wouldn't be able to use it. And this is only the most basic use. Some materials inside monsters aren't that easy to drop. Even if you kill hundreds or thousands, you might not drop a single material. But with the rule exchange attribute, Lin Chi could guarantee a 100% chance of getting the desired materials. In situations where specific materials are urgently needed, this attribute can demonstrate absolute effectiveness. Lin Chi quickly figured it out. This attribute can play a powerful role in both battles and material collection. Having sorted this out, Lin Chi and Shin Bailu didn't wait for the dungeon cooldown to finish, heading towards Summer City. They had already stayed long enough around Tidal Bay. Moreover, Lin Chi planned to go back and do some forging, then learn the 2 core skills for level 20 and 25. Before level 30, all Awakener's core skills are foundational. The blacksmith profession is no exception. After I finish all of this, I can focus all my energy on reaching level 30 and then change jobs. Lin Chi had already set his plan. What Lin Chi valued most was undoubtedly being able to forge higher quality equipment after the job change. On the way back, the two didn't forget to kill monsters. They even managed to raise Shin Bailu's level to 20 before returning to Summer City. Shin Bailu's leveling speed alone would absolutely be considered incredibly ridiculous anywhere. However, Shin Bailu still couldn't shake off her heavy thoughts. Those 3 kidnappers surely didn't come on their own, there must be someone behind them. But Lin Chi had no intention of getting involved in such family disputes. When I get back, I'll check the wanted status of those 3 and transfer the reputation to you. Shin Bailu's face broke into a gentle smile. Lin Chi nodded. Those reputations were not insignificant. Although they are not much use now, perhaps they can come in handy later. Also, I will find a way to arrange a blacksmith profession instance for you as soon as possible, Shin Bailu added. With your strength, it won't be too difficult to clear it. With Lin Chi's help, her leveling speed had greatly improved. She naturally wouldn't forget to arrange the blacksmith profession instance for Lin Chi. After parting ways, Lin Chi hurried home. This time leveling up, he had gained quite a few epic quality equipment. According to Lin Chi's estimates, he could refine 3 more legendary quality pieces of equipment. However, Lin Chi did not plan to put the refinement effects on the Abyss Hammer again. Above legendary quality is sacred equipment, also known as holy artifacts. He had learned from Shin Bailu about the subsequent equipment tiers. But according to Lin Chi's estimate, to upgrade the Abyss Hammer from legendary quality to sacred quality, even if he used all the equipment and materials he currently had on the Abyss Hammer, it might not be possible. The returns were just too slow. So, rather than forcing the upgrade on the Abyss Hammer, it was better to refine other legendary quality equipment first, and then see about getting attribute bonuses. He immediately picked up the Abyss Hammer in the forge room at home and started the refinement. You successfully forged Abyss Embrace, Legendary, ×1, gaining Constitution plus 800, Strength plus 200, Agility plus 200. You successfully forged Abyss Rush, Legendary, ×1, gaining Agility plus 1000, Spirit plus 200. You successfully forged Abyss Grasp, Legendary, ×1, gaining Constitution plus 400, Strength plus 400, Spirit plus 400. This time, Lin Chi applied the refinement directly to the Abyss Enhancement set. The Epic Quality Abyss Enhancement set could provide a level 7 Abyss Enhancement effect. But for Lin Chi, it still couldn't keep up with the legendary equipment's rhythm. And now, after reaching legendary quality, the enhancement effect naturally saw a significant increase. He immediately picked up a piece of equipment to check it out. Abyss Embrace, Legendary. Category, Top. Equipment requirement, Lin Chi. Effect, Constitution plus 800, Strength plus 200, Agility plus 200. Special effect, Abyss Enhancement, gain level 6 Abyss Enhancement. Abyss Legendary Set, 3/4 increase the set components to gain equipment attributes and quality enhancements. Description, equipment sunk in the abyss, forged by a powerful entity, destined to become legendary. Compared to the previous Abyss Enhancement set, the increase in base attributes undoubtedly saw a great improvement. Moreover, now the Abyss Legendary set components had been reduced from 6 pieces to 4. But even without fully collecting the set, it could still provide a level 6 Abyss Enhancement effect. Top, Boots, Bracers. Lin Chi equipped all 3 pieces of equipment, looking at the noticeably changed appearance of the gear, smiling with satisfaction. The next set component was naturally his choice. He intended to put it on the pants. However, he currently did not have enough materials to refine another legendary piece of equipment, but he was not in a hurry. Once I gather the complete set, I should be able to achieve at least level 8 Abyss Enhancement. Lin Chi sighed. Compared to the current Abyss Legendary set, he was actually more concerned about his Lord set. Having a territory in the Abyss, but the creatures in the territory could only gain a level 1 Abyss Enhancement, felt rather lacking. But in the information he knew, there wasn't any information about Abyss Lords. He also didn't know how to obtain the subsequent set components. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Lin Chi mumbled, if pushed enough, he could just forcefully upgrade the quality of the Abyss Lord Crown. Continuing to enhance the Abyss Lord Crown from legendary quality would surely greatly strengthen the Abyss Enhancement in his territory. After using up all the forging materials, Lin Chi glanced at the bright sunny sky outside. He walked straight out the door, heading to the Awakener's Hall. He was ready to learn 2 more skills for his profession. But just at that moment, a prompt suddenly popped up on Lin Chi's panel. Guild, Li Mingyue invites you to join the Guild Hall channel. Almost forgot about the guild. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. One major convenience of the guild was the guild hall channel. All guild members could communicate in the channel, even trade items. Realizing such communication seemed to cost the guild a significant price. But that didn't affect Lin Shi. He immediately chose to accept. Guild, Li Mingyue has invited Lin Shi into the channel. Chapter 52, The Blacksmith is a Fighting Profession. Current channel, 98 out of 100. Lubu, welcome, Lin Shi, I am the Vice President of the Guild of Mortal Kings, may I ask if you could share your profession with everyone? Lin Shi looked at the message that popped up in front of him, raising his eyebrows slightly. In Lin Shi's view, the guild was, on some level, more like a company from the world before he crossed over. But the difference was that the guild didn't force members to be slaves, instead, it provided a platform for leveling up and growth. Aside from that, the guild could also participate in guild dungeons and other hugely beneficial activities. As for the Guild of Mortal Kings, it clearly had more than just 100 people. This was the current channel's capacity limit, not the limit of guild member numbers. But the specific information within the guild wouldn't be revealed to the outside world. Lubu? He mumbled the name of the vice president of the Guild of Mortal Kings, 3 surnames, no. His head felt itchy, left ponytail, could it be, right ponytail, he was about to turn into Lubu, double ponytails? Silently mocking to himself. Lin Shi, sure. He simply responded. The blacksmith profession wasn't a secret. As for joining the guild, it didn't mean he had to work tirelessly for the guild, it was purely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revealing some information would also help him later exchange for needed materials and items from the guild. Zhou Yong, does the vice president still need to ask for the profession? Does this mean Li Mingyue brought in a guest expert? Which guild was the expert from before? Can you reveal it? Lubu, you're right next to me, yet you're speaking, don't you know how much reputation value that wastes? Guild, Zhou Yong was kicked out of the channel by Lubu. Guild, Lubu has sent you a trade request. The communication in the current channel consumes reputation. Lin Shi figured out this rule. He looked again at the trade request initiated by Lubu and agreed. Lin Shi was curious, having just joined the guild, what did the other party want to trade with him? Lubu, this is our guild's membership benefit. Trade completed. You gained gold plus 500. You gained reputation plus 100. You obtained heavy armor, gold, times 1. You obtained tremor gold hammer, gold, times 1. You obtained exquisite skill set, blueprint, times 1. Before Lin Shi, a flash of light passed and entered his ring. 500 gold, 100 reputation. The benefits of the Guild of Mortal Kings were indeed substantial. As for the 2 pieces of gold quality equipment, although Lin Shi didn't value them, the equipment required level was only 25. Clearly, they were specially prepared for him. In front of other awakeners, they would undoubtedly be extremely powerful. Yet among all this, what Lin Shi cared about most was still the set blueprint. Exquisite skill set, 0/6 gather the complete set to gain a 10% increase in forging speed. Is this a special set for the blacksmith profession? Lin Shi knew that such set blueprints must be from the exclusive dungeon of the blacksmith profession. He could forge it later to give it a try. At this moment, Lubu sent a few more messages in the channel. Lubu, new member Lin Shi is also a main profession blacksmith, but he has unique combat abilities as well. When he comes to the guild headquarters later, everyone will be able to meet him. Guild, Li Mingyue invites Zhou Yong to join the channel. Zhou Yong, a blacksmith profession with combat capabilities? Could he really be a godly blacksmith? Lu Tianba, no wonder he is a guest member, our guild finally has a godly blacksmith. Wait, I've never heard of this big shot's name before. Guild, Zhou Yong was kicked out of the channel by Lubu. Guild, Lu Tianba was kicked out of the channel by Lubu. There were no new messages in the channel. It was clear that, as Lubu said, each message sent consumed a certain amount of reputation. Even if the Worldly Kings Guild was powerful, it wouldn't allow all members to chat casually in the channel. Lin Shi put away the panel and continued heading towards the Awakening Hall. Compared to before, there were obviously more Awakeners in the Awakening Hall now. As time passed, the levels of new Awakeners started to rise, and naturally, they came here to learn their professional skills. Every time they learned a new skill, it was undoubtedly a huge boost for the Awakeners. At the reception desk, multiple receptionists were already guiding new Awakeners to the trial field. Even among all the young boys and girls, the receptionist who had guided Lin Shi before recognized him at a glance. Little brother, are you level 15 now? The receptionist asked with a cheerful smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Shi. He was currently the only main profession blacksmith in Summer City, yet had managed to reach level 15 in such a short time. It's easy to imagine that if Lin Shi could maintain this momentum, his future achievements would definitely not be limited to Summer City. Yes, I've grown, Lin Shi replied with a light smile. Once he entered the trial field, he would be able to master all skills. There was no need for him to elaborate on his level. Growth. I see you've been quite a trouble for the young girls. The receptionist joked while helping Lin Shi access the trial field. I'm different, I prefer older sisters, Lin Shi said without a hint of embarrassment. Such words depend on who says them, otherwise, it can come off as greasy and sleazy. After chatting a bit more, the receptionist's face turned red again. Lin Shi finally stepped into the trial field. Before level 30, these would be his last two profession skills. Level 20 equipment decomposition and level 25 equipment enhancement. Lin Shi muttered. One skill could decompose equipment into basic materials, used for forging other gear. But without any changes, this skill was of no use to Lin Shi at all. The effect brought by the creation and refinement entry did not require him to decompose equipment. And equipment enhancement could further improve the original attributes of the equipment. Of course, different enhancement levels would lead to varying attribute improvements. And this was somewhat useful to Lin Shi. Detected profession as Blacksmith. Current level allows learning two skills, equipment decomposition and equipment enhancement. Please meet the requirements. Lin Shi did not waste much time in the trial field. With his abilities, meeting the skill learning requirements was not difficult at all. In a very short time, Lin Shi met the requirements. He directly looked at the two new skills he had learned. Skill, decomposition. Effect, can decompose equipment into basic materials and can decompose target skills if his own attributes are higher than the target. Skill, enhancement. Effect, can forcibly enhance equipment attributes and add enhancement effects to oneself for a short period. A blacksmith is also a combat profession, right? Every time he learned a new skill related to his profession, Lin Shi would have such a thought. Even if these two skills were used only in combat, they would definitely be incredibly powerful. Chapter 53, World Boss. Decomposing equipment was indeed useless. But the decomposition skill of the main profession blacksmith could also directly decompose the skills of the target. It was as if it forced the target's skills to become ineffective. As for the limitation of attributes being higher than the target. Just kidding. Who can have higher basic attributes than Lin Shi? Even some high-quality bosses might not be able to compare to Lin Shi. And strengthening skills can be directly used in battle. Isn't this just giving myself a strengthening buff? Lin Shi muttered. There's burning, ability to scout, recovery, can neutralize attacks, and increase buffs. The 5 basic skills of the blacksmith profession don't seem to have direct powerful attack methods. But beyond that, there are no issues in other aspects. Lin Shi can only give one evaluation of this comprehensive. It's easy to see, the god-level blacksmith is indeed a powerful profession. Once becoming a god-level blacksmith and obtaining the attack skills of this profession, the blacksmith profession will have no shortcomings. Lin Shi pulled back these thoughts and walked out of the trial ground. He didn't chat with the busy receptionist anymore and left straight away. The next step in the plan is, of course, to level up to 30 as soon as possible. At 30, after completing the job change, Lin Shi's forging success rate will also correspondingly increase. This means he will have the chance to forge higher quality equipment. In addition, he will also master a flame that can improve forging quality. Job change requires accepting a job change task. Lin Shi pouted. As a small city located at the rear, dedicated to cultivating new awakened ones, the Awakening Hall in Xia City does not provide job change tasks. This is quite understandable. Under normal circumstances, awakened ones will go to other cities to level up after reaching a certain stage. And the awakening halls that provide job change tasks are distributed in big cities. I'll have to go to a city that can change jobs sooner or later. Lin Shi stroked his chin, deep in thought. What if I just kill my way there? Although he is only level 25 now, he should prepare for the job change later. He can't wait until he reaches level 30 to start considering. And along the way, he can continue fighting monsters to level up. Strive to reach level 30 before I get to the next city, then directly change jobs. He decided quickly. Lin Shi set off directly. He already had enough storage slots in his ring, so in the short term, he didn't have to worry about running out of space. He was sure that the gains along the way would not be worse than choosing leveling spots around Xia City. As for his leveling buddy Shen Bailu. When the two returned to Xia City earlier, Shen Bailu clearly mentioned needing to handle some matters. In a short time, they probably wouldn't have time to team up to level up. Lin Shi set off alone. Benjiyu City, you're the one. He had actually already chosen the next leveling spot. Benjiyu City is relatively close to Xia City. What's special about it is that there is a small abyss crack around Benjiyu City. The abyss crack is similar to the abyss entrance when the abyss descends, and abyss creatures occasionally surge out of it. But unlike the abyss descent, there won't be abyss bosses appearing in the external world.
Moreover, the enhancement effect of the Abyss crack is relatively weak, making it a great leveling spot for awakened ones. I need all the Abyss series items and materials. Lin Chi mumbled. His Abyss territory should also be improved. For this, he probably needs the Abyss core. He wonders what the Abyss inside Benjiyu City will be like. As Lin Chi gradually moved away from Xia City, the monsters he encountered along the way also began to grow stronger. Crimson Flame Tiger. Level 64. Lin Chi looked at the tiger that appeared in front of him and frowned slightly. Did I take a wrong turn? From what he knew, the area between Xia City and Benjiyu City had monsters of various levels. There were level 20 or so wild monsters, as well as level 60 or 70 wild monsters. The route planned by Lin Chi was through various areas that were just right for him to level up. He glanced around again and shook his head. Clearly, this was the area he had planned, and he had not taken a wrong turn. How could he encounter a wild monster over level 60? You killed the Scarlet Flame Tiger, gained experience plus 390. As he pondered this, the ghostly blue flames surrounding Lin Chi had already killed the Scarlet Flame Tiger. Under 400 experience. Lin Chi tugged at the corners of his mouth. Against a monster over level 60, he naturally would not miss the opportunity to kill it. But the problem was, the experience decay caused by the level difference was too severe. Moreover, this thing didn't even drop equipment. At least he could forcibly collect materials after the kill. Lin Chi felt a bit of psychological comfort. He continued forward. However, doubts gradually filled Lin Chi's heart. He initially thought that encountering the level 60 Scarlet Flame Tiger was just a coincidence. Yet, traveling through this area, he saw more and more high-level monsters. It's a bit like the wild monsters have been driven out of their original areas. Lin Chi's heart stirred. He understood this kind of situation. Normally, wild monsters wouldn't leave their habitats. But there are exceptions. If a group of awakeners intentionally expels them, they can indeed be driven away. Additionally, changes in certain areas can also lead to this situation. If it's the latter, then it gets interesting. A change in the area also means that high-quality equipment or materials could emerge. Lin Chi immediately followed the path where the high-level monsters appeared. You killed the Scarlet Flame Tiger, gained experience plus 390. You killed the Thunder Giant Python, gained experience plus 280. On the journey, he faced monsters of varying levels, and Lin Chi killed them all. Even small mosquitoes are still meat. Not gaining much experience, but he could at least collect forging materials. Finally, after a while of traveling, Lin Chi noticed that the ground beneath him was subtly shaking. Bang! 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 It sounded as if a mountain was trembling, accompanied by a dull rumble. At that moment, line end. Lin Chi felt once again the necessity of his movement skills. He summoned the Bone Dragon, leaping onto its head. Burn! The Bone Dragon soared high, spewing fierce flames downward, turning the lower-level creatures caught in the flames directly into experience points. Of course, this was not as efficient as Lin Chi killing monsters himself, but what he cared about now was the source of the tremors. And he had already seen the scene ahead clearly. It was a monster the size of a small mountain. World boss? Lin Chi's eyes widened. No wonder so many high-level monsters had left their original areas. They actually spawned a world boss here. Chapter 54, Skill of the Mountain Giant Beast, Mountain Peak Fall. Mountain Giant Beast, World. Level, 100. Health, 9637889/1000000. The giant monster, as huge as a small mountain, was covered in rocks, with 4 thick, short legs supporting the ground. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble. It also sent forth an invisible shock wave, sending clouds of dust swirling. At this moment, it was in a relatively low-lying area, surrounded by many awakeners who constantly attacked it. Various skill effects hit the mountain giant beast, but the damage they caused was negligible. The defense and various resistances of a world boss are also ridiculously high. On the contrary, each attack from the mountain giant beast would instantly turn the awakeners caught in its area into shining lights. This would consume many life-saving items. Lin Chi stood atop the head of the bone dragon, taking in the scene before him. A world boss randomly spawns in various areas and is far more powerful than other bosses of the same level. Even according to Lin Chi's understanding. Generally, to defeat a world boss. Apart from the top 10 guilds on the leaderboard, other guilds find it difficult to defeat it relying solely on their own strength. It's rare for a world boss to spawn in this area, Lin Chi mumbled. Everywhere he looked, the awakened ones seemed to come from the same guild. As for other guilds, even if they received news about this world boss, they wouldn't be able to arrive in time. Guild, Lu Bu. World boss information. Southwest of Jiri City, Tai Su Dragon. Directly south of Yixing City, Yuing Tree.
Northeast of Manhwa City, Liang Bird.
Members around Jiri City, please hurry to the location of Taisu Dragon. At this moment, a message also popped up in Lin Chi's guild channel. It was clear that the world boss did not only appear in one area. Moreover, the information sent by Lubu did not mention the mountain giant beast here in Benyu City.
Is it because world boss with 4 character names are looked down upon by the kings of human? Lin Chi guessed.
Though world bosses do not have tier divisions, the awakened ones have summarized a rule. Bosses that have names with 4 characters, like the mountain giant beast, are generally weaker than those with fewer characters in their names. But Lin Chi didn't care about these things.
His current location was too far from the world boss mentioned in the guild channel.
By the time he hurried over, it would probably be too late. It would be better to focus on the mountain giant beast in front of him first. He simply rode the bone dragon and flew directly towards the back of the mountain giant beast. Since he encountered the world boss, he naturally wanted to gather the benefits. In front of the mountain giant beast, dozens of awakened ones scattered around, trying to avoid the mountain giant beast's attack range as much as possible.
How long will it take for the withdrawn personnel to recover? A female awakened one shouted to the surroundings.
When dealing with such a world boss, they would carry enough life-saving items on them. It consumed a lot. But these life-saving items would only trigger transport to a safe area when in a near-death state. Transporting away also needed immediate recovery of one's status. This back and forth would quickly run out of personnel.
The fastest batch will take at least 5 minutes, an awakened one replied.
Only a few scattered individuals could come back, but they would not have enough time to set up a formation and exert enough effect.
The female awakened one furrowed her brow tightly. Hurry up. In a little while, other guilds will probably show up.
They were the first guild to arrive at the site of this world boss, occupying a considerable advantage. As long as they could participate in the battle against the world boss, everyone would earn rewards once the boss was defeated. Not good, the mountain giant beast is about to unleash its skill.
Suddenly, someone shouted in alarm.
Then, all the awakened ones around began to flee in panic. The female awakened quickly looked up, her eyes widening. In her view, the mountain giant beast had turned to the side, lifting one stout short leg high. Even though it was just one leg, it loomed like a mountain, blocking out the sun. That leg actually detached from the mountain giant beast's body and was suddenly thrown forward. This action, under such a massive frame, did not seem fast. But a mountain was thrown out, crashing down.
Just the shadow falling down already covered a wide area. There was no chance to escape at all.
Scatter! The female awakened one shouted, but her voice was easily drowned out by the roar of the falling mountain. It seemed like the whole world was left with just the gigantic mountain coming down from the sky.
Boom!
The mountain suddenly crashed down. Rolling dust filled the sky, and the ground trembled violently, like the earth splitting apart. This was not merely affecting the area where the mountain fell, it even sent out a shockwave that spread across the ground. All the awakened ones around were affected. In the smoke and dust, lights flashed and disappeared. When the female awakener's vision became clear again, she found herself in a forest. Around her, other awakened ones from the guild gathered. "President, we were wiped out," an awakener rushed to her side, with a look of lingering fear. After speaking, he immediately pulled out a healing potion and poured it into his mouth. If they hadn't prepared life-saving items in advance, they would have truly paid the price under the giant beast's skills.
President Huang Xian nodded and casually cast a healing spell on herself. "Count everyone's items, and get ready to continue the attack," she ordered. Life-saving items do not mean they can completely replace life.
Especially when encountering certain bosses where the restrictive skills of some awakened ones, life-saving items can lose their effect.
Moreover, in instances, there are very few life-saving items that can display their effectiveness.
However, these items are very effective against world bosses.
Bang! Bang! But at that moment, dull sounds came from a distance.
The source of the sound undoubtedly came from the direction of the giant beast.
Ha! Huang Xian was taken aback.
The other awakened ones around her looked at each other, filled with confusion.
Weren't we all teleported back? Now, they were all back here. Just now, it was impossible for anyone to dodge the giant beast's attack. Not even if they were flying in the sky. It's easy to imagine.
The area around the giant beast must have been completely cleared.
So, who is fighting the giant beast now?
It shouldn't be, even if other awakened ones have rushed over, they couldn't have avoided that attack just now, an awakener murmured. Just the shockwave from that mountain falling is enough to instantly kill other awakened ones.
But at this moment, Huang Xian seemed to realize something, her brows furrowed. This commotion doesn't seem like the giant beast's attack. Indeed, it wasn't.
At this moment, Lin Chi was raising the abyss hammer high in his hands, smashing it down on the giant beast again and again.
Chapter 55, Subjugation complete. New entry.
The giant beast lay partially on the ground, like a strangely shaped mountain, trembling continuously.
With each of Lin Chi's strikes, the giant beast's trembling intensified.
Large chunks of rubble kept falling, and a huge crack had opened up on the beast's back.
This thing is really tough.
Lin Chi smacked his lips. Facing this world boss, he was experiencing what it was like to fight a boss for the first time. Health, 520532/10000000. Glancing at the giant beast's remaining health, Lin Chi curled his lips. After hammering away several times, he had only taken away less than half of the beast's health.
He roughly understood some information about the giant beast. Its agility and attack power were actually not very high.
At least among world bosses, it was among those with the lowest speed and attack power. Its usual attack pattern was very simple, just using its limbs to strike the ground and create shockwaves.
And just now,
its ability to directly throw a short leg was one of its few powerful skills.
But the most powerful feature of this creature was its defense.
Furthermore, skills that affected various attributes had no impact on the giant beast. It was impervious to any control skills as well. Also, as long as the giant beast touched the ground, it would continuously recover health.
This also led to,
among all world bosses, the number of times the giant beast was successfully defeated was actually very few.
At this moment,
the giant beast suddenly lifted its body slowly. The short leg that had been thrown off had actually reformed. It looked as if rock was drawn from the ground, reassembling its mountain-like thick short leg.
Right after that,
Lin Chi felt a violent shake under his feet. It was as if a mountain collapsed in an instant.
Boom!
Underfoot, the enormous body of the mountain beast smashed down onto the ground. The rolling shockwave surged forth, tossing Lin Chi, who was standing on its back, into the air.
Sure enough, standing on the mountain beast's back isn't so easy.
In midair, Lin Chi muttered. This creature had no attack blind spots. However, Lin Chi didn't let himself fall. Instead, he quickly rode back onto the bone dragon's back. Having rushed here, the bone dragon's summon time had already consumed half.
Lin Chi wasn't planning to use a kite strategy in midair, that was too inefficient for him.
He looked down at the mountain beast below, his eyes sparkling.
Found it!
Having controlled the bone dragon to the connection points of the mountain beast's limbs, he leaped down. Then, he raised the abyss hammer high and smashed it down violently.
Abyssal smash. This was Lin Chi's strongest attack he knew. Minus 96,780.
With one hit, he dealt nearly 100,000 damage. Moreover, the originally restored short legs of the mountain beast shattered as well. Its mountain-like body crashed heavily to the ground, causing a rumble on the earth.
Here was one of the few weak points on the mountain beast's body. The damage is still not high enough.
Lin Chi smacked his lips. According to his estimates, if he had encountered any other world boss, this hammer might have taken away at least 1/5 of their health. Only the mountain beast, this kind of creature, had such high defense values.
After all, it is a world boss.
As a world boss, the mountain beast's level was not at all related to its value.
Even a level 100 awakener would not be able to withstand a direct hit from the mountain beast.
This included the heavy armored tank-type professions as well. But Lin Chi was not in a hurry.
Since it has been knocked down, then it's easier.
He rode the bone dragon once more, landing on the back of the mountain beast. Since the mountain beast's weak point had just received a devastating blow, it lay on the ground, motionless. Once Lin Chi landed, the hammer in his hand began to fall rapidly.
Each strike caused tremendous damage. The mountain beast's body shook, like a landslide. But in reality,
even a real mountain could not withstand Lin Chi's hammer.
Finally,
after a series of hammer strikes, the mountain beast's health dropped to 100,000. Only 1/10 of its health remained.
Boom!
With the next hammer down, he smashed a large portion of the rubble that constructed the mountain beast's massive body. However, it did not cause any further damage to the mountain beast.
Has it entered the next phase?
Lin Chi was not worried, riding the bone dragon again, soaring into the air, waiting quietly. When the mountain beast had 10,000 health left, it would enter a phase transition. So far, according to the information Lin Chi understood, there was no way to interrupt this phase transition.
Gradually,
the body of the mountain beast completely collapsed. It transformed into countless fragments, flying out and smashing down to the ground.
And just these fragments, each piece landing on an awakener, could cause tremendous damage. Finally,
in this rolling smoke and dust, a roaring flame erupted. Then, a mountain beast shrank nearly 100 times appeared in the thick smoke. Compared to its original body built of rock, this time, the mountain beast looked more like it was forged from magma. Fire immunity, attack carries fire, but water attribute damage is doubled, and defense will also be reduced. Lin Chi recalled the information about the mountain beast's second phase. He couldn't help but admit that when facing such a special creature, many of the skills he mastered could no longer be effective. Such as calcination, or the abyssal domain, these have no effect on the mountain giant beast. However, Lin Chi is also immune to fire. He directly jumped onto the back of the mountain giant beast, stepping on the magma, and the abyss hammer in his hand fell again. Once again, it was the abyssal explosion skill. Minus 100,000. The abyss hammer dropped. What Lin Chi first noticed was the damage value of 100,000. Next, he saw the magma on the mountain giant beast gradually solidifying, releasing a large amount of white smoke. Then, the mountain giant beast, whose body seemed to be constructed of magma, began to become transparent. You killed the mountain giant beast, world. Level +1. Successfully defeated the world boss, reward settlement in progress. You obtained the entry elemental extraction, golden. A series of prompt messages quickly appeared in front of Lin Chi. The world boss, just like the boss inside the abyss, would directly level up after being killed. As for the other experience points, they would be distributed during the subsequent reward settlement. Lin Chi first glanced at the pile of items dropped by the abyss boss in front of him, then looked at his newly acquired entry. Current entry, elemental extraction. Effect, can extract elements from equipment and add them to skills. A very simple effect entry. However, it possesses a very powerful effect. This means, can I directly cast skills of other elements using this entry? Lin Chi's eyes brightened. Chapter 56, how much damage is this? As for the effect, Lin Chi quickly grasped it. He casually took out a piece of equipment with poison attribute skills from his ring and lightly traced his fingertips over it. Instantly, a mass of green mist gathered at his fingertips. The abyssal domain activated. In the surrounding pitch-black liquid, faintly green mist floated. Adding elemental damage to skills, the damage value is similar to the skill damage possessed by the equipment. Lin Chi mumbled, moreover, each extraction can only be added to one skill. The golden entry, compared to the red entry, does have some shortcomings. But it could greatly compensate for his lack of elemental skills. After all, until now, he could only grasp the fire burning effect using the calcination skill. It's sufficient. Pulling back these thoughts, Lin Chi then collected the equipment on the ground. Among them, the one he cared about the most was a belt equipment. It seemed entirely made of obsidian, although it was not yet solidified, it still shimmered with a strange glow, unlike any equipment Lin Chi had seen before. The luster of this equipment feels off. Lin Chi immediately released an identification skill on it. Mountain Ridge Cloud Sea, holy. As soon as he saw it, a flash of brilliance passed before Lin Chi's eyes. This is a holy artifact. He actually obtained a holy grade equipment. World bosses like the mountain giant beast usually drop some extraordinary equipment. However, Lin Chi had not known much about this before and thought that the mountain giant beast might drop legendary quality equipment. The current gain was obviously beyond expectations. Mountain Ridge Cloud Sea, holy. Category, belt. Equipment requirement, level 120, 20, strength greater than 1000. Effect, constitution plus 3000, strength plus 1000. Special effect, mountain collapse, active, full power strike, damage increased by 300%, attack causes a large area shockwave, dealing 100% damage. Earth's blessing, passive, when standing on the ground, defense increased by 300%, and increases 50% elemental resistance. Description, the mountain ridge is towering, piercing the clouds, breaking through the clouds where heaven and earth meet. After all, this is a holy artifact, and the attributes added are calculated in thousands. Lin Chi couldn't help but sigh. No wonder after refining several legendary equipments, he still found it hard to refine the Abyss Hammer into a holy artifact. Moreover, the two skills attached to this belt are incredibly powerful. Wearing this equipment, his attributes felt like having a small mountain giant beast. It's a pity, I can't wear it now. Even though this sacred artifact has the effect of reducing the equipment level requirement by 20 levels, his level is still not enough. And now to use it for refining feels a bit regrettable for Lin Chi. Using a sacred artifact to refine a legendary equipment should be like exchanging a sacred artifact for another, it's a bit of a loss. Let's put it away for now and see if there are any equipment level requirements that can be met later, or find an opportunity to refine it again. Aside from this sacred artifact, among the other equipment dropped by the mountain giant, there is also a legendary quality piece of equipment and a few epic ones. However, Lin Chi only took a glance and then put them away. Also with a level 100 equipment requirement, the stats are high, but Lin Chi can't use them. I'll take it for refining later. Lin Chi rubbed his hands together. Besides the equipment, there are also 2 skill books, and their effects are similar to the skills on the sacred artifact belt. But their learning restrictions are for warrior-type professions, and Lin Chi didn't mind this. This time's harvest was really beyond his expectations.
He directly made a fortune. Just as he was checking his gains, a line of prompt information suddenly popped up before Lin Chi. Settlement has been completed. Would you like to publish your information on the bounty leaderboard? The bounty leaderboard? Lin Chi was somewhat familiar with it. In fact, even if the world boss is not successfully defeated, the settlement rewards are still based on the damage caused by each awakened one. However, it requires waiting for the appearance time of the world boss to conclude. And the leaderboard for the mountain giant is undoubtedly one of the first to be announced. Let's keep it hidden for now, Lin Chi decided. Generally, the bounty leaderboard is used by various guilds to showcase their strength. Hiding this information first can save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. He still needs to focus on his own leveling up. Why is there no movement from the mountain giant? Huang Xian's guild had once again gathered, maintaining formation, and was rushing towards the location of the mountain giant with all their might. The earlier sounds from the mountain giant were very strange. It didn't sound like the skills they understood from their intelligence about the mountain giant. To prevent any changes, they wanted to get there as soon as possible. But just as they were on the way, a prompt information suddenly appeared in front of Huang Xian. Would you like to publish your information on the bounty leaderboard? Ha! Huang Xian froze, her steps involuntarily halting. She looked blankly at this piece of information, then turned to look at the guild members behind her. She saw that everyone's faces were filled with confusion. Then, Huang Xian's eyes widened slightly. From her past experiences of hunting world bosses, she knew clearly what this prompt meant. The mountain giant's appearance time, is it already over? Their guild was the first to arrive at the refresh point of the mountain giant. This was because their guild was on a mission and happened to encounter the world boss's spawn. While she was pondering, suddenly, a voice of surprise came from beside her. President, look quickly, the first person on the leaderboard, what's going on? Ha! Huang Xian was immediately stunned. Shouldn't the first person on the leaderboard be one of their guild members? A series of figures flashed through her mind. When the guild cooperates, it can create enough output opportunities for many members. Plus the various enhancements from the guild, the people on the leaderboard should naturally be their guild's awakened ones. Only then did she open the bounty leaderboard after the information was released. Bounty leaderboard mountain giant. First, hidden, points 961980. How much? Huang Xian exclaimed in surprise. At first, she doubted if she was seeing things. 100,000. After confirming again, she raised her head in confusion and looked around. Is there something wrong? When they were first wiped out, that mountain giant beast still had over 960,000 health left. And the top awakeners on the leaderboard had such high scores. This meant the other party single-handedly defeated the mountain giant beast. Was that noise just now from that awakener attacking the mountain giant beast? How could this be possible? Settlement rewards have been issued. A line of information popped up again. But until now, Huang Xian's head was still in a daze. Chapter 57 Rewards are rich. This must be an old expert. You have obtained the Courage Badge, Legendary, ×1. You have obtained the Mountain Hammer, Legendary, ×1. You have obtained the Barbarian Mountain, Legendary, ×1. You have obtained the Skill Book, Call of the Ancient Mountain Beasts, ×1. You have gained Reputation plus 4,800. In front of Lin Chi, lines of information kept flashing by. 3 pieces of legendary quality equipment. Just the legendary equipment alone was more than what the mountain giant beast dropped. This was only to be expected. After all, defeating a world boss is one thing, but awakeners care more about the damage dealt for the reward. Lin Chi took a look at these 3 pieces of equipment, which were a necklace, a weapon, and boots. But similarly, all the equipment required level 100. He didn't pay much attention to the attributes, since he would eventually refine them anyway. As for the skill book, before Lin Chi could take a closer look, 2 shining lights of upgrading appeared on him. You have gained level +1. You have gained attribute Earth Element, purple. You have gained level +1. You have gained attribute Extra Strength, blue. Only then did the settlement rewards finish being issued. Wow, I went straight to level 28. Lin Chi couldn't help but sigh. Now he was eager for more world bosses to come. If he could take them down fiercely, wouldn't he earn a fortune? But this was just a thought. Each time a world boss appeared, even the strongest guild could only choose one to fight. He glanced again at the 2 attributes. One could increase all attributes while he was in contact with the ground, and the other increased his strength attribute. Lin Chi took a deep breath, feeling that if he fought another wave of mountain giant beasts, he could solve the battle even faster. After taking these, Lin Chi finally looked at the skill book in his hand. Skill, Call of the Ancient Mountain Beasts. Effect, summons an ancient mountain beast to battle. Adding to the 2 previous skill books, this time he gained 3 skill books from defeating the mountain giant beast. And these summoning skills generally had no learning restrictions. Lin Shi clapped his hand and learned the skill. The ancient mountain beast is just a smaller version of the mountain giant beast. Lin Shi smacked his lips. This was somewhat similar to his bone dragon summoning skill, where what was summoned was not a complete abyssal bone dragon. But even so, it was already a very powerful skill in the outside world. Just summoning skills alone, I already have 3 or 4, I'm going to become a summoner. Lin Shi silently grumbled. Summoners below level 30 could master 5 types of summoning beasts for their profession. Clearly, he was not far off. The only difference was that his summoned beasts couldn't last too long. The bone dragon beside him had very little summoning time left, but Lin Shi didn't plan to cancel the skill. He simply flipped over and stepped onto the skull of the bone dragon, taking advantage of the last remaining time to continue moving forward. His purpose this time was to go to Moonlight City for a job change. Now, having reached level 28 in such a short time, he didn't need to stay behind to grind monsters, which could speed up the pace. Who? The bone dragon flapped its fiery wings and soared high, drawing a long arc of flames across the sky. Not far away in the forest, Huang Xian and the others finally regained their senses from the shock. But even at this moment, they still couldn't believe the score of the top person on the leaderboard. In such a short time, single-handedly defeating the mountain giant beast? Who would believe it if it were said? A level 100 world boss, even top guild awakeners would need to put in some effort, right? Huang Xian murmured. An awakener approached, cautiously asking Huang Xian, President, do you think it could be the work of some senior awakener? Huang Xian nodded in response. This was not impossible. If a senior happened to pass by, it was indeed possible to take down a mountain giant beast alone. But, the problem was, the time between their group being wiped out and the mountain giant beast's defeat was simply too short. In such a short time, to defeat the notoriously tough mountain giant beast. Could those senior awakeners really do it? Huang Xian wasn't sure either. Huff. Huff. But just at this moment, a sudden whistling sound came from the sky. It sounded like some great bird, flapping its wings and sweeping through the sky. Huang Xian immediately looked up, alert. Her pupils suddenly shrank, reflecting a long shadow of flames. Is that a bone dragon? Immediately, an awakener exclaimed. Dragons are undoubtedly extremely powerful beings in this world. Almost any creature related to dragons can be considered a boss. And a bone dragon is an even more sinister existence. A new boss? Someone asked tentatively. But that was simply impossible. In the same area, the chance of 2 world bosses appearing at the same time was almost 0. However, according to their understanding, there was no such creature as a bone dragon in this area. Where did this bone dragon come from? An awakener wanted to immediately cast a scouting spell but was hurriedly stopped by Huang Xian. This is not a boss, it should be a summons from some awakener. Huang Xian warned in a low voice, do not offend that person. The identity of the other party was already apparent. That was probably the big shot who defeated the mountain giant beast. And since they have a bone dragon as a summon or mount, it showed how powerful they were. If it's such an awakener, they should be able to take down the mountain giant alone. Huang Xian sighed. The bone dragon was fast, and soon, it disappeared from their sight. Only then did Huang Xian retract her gaze and give orders to the surroundings. Let's take another look at where the mountain giant beast was defeated, then we will head to the Moonlight City to rest. Although this time, they didn't manage to gain more damage points from the mountain giant beast, the successful subjugation still earned them rewards. However, whether it was the defeat of the mountain giant beast or the awakener's points, or the bone dragon that had just appeared before them, the shock it brought was too strong. By the way, when the time for all the world bosses is up, there should be people paying attention to the subjugation leaderboard, right? Said an awakener beside Huang Xian. The subjugation leaderboard would not only appear to them. When all the world bosses disappear, all the leaderboards will appear as well. As long as any awakener participated in the subjugation of the world boss in this event, they would be able to see it. And the subjugation of the mountain giant beast was not very noteworthy originally. But this time, one awakener soloed the mountain giant beast, and even got a whopping 96,000 points. The shock this brought to people was unimaginable. Boom! The gigantic bone dragon flew low overhead, spitting fiery flames down below, creating a fiery lake on the ground. Then, the flames on the bone dragon gradually faded away, along with the bones that made up its body, becoming ethereal. In the flames, the figure of Lin Shi emerged. Just after flying out from the area where the mountain giant beast was located.
The time for the call of the bone dragon had arrived, and Lin Chi simply decided to stop here. He took out the abyss hammer and focused his gaze on the flaming lake created before the bone dragon vanished. Beneath his feet, a pitch-black liquid was spreading out. You killed a toxic toad, gained experience plus 190. You killed a chocobo, gained experience plus 220. Lines of information flashed before Lin Chi, but the experience gained was completely negligible. This was naturally due to the huge gap in levels. Yet what Lin Chi cared about was not these, but a creature ahead that resembled a giant elephant. Giant Mammoth Epic. Level 72. Before landing, Lin Chi took the opportunity to choose an obvious target on his planned route. And this epic level boss over level 70 was his target. Much better than running for a while to specifically find a monster. Roar. Amidst the burning flames, the giant mammoth let out a painful roar, and its health decreased. Its size was especially massive, standing in the fire like an insurmountable wall. At that moment, the giant mammoth's eyes were fixed tightly on Lin Chi, glowing a deep red. Bang! Its forelimbs bent slightly, and it charged out of the flaming lake at high speed, rushing towards Lin Chi. A pair of long tusks suddenly lunged at Lin Chi. However, clang! A shield quietly fell to the ground before the giant mammoth. And the tusks of the giant mammoth had vanished without a trace. Rule replacement. Even if Lin Chi didn't know much about this boss, he understood that the most precious material on the giant mammoth was undoubtedly these long tusks. The giant mammoth, now without its tusks, was still pushing its head around, seemingly not used to the situation that had occurred. But in the next moment, the giant hammer in Lin Chi's hand had already smashed down. Bang! You killed the giant mammoth, epic, gained experience plus 317. With such a large level difference, Lin Chi didn't care about the experience gained. Instead, he directly looked at the items dropped by the giant mammoth. 1 epic gear, 2 golden gears, a normal epic boss configuration. After scanning quickly, Lin Chi stored these refining materials into his ring. His gaze fell on the last item dropped by the giant mammoth. Mysterious treasure map, seems to point to a mysterious area. A treasure map? Lin Chi's heart stirred, this was an unexpected gain. After killing so many monsters, this was the first time he had obtained such an item. Opening the treasure map, it depicted an abstract route, only marking an icon at the final location, with no other terrain annotations. However, the benefit of the treasure map is that it can indicate direction and distance. Direction, northwest. Distance, 193 kilometers. Almost 200 kilometers. Lin Chi rubbed his chin. He should be about that far from Moon City now. The direction is slightly off, but that's no big deal. Lin Chi quickly made a decision. After all, he needed to level up to 30 before reaching Moon City. It was just a slightly longer detour. Lin Chi was also quite curious about what kind of equipment would be hidden at the treasure spot marked by this treasure map. Just after traveling for a bit more than half a day, Lin Chi suddenly noticed a line of information pop up before him. The world boss appearance time has ended, you can check the current defeat leaderboard. World bosses only appear randomly for a limited time, and now that the time had ended, it was completely normal. Lin Chi opened the defeat leaderboard and took a look at the defeat of the Void Dragon. He remembered that this Void Dragon was the primary target for major king guilds in the human world. Defeat leaderboard Void Dragon. First, Li Shi, points 211980. Second, Zhou Fanga, points 172360. In facing the Void Dragon, the first awakener could actually deal over 200,000 damage? Lin Chi was slightly taken aback. Is this the power of the top awakener? The Void Dragon is undoubtedly a world boss even more powerful than the Mountain Giant, its total health should be over 2 million. This makes the damage of over 200,000 seem relatively small. Yet, even so, it still somewhat surprised Lin Chi. Lin Chi glanced down and found Lu Bu's name among the top 10. But his points were only a few tens of thousands. The 4th-ranked Human Monarch Guild must have mobilized for the hunt against the world boss, they probably have it all to themselves. He guessed that most of the awakeners on this hunting leaderboard were likely members of the Human Monarch Guild. There are indeed quite a few powerful awakeners in this world. Lin Chi sighed. The Human Monarch Guild, being ranked 4th on the guild leaderboard, naturally has a strong foundation and power. The time he had for growth was simply too short, even though he had forged a stack of equipment, boosting his attributes to an absurd level. He still needed more time to grow. Guild Channel. Lu Bu, everyone did well, now it's time for my special distribution of red packets. Lu Bu, congratulations on your wealth and great fortune. You have received Lu Bu's red packet, gold plus 872. Another nearly 1,000 gold? Lin Chi couldn't help but be astonished. Upon a closer look, he found that the red packet Lu Bu had distributed contained a full 5,000 gold coins.
Is the welfare of the human monarch guild that strong? Lin Shi felt a little strange in his heart. Just taking down one world boss, and they directly pull out 5,000 gold coins as a red packet. Zhao Hong, the president has over 200,000 points this time, his power has improved again. Lubu, stop asking questions, and keep quiet. Wang Yuanji, speaking of which, everyone can take a look at the Mountain Giants hunting leaderboard, there's a hidden big shot with over 90,000 points. Zhao Hong, what? Lubu, how much? Lin Shi quietly peered at the screen and learned two pieces of information. The first place on the Void Dragon leaderboard, Li Shi, was evidently the name of the president of the Human Monarch Guild. And he was indeed noticed by other awakeners for taking down the mountain giant. Sure enough, hiding one's name beforehand is necessary, Lin Shi sighed. He didn't pay attention to the chatter in the guild channel any longer and continued on the path indicated by the treasure map. He did not stop much along the way, and with the summoning of the bone dragon to speed things up, he was getting closer to the treasure location. Direction, due north. Distance, 5 kilometers. However, Lin Shi squinted his eyes at the scene ahead. He had actually come to an area filled with thick mist at the mouth of a canyon. Chapter 59, Strange Mist. The Thief King of Treasure. War Fog? Lin Shi assessed the type of mist before him. In this world, even mist comes in different kinds. Like Abyssal Black Fog. And the earlier sea mist at the Tidal Bay dungeon. However, this kind of war fog before him would cause awakeners to lose any sense of direction once they stepped into it. Moreover, as long as one exceeds a certain range, this type of mist will obscure all movements. This is interesting. Lin Shi grinned and simply stepped right in. This place is not near Summer City, and Lin Shi had not understood the situation here before. But that doesn't stop him from searching for the treasure location. As soon as he took the first step into the fog, Lin Shi sensed that the view around him had changed. The visible range was only about 20 meters in diameter. And even if he looked back, it was not the same scene as before he entered the war fog. It was as if he had directly entered the depths of the war fog. Distance, 3 kilometers. At least the markings on the treasure map could still be used normally. This war fog here. It shouldn't just be to hide the treasure location. Lin Shi also had his own estimation in mind. As an epic level boss, the giant mammoth would not drop a treasure map that involves the origin of the war mist. After all, the appearance of war mist in the outside world is exceptionally rare. Then, this area must have something unusual. Lin Shi wanted to see what other strange things could be found here, besides the treasure he originally sought. Perhaps he could encounter a boss of decent quality deep within the war mist. Thinking of this, Lin Shi slowly raised the abyssal hammer in his hand. The adaptive weaving attribute was activated. The power attribute originally added to the abyssal hammer quickly transformed into the mental attribute. Immediately, a cloud of pitch-black mist that was completely inconsistent with the surrounding war mist surged from the abyssal hammer. Bang! The abyssal hammer hit the ground. Complicated patterns instantly spread out in all directions, with pitch-black mist continuously flowing out. Then, in this dark magical formation, abyss creatures started to appear. Abyssal demon wolves, abyssal malevolent spirits, abyssal puppets. This was Lin Shi's skill, Abyss Summon. After a period of nurturing, his abyss territory was already filled with abyss creatures. A total of 40 abyss creatures surrounded Lin Shi. Even after appearing, they were all waiting for Lin Shi's command. Although these abyss creatures only had a 1-level abyss enhancement and were much smaller than the abyss creatures Lin Shi had encountered before. But here, they could still play a significant role. Scatter! Lin Shi waved his hand. The 40 abyss creatures instantly spread out rapidly around him. Lin Shi's purpose in summoning these abyss creatures was not to make them fight. These abyss creatures probably couldn't even defeat some new awakened ones. But in this canyon filled with war mist, they could act as Lin Shi's temporary eyes and ears. Before long, Lin Shi noticed that a few abyss creatures' health bars had emptied, clearly eliminated by something. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed toward that direction. Soon, Lin Shi saw a figure in the war mist ahead. The Lost One. Level, 67. It was a humanoid figure, but its clothing was decayed, like a walking corpse in the mist. It must have been an awakened one in life. Lin Shi frowned. The war mist here could actually turn deceased awakened ones into monsters. Truly strange. Immediately, Lin Shi was quickly enveloped in a bluish fire, transforming into a giant of flames. He merely waved his sleeve gently toward the front. The Lost One was rapidly consumed by the flames. You killed the Lost One, gained experience plus 210. Checking the experience, Lin Shi completely confirmed that it was indeed the war mist turning the awakened into monsters. However, the equipment on this Lost One was already decayed, even the ring on its hand was the same. It was unclear whether it was due to the passage of time or some kind of power's corruption. No other equipment or materials dropped from it. The situation here was quite bizarre. Lin Chi withdrew his thoughts, continuing to look for the wandering creatures here based on the Abyss creature's exploration, while following the treasure map toward the treasure location. Soon, Lin Chi discovered. In this war mist, there were not only lost awakened ones but also some creatures that were monsters to begin with. But without exception, they all carried the lost prefix. Lost Shadow Tiger. Level 53. Lost Venomous Snake. Level 55. It looks like this was originally a leveling area of over level 50. Lin Chi muttered. But later, for some unknown reason, it encountered the war mist here. Corrupted by some special power, it has transformed into this current state. He had never understood this situation before. Golden treasure chest. While moving forward, Lin Chi discovered a treasure chest hidden in the grass. If it weren't for the abyssal evil passing through here, he would have been hard-pressed to find it. Unlike the treasure chest he found in the Bone Dragon's lair, the chests here are classified by quality, just like in the outside world. Treasure chests of epic quality and above may be locked. This requires a thief or some special skills to unlock. Upon opening the treasure chest, he found a piece of golden quality equipment, which Lin Chi directly stored in his ring. Keep moving forward. The more he explored here, the more Lin Chi felt that no other awakeners had come here for a long time. In the war fog, it is hard to notice other movements, and there are no traces left by awakeners. Such a situation is extremely rare in the areas already conquered by current awakeners. Finally, after a long march, Lin Chi arrived at the location marked on the treasure map. Direction, straight ahead. Distance, 3 m. In front of him was a cave blocked by rubble. Only at the center of the rubble was there a carving with strange patterns, resembling a keyhole. Lin Chi stepped forward and pressed the treasure map against the patterns. Crack! Cracks spread out as the rubble blocking the cave entrance exploded violently. At the same time, a goblin-like creature appeared before Lin Chi. Treasure Thief Goblin King, Epic. Level 80. It was carrying a burlap sack on its back, surrounded by various treasure chests of different qualities, all of which had already been opened. Here it comes, the exclusive boss of the treasure land. Lin Chi was pleasantly surprised instead of scared. Epic quality is the corresponding boss quality for the treasure land, but it does not mean that only epic quality equipment or items exist here. Clearly, the items in the treasure chests had already been placed into the burlap sack the treasure thief Goblin King was carrying. Chapter 60, Phantom Clone Scroll. Sword Saint. Treasures, treasures, my treasures. The treasure thief Goblin King licked its long tongue, its voice sharp, clearly speaking the human language, yet with a high-pitched, obscure tone. It wore a bony crown on its head, its face always lit with greed, and its sharp gaze was fixed on Lin Chi. In an instant, from its body, overlapping figures began to emerge. Treasure Thief Goblin King, Phantom. Level 80. However, as soon as these phantom clones stepped out, their health bars began to drop rapidly. At Lin Chi's feet, a dark liquid had begun to spread, enveloping the phantoms within. Lin Chi had a deep understanding of these treasure thief creatures. Upon encountering an awakener, they would instantly create multiple phantom clones. Meanwhile, their real body would quickly flee. At the same time, Lin Chi swung the abyssal hammer in his hand forcefully, the hammerhead bursting with a blood-colored glow, like a staff. Disaster Declaration. Puff! A phantom turned into an air blast, scattering into pieces. Only a few pieces of equipment and items dropped on the ground, but besides that, there were no prompts for killing or gaining experience. Killing each phantom could yield items and equipment from the treasure land. This is precisely the characteristic of the treasure thief goblin. In reality, even regular treasure thief goblins are hard to kill. Therefore, when awakeners discover the treasure land, they are always well prepared to deal with these phantom clones. And if a certain amount of time passes, the treasure thief goblin will take the remaining phantoms and leave, taking along any uncollected items and equipment from awakeners. The burning skill had long been released, the raging flames blocked the entrance of the treasure land, and as Lin Chi swung the hammer, they scorched into the cave. Puff! 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 One phantom after another exploded, and equipment and items scattered everywhere. In the scattering air, the figure of the treasure-stealing Goblin King reappeared. Treasure, my treasure. The voice remained sharp and obscure, but added a hint of anger and greed. You only know this one sentence, nothing more needs to be said. Lin Chi took a step forward. The crimson magic circle spread in all directions, already adding negative effects of teleportation and confinement to the treasure-stealing Goblin King. The additional power from the Abyss Hammer instantly transformed into a boost of strength, slamming down towards the treasure-stealing Goblin King. At the same time, above the treasure-stealing Goblin King's head, the bone crown flickered and disappeared. Bang! The health bar emptied. You have killed the treasure-stealing Goblin King, epic, gained level +1. You have obtained the trait Blooming in the Wind, green. You have gained 250 free attribute points. The body of the treasure-stealing Goblin King quickly vanished, leaving behind a skill book and several scrolls. Only then did Lin Shi put away the hammer and check the rewards from killing the treasure-stealing Goblin King. Level 29. Just one more level, and he could change his class. And as a reward for killing the treasure-stealing Goblin King, he also received 250 free attribute points. This wasn't too much really. Creatures like the treasure-stealing goblin that only appeared in special locations often had some unusual rewards. Lin Shi glanced at his personal panel. He had gained too many attribute points from forging and usually couldn't be bothered to allocate them. He decided to allocate all of them now. As for the trait, it increased the skill range under specific conditions. The effect was decent, but Lin Shi was naturally looking forward to the red traits after reaching level 30. Then, Lin Shi rubbed his hands and looked at the ground full of equipment and items. Besides that skill book and several scrolls, all the others were treasures that originally belonged to the treasure trove. After gathering all these items, Lin Shi carefully examined what he could use. Goblin Crown, epic proof of the Goblin King, when used in forging equipment, has a great chance to add goblin skills to the equipment. This was a material he extracted from the Goblin King using the rule replacement trait before killing it. It looked like a crown, but it wasn't equipment. Under normal circumstances, its drop rate was extremely low. As for the skill book and scrolls that the Goblin King finally dropped, Lin Shi was quite interested. Skill, Phantom Doppelganger. Effect, manifested doppelganger with 60% of your attributes to fight, lasting 1 minute. Learning requirement, Assassin, Thief class. This was almost a skill exclusive to assassins and thieves. And the scrolls were essentially single-use consumables for this skill. As long as you consumed a scroll, you could summon a phantom doppelganger. A doppelganger can solo a deep abyss giant without any problems. Lin Shi smacked his lips. Unfortunately, such items are priceless and can only be dropped by the treasure-stealing Goblin King. Aside from that, it was the equipment and items originally in the treasure trove. 1 legendary item, 1 epic item. Lin Shi counted. Plus golden gear, potions, scrolls, and over 300 gold coins, that was everything in the treasure trove. A treasure map could yield so many things, that was indeed quite good. In many cases, treasure maps would only lead to picking up scattered coins. As for the attributes of the equipment, Lin Shi merely glanced at them. All were materials for ritual consumption, no need to look at them in detail. After checking these items, Lin Shi looked at the warfog outside the cave, pondering. Just 1 level short. Once levels exceed 10, the experience gain dramatically decreases. In this area, he could hardly gain much experience. However, according to Lin Shi's judgment, there must be some powerful boss hidden in this fog-filled canyon. Perhaps finding and defeating the boss. This can also forcibly upgrade. Lin Shi quickly made a decision. First, explore this area a bit. This won't take too long. The abyss creatures summoned originally had already dwindled after some exploration. Lin Shi decided to summon the Bone Dragon, the ancient beast of the mountains, and the Abyss Guardian together. Though the Bone Dragon and the ancient beast of the mountains were fewer in number compared to the abyss creatures and could not explore in all directions, their gigantic size could still greatly increase Lin Shi's exploration range. Finally, as the summoning time for the Bone Dragon and the ancient mountain beast had exhausted, Lin Shi discovered an anomaly from the last remaining abyss wraith. He rushed over immediately. The Abyss Wraith had already been destroyed by some force, but at the moment of destruction, it clearly seemed to have been eroded by some kind of power. Even its life value changed before it was eliminated. There, perhaps that is the special origin of this area. Soon, the war fog in front of him dissipated. But Lin Shi's gaze suddenly sharpened. Swish! A giant sword suddenly fell to the ground in front of him, the blade deeply embedded in the earth. Moreover, a golden and bright radiance burst forth from the crack in the ground, appearing incredibly sacred. And further ahead, a figure surrounded by golden light stood in the air, with several swords made of light floating around, ready to strike. Sword Saint. From the figure, Lin Shi only saw a prompt message. This is a title? Lin Shi's brows instantly raised. The figure ahead, filled with blazing golden light, was clearly not a monster, but an awakener, or a being suspected of being an awakener. Awakeners, upon achieving certain accomplishments, can possibly gain titles and display them. But Lin Shi knew, a title like Sword Saint should not have been obtained by anyone among the Awakeners yet. He didn't expect to encounter a being with the title of Sword Saint deep within the warfog that engulfed the canyon. Among the myriad of sword lights, he could vaguely see the figure of a woman with a delicate and graceful body. Her long hair fluttered like a waterfall, and her armor shone brilliantly under the golden light, with a slender arm raised high. She was gazing down at a certain area. That was clearly a 9-headed monster snake, each head bearing a single eye. Surrounding the 9-headed monster snake was a nearly withered area, even the weeds were like this. 9-headed snake, holy. Level? A special monster with an undetectable level? Lin Chi's heart stirred suddenly. He knew that within this war fog, there absolutely existed extremely special monsters. In fact, this could be the source of the strange erosion suffered by the lost ones and the lost monsters in this place. A holy level boss. Lin Chi's emotions could not help but surge. This was the first time he saw such a great a boss. This thing was even rarer than a world boss. And also, he couldn't see its level. Maybe it's from an uncharted area. Lin Chi already had a guess. The world has undergone enormous changes after being invaded by the game. The areas where people can currently operate are indeed quite vast. But still, there are numerous areas along the front line that have yet to be conquered. There, many special creatures also exist. The Abyss was also similar. Lin Chi even felt that the female sword saint ahead also hailed from an unexplored region. And just then, in the sky, the sword saint seemed to have noticed Lin Chi's arrival and glanced over at him. Then, her gaze shifted back to the 9-headed snake. The arm that was raised high suddenly fell, like the sharpest sword in the world. Swish! Tens of thousands of sword lights descended together, all attacking the 9-headed snake. The giant sword that had originally been placed in front of Lin Chi also trembled and flew back into the sword saint's hand. With a movement of her body, the giant sword in her hand emitted a brilliant light and struck towards the Hydra. At the same time, Lin Chi noticed that the Hydra's health bar was rapidly decreasing. However, the exact value was unclear. Is this about to destroy the Hydra? Lin Chi was stunned. How could this be? Although he wasn't sure if the situation was similar to when he had previously seen the Heavenly Hall Saintess and the evil old demon in the Abyss. But if he just stood there and watched an unknown level saint boss like the Hydra be destroyed like this, wouldn't his exploration of this warfog have been in vain? He had to at least get some damage in. The next moment, Lin Chi appeared at the sword saint's side, and in his hand, the Abyss hammer was already surrounded by blazing, eerie blue flames. Be careful! At this moment, a clear and melodious voice came from the sword saint. She noticed Lin Chi quickly rushing to her side and gave him a warning. But at that moment, boom! The Abyss hammer suddenly slammed down, hitting one of the Hydra's heads. The Abyss shattered. The eerie blue flames exploded over the Hydra's head, splashing in all directions. Along with the rest of the Hydra's head, the parts of its body flew apart. At the same time, the giant sword in the sword saint's hand also struck the Hydra's body. The health bar was completely emptied. The remaining Hydra heads let out miserable howls and fell down. Didn't get the kill, or rather, I only got one head. Lin Chi pouted. He realized it was too late to deal with this Hydra. In this situation, without a team, encountering a special boss like the Hydra meant that the final rewards were based on the damage dealt. But when he saw the situation here, the Hydra already had very little health remaining. Even so, Lin Chi's body still radiated the light of leveling up. You participated in killing the Hydra, Saint, gained +1 level. You gained the substitute Li Dai Tao Jiang, red, title. Notice, level has reached 30, you can now change classes. As expected, I got the reward. Lin Chi smiled with satisfaction. Although he only leveled up by 1, the result was still good. Moreover, the level 30 red title had also been obtained. However, at this moment, he didn't rush to check the effect of the title but instead looked at the sword saint beside him. You are very strong. The sword saint's voice came. Only then did Lin Chi finally see her face clearly. She had black hair, and her face was especially delicate, with golden light emanating from her pupils, exuding a divine and holy aura. Sorry, I didn't expect you to suddenly appear while I was fighting the Hydra, and almost hurt you. The sword saint apologized. The giant sword in her hand had fallen straight in front of Lin Chi just now, which could indeed have counted as an attack. Lin Chi didn't mind this. Logically speaking, by participating in the fight between her and the Hydra, in a way, he was also stealing the monster. But he was contemplating the sword saint's origins. How strong was this saint-level Hydra? He didn't know. But clearly, since she was able to solo the Hydra, her combat strength must have surpassed that of most Awakeners. Lin Chi even suspected that this female sword saint wasn't an Awakener, and certainly wasn't a monster that could be defeated. She must be from some unknown region. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chi waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it, I'm just a passing masked rider." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the items dropped by the Hydra, quickly stopping on one of them, an equipment resembling a necklace. This piece of equipment emitted a different shine compared to the other items. It must be a sacred artifact. I didn't discover this Hydra in advance, so the dropped equipment isn't easy to take. Lin Chi silently pouted. Kamen Rider? The Sword Saint seemed a bit confused but didn't ask too much. Her gaze then fell on the pile of equipment and items dropped by the Hydra, as if she was pondering something. Soon after, she looked back at Lin Chi and slowly said, I may need to take away the relics of the Hydra. Earlier, my battle affected you, and you also helped, so can I compensate you with other items? Oh. There's compensation. Lin Chi's heart suddenly stirred. Receive task, compensation from the Sword Saint by Xing, will you accept? Chapter 62 Special Existence. Guild Instance. Receive task, compensation from the Sword Saint by Xing, will you accept? Suddenly, an information prompt appeared before Lin Chi. A task? He was momentarily stunned. In truth, Awakeners have very limited tasks they can take on early on. At most, they can only participate in tasks when entering the trial ground to learn their professional skills in the Awakening Hall. Or they may receive tasks when they later change jobs. Generally speaking, such tasks can only be obtained from certain special existences in cities close to the front lines. For example, among the elf or dwarf races, Awakeners can also take on tasks in their territories. Yet by Xing, this Sword Saint merely spoke a few words to him, and there it was, a task. This female Sword Saint was indeed an extremely special existence. Thinking of this, Lin Chi couldn't help but smile. Great. This could be considered a special opportunity. By now, he could already confirm that her background was definitely extraordinary. Current task, compensation from the Sword Saint by Xing. Immediately after, Lin Chi noticed that Bai Xing merely waved her hand, and the pile of equipment and items dropped by the Hydra flashed, instantly disappearing from sight. But Lin Chi did not find any rings on her delicate and fair fingertips. Clearly, she possessed special storage methods. Next, a necklace-like item appeared in Bai Xing's hand, which she handed to Lin Chi. I still have tasks to attend to, so I can only give you this necklace for now. Consider it a small token of gratitude and compensation. You can use this to find me in the future. After speaking, she gave Lin Chi an apologetic smile. Lin Chi glanced at the necklace, his brow suddenly raising. Bai Xing's token, holy. Category, necklace. Equipment requirement, none. Special effect, all swords come under Sacred Realm, any skills of sword users deal 50% less damage to the wearer. Storage Sword Chi, 1/1, contains one sword from the Sword Saint. Description, a token from an unknown Sword Saint, containing her immense power, activating stored Sword Chi, like the Sword Saint herself is present. A unique necklace equipment that does not provide any attribute bonuses. However, its special effect is exceptionally powerful. Lin Chi couldn't help but be astonished when he received this necklace. This was indeed a holy artifact named after Bai Xing. He truly encountered an extraordinary existence. I hope you are satisfied. Bai Xing gave Lin Chi a slight smile, turned, and stepped forward, instantly vanishing from the scene. Task completed. You gain level +1. You gain debris drop immunity, golden. Another prompt appeared. There's also a level reward? Lin Chi gaped. This series of encounters left him feeling somewhat dazed. Even. And thus, a connection was formed. Unable to understand, he simply decided to stop thinking about it. Lin Chi put the necklace into his ring and had no intention of using it for ritual refining. Although this item was considered a holy artifact, it was not quite like other equipment. Moreover, who knows, when he sees Bai Xing again, he might receive more tasks. After tidying up these things, Lin Chi took another glance at the war fog that was gradually dissipating around him. Clearly, the Hydra was indeed the source of this war fog. It returned to normal after being eliminated. Once he organized everything, Lin Chi then looked at the two new entries he had just obtained. Entry, Li Dai Tao Jiang, red. Effect, all the damage received can be endured by the durability of the equipment you carry. An entry that can turn damage into durability consumption. Red entries are indeed powerful. Lin Chi couldn't help but exclaim. As long as the equipment he carries is sufficient, combined with his current defense. It is estimated that there aren't many tank classes in this world that can compare with him. Entry, Fall Immunity, Golden. Effect, immune to all falling damage. As for the effect of the golden entry, it is simple yet powerful. It specifically treats all acrophobia. This treasure hunting trip, although with some small episodes, brought him unexpected gains. Lin Chi was already very satisfied. Faster than the planned upgrade. Initially, according to the plan, he would probably still be on his way to Moon City leveling up, but now, he was already at level 31. He could head directly to Moon City for a job change. Summoning the Bone Dragon, Lin Chi had just started moving. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before him. Guild Channel. Lu Bu invites Li Mingyue to join the channel. Li Mingyue, Lin Qi, I need your help. There's a task in the guild, can you help me? Lin Qi's expression changed slightly. So there's a guild task looking for him already? Although I showed a skill in front of Li Mingyue, it shouldn't be enough for her to ask me for a task now, right? It seems that in the eyes of the Human King's Guild, he was just a newbie awakening under level 30. Li Mingyue, you people from Summer City really can hide. During the Abyss descent, I estimate many gained benefits. Lubu, let me speak. Our guild wants to recruit new members in Summer City this year. Let's see if we can find 1 or 2 talented awakeners to train. Li Mingyue, but I have no time. I'm about to leave Summer City, so I want you to help with recruiting. Good heavens. So that's the type of task. Lin Qi's gaze became strange. They want a newly joined awakener to be responsible for guild recruitment. What guts this guild has. Lin Qi, are you sure? He still asked, feeling a bit skeptical. Lubu, to be honest, we're preparing to enter the guild dungeon soon, and Mingyue needs to come back early to gear up for us, so it's better to let you, who know Summer City best, handle it. Guild dungeon. Lin Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. This is a large dungeon that can only be entered by joining the guild. It is also one of the reasons he joined the guild. Lin Qi, actually, I can help. If you need people for the dungeon, you can take me along. He joined the guild and thought it wouldn't be a problem to help a bit with a large dungeon, right? But after sending this message, the guild channel fell silent. After a long while. Li Mingyue, young man, you're not modest at all, I have high hopes for you. Lin Qi tugged at the corner of his mouth, the image of Li Mingyue's unreliable appearance appearing in his mind. He didn't mind it at all. At this time, Lubu's message came through again. Lubu, I asked the president, yes, your profession indeed has a tough early growth path, so we can take you along, which also counts as training for future power. No kidding. The Human King's Guild is indeed quite righteous. Lin Qi, okay, let me know the arrangements later. After sending this message, Lin Qi planned to close the guild channel. But before shutting it down, he noticed a message from Li Mingyue. Li Mingyue, by the way, if you plan to change your class later, remember to take the highest difficulty task and then come to the guild channel for help. Oh? Lin Qi's heart stirred. After all, those who awaken with the same profession are very familiar with the class change tasks he needs to take. However, whether to seek help depended on the situation. He closed the channel and didn't think much more about it. What he cared about more was naturally the guild dungeon. As part of the guild participating in a large dungeon, the rewards would surely be incredibly rich. Lin Qi was also a bit excited. The bone dragon soared high and fast, and the original treasure site was not too far from Moonlight City. In just half a day, Lin Qi arrived outside of Moonlight City. Looking ahead, the city's towering walls were high, engraved with some intricate magical formations, looking far more magnificent than Summer City. Entering the city, Lin Qi even saw some elves on the road. With golden hair, slender figures, and ears sharper than humans, their features were incredibly delicate and beautiful. In such a relatively rare city, can I see elves? Lin Qi was somewhat shocked. Races like elves usually spread their tribes close to the front lines. Some special tribes would even establish city-states, and different races would focus on different attributes and professions as they grew. The female elf seemed used to the gazes of other awakeners, moving through the crowd on her own. However, she noticed Lin Qi staring without hiding, her golden eyes slightly shifting, and their gazes collided directly. She seemed a bit curious, as such bold stares were not common. Why not avoid? Lin Qi silently complained. He could roughly guess the female elf's thoughts, yet he still calmly stared at her. Such actions either involved no looking away at all, or being completely open, otherwise, it just seemed creepy. Lin Qi was already quite skilled at this. Instead, he smiled and nodded at her, as if greeting her. Then he continued forward towards the awakening hall of Moonlight City. Seeing this, the female elf paused slightly, her delicate face filled with surprise. Do I know him? She thought, recalling Lin Qi's relatively handsome young face from her perspective, puzzled. At the awakening hall of Moonlight City. Lin Qi arrived here, filled out the form, and waited for the receptionist aunt to process it. Clearly, compared to the young girl, the aunt's handling was far more skilled. In just a few minutes, she completed the procedures for Lin Qi. Count from the left, the 7th room, go in to receive your class change task. The receptionist aunt pointed behind her. The awakening hall here was much larger than the one in Summer City. Before entering, Lin Qi also encountered a somewhat familiar awakener. Not long ago, when he fought the mountain giant beast, this awakener seemed to come from the same guild that was also hunting. But he just took a glance, and the other was already wiped out by the mountain giant beast. He didn't pay much attention. Directly stepped into the room to receive the class change task. Shoo! As the door closed, a brilliant, illusory hammer light burst forth. Seeing this, many awakeners in the hall couldn't help but turn their heads. This is the main profession of blacksmith? The one who just went in is a young man, right? That's the class change room. At this time, it's impossible to have a blacksmith who quickly reached level 30, he must be from last year. Taking a year to level up, then the road ahead will be even tougher. The blacksmith profession, although rare, was somewhat understood by the awakeners. Of course, the vast majority of blacksmiths were very hard to cultivate. Such a rare profession still attracts people's attention. Lin Shi was unaware of the situation outside the room. At this moment, he had already arrived at a place similar to a trial ground. In front of him was a small altar, surrounded by beams of light, as if forming a strange magical array. Detected that you meet the job transfer requirements. Please choose and receive your job transfer task. Task 1, forge 3 pieces of golden quality equipment independently, difficulty rating 1 star. Reward, 50 free attribute points, experience plus 10,000. Task 2, independently gather materials and forge 1 piece of epic quality equipment, difficulty rating 3 stars. Reward, 120 free attribute points, experience plus 30,000. Task 3, reach the designated location to summon and hunt a profession-exclusive monster of bronze to epic level, allowing a party of up to 4 within a 10-level difference, and forge corresponding quality equipment with its materials, difficulty rating 1 to 5 stars. Reward, 50 to 300 free attribute points, experience plus 10,000 to level plus 1. Hint, monsters of different qualities have different difficulties, please choose carefully. Lin Shi scanned all 3 tasks and automatically ignored the first 2. The third task should be the high difficulty task that Li Mingyue mentioned. He immediately understood. High difficulty, undoubtedly, meant summoning an epic level monster and defeating it. Of course, for a blacksmith's first job transfer task, even the highest difficulty did not mean a dead end for other blacksmiths. The task also allowed for assistance from others. As long as teammates were strong enough and items were plentiful, it was not impossible to hunt an epic level monster within a 10-level difference. No wonder Li Mingyue reminded him that after taking on a high difficulty task, he could seek help in the guild. The exclusive monster of this profession can even level up, Lin Shi murmured. Even if it was just an epic monster, it would definitely not be lacking. This task was certainly the best. Lin Shi immediately chose to accept the third task. On the altar, the light gathered, transforming into a scroll. Blacksmith scroll, can summon a monster of the same level, choose from bronze to epic quality. Lin Shi took a glance and then stored the scroll away. He wanted to see what the exclusive monster of the main profession blacksmith would look like. Exiting the awakening hall, Lin Shi immediately followed the task guidance and rushed outside of the Moonlight City. This area was similar to the surroundings of Summer City, outside the Fire Rock Valley dungeon. On the ground around him, flames occasionally erupted, scorching the surroundings. Here, there was also a group of fire attribute monsters scattered around. Little Fire Monkey. Level, 60. Ash Monster. Level, 57. It seemed that this was also where the difficulty of the task lay. If other awakened blacksmiths accidentally entered these creatures' aggro range, they would surely face a disaster. But Lin Shi didn't even take out his great hammer, he just pressed forward. As he went, the surrounding monsters kept falling one after another. Finally, he arrived in a valley, surrounded by open space, with no other monsters around. Successfully reached the task location. Lin Shi immediately took out the scroll and activated it. Chapter 64, Who is Forging in the Wild? In an instant, the scroll in Lin Shi's hand transformed into countless runes, pouring down onto the ground like a flood, forming a magical array glowing with various colors. And within the brilliance of the array, a massive figure gradually revealed itself. It was a gigantic creature resembling a strange rock, with various bizarre branches growing from its back, each radiating different colors of light. Rock Forging Platform, Epic. Level, 31. This thing can still be called a forging platform? Lin Shi looked at the strange creature before him, his mouth twitching. He found it hard to associate this creature with a forging platform. But at this moment, the giant rock's massive body had already begun to move. It seemed to be facing Lin Shi, but there were no distinct facial features. Let's hammer it and see. Lin Shi's hands produced the Abyssal hammer, which suddenly struck down towards the strange rock. He had already realized that even in the Abyss realm, this strange rock would not be affected at all. Clearly, it had similar traits to the mountain beasts. But being able to withstand negative effects does not mean it can endure pure physical attacks. Boom! The hammer fell. The entire strange rock then exploded with a loud bang. But flames surged up among the shattered rock, as if it was being smelted into magma, gradually coming together and merging. It reformed into a massive stone that resembled a hammer. Then, under Lin Shi's gaze, this hammer-shaped stone slowly seemed to be held by some invisible force, rising gently. And suddenly it smashed down towards Lin Shi. But the great hammer in Lin Shi's hand was even faster. Bang! The strange rock shattered again. Still, there was no kill prompt, it reformed again. This time, Lin Shi noticed a familiar glow from the gradually recomposing hammer of strange rock. Repair and strengthen? He immediately understood. After all, this was a monster unique to his blacksmith profession. Every form it displayed had characteristics of the blacksmith profession. Smelting, decomposition, repair, strengthening. It just needs identification. Lin Shi pondered for a moment and then pointed at the strange rock hammer in front of him. Identify. Hammer of strange rock, epic. You have obtained the blueprint for Hammer of Strange Rock ×1. Just as I thought. Lin Shi understood now. This was not only testing the combatability of the awakened, but more so, the mastery of their profession. Besides that, he also found a special piece of strange rock at the corner of the hammer. That was the monster's weak point that he had identified. Immediately, Lin Shi just reached out his hand, gave a slight squeeze, and that special piece of strange rock appeared in his hand. Rule substitution. You have killed the rock smithing platform. Quest has changed. Did I just kill it? Lin Shi blinked. Wasn't this monster supposed to test my professional skills? The strange rock that made up the hammer instantly disintegrated, falling to the ground and forming a stone smithing platform just like that. It really is a smithing platform. Lin Shi couldn't help but sigh. He glanced at the fragment of rock in his hand, and instantly understood. Shard of rock core, epic. Category, special equipment. Description, a special equipment item for the blacksmith profession, can be used for decomposition. It was probably meant to test the decomposition skill. But after Lin Shi used the rule substitution entry, it just resulted in its destruction. Since you have obtained equipment from the unique monster, the quest is complete, you can return to submit the quest. Another prompt appeared. Alright. Lin Shi shrugged. Given the stacking of entries, these tests for the profession sometimes unexpectedly completed like this. Having tidied everything up, Lin Shi's gaze quickly fell on the stone-smithing platform left after the rock shattered. He had already accumulated plenty of equipment and materials. If he went back to Summer City to do a round of forging, it would take some time. It was better to seize the opportunity to use this stone-smithing platform and do some forging right here in the wild. Without hesitation, Lin Shi walked towards the stone-smithing platform, raised the abyssal hammer, and began the forging. This trip to Moon City resulted in more gains than he had expected. He already had several pieces of legendary quality equipment. The Abyssal legendary set, still missing the last piece. Lin Shi had already made plans. Once he forges the last piece of the Abyssal legendary set, he intends to fuse all the remaining materials and equipment into the Abyssal hammer. So far, he still didn't have a holy artifact that he could equip. Once they use up this batch of equipment and materials, even if it's still not enough, it shouldn't be too far off. Boom! A burst of flames exploded in the mountains, accompanied by a monster's howl. Huang Xian immediately shouted to everyone around, "It's about to reach the second phase, control it." After previously settling the rewards for defeating the mountain beast, the members of their guild temporarily returned to Moonlight City. Now they had scattered, forming groups to level up. With the combined effort of the 14 members, this epic quality boss was quickly defeated. The task has changed. If we complete this task, our guild will have enough reputation to open a guild dungeon. Huang Xian smiled brightly. The three teammates nodded, but suddenly, one of them questioned, "President, why does the changed task mention war fog? Is there war fog in the outside world? War fog usually only appears in dungeons. Yet their changed task mentioned war fog." Huang Xian shook her head. "We'll know once we arrive at the task location." Ding! But just then, a crisp knocking sound suddenly came from afar, echoing in the mountains. The sound was not very clear, but it was enough for the four of them to hear. Huang Xian and the others paused in surprise. What is that noise? Is it a monster or a boss? Ding! But immediately, another knocking sound followed. The sound was extremely rhythmic, ringing out continuously. But Huang Xian and the others knew that they should not be too close to the source of this knocking sound. Rather, they heard a faint echo amidst the mountainous surroundings. Why does that sound like someone is forging iron? Huang Xian murmured, with a hint of confusion in her expression. But who would forge iron in the wild? Could the one forging be a blacksmith profession? Suddenly, one awakener seemed to think of something and said, "Speaking of which, when I went to the awakening hall for job change, I encountered a young man who was a blacksmith by main profession. This noise can't be him here doing job change tasks, right?" Huang Xian could only shake her head in response. This kind of noise was not something a blacksmith coming to Moonlight City for a job change could create. But in the next moment, she seemed to notice something, her gaze sharpening. Ahead, a pitch-black beam of light shot up into the sky, then disappeared in a flash. This scene is the Abyss? Huang Xin was instantly stunned. Chapter 65, Set Complete. Level 9 Amplification. You have successfully forged Abyssal Shield, Legendary, ×1, gaining Constitution plus 800, Agility plus 400. The fourth piece of the Abyssal Legendary set has been completely forged. Lin Chi immediately equipped it, checking the attribute bonuses of the now complete set. Special Effect, Abyssal Amplification, obtain Level 9 Abyssal Amplification. Abyssal Legendary set, for fourths all parts of the set increase attributes by 20%, and can grant 8-level Abyssal Amplification to up to 4 friendly targets. Directly a Level 9 Abyssal Amplification. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. He was very pleased with this effect. Moreover, the set effect also includes a line that provides Abyssal Amplification to friendly targets. This way, his Abyssal domain could play some role again. He could summon Abyssal creatures and apply level 8 amplification to any 4 of them. Even if it couldn't compare to boss units like Abyssal Bone Dragons, at least it could be considered an elite monster, right? Once we are back, we should try to look for other Abyssal Lord sets. Bringing back his thoughts, Lin Chi continued the forging process. During the previous forging, he also used the Blacksmith set blueprint that Li Mingyue had given him to create the equipment. The forging speed also improved. Soon, he had exhausted the materials he obtained earlier. In fact, Lin Chi did not engage in large-scale monster grinding on his way from Summer City to Moonlight City. The materials he obtained were not much. The quality of the materials is exceptionally good. Moreover, there are also materials dropped from the world boss, the mountainous giant beast. However, Lin Chi did not use the materials from the mountainous giant beast. Similarly, he did not use the materials from the thieving goblin king. Before successfully changing jobs, it was difficult for him to forge epic quality equipment with his current forging skills. The materials dropped from the specialty monsters of his original profession would greatly increase the success rate, but that was not on the table for consideration. Lin Chi decided to place the legendary equipment that had previously dropped, along with the newly forged equipment of lower legendary quality, all on the forging table. He picked up a golden quality hammer he had just forged. Using the Abyss hammer as the main tool, he began to refine all these pieces of equipment together. Clang! The big hammer fell down. Sparks flew, and where the hammer struck, brilliant light burst forth, enveloping all the equipment on the forging table. After a while, the light finally receded, leaving only the Abyss hammer on the forging table. As expected, still a bit lacking. Lin Chi picked up the Abyss hammer and examined it closely. As he expected, even after consuming all the previous equipment, he still failed to produce a holy artifact. But now, the surface of the Abyss hammer had already emerged with strange runes amidst the pitch-black mist. Those runes had almost thickened into a substance, faintly filled with an unusual aura. Maybe with another 2 pieces of legendary gear, perhaps just 1, it could be upgraded. Lin Chi could already feel it in his heart. Although he had also spent time refining the Abyssal Legendary set during this period. But what he had invested in the Abyss hammer was definitely not small. Submit the task, then gather some materials near Moonfly City. Lin Chi had already made his plans for what was to come. Once he successfully changed jobs, he only needed to choose a nearby dungeon or an area with high-quality bosses, and he should quickly be able to gather materials to forge a piece of legendary quality equipment. And by then, he would be able to upgrade the Abyss hammer to a holy artifact. Even putting aside Lin Chi's own attributes, just 1 holy artifact corresponding to his current level of over 30. No matter where it was placed, it would undoubtedly be extremely outrageous. Holy artifacts, according to common reasoning, could only be obtained after level 90, awakeners would have a chance of acquiring one. Moreover, even many awakeners reaching higher levels might not necessarily possess a holy artifact. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Chi immediately summoned the skeletal dragon, planning to rush back to Moonfly City. He wouldn't stay in this city for long, as he had to return to Summer City to help the Human Kings Guild recruit new members. To be precise, it was to help the Human Kings Guild recruit near Moonfly City. Naturally, Lin Chi already had candidates in mind. But since it was promised, Lin Chi would definitely not be careless. He stepped onto the skeletal dragon's head and flew out of the valley, heading towards Moonfly City. He noticed that, not far away on a mountain peak, several awakeners were standing. It seems, they are the ones who previously fought the mountainous giant beast? Lin Chi had some impression. These people were probably resting in Moonfly City after battling the world boss. At this moment, Huang Xin and the others had already widened their eyes in astonishment. After they had defeated the boss, they happened to notice that, in this valley, there seemed to be a scene resembling an abyss entrance. They hurriedly rushed over. Who would have thought that before their eyes, a gigantic skeleton creature wrapped in flames appeared? A skeletal dragon? Such a skeletal dragon was not the first time they had seen it.
In an instant, they recalled their previous encounter when their guild had fought the world boss. The skeletal dragon they encountered. They even speculated that the awakener who summoned the skeletal dragon was very likely the one who single-handedly defeated the mountain giant beast. So now, are we meeting that big shot again? One awakener murmured to Huang Xin, shock filling their tone. Although they did not know what the fleeting vision resembling an abyssal entrance was truly about. If even that big shot was here, everything suddenly seemed reasonable. Huang Xin nodded. The skeletal dragon was a creature that could only be seen in some extremely special areas. Among awakens, there were even fewer who could summon a skeletal dragon. The identity of the other party was already clear. After thinking for a moment, Huang Xin waved her hand toward the skeletal dragon in the sky, signaling friendliness. They were drawn here by the strange movement, and it wouldn't be good if they were misunderstood as wanting to steal the monster. The other three beside her also instinctively waved their hands, still recovering from the shock of seeing the skeletal dragon again. But then, the four of them froze in place. They clearly noticed that the skeletal dragon was rapidly flying towards them. With flames blazing on its body, even without revealing any information, it still emitted an overwhelming pressure. Not to mention, there was clearly a figure standing above the skull of the dragon. Seeing this, the hearts of the four of them trembled violently. If they were misunderstood, then an awakener of this level trying to attack them would likely mean they wouldn't have the chance to teleport away. But at this moment, Lin Chi's calm voice came through. You looking for me? Chapter 66 Change Job. Forge Quality Upgrade. No. Huang Xin's small face stiffened, suddenly feeling a bit lost. They just wanted to greet the other party, who would have thought they would come straight over. However, after calming down, she noticed that the awakener standing atop the skeletal dragon was clearly a young man. He appeared not to be very old. Huang Xin thought. Could he be a top awakener who has almost returned to their youth? There are always things in this world that people cannot understand. It is not surprising what kind of awakener may appear. Forebear. After thinking, Huang Xin still tried to call out tentatively. Forebear? Lin Chi scratched his chin. He did not pay attention to Huang Xin and the others' thoughts. He was simply on his way back to Moon City and came over to ask when he saw them waving. No, I just turned 18. Lin Chi replied. He originally thought these people had something to talk about, but since they didn't, he was going back to Moon City to submit his mission. However, regarding what Lin Chi said, Huang Xin and the others were shocked but did not believe it. Which awakener, just turned 18, can ride a skeletal dragon and fly everywhere? Huang Xin maintained a respectful posture. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, she inquired Lin Chi, that big shot, do you know where there is a war mist nearby? Since there was a chance to communicate with such a top awakener, she simply wanted to ask about their task. As for whether the big shot would be willing to answer, she certainly wouldn't force him. But Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. War mist? Wasn't he just entering a war mist while searching for treasure? However, the war mist there had already dissipated with the appearance of the Hydra. Is this the new mission you encountered? Lin Chi asked again. He had personally experienced the quality of the boss in the war mist. Just a single point could lead to an upgrade. That's right, it just changed tasks and assigned us a location, Huang Xin replied. We didn't expect that outside the instance. There can still be a fog of war. The change of the mission just means that the fog of war outside Moon City is indeed not just in one place. Lin Chi's heart stirred. This is, for him, a piece of information. Not long ago, I actually saw one. Lin Chi began to recount. It seems that the area where the fog of war exists will turn all living beings into lost creatures, and additionally if awakened ones die inside, they will turn into monsters. He briefly talked about his previous experiences. However, upon hearing this, Huang Xin and the others suddenly changed their expressions. Why does this sound a bit strange? It's not uncommon for awakened ones to die while hunting monsters. However, the fact that awakened ones can turn into monsters after dying is truly terrifying. And they had already confirmed that Lin Chi was definitely a big shot. He encountered such a rare fog of war. That's all I know. If your mission needs someone to help, you can ask me to assist. Lin Chi said again. It's very normal among awakened ones to offer paid help for dungeon runs or assist with tasks. Since he could obtain information about the fog of war, Lin Chi didn't mind cooperating with these people. But upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Huang Xin and the others were taken aback. Could they ask this big shot for help? Is this big shot so enthusiastic? Without any hesitation, Huang Xin immediately nodded to Lin Chi. Please, big shot, take us. What's there to hesitate about? Their guild wasn't a top guild, it even took a lot of time to accumulate prestige points just to start a guild dungeon.
Now, the task they received had already reached the fog of war in the outside world. This was already very abnormal. If they had the help of this big shot who could summon a bone dragon, what would they need to worry about? It would simply be a guaranteed passage for their guild dungeon. Big shot, this is my contact scroll. You can receive my messages from here. Huang Xin immediately took out a scroll and handed it to Lin Chi. This type of scroll is a one-time consumable that can only receive one message, but its value is also quite high. Lin Chi received it, nodded, then you can tell me when you're ready to set off. What if right now? Huang Xin tentatively asked. They had already completed the prerequisite task, and now they were to head to the area where the fog of war was. That's fine. Lin Chi didn't mind, just said, but you need to wait for me a moment, I need to go to Moon City to submit a job transfer mission. When you're prepared, just let me know when you arrive. After saying that, he controlled the bone dragon and headed straight for Moon City. However, watching Lin Chi leave, Huang Xin and the others were left stunned. What's the big shot going to do? They looked at each other. Job transfer? Isn't the Awakening Hall in Moon City only offering job transfers up to level 60? But they didn't delve deeper. For a big shot like this, even the most unreasonable things seemed normal. Moon City Awakening Hall. Lin Chi once again returned to the trial grounds. He took out the stone core dropped from the weird stone forging platform and placed it on the altar. In an instant, a glow of leveling up radiated from Lin Chi. Mission completed. You gain 300 points of free attribute value. You gain level +1. You obtained extra precision, blue, attribute. You have successfully transferred to Blacksmith. You obtained the skill Forge enhancement. All effects of your current class skills have been enhanced. Each level up grants you increased attribute points, compensating you with 3 free attribute points. Information prompts swiftly popped up. After checking each one, Lin Chi shrugged. As he had obtained in his previous class guide, even after the transfer, the blacksmith profession still remained a blacksmith. It is not like the mage profession, which, after changing jobs, one can choose the profession of elemental mage. However, what Lin Chi cared about the most, without a doubt, was the skill enhancement of forging. Skill, forging enhancement. Effect, passive skill, success rate of forging quality equipment has a chance to increase, can use epic quality materials to forge equipment at most. This was the most effective skill for him after changing jobs. In other words, even when Lin Chi forges gear without using high-quality materials, he still has a chance to forge high-quality equipment. And if he uses high-quality materials, he can finally forge epic quality equipment. Besides that, after changing jobs, the other enhancements Lin Chi received were all round. The original basic skills of his former profession also showed some changes, including the free attribute points earned with each level up, which directly became 25 points per level. Chapter 67, Don't Joke, Big Shot. After reviewing the changes post-job change, Lin Chi finally walked out of the trial ground. Being able to directly forge epic quality equipment is a huge help for his upcoming rituals. At this moment, the scroll originally given to him by Huang Xin also underwent some changes. Huang Xin, Big Shot, we have reached the outskirts of the war mist. This war mist is strange, it has never appeared before, the corresponding area level isn't very high, originally it should be a level 45 to 50 area, located in the Rotten Grass Valley. The scroll shifted and finally settled on the long message sent by Huang Xin. A level 45 to 50 area? Lin Chi raised his brow. This is just right for him to level up. He is already at level 33 now. Even if the level 45 monsters have experienced decay, it won't be too much. Maybe this time, if I level up, I can quickly reach level 35. He quickly left Moonlight City, summoned his bone dragon, and headed towards the location mentioned by Huang Xin. Before long, Lin Chi arrived at the site. From the air, he could already see a thick mist enveloping a valley ahead. Outside the valley, 3 figures were waiting. Big Shot. At the entrance of the valley, Huang Xin immediately spotted the bone dragon in the sky, waving at Lin Chi just like before. The 2 companions beside her were a bit shocked by the massive bone dragon falling from the sky. This time, the teammates beside Huang Xin had changed. It was now a middle-aged man and a young girl. Clearly, there was also a spot reserved for Lin Chi in the team. Lin Chi directly withdrew the bone dragon from the sky and landed on the ground, causing Huang Xin and the others to be taken aback again. What a jump from such a high position! This really is a big shot, so fierce. Is this the place? Lin Chi looked ahead, then his gaze shifted to the 3 people beside Huang Xin. Huang Xin nodded and began to introduce him to the 2 people beside her. Big Shot, this is our vice president of the Respectful Emperor Guild, his profession is Absolute Warrior.
As she spoke, she hugged the young girl beside her and smiled, and this little beauty's profession is war priest.
Absolute warrior, war priest. Lin Shi raised his brow, taking a look at the two before him.
The middle-aged man looked very stout, dressed in heavy armor, and the absolute warrior is undoubtedly a hidden profession, particularly known for its defense.
He already knew this information long ago.
As for the young girl, Lin Shi gave her another glance. She looked gentle, possessing a soft elegance, and smiled warmly at Lin Shi. The war priest is a profession after the priest profession changes. Originally, the priest profession ranks in the top 10 on the leaderboard.
The configuration is very complete. Lin Shi nodded.
Able to endure and support, with 2 more damage dealers, naturally that is the perfect team setup. And I am the fire mage. Huang Xin clapped her hands again, briefly introducing their trio. It was evident that as the guild leader, she was quite adept at handling such matters. Lin Shi nodded and introduced himself to the 3, Lin Shi, Blacksmith.
Ha!
As soon as the words were spoken,
Huang Xin and the others were instantly stunned.
They looked at Lin Shi, then instinctively looked up at the sky. There had originally been a bone dragon enveloped in blazing flames, but it had now been unsummoned by Lin Shi.
But, a blacksmith? Since when could a blacksmith profession summon a bone dragon? Is this normal? It's not normal. This big shot can't be a divine-level blacksmith, right? Huang Xin inquired tentatively.
This was the only possibility left. Divine-level blacksmiths in the world of Awakeners were like legendary existences.
Those known as divine-level blacksmiths all had names that could be called out.
Perhaps the young man before them was a hidden divine-level blacksmith. Not yet, Lin Shi shrugged and did not provide further explanation.
Huang Xin invites you to join the team.
An information prompt appeared before him, and Lin Shi accepted it directly.
Teammate Lin Shi has joined the team. And the next moment, Huang Xin and her companions were even more stunned. Lin Shi. Level 33. Level 33? Who would dare believe that?
Not to mention that the big shot's blacksmith profession was already quite ridiculous, this level 33 seemed even more unbelievable. Forget about the blacksmith profession, even if it were a summoner or a necromancer, they couldn't summon a bone dragon at this level.
After a while, Huang Xin couldn't help but hold her forehead and said somewhat helplessly to Lin Shi, "This hidden level of yours is a bit outrageous."
Clearly, they did not think what they were seeing was Lin Shi's real level. In this world, the skills of Awakeners are all kinds of strange, and having a hidden identity and level skill isn't surprising. Lin Shi smiled and did not explain anything.
Currently, he and Huang Xion's royal guild were merely in a cooperative relationship. Big shot, the dropped equipment will be distributed as needed. If it's not for a mage, warrior, or priest class, then I'll leave it all to you. How about that? Huang Xion asked again.
She felt that Lin Shi would likely not care for the dropped equipment here. After all, this was just a leveling area for level 45 to 50, and the dropped equipment was even unusable for them. However, the war mist that filled this place was quite strange. No one could say for sure if there were other monsters hidden deep within the war mist.
Lin Shi nodded and agreed. He glanced at the levels of the 3. Huang Xion, level 99. Lian Yunshan, level 117. Zhao Jinger, level 96.
There was a significant level difference, but obviously, these 3 were not here for the experience, they were solely to complete tasks. How about this, I will withdraw from the team first, and when the task needs to be completed, I will join again. Lin Shi quickly made the decision.
Are you joking? With a level difference of dozens, he wouldn't expect to gain any experience at all.
It would be better for him to lead the way and bring these 3 through the war mist to the task location. To this, Huang Xion and the others did not question at all, it didn't affect anything. But soon, they were astonished to notice that Lin Shi waved his hand and summoned a dark mist circle on the ground ahead. That dark mist was like the black mist of the abyss. Then, within the magic circle, 3 figures appeared in succession.
Abyss evil spirit. Summoning abyss creatures? Huang Xion and the others widened their eyes.
Even they had never seen anyone summon abyss creatures before. Lin Shi said nothing more, simply distributed the 3 abyss evil spirits around the 3.
These 3 abyss evil spirits had already received an 8th level abyss enhancement. Just follow me. With that, he stepped into the warfog. Chapter 68 The Source of the Erosion of Warfog.
In the warfog, it was impossible to tell which direction was which. But for Lin Shi, this was not a problem. Beneath his feet, a pitch-black liquid spread out, covering a wide range. His main goal for entering this place was to level up.
You killed a lost one, gained experience plus 4,210. You killed a lost tree demon, gained experience plus 4,109.
Killing notifications kept coming in, but due to the obstruction of the warfog, Lin Shi couldn't even see the monsters around him.
Do you have any updates on your task?
While walking, Lin Chi asked Huang Xian and the three behind him. When entering this place together, Lin Chi already learned about the task that Huang Xian and others had taken on.
Task: Shadows of the Mortal Realm.
Description: in an unknown region, there is a legend of a gigantic endless monster. Just a wisp of its shadow can cover the sky and block the sun, and wherever its shadow passes, the war fog will descend.
Please pursue the shadow in the war fog.
This seems somewhat similar to when Lin Chi entered the war fog and found the Hydra before.
But this task's description did not seem to describe the Hydra.
After a moment of thought, Huang Xian replied, the task we received earlier was discovered by Jinger by accident when she was leveling up outdoors, and she encountered an old man. This task was given to her by that old man. But according to our speculation, that old man is not an awakened one, but from an area beyond the frontier. To this, Lin Chi slowly nodded. This made him think of that swordmaster by Xing, who also wasn't an awakened one. In fact, after reaching a certain level, awakened ones can also issue tasks. But most of the time, they need the help of a guild or the awakening hall, while some beings from unexplored regions also have other means to issue tasks. After thinking for a while, Lin Chi decided not to dwell on it. Anyway, in this war fog, he could explore while leveling up. As for this task, it should also be about finding the source of the war fog. At worst, he would clean out the entire war fog. However, there weren't enough abyss creatures in his abyss territory yet, so he couldn't spread his forces out like before to explore.
But even so, the expressions of Huang Xian and the three revealed an oddness.
Each of them had an abyss ghost by their side, looking cold and eerie. And beneath their feet, there was spreading pitch-black liquid. This situation even made it easy to mistakenly think they had already entered the range of a boss. Yet, while they traveled through this war fog, they hadn't encountered any monsters at all. But they knew. The monsters in the fog must have been eliminated by the powerful skills of their boss before they even got close.
Sister Xin, how long has it been that we haven't been carried by our boss like this?
Zhao Dinger whispered to Huang Xian, her eyes sparkling while looking at Lin Chi. Although this was just an area with level 45 to 50 monsters, they were well aware that under the bizarre changes brought about by the war fog, the monsters' strength had already surpassed the limits of their levels.
It was even enough to pose a threat to them.
And because of this, Lin Chi's performance left them in shock.
The situation ahead seems a bit off. At this moment,
Lin Chi's voice suddenly came through.
Ha!
Hearing this, Huang Xian and the three instantly became alert. If their boss sensed something was off, it could mean serious trouble for them. They followed Lin Chi as they delved deeper into the war fog, and the situation gradually revealed itself to them. Quickly, an array of dry branches appeared in their sight.
Monster? At this, Huang Xian was slightly taken aback.
Those branches looked like they came from some kind of tree monster. However, the black liquid around them writhed. Those monsters had clearly died under the boss's skill. It's a large monster, Lin Chi said again at this moment.
The monsters ahead were indeed killed by his abyss domain skill. But he didn't gain any experience points.
Instead, he felt that these monsters were more like avatars of a treasure goblin king. Some kind of tree monster, but with extremely many branches. Its main body isn't here.
Lin Chi guessed. It's probably a bit like a banyan tree, a single tree forming a forest.
And just after the four of them arrived here, the previously dead branches unexpectedly came back to life. Under the abyss domain, they began to slowly writhe.
Lost banyan tree tentacle. Level 45.
At the same time, the information about these branches also floated in front of Lin Chi and the others.
A level 45 monster. In response, Huang Xian and the other three exchanged glances.
Their levels were already more than double that of these monsters.
But in the next moment, Huang Xian and the others' gazes suddenly stiffened.
Those branches actually sank into the ground in an instant, disappearing from sight. So fast. Clearly just branches, but they displayed a speed far beyond their level.
Clang!
A sound of impact came. Lin Chi glanced back and saw Liang Yunshan, a member of the team with the absolute warrior profession, had cast a large shield skill. It enveloped a large area around them, forming a gigantic illusory light shield. And that impact sound came from the ground. A dry branch shot up from the earth, like a spear, stabbing into the illusory light shield. Logically, this should not have caused much damage to the illusory light shield. But Liang Yunshan frowned and reminded the three beside him.
Something's not right.
The shield skill I've cast is receiving a negative effect of erosion.
Erosion?
Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. This was quite similar to the situation he encountered when entering the war mist before. The real danger in the war mist was not those ordinary lost beings, but the source of power eroding those lost beings. Soon, Lin Chi noticed that the shield Liang Yunshan held was gradually cracking with visible splits. This was a shield skill for awakened ones over level 100. And Lin Shi's abyss domain had not been withdrawn, but it also did not affect the branches here at all.
Like a mountain giant beast, could it have an ability to immune negative effects?
Lin Shi didn't find it strange. As a boss within a war mist, if it didn't have something special, that would be strange.
Suddenly,
surrounding them, countless branches suddenly emerged, densely packed, almost forming a forest. Those dry branches were writhing, like countless human arms, converging toward Lin Shi and the others from all directions.
Coordinate with the boss. Huang Xian urgently spoke to the two beside her.
Just a single monster, with its attached erosion effect, was able to break the shield of an absolute warrior over level 100. So, the destructive power of so many monsters was even more imaginable.
Scalp tingling.
But just as they were about to cast their skills, they suddenly noticed that the abyss shadows, which had originally followed them, had also started to move. They lunged in all directions, unleashing the frost skill of the abyss shadow.
In just an instant,
they froze all the lost banyan tree tentacles around them into blocks of ice.
Chapter 69, Is the monster too weak? Simply overwhelming. Crack.
The ice shattered. A large number of dead branch creatures were broken apart, clearing a wide area around them. Seeing this, Huang Xian and the other three were instantly stunned. The strength of those lost banyan tree tentacles could not be simply classified by their level.
It must have been eroded and amplified by some strange force, even threatening them in return.
But they looked in shock at the three abyssal spirits that followed them.
What level of abyssal amplification has this abyss creature received? It must be even more absurd.
And this is just Lin Shi's summon creature.
At the same time,
Lin Shi also moved. He stepped forward, and instantly, a blazing dark blue flame wrapped around him, making the abyssal hammer in his hand grow even larger under the flame's scorching heat.
Then,
he suddenly smashed the hammer down onto the ground.
Boom! The dark blue flames erupted, suddenly spreading outwards.
Every spark that flew out released an indescribable burning sensation, spreading all around.
In front of me, placing this flammable firewood, do you not know I am a blacksmith?
Lin Shi silently complained.
Playing with fire is his specialty. At the same time, his experience was quickly building up.
You killed the lost banyan tree tendril, experience plus 4,620. You killed the lost banyan tree tendril, experience plus 4,620. There were quite a few banyan tree tendrils around, allowing his experience bar to grow a bit in just a short time.
The efficiency was remarkably high.
After clearing the dead branches around, Lin Shi continued to step forward through the area of dead branches.
Wait for me a moment.
Lin Shi called out to Huang Xian and the others behind him as he stepped into the fog of war.
Behind him, Huang Xian and the others were still a bit confused.
They stared blankly at the dark blue flames still burning around them, feeling as if a large area nearby had turned into a sea of fire. They could also feel the strange heat contained in those flames.
Has the big shot just gone in alone?
Zhao Jinger looked at Huang Xian beside her, originally thinking she should worry a bit. But looking at the three abyssal spirits beside her, she inexplicably felt a sense of ease about this venture into the abyss fog. You killed the lost banyan tree tendril, experience plus 4,620. Deep in the fog of war, Lin Shi was still moving forward along the dead branches. As he expected, this was indeed a place where monsters gathered in a dense forest. And along these dead branches that had been eroded by strange powers, even if he couldn't find the body of the banyan tree, it didn't matter. These dead branches could already provide him with sufficient experience points. Passing through large areas of mist, Lin Shi found himself in a wide open space. Ahead, a huge tree with a plethora of roots emerged prominently. Each root was deeply rooted in the ground, its upper branches and leaves stretched out, resembling a massive banyan tree. Lost banyan tree, epic. Level, 48. An epic monster? Lin Shi looked at the monster's information in front of him, curling his lips. The monster he searched so long for turned out to just be an epic monster? It shouldn't be that simple. Lin Shi glanced around and suddenly realized something was off. Is there a possibility that even this boss is just a branch? Perhaps under the power of erosion, the banyan trees here have already mutated. After all, even those banyan tree tendrils can't be seen as mere level 45 small monsters anymore. And this banyan tree could very well be even larger. Each branch could be considered a boss. But Lin Shi didn't think too much about it. He immediately raised his hand and summoned the Bone Dragon, granting 8-level Abyss Amplification. The last amplification target of the Abyssal Legendary set, Lin Shi directly applied it to the Bone Dragon. In just a moment, the flames enveloping the Bone Dragon began to faintly turn dark blue. Even though it still had a gap compared to that Abyssal Bone Dragon, it was still incredibly powerful. Go and destroy it. Lin Shi casually pointed at the lost banyan tree.
This kind of large-scale single monster was much easier for the bone dragon to handle with its fire breath than if he did it himself. The flame of the bone dragon surged out, drowning everything below in a sea of fire, fierce and domineering. After eliminating them, keep clearing the monsters around. Lin Chi gave the bone dragon another command. With the level 8 Abyss enhancement, the bone dragon wreaked havoc here, and its efficiency in gaining experience greatly increased, saving Lin Chi the trouble of further exploration. He simply followed the connection with the 3 abyssal phantoms and returned to Huang Xin and the others. First, find the source of the warfog and then speak. Boss, how's it going? Huang Xin immediately approached, looking at Lin Chi with some concern. The warfog here felt very strange. Even though they knew Lin Chi was extremely powerful, they were unsure if he might encounter the hidden boss lurking in the warfog. No problem, just follow the area with the dead branches, and we'll surely find the boss here. Lin Chi casually said. The main body of that banyan tree should not be the source of the warfog here. Lin Chi also wanted to see what kind of hidden boss was here. Huang Xin and the others nodded, and along the path Lin Chi had just taken, they moved forward again. All around them, there were burning ghostly blue flames. It seemed as if everything here had been completely scorched, and the monsters had already turned into fuel for the flames. In response, Huang Xin and the others were somewhat dumbfounded. It can't be that these monsters are too weak, right? Zhao Jing'er muttered, leaning against Huang Xin. She also knew this was unlikely. But from start to finish, the 3 of them felt like Lin Chi's accessories, not even touching a monster. They had no basic judgment on the specific strength of these monsters. It's simply that the boss is too strong. Liang Yunshan sighed. It was an absolute one-sided crushing against these monsters. So much so that even the strongest monsters seemed like paper in front of Lin Chi. Finally, as they stepped out alongside Lin Chi, the warfog ahead became much thinner. But looking at the surrounding scene, they were even more stunned. So brutal. In the air, the bone dragon swept through, spewing large bursts of flames. Wherever it passed, it was left scorched earth. As for ahead, there was a large open area, with only a few charred tree trunks faintly visible. It was obvious. This place should have had a boss, but it had already been eliminated. Huang Xin and the others could not imagine what kind of monster that was. At this moment, Lin Chi's gaze fell on an area amidst the ashes. There, a cave was clearly visible. A wisp of mist was continuously rising from it. It seems we have found the place. Lin Chi looked at the 3 and smiled slightly. He stepped forward to the cave and gazed downwards. Then, 2 prompts appeared before him. Lost Banyan Tree, Legendary. Level, 45. World's Shadow. Level. Chapter 70, Is the Boss Always This Brave? A level 45 legendary boss, and a creature like a hydra, with an unknown quality and level. Lin Chi's breath caught involuntarily. The space inside the cave was very spacious, like a small underground palace. The banyan tree's main body was especially large, with each leaf emitting a faint golden glow, splendid and dazzling. As for the world's shadow, it was a phantom formed from some billowing gray-white mist, coiling around the banyan branches. It vaguely looked like a giant python. At the head of the giant python, there was also a cloud of gray-white mist, with only its eyes glowing ominously red. And just as Lin Chi looked into the cave, inside the cave, the giant python made of gray-white mist suddenly raised its head, its blood-red eyes fixated fiercely on Lin Chi. You have caught the attention of the world's shadow, strength reduced by 50%, spirit reduced by 50%. Lin Chi looked at the information prompt before him. Feeling the weakening of the power within his body, his brow couldn't help but raise. Forced to lower power in spirit? This seemed like some kind of natural suppression. It was the first time he had encountered such a negative effect. Behind Lin Chi, Huang Xin and the other 2 also noticed that beneath Lin Chi's feet, a towering blood-red beam of light was rising. At the moment the beam began to rise, it directly engulfed Lin Chi's figure. What is this? Huang Xin's eyes instantly turned serious. That beam of light, was it some kind of boss skill? Even she had never seen such a situation before. Big boss? She immediately called out to Lin Chi eagerly. As the 3 were about to approach Lin Chi, their bodies couldn't help but tremble heavily. You are under the gaze of the earthly shadow, power decreased by 50%, spirit decreased by 50%. This prompt also appeared before them. A negative effect that directly influenced the properties of the awakened. This was just one skill from the boss. What kind of boss is this? Zhao Jing'er mumbled, turning her head stiffly to look at Huang Xin and Liang Yunshan beside her. Even when they previously tackled the world boss, the mountain giant, they hadn't experienced such a negative effect. Big boss, are you okay? Zhao Jing'er also tried to call out into the beam of light. This negative effect was definitely forced. It had nothing to do with whether one had the kind of body-enhancing effects. But just then, another message popped up in front of them. Lin Chi has requested to join the team. Truly a big boss, even in such a situation, he still had the time to request to join the team. Inside the blood-red beam, Lin Chi casually moved his muscles. Directly lowering attribute values is indeed a very powerful skill. He sighed. But there was no hint of worry. With the adaptive weaving attribute, a temporary decrease in attribute values didn't have much impact on him. Team mission has changed. You have discovered the trace of the earthly shadow, please escape from danger quickly. At this time, another task prompt flashed in front of Lin Chi. The blood-red beam of light that burst out from the cave had gradually begun to dissipate. And Huang Xian and the others had already gathered close to Lin Chi, their expressions extremely serious. They had naturally received the task change prompt as well. In the task prompt, it doesn't even suggest that we should fight. Liang Yunshan said in a low voice. This must be a task that assessed their levels. That means, even with the three of them plus Lin Chi, they still couldn't defeat the hidden boss in that cave. As long as we discover the hidden boss here, it's considered completing the task. Huang Xian also realized the seriousness of the matter. Even in the tasks they accepted, there was no mention of having to eliminate the hidden boss. However, just then, the three clearly noticed that Lin Chi had jumped into the cave ahead. Huang Xian, big boss? She widened her eyes in shock. Wait. No. What was the big boss doing? Lin Chi has withdrawn from the team. Zhao Jing'er? Liang Yunshan? They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Big boss, has he always been this brave? He even withdrew from the team. Was he going to face the hidden boss inside the cave alone? Huang Xian couldn't help but grit her teeth. She tried to calm down, assessing the situation in front of her. What was happening? Encountering a hidden boss, the big boss jumped in himself. After thinking, she took a deep breath and said to the two beside her, go guard by the cave, be ready to support the big boss. Boom! But as the three arrived at the entrance of the cave, their vision was suddenly filled with an intensely blazing azure flame. There was no doubt that this was the effect of Lin Chi's skill. As the flames receded, the scene inside the cave also appeared before the three. A giant snake composed of gray-white mist appeared. Positioned firmly at the roots of the banyan tree, it flicked its crimson tongue. They could hardly distinguish the boundary between the banyan tree and the giant python. It was as if the banyan tree had already been swallowed by the giant python, yet maintained some strange symbiotic relationship. A giant python, growing at the roots of the banyan tree? Huang Xian murmured. She inexplicably recalled a legend. But what concerned her more was that the giant python was now facing a massive fiery figure. It was lifting a huge, blue flame hammer high, slamming down towards the giant python and the banyan tree. Boom! The blue flame erupted again, filling the entire cave. And the ground beneath their feet trembled continuously. Huang Xian and the others quickly retreated. The edge of the cave entrance they had been standing on was swiftly collapsing. And when the blue flame subsided again, what came into view was the half-burst body of the gray-white mist python. One blow, and it shattered that giant python? As for the huge banyan tree that the python had coiled around, it had turned to ashes in the flames. Hiss! What made Huang Xian and the others more concerned was that the huge blue flame figure was actually radiating a light. That was the glow of leveling up? The big boss leveled up? Huang Xian and the others exchanged glances, their faces filled with deep confusion. Even with their levels, in this area shrouded by the fog of war, killing monsters barely yielded any experience. The level difference was over 50. Under experience decay, the gains were virtually negligible. But how did the big boss level up? You have killed the lost banyan tree body, legendary, gained experience plus 12,390. Level plus 1. You have acquired the attribute step in the wind, green. Level 34 now. Lin Chi smiled with satisfaction, feeling it was worth his effort here. His gaze fell again on the giant python whose body had been blown apart. The gray-white mist was reorganizing, restoring the python's form. This kind of monster seemed to have surpassed the realm of ordinary visible monsters. Moreover, from beginning to end, Lin Chi discovered one issue. He had not seen the life value of this mist python. It was simply blown apart by sheer force. Who says you can't shatter something without life value? Before the gray-white mist python could reassemble, Lin Chi's abyssal hammer was already swinging down again. Boom! The blue flame erupted, blowing the gray-white mist python's body apart for real. The flames spread, engulfing the deep gray-white mist. And when the flames dispersed again, the cave no longer saw the python's figure.
Only the dense gray-white mist spread around, as if it had lost all sound. However, Lin Shi still noticed that the gray-white mist was still swirling. Still not destroyed? He was starting to feel puzzled. Was this thing really that hard to kill? After all, it was just a monster. Even the earlier Hydra had life value, how could this gray-white mist python not be killed? I don't believe it. Lin Shi grinned. If he shattered all the gray-white mist around, he didn't believe he couldn't kill it. Immediately, he swung his hammer again, continuing to strike down. As he swung the hammer, layers of flames spread out like waves, engulfing the gray-white mist constantly. At the edge of the cave, Huang Xian and the others stared at the scene in the cave, their eyes wide in disbelief. They could hardly believe their eyes. What kind of power was this? A few strikes had shattered the gray-white python whose life value they could not even see. And this was still not the end. The big boss was still beating the corpse. Finally, a circle of flames completely dispersed the mist in this place, and within the cave, only wisps of mist still hung in the air. But clearly, it had already lost any power and no longer swirled. At the same time, Lin Shi finally received a prompt message. You have been marked by the worldly shadow. Ha? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. Marked? He glanced around again. Here, besides the legendary quality lost banyan tree equipment that had dropped earlier, he found nothing else. That giant python didn't drop anything? Lin Shi furrowed his brows. Not only did it not drop equipment, but in fact, at the moment he jumped into the cave, he had also used the rule exchange entry. He still didn't exchange for any materials from the giant python. From beginning to end, there had only been a non-existent mark. What is this thing useful for? Lin Shi was speechless. Looking at his own status, the negative effect from being watched by the worldly shadow was already gone. But a state of worldly shadow mark had appeared. However, in this state, Lin Shi found neither negative effects nor beneficial effects. Meaning unclear. Seems like a waste of effort? As Lin Shi pondered, a thought suddenly struck him, and he looked up at Huang Xian and the other two above the cave. Since the three of them received tasks related to that worldly shadow. Then, if he went to submit the task with these three now, would there be any changes? Thinking of this, he immediately sent a party request to Huang Xian and the others. In fact, when he jumped into the cave earlier, he had his own considerations. At least that lost banyan tree was still a level 45 legendary boss. In the case of teaming up with Huang Xian and the others, even if he killed the banyan tree, he surely wouldn't earn much experience. Moreover, when they discovered that the worldly shadow was lurking in this cave, Huang Xian and the others had already completed their task. The cooperation was already done. Being able to enjoy experience alone, naturally, there was no need to team up again. Lin Shi has joined the party. After a while, Huang Xian and the others finally came back to their senses as they looked at the prompt information before them. They didn't think about why Lin Shi had rushed to leave the party first. Their minds were completely shocked by what they had just seen when Lin Shi attacked the giant python. Big boss, that giant python was just eliminated like that? Seeing Lin Shi jump out of the cave, Huang Xian hurriedly stepped forward to ask. In fact, she had already received a task change prompt. Task changed, you have escaped the range of the worldly shadow, please proceed to submit the task. That giant python made of grayish-white mist had already been eliminated. Wasn't it just escaping the range of the worldly shadow? Lin Shi shrugged, not explaining too much. So is the task considered complete now? He asked the three again. Since the task was completed, he could certainly sponge another wave of task rewards when submitting the task. Huang Xian immediately nodded and asked Lin Shi, Big boss, do you want to go with us to submit the task? She looked at Lin Shi, her gaze already sparkling with brilliance. At this point, she had some guesses about Lin Shi's identity. This big boss was likely a top-notch Awakener active on the front lines of the Awakeners campaign. The four took a short rest and then walked together towards the valley exit. As the worldly shadow was eliminated, the war mist that had filled this place gradually dissipated. They quickly left the valley, heading towards the direction of Moon City. During this time, Lin Shi took a moment to check the equipment dropped by the banyan tree. Banyan tree staff, legendary. Category, staff. In addition, there was another epic piece of equipment and some other materials. Lin Shi was already planning that after submitting the task, he could refine these two pieces of equipment with the Abyssal hammer. He was very sure. Next time the ritual is performed, the Abyss hammer will surely leap to become a holy relic. Following Huang Xian and the other two, they did not hurry back to Moon City, but instead arrived in an area on the side of Moon City. In the depths of the dense forest here, Lin Shi saw an old man wearing a tattered long robe from afar. That is the old man to whom we need to submit our task, Zhao Ginger whispered to Lin Shi. As she spoke, she unintentionally moved closer to Lin Chi. Along the way, although Lin Chi left them with an impression of strength and mystery, he was still just a young man, easily endearing himself to others. The relationship between the two girls and Lin Chi also became more familiar. Lin Chi nodded, looking at the old man ahead, feeling a subtle stirring in his heart. He knew that this old man must also be someone from the unexplored regions. Have you discovered the traces of the shadow of the mortal realm? Before Lin Chi and the others reached the old man, they already heard his voice. Huang Xian and Zhao Jinger exchanged complicated glances. It was more than just discovering the traces of the shadow of the mortal realm. The big shot beside them had even eliminated the shadow of the mortal realm. Chapter 72, The Holy Sage. Level up twice. We discovered it, and eliminated it. Zhao Jinger stepped forward to the old man, speaking in a complicated tone. Oh, you did well. The old man, cloaked in the oversized tattered robe, was hard to see clearly, and his voice carried a tone of impending demise. With your current strength, you could trace the presence of the shadow of the mortal realm. Children, you have successfully avoided a disaster. As he spoke, Lin Chi and the other two had gathered around. Lin Chi noticed that the old man did not have feet beneath his tattered robe. Instead, he floated in the air like a ghost. I can also sense the aura of the shadow of the mortal realm from you, and I will go eliminate that monster's shadow. The old man continued to speak. However, he suddenly seemed to realize something, coming back to his senses, abruptly raising his head to look at Lin Chi and the others. Only at that moment did his face reveal itself to everyone. It was a gaunt and aged face, yet shining with a mysterious golden symbol at the center of his brow, resembling a serpent. However, his old face was now filled with shock and confusion. What did you just say? The old man suddenly looked at Zhao Jinger, his gaunt eyes widening in disbelief. You eliminated the shadow of the mortal realm? His voice trembled slightly. To this, Zhao Jinger showed a helpless expression, shrugged her shoulders, and pointed her snow-white little hand toward Lin Chi. This big shot here eliminated that thing, scattering the grayish-white mist that formed its body. As her words fell, the old man's somewhat stiff gaze landed on Lin Chi again, his pupils slightly contracting. This is impossible. In an instant, he floated in front of Lin Chi, his eyes locked onto Lin Chi. Lin Chi furrowed his brows slightly. It wasn't that he was surprised by the old man's speed, but rather that being stared at so intensely by an old man made him a bit uncomfortable. If it had been Huang Xian or Zhao Jinger beside him, he would have accepted it calmly, even meeting their gaze deeply. It's the mark. The old man muttered, his tone filled with astonishment. It seemed he discovered something, as his tattered robe kept fluttering. A mark? Lin Chi's eyes brightened. He had come with Huang Xian and the others to submit the task precisely for the mark, right? Sure enough, as the task's issuer, the old man before him understood the origin of the mark. How did you eliminate that thing? The old man suddenly asked Lin Chi eagerly. That is the projection of the shadow of the mortal realm in this world. Its power could thus descend into the mortal realm, making it one of the most special monsters in the world. Another projection. Lin Chi curled his lip. No wonder after defeating that thing, not only did he get no equipment drops, but he didn't even gain any experience. It's not even as useful as the Treasure Goblin King. At least the projection of the Treasure Goblin King could drop equipment. So, where is the real body of the earthly shadow? Lin Chi simply seized the opportunity to ask. Since this old man had clues about the earthly shadow, he didn't mind going back to find its real body. It was clear to see. The earthly shadow was definitely an extremely special boss. If he could defeat it, how could he not have a bountiful harvest? And this was also information he had never learned about before. But the old man didn't answer. Instead, he was lost in thought. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh. There is a mark of that thing on me too. Upon hearing this, Huang Xian and the others couldn't help but tremble. Even this old man in front of them had some kind of mark? From the old man's earlier words, they understood some information. It was evident that after the big boss killed the earthly shadow, he suffered some kind of marking. But the old man's next words sent shivers down their spines. My current state is also due to that monster. The old man took a deep breath. Once, in another region, I was called the Sage of Magic. As soon as he finished speaking, the four of them simultaneously saw a line of information on the old man's body. Sage of Magic. As expected, it was similar to Sword Saint by Sheng. Lin Chi felt a stir in his heart. As a being that existed outside the currently explored regions, this old man's past strength should have been quite formidable. He never expected to have such a title. Meanwhile, Huang Xian and the others were even more shocked. They thought of more. If even such a Sage of Magic had fallen into this current state after being marked, then, would the big boss who was also marked face some unknown danger? Thinking of this,
They looked at Lin Chi with worry on their faces. However, they noticed that Lin Chi remained calm. Specifically, does being marked mean that monster will come looking for me? Lin Chi's tone even revealed a hint of excitement. That would be great. It would save him the trouble of looking for the real body of the earthly shadow. The Sage of Magic nodded, then sighed. Once, I discovered a projection of the earthly shadow and recklessly destroyed it. But because of that, after being marked by it, one day I truly encountered that thing. It was a monster that could be considered a natural disaster. Its shadow will eventually swallow the whole world. As he spoke the last sentence, his tone seemed to drift into a daze. But Lin Chi silently complained in his heart. Natural disaster? What a coincidence! His territory in the abyss was called natural disaster. He indeed wanted to see if a monster considered a natural disaster could come find him, the Lord of Natural Disaster. It seemed that this mark was somewhat useful. That's when Lin Chi smiled with satisfaction. On the other hand, Huang Xian and the others grew incredibly serious. They could hardly imagine just how powerful this Sage of Magic was. However, after learning some previously unknown information, their emotions inevitably grew heavy. This world was probably far more dangerous than they had expected. Forget it, fate can ultimately not be escaped. After a long time, the Sage of Magic sighed again. His gaze returned to Lin Chi and the others. The task you accomplished exceeded my expectations. I must fulfill my promise and give you sufficient rewards. Finally, they could collect the task rewards. Lin Chi lifted the corners of his mouth. After all, he had also defeated an earthly shadow. It couldn't be said to be in vain, right? Then, he saw the Sage of Magic slowly wave his hand towards them, and vaguely, sparks of light began to detach from the old man's body, falling onto them. Task completed. Level +1. You have gained the entry Practice Makes Perfect, red. Level +1. You have gained the entry Working Together in the Same Boat, gold. You have gained Reputation +5,000. At the same time, Lin Chi and Huang Xian and others burst forth with rays of upgrading light one after another. Suddenly, they were promoted by 2 levels. Level 36. Moreover, with the entry switch, Lin Chi directly obtained a red entry and a gold entry. Chapter 73, Job Change Scroll. Hidden Profession. Isn't this task reward a bit too generous? Lin Chi couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Originally, he only planned to tag along with Huang Xian and others to do their task, just to find a boss in the war mist to kill. Now it's good. Directly promoted 2 levels. And Huang Xian and the others looked at each other, their expressions revealing surprise. Clearly, the current task reward also exceeded their expectations. At this moment, the old man's voice sounded again. This is one of the few rewards I can give you. By eliminating a world shadow, you have solved the problem for me. He shook his head, and his gaze fell back on Lin Chi. As for you, you should be a very powerful presence among the Awakeners, right? To this, Lin Chi calmly nodded. No matter what his level was, all his basic attributes were extraordinarily strong. It's not an exaggeration to say he is an extremely powerful Awakener. Only then did the old man say, I seem to only see a very strong affinity for fire elements in you, which is somewhat different from the mage profession. You should be a special warrior class profession, right? It could be seen that even though the old man was not an ordinary Awakener, he still understood a lot about Awakeners. I am a blacksmith, Lin Chi admitted. Blacksmith. Huang Xian and the others all looked up in unison at Lin Chi. The skills Lin Chi had previously displayed included summoning types, as well as ones engulfed in flames. No matter how you looked at it, this did not match their understanding of the blacksmith profession. At most, Lin Chi's weapon was a big hammer. But it seemed that even legendary god-level blacksmiths did not fight like this. The old man did not say much on this, but continued, the profession of Awakeners has also been mentioned in the area where I used to live. But our professions are relatively more relaxed. And as someone who has killed a world shadow, I should give you more rewards. Saying this, his tattered robe billowed, and a bony hand emerged. And in that hand, there was a scroll. Additional rewards? Lin Chi's eyes lit up. This Sage of Law Elder is indeed very generous. I, Lin Chi, am willing to call you the most generous, he silently cursed. He then took the scroll from the skeletal hand of the Sage of Law Elder. Job Change Scroll. Effect, with this scroll, you can change to the hidden profession, Arcane Mage. Hidden Profession Job Change Scroll? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. This is indeed a very special item. Generally speaking, the professions of Awakeners are fixed. For example, mage professions, no matter how you change jobs, will still develop along their own professional path. Even hidden professions are the same, with a clear job change route. There is generally no situation where a mage profession changes to a warrior profession. However, Awakeners are not without opportunities to defy heaven and change fate. By completing certain special tasks, or obtaining items such as job change scrolls, there is a chance to change to other professions. This thing is truly a treasure beyond measure. Huang Xin and the others also came over, their eyes filled with excitement. They had naturally heard of the existence of job change scrolls. Moreover, this is actually a scroll that can change to a hidden profession. If placed in the outside world, it could definitely be auctioned off for an astronomical price. But they only envied, without the slightest hint of jealousy toward Lin Chi's reward. This was the reward the big shot deserved after eliminating the worldly shadow. If you're willing, you can try using this scroll and walk the same path as I did. At that moment, the Sage of Law spoke to Lin Chi. As he spoke, his figure began to gradually become more illusory. Perhaps, in the future, you could inherit the title of Sage of Law from me. As the words fell, the Sage of Law's figure disappeared without a trace. Only Huang Xin and the other two remained, still in a state of dazed shock. Lin Chi casually stored the class change scroll into his ring. A hidden class change? He had no interest in it at all. Could this even compare to his blacksmith profession? Sure, there were some early shortcomings, but that was nothing compared to his infinite traits. Once the traits stacked to a certain point, he would definitely be able to use them to overcome all the profession's shortcomings. This was far beyond any hidden mage profession could compare to. Lin Chi then looked at Huang Xin and the others, giving a light laugh. Cooperation complete. If there's any news related to the fog of war in the future, you can come find me for help. This collaboration with Huang Xin and the others had definitely given him a taste of enough sweetness. Huang Xin came to her senses and immediately nodded heavily at Lin Chi. Big shot, I still have a communication scroll. Keep it for now, and if there's another task like this in the future, I'll definitely contact you. In her eyes, the greatest reward from this mission wasn't the level up or the reputation points. It was meeting someone like Lin Chi, a big shot. So, big shot, could you tell us which guild you're from? Zhao Jinger asked, also tentatively, her eyes shining with star-like brilliance. She also wanted to know more about Lin Chi's background. Human Kings. Lin Chi shrugged. It wasn't a secret. After bidding farewell to the three, Lin Chi summoned the Bone Dragon and flew off toward Moonlight City. His leveling progress was already much faster than he had expected. There was no need for him to continue grinding monsters from Moonlight City all the way back to Summer City. He might as well just use the teleportation array to return to Summer City. Meanwhile, Huang Xin and the others exchanged glances, finally coming back to their senses. The guild ranked fourth, no wonder. With this, everything Lin Chi had done suddenly made perfect sense. In the sky, Lin Chi was also thinking about his next plan. He had traveled to Moonlight City and stayed there for a while. The guild recruitment for Summer City was fast approaching. He had also promised the Human Kings Guild to help find 1 or 2 new awakened members for them in Summer City. Naturally, he had to hurry back to complete this task. Additionally, he was waiting for the guild dungeon of the Human Kings Guild to open. Wait. While flying, Lin Chi suddenly jolted. Did I forget something? He lightly tapped his forehead. He almost forgot the important matter. Having leveled up twice, he had just obtained a red trait and a golden trait. Red, skillful hands, and gold, united we stand. Lin Chi immediately opened his panel to check it out. Chapter 74, The Power of 2 Traits. Back to the city. Trait, skillful hands, red. Effect, after forging the same equipment a certain number of times, the next tier of forging blueprint will definitely be obtained. Oh. Just seeing the effect of the red trait, Lin Chi's eyes lit up. So this is the legendary. Nothing but practice makes perfect? Forging blueprints were extremely useful for any blacksmith profession. Just like the blacksmith said blueprint that Li Mingyue had given him before. As soon as you use it, you can grasp the entire method of forging the set. But in reality, without the corresponding quality forging blueprints, it is basically impossible for a blacksmith to forge equipment of the same quality. However, Lin Chi has the effect of the creation refinement attribute, which can directly break this limitation. But no matter what, obtaining higher quality forging blueprints will undoubtedly greatly reduce Lin Chi's consumption in the refining process. The same equipment, different quality forging materials, should also be roughly the same. At most, the required material quality is a bit higher. Lin Chi pondered. This is not a problem for him. After all, due to the effect of the washing away glamour attribute, a considerable part of the forging materials he obtained are actually 1 grade higher. Then he immediately looked at the next golden attribute. Attribute, united we stand, golden. Effect, the level limit for gaining experience from killing monsters is reduced by 10 levels. When in a party with teammates, it can be reduced by 20 levels. The effect can be shared with teammates. Finally, there's an attribute that reduces the level limit. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. The level limit indeed made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. In the past, whenever he faced monsters that were more than 10 levels higher, due to experience decay, it was very hard to gain any experience. Of course, this also made high-level awakeners have their own extraordinary skills. Otherwise, a newly awakened awakener would be carried by other awakeners to kill 100-level monsters and suddenly jump up dozens of levels. But now, at level 36, he can aim at 56-level monsters. If in a team situation, even higher levels could be targeted. The speed of leveling up can be further accelerated. After all, this is just a golden attribute, having such an effect is already quite good. After checking 2 attributes, Lin Shi looked down and saw that he was already approaching the Moon City. He jumped down from the top of the bone dragon directly. Bang! Lin Shi's body fell heavily to the ground, creating a pit and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Lin Shi noticed a tall figure standing in front of him. An elf? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows, and he recognized the other's appearance. It was the elf he had seen when he first entered Moon City. She was wearing a long gown of emerald green with golden embellishments, carrying a large green bow on her back, and her golden hair flowed, making her exceedingly beautiful. At this moment, her emerald green eyes were fixed on Lin Shi, with a look of astonishment on her delicate face that couldn't be erased. She slightly raised her head and looked up. It seemed she was pondering how it was possible for someone to fall from the sky and still be fine. "We meet again," Lin Shi greeted her with a bright and warm smile. The youthful face of the boy radiated energy, and even in front of an elf who embodied countless beauties, he showed not the slightest hint of fear. "You know me?" the elf asked. This was actually a question she had been pondering recently. Earlier in Moon City, it was this boy who nodded and greeted her as if they were quite familiar. Yes, Lin Shi nodded with a smile. He then waved his hand at the elf in front of him and walked forward into Moon City. Having met once counts as knowing each other. But the elf remained standing in place, somewhat dazedly watching Lin Shi's departing figure. Seeing this human boy again, her confusion not only did not get resolved, but instead deepened. When did she meet this boy? Inside Moon City. Lin Shi stepped into the teleportation array, accompanied by a burst of dazzling light. He felt a moment of weightlessness. Then, the surrounding brilliance gradually faded, and the scene outside the light appeared before his eyes. He had already returned to Summer City. Between these two cities, which are not far apart, there is a teleportation array, open twice a day. However, each use requires spending a certain amount of gold coins. And if one wishes to travel to a frontline city, it isn't as simple as just using a teleportation array. At this stage, the awakened ones have expanded an extremely vast area, much larger than the world Lin Shi crossed over from. After looking around, he first returned home. During his time in Moonlight City for job transitioning, there clearly hadn't been any major changes in Summer City. In fact, the effects of the previous Abyss descent had been completely repaired by some awakened ones with the builder-type secondary profession. Standing in front of his house, Lin Shi noticed several letters placed in the mailbox. This world's wireless communication has long been completely destroyed after the game invasion, Lin Shi muttered, inexplicably nostalgic for the days of reading novels on his phone before crossing over. In this world, to communicate over long distances, one has to use some props or something similar to a guild channel, which requires some consumption. Lin Shi opened the letters and glanced through them one by one. Among them was a message from Shinbailu, telling him that the earlier matters had been resolved and would not affect him further. Additionally, the reputation points from previously eliminating the 3 kidnappers had already been claimed, just waiting to be handed over to him at their next meeting. There were also various promotional advertisements from guilds or equipment shops, as well as a guild recruitment notice from Summer City High School. Is the time set for 2 days later? Lin Shi calculated the time. Since awakening, it had been less than a month, but it was about time. Even the Human Kings Guild specially asked me to choose suitable new awakened ones. It's likely other guilds will also be paying attention to Summer City to some extent, right? Lin Shi could already anticipate that the upcoming guild recruitment would certainly be a bloody storm. But this had little to do with him. He was a judge, not a candidate. After organizing these matters, Lin Shi then headed to the forging room in his home. He immediately took out a pile of equipment from the ring. Having wandered around in the fog of war with Huang Xin and the others, he had also acquired some equipment and materials. He placed the Abyss Crusher on the forging table and eagerly rubbed his hands together. He was sure that this time's ritual would definitely let the Abyss Crusher ascend to a holy artifact. Chapter 75, The Abyss of Holy Artifact Quality. In front of the forging table, Lin Shi raised the tool hammer in his hand high, allowing the eerie blue flames to envelop the hammer. Then, he struck heavily down onto the forging table below. Boom! Flames erupted, and a flash of light covered all the equipment on the forging table. Lin Shi quietly awaited the final result of the ritual. Very soon. A prompt appeared before Lin Chi. Ritual successful. You have successfully forged Chi Abyss, Holy, ×1, gaining power plus 4500, gaining skills, Holy Abyss Explosion, Holy Abyss Impact, Holy One Strike, Holy Protection. The holy artifact was successfully forged. Lin Chi's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately picked up the new hammer from the forging table. Chi Abyss, Holy. Category, Weapon. Equipment requirement, Lin Chi. Effect, power plus 4500. Special effects, Holy Abyss Explosion, Holy Abyss Impact, Holy One Strike, Holy State. Description, forged by a powerful being, condensing the power of the Abyss, and refined to a holy grade, containing the great power of holiness, shocking all around. The Abyss Crusher had shed its original state cloaked in black mist, instead radiating a holy silvery white light. The intricate patterns on it were also adorned with a few red dots of light. It looks extremely cool. And this is a sacred artifact that Lin Chi can fully use at his current level. Its attributes are slightly stronger than the belt dropped by the mountain giant beast. Lin Chi glanced at the attributes of the Abyssal Hammer, and couldn't help but click his tongue. After being upgraded to a sacred artifact, the Abyssal Hammer has now added the prefix Chi to its name, giving it a unique aura of a sacred weapon just from its title. Of course. What Lin Chi cares about the most is naturally the several skills attached to this Abyssal Hammer. Abyssal Break has now transformed into the current Sacred Abyss Break skill. The effect is similar to before, but both the damage increase and the splash area of the break have significantly improved. As for the Abyssal Domain skill, it has been replaced during the refining by two new skills. Skill, Sacred Abyss Impact. Effect, strikes forward with a wide-range shockwave that deals damage equal to a normal attack and causes all affected targets to be knocked back. This new skill looks simple, but it is undoubtedly extremely powerful. It directly compensates for Lin Chi's insufficient attack range. Skill, Sacred Throw. Effect, can throw a weapon shadow in any direction, dealing damage equal to a normal attack, maximum attack range 1500 m. Goodness, now there's a ranged skill too. Lin Chi's eyes instantly lit up. It is equal to a normal attack, and it seems to only increase the attack distance. But Lin Chi weighed the hammer in his hand. Even with a normal attack, one swing of this hammer could easily defeat anyone. As for the final Sacred Protection skill, it has slightly improved upon the previous Ferocious State passive skill and has an automatic durability recovery effect for the equipment, which doesn't hold much significance for Lin Chi. Finally, there's a usable sacred artifact. Lin Chi sighed. Up until now, he has already owned 3 sacred artifacts. The belt dropped by the mountain giant beast and the token necklace given by the sword saint. One has a level requirement too high to equip, and the other has no useful equipment effects. As for whether to refine these 2 sacred artifacts onto the Abyssal Hammer, Lin Chi is still not considering it. That would be a bit too extravagant for him at the moment. Next, I'll forge a complete set of sacred artifacts. Lin Chi looked down at the Abyssal Legendary set he was wearing. This set could also exert enough power for him. With summoned beasts like the Bone Dragon, Mountain Ancient Beast, and Abyssal Guardian, under the protection of the Abyssal Legendary set, they could all display the strength of level 8 Abyssal monsters. After a short rest, Lin Chi was about to gather the materials on him to see if he could forge a few more pieces of equipment. At this moment, a message appeared on the panel. Guild Channel. Li Mingyue, Little Chi, it's time to go to the meeting. Summer City is holding a recruitment mobilization meeting, you can just go and take a look. There's a mobilization meeting too? Lin Chi twitched the corner of his mouth. Lin Chi, what's the benefit? Li Mingyue, we can earn some prestige points, and every time the guild recruits, these cities will prepare some recruitment rewards for us, and our guild has decided that all of these rewards belong to you. There are rewards? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. This is quite normal, guild recruitment is somewhat like a campus job fair for fresh graduates. Although there are many guilds in this world, it's not possible to recruit all new awakeners every time. Many awakeners, unable to join a guild, will choose to level up themselves or simply join some forces. Once their level and strength reach a certain level, naturally, there will be guilds to choose from. And to recruit more awakeners for the guild, many cities will also offer some reward measures. Li Mingyue, also, the guild raid is almost ready. Before joining this guild raid, you'd better complete your class transfer. Lin Chi, I've already completed the class transfer. Li Mingyue, huh? After closing the guild channel, Lin Chi rested a little before stepping out of his house and heading to the city lord's mansion. Brother, are you here trying to make a stunning debut too? Just arriving outside the city lord's mansion, Lin Chi saw a chubby teenager approach cautiously with a wary face. Lin Chi glanced at the other's simple equipment and roughly judged that he was also a newly awakened one. A stunning debut? Don't know what your class is, brother, but let me give you a warning. Showing up at the mobilization rally today is risky.
I heard the 4th-ranked guild on the leaderboard, Human Kings, is also recruiting in Summer City this year.
Oh. How about this? I have a connection that can reach some top-ranking guilds. Are you interested?
Oh. This time, Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. The so-called stunning debut, no doubt, means that before the guild recruitment starts, new awakeners try to show themselves off to the guilds attending the rally today. After all, it's a competition among peers. In such a competitive scene, people use all kinds of tricks.
Don't say I didn't give you a chance, brother.
Just 5 gold coins, or a level 30 gold gear, and I'll help you get connected.
How about it?
The chubby teenager lowered his voice again.
Trying to scam me now? Lin Chi looked at the teenager with a strange expression in his eyes. At this moment. It's you? What level are you now? Don't tell me you're planning to use the rally to do something shady?
A slightly cold voice rang out. Lin Chi turned his head and saw Chu Qingyu walking out from the city lord's mansion. Back when the Abyss arrived, he had even received an escape scroll from Chu Qingyu. No, I'm here to attend the mobilization rally. Lin Chi said frankly. Although he was a member of the Human Kings Guild, he didn't plan to hide his identity on purpose or act arrogant to slap faces. Attend Chu Qingyu's expression changed slightly, as if she had thought of something, and she began to carefully examine Lin Chi. You can't be the new member of the Human Kings Guild, right?
Chapter 76, You're really a dog.
Even Chu Qingyu was a bit stunned. This year's guild recruitment, besides the attention of all major guilds shifting to Summer City due to the Abyss arrival. The most special part, no doubt, was that the Human Kings Guild also planned to recruit here. She had already learned that the Human Kings Guild had chosen a boy named Lin Chi from Summer City High School. Then now, the only youth from Summer City attending the mobilization rally could only be Lin Chi.
It's me. Lin Chi nodded.
Since Chu Qingyu knew the background, that made things easier.
Then,
he saw a trace of a relieved smile appear on Chu Qingyu's slightly cold face. No wonder you dared to charge into the Abyss fog alone at that time. Saying that, Chu Qingyu waved toward the inside of the city lord's mansion.
Come, I'll take you in. And to the side.
The teenager who had watched their conversation was already dumbfounded.
He had actually seen Chu Qingyu. And what's more outrageous, the boy he just talked to was actually the new member of the Human Kings Guild? So young, and already entered the 4th-ranked guild? This hit him way too hard. And what Lin Chi said next hit him even harder.
Wait a minute, this guy just said if I gave him 5 gold coins or a piece of gold gear, he'd help introduce me to other guilds. Lin Chi pointed at the chubby teenager. At a moment like this, there are always people trying to sneak in and cause trouble. All evil will eventually be brought to justice.
Chu Qingyu immediately frowned and stared coldly at that teenager.
With a wave of his hand behind him, the members of the city defense team immediately came over and took the bewildered young man away.
I am, hey, no, you are really a dog.
For a long time, the boy's voice came from afar, but it grew even more distant. As the noise faded away, Lin Chi felt refreshed and walked into the Lord's mansion together with Chu Qingyu. The Lord's mansion was quite lively. Lin Chi quickly noticed that many awakened ones here wore high-quality gear, without trying to hide the shine of their equipment. Clearly, this was also a facade of a guild.
Although Lin Chi's arrival attracted some attention, most people didn't pay much attention to him.
Before he revealed his identity, no one knew he came from the Human Kings Guild. Lin Chi was happy to enjoy the peace. However, after a short while, Chu Qingyu returned with a middle-aged man to his side. Lin Chi recognized him. He was the lord of this summer city, Xia Yang.
You are Lin Chi, right?
Indeed, heroes emerge from youths, ha, said Xia Yang, wearing a friendly smile that showed not an ounce of arrogance from a higher status. Even while talking to Lin Chi, who was just a boy, he seemed to treat him as an equal.
So, how is it? Do you need any equipment or items at this stage? Just speak up.
Xia Yang continued, since we in Summer City have joined the Human Kings Guild, we must show those top awakened ones our strength. In just a few words, it seemed the relationship between the two had become closer. They were both from Summer City, the Human Kings Guild was the outsider. Lin Chi looked at the Lord with great interest, but he wouldn't expose the underlying intention in his words.
However, since the Lord had mentioned equipment and items, he wouldn't hold back.
Brother Xia, I won't lie, the Human Kings Guild is indeed righteous, but I just want 100 types of legendary quality forging materials from them, and they are unwilling to give. Lin Chi said, patting Xia Yang's shoulder as a sign of friendship. Seeing this, Chu Qingyu's eyelids twitched slightly. Who would have thought this kid could warm up so quickly? He had clearly seen through the Lord's intention to win him over, and just went ahead for the money.
And to call the Lord Brother Xia right off the bat?
The Lord's age was likely more than double Lin Chi's. Xia Yang raised an eyebrow, but his smile remained. It's true, 100 types of legendary materials, even a big guild would not just hand them out.
Even our Summer City's warehouse couldn't gather so many. It seemed he didn't catch the meaning in Lin Chi's words and changed the subject. However, during my previous exploration outside, I did collect a few types. I'll make sure to have someone bring them to you. This directly indicated that he was willing to spend his own money. Lin Chi felt a slight stir in his heart, not expecting Xia Yang to be so generous. So he wouldn't decline this offer. During this conference, no awakened ones thought Lin Chi, being a boy, was unworthy to attend and mocked him. Later, when Lin Chi revealed his identity and their jabs failed, nobody challenged him again, especially after Lin Chi knocked one of them away, shocking everyone in the room. After all, everyone was there to recruit for the guild, and no one wanted to complicate things. At the end of the meeting, Chu Qingyu really brought a ring and handed it to Lin Chi. The Lord said, although he doesn't know how many slots the Human King's Guild plans to open in Summer City, he still hopes that you can seriously consider recruiting truly hopeful awakened ones. Chu Qingyu urged. In the past years, members of the Human King's Guild had never appeared in Summer City. The upcoming recruitment by the Human King's Guild was undoubtedly a significant opportunity for Summer City. Let my brother Xia rest assured. Lin Chi responded with a smile. He took the ring and glanced inside, his eyes suddenly lighting up. There truly were 5 kinds of legendary quality materials inside. Blood Snake Venom Tooth, Legendary. Level, 56. Shadow Fragment, Legendary. Level, 62. The lowest level was also a material dropped by a level 56 boss. And the highest level was over 90. In the hands of other blacksmiths, this would last a long time. There was also a 30+ level gold quality set in the ring that was not restricted by the profession. Clearly, this was specially prepared for Lin Chi at this stage. In addition, there was a consumable item worth 500 reputation points, along with some high-quality items. Good brother. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction and stepped out of the Lord's mansion. After watching Lin Chi leave, Chu Qingyu walked over to Xia Yang, somewhat puzzled. Lord, do you have high hopes for that young man? In response, Xia Yang slowly nodded. The blacksmith profession is originally considered a hidden profession, but at least in our Summer City, it's hard to cultivate. But since he has joined the Human King's Guild, he is very likely to become a divine blacksmith in the future. Divine blacksmith. Chu Qingyu's eyes flickered slightly. Even top guilds might not be able to cultivate a divine blacksmith. Moreover, he understood my intention to recruit him and simply accepted it, right? Xia Yang smiled slightly again. My newly acknowledged brother is not simple. Chapter 77, Practice Makes Perfect. A round of forging. At the forging table, as Lin Chi took out the 5 legendary quality materials from the ring one by one, they were laid out. Instantly, the entire forging room was illuminated by various colors of light. Legendary quality materials, each one was quite extraordinary, and in the outside world, they were highly valuable. Only 5 materials, so dry and boring, not enough to look at. Lin Chi pouted. Although these legendary materials saved him the trouble of collecting, he couldn't forge equipment with them directly right now. It would be best to get some more auxiliary materials. Lin Chi pondered and suddenly his eyes brightened. Yes, I need to get some precursor quality materials and blueprints. The newly acquired Practice Makes Perfect red tag would surely play a very strong role in his future forging. And right now, he could accumulate as well. Thinking of this, he immediately called up the guild channel on his panel. The guild channel could be used right now. With a little over a day until the guild recruitment, Lin Chi didn't plan to go out to find a training area before that. Rather, he might as well forge a bit more now. Guild channel. Lin Chi, I have a job change scroll in hand, not sure if I can trade it for poison blood snake, soul shadow, materials and forging blueprints. The materials he mentioned were exactly the types of materials Xia Yang had given him. The job change scroll for the arcane mage didn't hold much use for Lin Chi. The best use was undoubtedly to auction it or trade it like this in the guild channel. Since joining the guild channel, Lin Chi had occasionally seen members trading here. However, compared to these top awakeners, Lin Chi still realized one problem. His money was too little. He had saved up quite a bit of gold, but the top awakeners needed even more gold. It was said that after reaching a certain level, gold could serve other purposes, but this didn't matter much to Lin Chi at the moment. Lubu, wait a moment. Soon, there was a reply in the guild channel. Li Mingyue, arcane mage? Wow, hidden profession. And it seems to be a special hidden profession, so just follow the mage's career guide, right? Zhou Yong, brother Lubu, lend me 500,000 gold coins. I need this job right now. Lu Tianba, brother Lin Chi, do you urgently need these materials? Give me a month. This job transfer scroll comes from a great mage, after all. As that old mage said, changing jobs may even give hope to inherit the title of a great mage. Of course. Even if the job transfer is successful, it doesn't mean one can truly become a great mage in the future. But for many awakened souls, this can be considered a chance to turn their fate around. However, Lin Chi never thought of using it to exchange for gold coins. The most practical thing right now, undoubtedly, is still materials and equipment. But Lin Chi only waited for a moment, and then he noticed a new message appeared before him. Lu Bu has sent you a trade request. Huh? Lin Chi couldn't help but be stunned. No way? So fast? He opened the trade with a skeptical attitude, looking at a pile of materials and several blueprints in the trade window, and was dumbfounded. It seems I still underestimated the power of the Earthly King's guilds. Lin Chi couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Bu, you are asking for too little. There are two kinds of materials that are hard to collect, and legendary quality materials are not easy to get in a short time. In that case, I'll give you an extra 30,000 contribution points. How about that? It's still Lu Bu, he is generous. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction, immediately agreeing. In fact, the materials Lu Bu provided were already enough for his current use. As for the 30,000 guild contribution points, they could serve many purposes in the guild as well. This indeed met Lin Chi's expectations. Soon, in front of Lin Chi, various materials were piled high. He glanced over quickly, feeling full of energy. Let's start forging with golden quality equipment, striving to get the legendary quality equipment blueprints before we run out of materials. He immediately picked up the heavy hammer and began to forge. You successfully forged Blood Serpent Sword, Golden, ×1, receiving strength plus 150, agility plus 100. You successfully forged Blood Serpent Sword, Golden, ×1, receiving strength plus 150, agility plus 100. The skillful entry effect takes effect, you obtain the blueprint for Azure Blood Sword, Epic, ×1. The clanging sound of forging kept ringing in the forge. Under the influence of skillful, Lin Chi was finally able to break through the current job limits and directly forge legendary quality equipment. Only, even with the blueprints bonus, the success rate of forging was still very low. After casually wasting 2 legendary quality materials. Finally, a flash of light burst forth from the forge. You successfully forged Ghostly Shadow Boots, Legendary, ×1, receiving agility plus 800, constitution plus 400, obtain skill, Shadow Step. That was close, I didn't waste all 3 materials that could be used for forging. Lin Chi exhaled lightly. His heart was filled with a sense of achievement. This time, he forged a piece of legendary quality equipment purely based on the forging, without using ritual refinement. At least in the career development stage where Lin Chi was located. Any blacksmith could definitely not forge legendary quality equipment. Without further changing jobs, the success rate is still too low. Lin Chi shook his head. The forging blueprints not only allow the blacksmith profession to master the methods of forging equipment but also enhance the success rate to a certain extent. Lin Chi knew well that being able to forge this time was purely a coincidence. Additionally, he had already spent more than an entire night forging so far. The speed of forging equipment still needed further job transfer to improve. Of course, the rewards were substantial. Lin Chi directly refined these equipments into his Abyss legendary set pieces. As for the other Abyss Lord set, he had not found the opportunity to search for it again. He had been leaving the Lord's crown to dry. At present, he could only rely on the Abyss legendary set to play its role. I really need to level up soon. Lin Chi mumbled, he wanted to grasp both level and attributes. Hurry to complete the guild recruitment and wait for the guild instance to open. After tidying up and having a good sleep, Lin Chi headed to Summer City High School. This year's guild recruitment was held at Summer City High School. All the new awakeners from various schools in Summer City gathered here, hoping to be selected by top guilds. As for Lin Chi, he was already prepared for the dark scheme. The person he wanted to choose was, of course, Shin Bailu. But he didn't plan to spend much time on this recruitment event. With me and Shin Bailu, doesn't that mean Summer City gained 2 new members at once? Lin Chi grinned. Naturally, this could also be considered completing the task of the Humanity King's Guild. Chapter 78, Why Did You Anger Him? Summer City High School. It was already crowded with people. Looking around, it was full of new awakeners from various schools. Lin Chi quickly found Shin Bailu in Class 4's group. Lin Chi upon seeing Lin Chi, Shin Bailu's delicate face immediately broke into a warm smile. The youthful visage of the girl bore an indescribable vigor and beauty. In an instant, the gazes of other students around shifted to Lin Chi, turning envious. Why is that? Ever since their awakening, whenever they saw Lin Chi and Shin Bailu together, they would notice that their bond grew closer. And they could only watch from afar, unable to even approach Shin Bailu. Even if it were a stretch to say Lin Chi's blacksmith profession could be seen as a hidden class, he wasn't even a true god-level blacksmith. Why would Shin Bailu fancy him? Soon it will be guild recruitment, I can't believe there's really a guild recruiting blacksmiths. Some students, feeling jealous, muttered quietly. Exactly. As long as a powerful guild notices them, even if they don't join right away, they can quickly pull ahead of their peers in the future. Once I level up, I will also pick up blacksmithing as a secondary profession. Is it possible that Shin Bailu has already picked a guild for him? Someone else commented. In an instant, the previously whispering crowd fell silent. It really could be possible. If Lin Shi did get close to Shin Bailu, then for the guild recruitment, Lin Shi wouldn't need to worry at all. But why? In the end, all their discussions turned into a sigh of despair. At that moment, Lin Shi and Shin Bailu had already arrived at a corner of the playground. Lin Shi, I've already collected the reputation points for you. I'm really sorry about what happened earlier. Shin Bailu's eyes showed an apologetic glimmer. Even though she had dealt with the aftermath, it still meant that Lin Shi had to face kidnappers with her. If it hadn't been for Lin Shi's strength, he could have faced life-threatening danger. But Lin Shi's expression was a bit strange. After going to Moon City to complete his job change, he had almost forgotten the specifics of what happened last time. All he remembered was someone delivering a batch of equipment and items. Don't worry about that for now. Lin Shi waved his hand casually. I want to ask you, have you chosen a guild in this recruitment event? That was the real issue he wanted to address. Shin Bailu shook her head, no. Her gaze towards Lin Shi revealed a hint of something different. She had already noticed that Lin Shi truly didn't care about the earlier incidents, and if she mentioned it again, it would be her who lacked tact. Then Lin Shi was just about to mention the Humanity King's Guild when suddenly his heart moved. He openly and carefully sized Shin Bailu up. Now, Shin Bailu's equipment was clearly of higher quality than when they last met. She had changed into a moonwhite mage robe that outlined her slender figure, even the long socks on her little feet had turned moonwhite, adding a touch of mystery. Wait. Considering Shin Bailu's background and her profession, this recruitment was significant for her. It truly poses no difficulty at all. One could say that Shin Bailu could choose freely. You wouldn't have already joined a guild, would you? Lin Shi immediately asked. Shin Bailu's smile deepened, and her eyes slightly squinted. Guess. She placed her hands behind her skirt, standing on her tiptoes, not answering directly. This. Lin Shi pouted, he hadn't considered this situation before. After thinking for a moment, he still said to Shin Bailu, actually, the Human King's Guild has given me a spot to recruit in Summer City. I originally intended to find you. I'm in. Before Lin Shi could finish his sentence, Shin Bailu had already decisively replied. Seeing Lin Shi look at her in surprise, Shin Bailu smiled and said, that's the guild ranked 4th on the leaderboard. Since I can use your connections, why not take the opportunity? Very good. Lin Shi smiled in satisfaction. In this way, the task for the Human King's Guild was completed. For him, the recruitment in this guild had become just a formality. At most, he would follow Xiaoyang to evaluate this round of promising candidates, to see if he could pick someone else for the Human King's Guild. But just as he thought of this, Lin Shi suddenly seemed to realize something, and his gaze fell back on Shin Bailu. Wait. The guild you've already joined wouldn't be one of the top 3 guilds, would it? This is actually quite possible. Li Mingyue had already made a trip to Summer City. Since they planned to recruit in Summer City, they couldn't possibly overlook Shin Bailu. Especially after Lin Shi and Shin Bailu had teamed up a few times, Shin Bailu's level had already increased along with his. Even directly joining the Human King's Guild fully qualified. Why think so much? Shin Bailu pouted, putting on an act of not wanting to explain to Lin Shi. That's true, Lin Shi stopped overthinking. No matter what guild she joined, it might not compare to teaming up with him. Lin Shi, Captain Chu is looking for you. At this moment, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, came over, glancing at the two of them before looking at Lin Shi with a complex expression. Captain Chu. Lin Shi quickly realized that this should be referring to Chu Qingyu. That likely meant the guild recruitment was about to begin. He needed to go to the judging panel. He then signaled Shin Bailu with his eyes and followed Mr. Zhang across the playground toward the judging panel. Ha! Lu Ruoyan, what are you doing here? Just as they arrived at the high platform, Mr. Zhang noticed Lu Ruoyan standing nearby with several awakened ones from the guild. At this time, she had changed her companion to a young man, no longer Wang Feilong. And the gear that young man wore had a guild emblem engraved on it. Of course, I'm joining a guild, teacher. Is there a problem? Lu Ruoyan replied nonchalantly, her gaze suddenly landing on Lin Shi. Hee, teacher, you wouldn't want to recommend a guild for your good class leader, would you? Now, her face was filled with pride. An iron worker like him, which guild would want him? Even if Mr. Zhang could help recommend him, it would only be small guilds with no ability to nurture. You joined a guild? Mr. Zhang was visibly taken aback. Lu Ruoyan, however, proudly wrapped her arms around the young man's, lifting her chin toward Lin Shi. Of course, the Linghai Guild, which is ranked on the guild leaderboard. Generally speaking, being on the guild leaderboard already proves the guild's strength. Mr. Zhang noticed Lu Ruoyan's actions, frowned, and was about to say something. But at that moment, the young man beside Lu Ruoyan glanced at Lin Shi sideways and casually pointed. You mean this useless ironworker? In an instant, Mr. Zhang was stunned. He looked at the young man, bewildered. No, why provoke him? Yes, it's him. Lu Ruoyan immediately nodded. Even if he clings to a woman's thigh, he could never become a high-level awakener. When she spoke of this, a hint of resentment appeared in her eyes as she looked at Lin Shi. In reality, her attitude towards Lin Shi before was just disdain. She thought she had misjudged him, never expecting Lin Shi to awaken such a useless profession. However, after she got together with Wang Feilong, she fell apart because of Lin Shi. Now, she had of course abandoned Wang Feilong too. What does a hidden profession matter? The real high-level awakener is right by her side. Blacksmith, even our Linghai Guild doesn't want to train a new blacksmith. The young man only glanced at Lin Shi before casually looking away. This is indeed the most useless profession. In the early stages, it can only forge equipment and has no combat skills. Moreover, the secondary profession of blacksmithing can also provide forging. Unless one becomes a god-level blacksmith, the effect would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. But, how many god-level blacksmiths are there in this world? Alright, get lost. The young man raised his chin at Lin Shi again. Remember, Lu Ruoyan is someone you can't reach, don't dream of getting involved with her again, or else. As he finished, he sneered, the threat in his tone evident. Hearing this, Teacher Zhang's brows furrowed even tighter. He quickly looked at Lin Shi. It wasn't that he cared about the ridicule from this young man and Lu Ruoyan, but he worried that Lin Shi wouldn't let this young man go. The Linghai Guild indeed had a ranking on the guild leaderboard. But a guild with such a low ranking could hardly compare to the kings of the guilds on earth. In reality, Lin Shi didn't show the slightest bit of anger. Not because he had a good temper, but because he was enjoying the show. Reach? Get involved? He glanced at Lu Ruoyan. Actually, he had already guessed what Lu Ruoyan's words in front of the young man meant. It was nothing more than him, a blacksmith, clinging to Lu Ruoyan after awakening, still unwilling to give up. This really is trying to add luster to oneself. However, Lu Ruoyan seemed to sense the meaning in Lin Shi's gaze, and her face suddenly flushed. Lin Shi, are you still deluded? She exclaimed, putting on a disgusted expression. But just as her words fell, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Lin Shi, why are you still here? Then, Chu Qingyu quickly walked over with her long legs. I must say, Chu Qingyu was very tall, especially her long legs that moved made her look stunning. Captain Chu, this young man's character doesn't seem very good. I'm considering whether or not to issue an announcement stating that our Linghai Guild will not participate in his assessment. The young man beside Lu Ruoyan turned to meet her, wearing a smile. Once the Linghai Guild issued this announcement, then all the guilds participating in this Summer City recruitment would know. By then, how could other guilds not give the Linghai Guild some face and recruit a blacksmith? As for the guilds ranked above the Linghai Guild, there was even less to worry about. But at this moment, Lin Shi's voice suddenly emerged from behind. Captain Chu, where's my brother Xia? Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyu's pretty face immediately darkened. This kid really was buddy-buddy with the city lord. He asked me to find you, Chu Qingyu said helplessly. This guild recruitment has been waiting for you. At this point, she shot a cold glance at the young man beside her. From just this young man's earlier statement, she had already realized the cause and effect. No. Why would the Linghai Guild offend anyone? They had to provoke this kid. Lin Shi shrugged and didn't speak. But Chu Qingyu understood his meaning, and then frowned as she faced that young man. At this moment, the young man's brows furrowed as he realized that something was not quite right about the current situation. As the captain of the Summer City defense team, why was Chu Qingyu acting so familiar with this kid? And who was this brother Xia that the kid mentioned? Why was everyone waiting for this kid's arrival during this guild recruitment? On the other hand, Lu Ruoyan still hadn't figured out the situation and reminded Chu Qingyu, Captain Chu, our Linghai Guild just notified Summer City that we want to issue an announcement. Issue an announcement? Chu Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his already cold face grew even colder. When did your Linghai Guild's announcements start being something that members of the Human Kings Guild could reference? As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's expression suddenly froze. He stiffly turned his head to look at Lin Shi, his pupils trembling slightly. The Human Kings Guild? Lu Ruoyan's face turned pale, unable to believe her ears. Earlier, members of the Human Kings Guild had indeed come to Summer City. For this reason, Summer City High had even issued an announcement. But to say that Lin Shi was a member of the Human Kings Guild, she absolutely couldn't believe it. Brother, I finally found you. At this moment, another voice came from not far away. Everyone's gaze shifted and saw the figure of Summer City's lord, Xia Yang. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Xia." Only Lin Shi greeted him with a smile. Xia Yang merely glanced over, then his face instantly hardened. "What's going on? Who's looking for trouble with my brother?" "Brother." The young man from the Linghai Guild's eyes widened in shock, his gaze darting back and forth between Lin Shi and Xia Yang, almost in a daze. Calling a city lord brother? In the back city, being a city lord didn't necessarily mean having a high level or strong power. But without a doubt, these city lords had great influence in the awakened world. Furthermore, once their term ended, they would receive substantial resources for training. Perhaps for the Linghai Guild, they weren't someone they couldn't afford to offend. However, the Linghai Guild would absolutely not offend a city lord for him. Not to mention, that young man was also a member of the Human Kings Guild. Compared to a huge entity like the Human Kings Guild, what did their Linghai Guild count for? "Brother, is someone from the Linghai Guild causing you trouble?" At this moment, Xia Yang asked Lin Shi again. "Anyone who offends my brother has already chosen their path to death." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi looked at Xia Yang with a strange gaze. Likewise, he noticed a hint of amusement deep in Xia Yang's eyes. He immediately understood. Xia Yang was cooperating with him to show off and slap faces. "This feels a bit awkward," Lin Shi silently grumbled. But he still nodded without blushing or feeling anxious, slightly raised his chin, and spoke calmly, "Just an ant, is it necessary to trouble Brother Xia?" Lin Shi did not get angry, but that didn't mean he wasn't a bit petty. "No worries." Xia Yang folded his arms behind his back and said leisurely, "In Summer City, I should still have a few words to say." As he finished speaking, a scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. "I hope the Linghai Guild will give me an explanation in the future. This time, the Linghai Guild can look for another place for recruitment." After saying that, he abruptly crushed the scroll. At this, the young man's face turned ashen, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He understood that the scroll Xia Yang just crushed was their guild's communication scroll. And this year, Xia Yang had plenty of confidence. After all, the Abyss had descended in Summer City. This would affect all the newly awakened beings in Summer City. Even the Human Kings Guild had chosen to participate in this recruitment, which showed how much all the guilds valued Summer City. With one less Linghai Guild coming for recruitment. This will not affect Summer City, only the loss for Linghai Guild. Moreover, according to past understanding, the influence of the Abyss descent will take effect even in the coming year. By then, Summer City will also see a batch of powerful hidden professions. "Master of Summer City, I didn't know he was your brother before," the young man quickly spoke to Xia Yang. But before he could finish his words, Xia Yang frowned slightly and directly interrupted him. "Even if he wasn't my brother, could awakened ones from other guilds bully the new awakened ones in Summer City at will? Or do you think I am being biased?" He had a cold face, revealing an indescribable authority. The young man's eyes trembled, his lips quivering, yet he found it hard to speak. He had already realized Xia Yang's meaning. And their Linghai Guild would certainly hold him accountable for this. "Let's not see you off." Xia Yang decisively waved his hand, dismissing the young man. Until the young man left in a miserable state, Lu Royan was still in a daze beside him. She also knew Lord Xia Yang, having seen him from afar before. She knew the ranking of the various guilds in the world. The fourth guild, rumored to be accumulating strength, hopes to rise to the top 3 rankings. And the top 3 guilds in the rankings. Other awakened ones, apart from the top awakened ones, had no chance to interact with them. Of course, the guilds in the top 10 rankings were almost all like this. However, this year, there was an exception. But Lu Royan found it hard to connect Lin Shi with these. In her 2.5 years of high school in Summer City, she thought she understood Lin Shi well enough. There was no denying. At that time, Lin Shi was indeed very outstanding. But he had only awakened a blacksmith profession after all, and from then on, there was no future to speak of. Destined to shrink in Summer City, barely making a living by blacksmithing. And she was the one with the chance to become a top awakened one. Now, everything was completely different. With the power of the various guilds in the world, let alone support a blacksmith profession, even training a god-level blacksmith was probably not impossible to achieve. She and Lin Shi were indeed from 2 different worlds. Only, she was the one who was far behind. "Brother, how is it? Can we go to the judging panel now?" Xia Yang glanced at Lu Royan beside him. "If you don't come out, this guild recruitment cannot be held." Of course, it wasn't that serious. The recruitment slots for the various guilds in the world were limited, and for Summer City, the other guilds were more important. But some formalities still needed to be said. Lin Shi smiled lightly and nodded. "Of course, let's follow Brother Xiao's arrangement." As he spoke, he walked with Xia Yang towards the judging panel. But at that moment, Lu Ruoyan's voice, filled with a crying tone, suddenly came from behind. Classmate Xiao Qi, I misunderstood you before.
Tears had already streamed down her face, her delicate makeup ruined by crying, looking pitiful.
Before awakening, she was the only girl by Lin Qi's side. However,
Lin Qi completely ignored Lu Ruoyan's words, just walking away on his own,
leaving Lu Ruoyan stunned in place.
She bit her lip tightly, feeling as if her insides were filled with regret.
Ahead. Xia Yang cheerfully looked at Lin Qi and said, Brother, didn't I cooperate well?
Lin Qi naturally understood that Xia Yang was referring to the earlier situation. He gave a thumbs up in cooperation. It's all thanks to Brother Xia.
Ah, I love watching young people show off and slap faces.
Xia Yang laughed. If you encounter this situation again in the future, you can call me anytime, brother.
Lin Qi shrugged and added, then, brother, you've chased away the Linghai Guild, Summer City will lose several slots, right? The relationship between awakened ones was naturally still about benefits.
Earlier, he had taken Xia Yang's legendary quality materials, and he naturally had to return the favor. Of course, there is no need for Lin Qi to exert himself. He is the middleman between the Worldly Kings Association and Xiacheng. Lin Qi is quite clear about his position.
Brother, you're being too polite.
Xia Yang waved his hand. Previously, you mentioned wanting to carefully select some new awakened ones in our Xiacheng, which already shows great respect for me.
Members of the Worldly Kings Association usually don't show up in Xiacheng.
What Xia Yang truly cares about is, of course, the Worldly Kings Association.
The smile on Lin Qi's face did not fade. This is easy to say, then I leave it all in your hands, brother.
Once the association's recruitment ends, you can give me a list, and I'll directly pass it to the Worldly Kings Association. This is actually the very purpose of Lin Qi's visit.
He does not need to carefully select in this recruitment. As the city lord, Xia Yang would be even more responsible than him. Xia Yang's eyes brightened. Is my brother this righteous?
I certainly trust Brother Xia.
You're enough of a brother.
Brother Xia is joking, I have always been this way. While they were joking, they had already walked to the judges' seats. Only behind them, Chu Qingyu was frowning, looking a bit speechless. That old guy, the city lord, was one thing, but that handsome young man Lin Qi was just the same. Birds of a feather flock together, she sighed softly, moving away from Lin Qi and the others. But not long after Chu Qingyu left, she suddenly heard Xia Yang's voice coming from the judges' seats in the playground.
Everyone, our Xiacheng's recruitment is about to begin. Before that, I want to share some good news with you all.
This year, many renowned major associations have come to Xiacheng, including some that are on the association leaderboard.
I hope everyone will perform well.
Furthermore, I want to officially introduce this young man beside me. His name is Lin Qi, our newly awakened one this year from Xiacheng High School, and also, from the Worldly Kings Association. With the help of props, his voice was loud enough for everyone in Xiacheng High School to hear clearly. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Only on the judges' seats did Lin Qi raise his eyebrows slightly.
Is it really necessary to be this high profile? In the Worldly Kings Association, there is actually an awakened one from Xiacheng. Lin Qi? Which year of awakened ones does this big shot come from?
Does Xiacheng High School have such status? Wait, that's not right.
Lin Qi. Isn't he the class leader of Class 4? Isn't he that blacksmith profession?
Many awakened ones from Xiacheng High School were already aware of Lin Qi's name. Especially during the earlier awakening ceremony, Lin Qi, as a blacksmith, had become a topic of laughter in their conversations. They simply could not associate Lin Qi's name with the current member of the Worldly Kings Association.
Right away, many awakened ones looked up towards the judges' seats.
Soon after, everyone's expressions changed all at once. At this moment, on the high platform, besides Xia Yang, there was a young man sitting clearly. He seemed to be wearing only a simple set of black armor, making it difficult to identify his profession.
However, many awakened ones still recognized Lin Qi at a glance.
It was indeed Lin Qi, the blacksmith who had awakened nearly a month ago alongside all the new awakened ones from Xiacheng High School.
In the crowd,
Wang Feilong was also staring intently at the high platform, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead, as if he were completely drained.
Blacksmith, Worldly Kings.
When these two titles came together, it meant that Lin Qi could no longer be viewed as an ordinary blacksmith profession.
He must become an unimaginably powerful blacksmith. Even if not a god-level blacksmith, he would surely be a top awakened one active on the front line of world exploration in the future.
30 years of upheaval.
Wang Feilong murmured.
Don't even mention 30 years of change, perhaps even 300 years later, it will still be the same. What more matters to the awakened ones is that the Royal Guild of Humanity has come to recruit newcomers this time.
A new awakened person is being recruited by the 4th-ranked Royal Guild of Humanity.
This shows even more the trust that the Royal Guild of Humanity has in Lin Qi.
The status between them and Lin Chi has long been worlds apart. In the judge's seat, Lin Chi did not pay much attention to the discussions below him. His only task at the moment was to just sit in the judge's seat. Instead, he took the opportunity to think about his next plans. I estimate that the dungeon for the Royal Guild of Humanity will open in a few days. Should I take this chance to level up a bit more? Lin Chi mumbled. According to his previous understanding, for large guild dungeons like this, each opening requires the guild to consume a lot of reputation. But similarly, the rewards that guild members can gain in the guild dungeon are naturally quite substantial. He has been looking forward to this dungeon for a long time. After we go through the guild dungeon, it would be best to take a trip to the Abyss. Lin Chi already had a plan. Before entering the guild dungeon, all members naturally need to gather at the guild's base first. And the base of the Royal Guild of Humanity is not far from the front line. As for the front line, there are many Abyss regions scattered around there. Guild Channel. Li Mingyue, young man, today is the guild recruitment. Did you experience the joy of showing off in front of others? Seeing this, Lin Chi raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit strange. Why do these people all like to play this game? Xia Yang is like this, and even Li Mingyue is the same. After thinking for a while, he simply replied in the channel. Lin Chi, leave it to me, don't worry about anything. Li Mingyue, okay, and by the way, I have good news for you, the dungeon is set to open tomorrow, so after the recruitment ends, you should come to the guild base as soon as possible. Lu Bu has sent you a trade request. Eh? So efficient? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. This guild recruitment will last for 3 days. But after thinking it over, he felt it was normal. There are only 1 or 2 spots in the Royal Guild of Humanity, so they can directly pick from the most outstanding candidates. He glanced again at the trade initiated by Lu Bu. Guild teleportation scroll? Lin Chi thought to himself. Having this scroll would indeed save him the trouble of traveling. While he was chatting, the recruitment in Xiaqing's guild was also in full swing. The test for recruitment is actually very simple. First, they check the level, just like Lin Chi's college entrance exam scores before his crossing. The higher the level, the more suitable guilds one can choose. Secondly, they look at the profession and the specific display of strength. At this time, in various places on the playground, there are already puppets set up. Awakened ones only need to deal damage or healing effects to the puppets according to their professions. Of course, many guilds add additional tests on top of these basics. But those will come after the guild recruitment. Lin Chi generously sat in the judge's seat for the whole day. It is worth mentioning that during lunchtime, many awakened people from different guilds came to chat with him. But Lin Chi left it all to Xia Yang to handle. He was enjoying a short vacation during this recruitment. When evening came, the sky gradually darkened. Only then did Lin Chi walk to a corner of the playground, take out the teleportation scroll, and crush it. In the next moment, a series of shimmering runes composed of beams of light began to flash around him, swirling and rising constantly around him. Finally, the light flourished. Lin Chi's figure disappeared from the spot. When Lin Chi walked out of the light again, he was slightly stunned to see the unfamiliar scenery around him. He had come to another new city? Looking around. All around are buildings of various styles, with tall skyscrapers, ancient houses, and architecturally legendary buildings, a dazzling array. But surprisingly, these distinctly mismatched structures, placed in one city, appear remarkably harmonious against the backdrop of the surrounding greenery. Moreover, even as the sky begins to darken, this city is already ablaze with brilliance. In addition, outside the teleportation zone, Lin Chi saw many pedestrians from different races. These should not all be members of the royal guilds of the human world, right? Gathering various races and directly having a city as a base. Even for top-tier guilds, this is too outrageous. Furthermore, according to Lin Chi's understanding, the maximum number of members in a guild is only 500. Of course, large guilds will have branches to reserve more power for the guild. Guild Channel. Lin Chi, I have arrived. Li Mingyue, wait a moment, I will send Lu Bu to pick you up. Soon. Lin Chi saw several awakeners descend from the sky, seemingly using some kind of flying skill. This made Lin Chi envious. The leader among them was a young man dressed in a mage's robe, with a kind smile on his face. However, his complexion appeared somewhat pale, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Lin Chi, I am Lu Bu. Lu Bu approached Lin Chi with a light smile, his step seemingly a bit unsteady. This image was quite different from the first fierce general Lin Chi had imagined. Harmed by drink and lust, looking so haggard, from today onwards, abstain from alcohol. Lin Chi silently complained. Feng Xian brother, Lu Bu brother. Lin Chi also smiled and greeted him. Just as he was about to shake hands with Lu Bu, he suddenly noticed a flash of light in Lu Bu's hand, revealing a bottle of potion. The potion contained a deep blue liquid, with a delicate bottle that shone with a soft glow. The top-tier mana restoration potion? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Before he could figure out Lu Bu's intentions, he saw Lu Bu gulp down the potion in one go. Ha! Lin Shi was momentarily stunned. Is he treating a top-tier mana potion as a drink? Is the Royal Guild of the human world this lavish? At this moment, an awakener behind Lu Bu smiled and explained to Lin Shi. The vice president has a rather special profession. He doesn't lack money, but currently due to some reasons, he has been in a state of mana deficiency. A particularly special hidden profession. Now Lin Shi understood a bit more. As the fourth-ranked guild, the Royal Guild of the human world certainly possesses many top awakeners. And being a vice president among awakeners is naturally quite extraordinary. After downing a bottle of potion, Lu Bu's complexion finally eased a little. He waved to Lin Shi and said, "This city is our guild's base, but the president has never named it, so it's not easy to refer to. However, as you can see, many awakeners are active in this city, as well as other races. Those who can enter here are either members of our guild or branches, or forces that maintain friendly relations with us." He walked while introducing to Lin Shi. This further demonstrates the confidence of the Royal Guild of the human world. They have literally opened up a city as a guild base. Additionally, the guild has maintained friendly relations with forces from other races. And this place should still be in the frontline area. The monsters active here are, without exception, extremely powerful. Tomorrow morning, the guild dungeon will open. Before that, you can. Just as he said this, Lu Bu picked up another bottle of potion and downed it. He continued, "You can go visit the exchange shop, you still have quite a few contribution points." He should be able to exchange for some items now. Exchange shop. Lin Shi's heart stirred. Earlier, he traded the scroll for the job change to mage to Lu Bu, and after obtaining enough materials, he still had 30,000 contribution points left in his hands. This was one of the reasons he came to the guild's base. Let's see what he can exchange for with these contribution points. The forge in the base is not too far from the exchange shop and guild warehouse. If you want to forge equipment, you can go there to check it out, Lu Bu introduced further. As he spoke, he signaled to an awakened one next to him. The awakened one raised his staff and waved it down. You have received the speed boost effect. You have received the guidance effect. Instantly, Lin Shi felt his feet lightly lift off the ground. In front of his eyes, a faint glow even appeared, as if guiding him to move forward. A priest profession? Lin Shi glanced at the awakened one. He was a middle-aged man, scruffy, looking a bit shabby, unlike the priest-awakened ones he had in mind. "I'm a bit busy and can't introduce you in detail, but feel free to explore," Lu Bu said, pointing at several other awakened ones beside him. "Of course, you can also let them take you around." In a short time, his complexion turned a bit pale again. Lin Shi started to suspect that this vice president might become a top awakened one who fainted due to lack of mana. However, Lin Shi politely declined the offer of other awakened ones to lead him. After all, he had just joined the guild not long ago, and the only people he was familiar with in this guild were Li Mingwei and Lu Bu, whom he was meeting for the first time. With the guidance effect, he could easily head to the exchange shop in the base by himself. After bidding farewell to Lu Bu and the others, Lin Shi headed straight to the exchange shop. The so-called exchange shop was actually a very simple building. There was only one hall, and in the center floated an illusory panel. There weren't many awakened ones in the hall. After all, awakened ones wouldn't just stay here looking for items to exchange. Lin Shi immediately walked up to the illusory panel and began to check the items listed on it. Equipment, items, potions, materials. Lin Shi first checked the materials. Phoenix Feather, Holy. Contribution points, 60,000. Void Dragon Horn, Holy. Contribution points, 50,000. Sorting by quality from high to low, Lin Shi's vision was now filled with various materials. All of them were holy grade materials. Is it that the highest is only holy grade materials, or can other materials not be exchanged for with contribution points right now? What Lin Shi cared about was this point. Without a doubt, the Human Kings Association had a very deep foundation. It was not surprising to have these holy materials. But above the holy grade, there are even higher grades. The Human Kings Association couldn't possibly not have materials above the holy grade. However, even holy grade materials were somewhat a waste for Lin Shi at the moment. The legendary quality equipment he could forge was only the one he had accumulated through the skill proficiency attribute. He promptly opened the equipment tab. Lin Shi planned to exchange for a few pieces of equipment with a similar quality to use for refining. As for contribution points, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to acquire them. Soon, Lin Shi selected 4 pieces of legendary equipment that required the least contribution points. He instantly spent 28,000 contribution points, leaving only 2,000. The attributes are not very useful, belonging to the weakest among legendary quality. Lin Shi glanced at these pieces of equipment, not caring too much. He was originally going to use these equipment for refining. I probably need to collect some more. It should be possible to refine a holy artifact again. Lin Shi already had an estimate in his heart. He stored these equipment into his storage ring. Just as Lin Shi was about to leave, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a brilliant light blooming not far away. In each beam of light, there was clearly a piece of material or equipment. And Lin Shi understood very well what these lights represented. Holy items? Lin Shi couldn't help but be stunned. Even for him, it was the first time seeing several materials and equipment of holy items piled together. Only then did he look at the awakener who took out these materials and equipment. It was a girl who looked quite young, expressionless as she gathered all those materials and equipment into her ring. Chapter 83, Flame Pursuit. Ignite the burning formula. No way, buddy, are you really that rich? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. Holy item materials, even if he couldn't use them now, who would complain about having more? Ha? Do you want some too? At that moment, the girl's voice came through. She seemed to have seen Lin Shi's intention and casually took out a piece of holy item material, handing it to Lin Shi. Here, take one. Ah. Lin Shi was momentarily stunned. He looked at the handed holy item material, his gaze slightly wavering. It was a feather, transitioning from golden to fiery red, dazzling and striking. Phoenix feather, holy item taken from the true feather of a phoenix, infused with rich flame elements, used for forging or alchemy, may have unexpected extraordinary effects. For me? Lin Shi cautiously asked. He shouldn't know this girl, right? How could she be so kind? Even if this girl was also a member of the Human Sovereign Society, could she be that generous? But hesitation leads to defeat. Lin Shi directly took the phoenix feather. Aren't you a new member of the Human Sovereign Society? The girl said calmly, as if it were a matter of course, showing no other emotions. Lin Shi nodded in surprise, yeah. Then take it, save it for later. After she said that, she stepped towards the exit of the exchange shop. Lin Shi watched her departing figure, still unable to recover his senses. No way, is the Human Sovereign Society this friendly? As fellow guild members, they can share holy item materials so casually? Then, Lin Shi shrugged his shoulders. Forget about that for now, since he got holy item materials, that's a good thing. Wait until he could actually forge holy item equipment on his own, then he would use it. Having already spent contribution points in the exchange shop, Lin Shi decided to leave the shop directly. The guild dungeon was set to open early tomorrow morning, so it wouldn't hurt for him to prepare in advance. Following the guiding cursor, he soon arrived at the guild's forge. The forge here was certainly far larger than the one in Lin Shi's home and was divided into several compartments. Each forging room was equipped with sufficient forging tools. Moreover, after Lin Shi entered one forging room, he noticed a special flame burning in the furnace. Pursuer flame increases forging success rate. What the heck? Lin Shi was taken aback. The flames in the forging room were indeed suitable for forging? No wonder it's the fourth-ranked guild. Lin Shi sighed. He immediately reached into the furnace, letting the flames scorch his palm. Come out, burning formula. Lin Shi silently muttered. Fire from the sun, entry activated, directly absorbing this flame. If he had known earlier, he would have come to the Human Sovereign Society sooner. This could have increased his previous forging success rate. Of course, it's not too late now. Lin Shi immediately took out a few legendary quality equipment he had exchanged earlier, starting to refine. Selecting the Abyssal Embrace tunic, he began to refine all these equipment into this tunic. However, the refining of holy artifacts is not simple. Even after throwing in all these legendary equipment, Lin Shi has not managed to refine a new holy artifact. But it shouldn't be too far off. Lin Shi pondered. If he could obtain a few more pieces of legendary quality equipment, he would definitely be able to refine another holy artifact. And that depended on the upcoming guild dungeon. I still don't know the information about this guild dungeon. Lin Shi grimaced. The Human King's Guild has reliable aspects, but it also has unreliable ones. As a member about to participate in the guild dungeon, he knows nothing about it. Li Mingyue should also be in the forge. Recalling Lu Bu's earlier reminder, Lin Shi immediately walked out of the forge cubicle where he was. After all, Li Mingyue is a nearly level 100 blacksmith, and he wanted to see how a blacksmith who had changed classes multiple times refines energy. In the guild's forge room, it is not particularly lively. After all, with Li Mingyue as the blacksmith, she naturally had an advantage over others who have blacksmithing as a secondary profession. Following the sounds of hammering, Lin Shi quickly arrived at a forge cubicle. As soon as he got here,
Lin Shi saw Li Mingyue, who was in front of the forge, wielding her hammer and continuously forging. At this time, she was wearing seemingly simple equipment, but Lin Shi could tell it was definitely some kind of forging set.
In the forge room, flames roared, reflecting on Li Mingyue.
As she focused on her forging, she exuded a kind of beauty filled with power. In front of her, there were several materials placed on the forge. These were the holy materials Lin Shi had seen earlier in the exchange shop. Besides her, there stood the girl from earlier.
She was also watching Li Mingyue's forging, seemingly very curious. Finally,
after a series of hammering, the forging materials in front of Li Mingyue were enveloped by a blazing light. As the light receded, it coalesced into a wrist guard that faintly radiated a soft glow.
This was undoubtedly a holy artifact. Phew!
Li Mingyue let out a breath, picked up the holy artifact in her hand, and examined it closely. Then she casually handed it to the girl beside her. Xiaoxi, take a look at its attributes.
Meanwhile,
Lin Shi looked at the scene before him, and his eyes lit up.
Blacksmith masters can forge holy artifacts as long as they reach over level 90? Wow!
His motivation to level up had just increased. In the future, he wouldn't need to refine them, he could forge directly.
Oh, boy, you've come too.
At this moment, Li Mingyue noticed Lin Shi and happily greeted him.
The girl next to her was still inspecting the wrist guard, seemingly considering its attributes.
I'm a bit shocked to see the equipment you are forging, Lin Shi said with a light smile.
Fusing holy materials to forge a holy artifact is truly extraordinary. In fact,
a blacksmith who can forge holy artifacts could already be called a saint-level blacksmith in the outside world. Li Mingyue shrugged and said with a smile, just used some props, it was just luck. In this regard, she certainly wouldn't lie to Lin Shi.
Clearly, even for her, there are limits to the success rate of forging holy artifacts. At this moment,
the girl next to her had already put on the wrist guard and now looked at Lin Shi.
You're here too. Yeah.
Lin Shi responded, feeling that this girl is a bit airheaded.
You guys have met before?
Li Mingyue was surprised.
Then, as if realizing something, she introduced to Lin Shi, young man, do you know, she is the president of our guild?
Huh?
President?
Lin Shi turned to look at the girl, stunned.
The president of the Human Kings Guild is so young? Chapter 84, the guild dungeon opens.
Lin Shi quickly recalled. Once upon a time, after defeating the world boss, the ranking of the hunting points was revealed. At that time, the Human Alliance was hunting the Void Dragon, with the first place in points being the guild leader.
Lei Shi.
Lin Shi instantly thought of this name. Hello, Lin Shi. Li Shi greeted Lin Shi with an expressionless face.
Xiaoxi, how many times do I have to remind you?
Smile when you greet others. Li Mingyue said, hands on her hips, frowning at Li Shi. Immediately, Lin Shi saw Li Shi's lips slightly curl up, revealing a rather stiff smile. Although the girl seemed a bit airhead, it couldn't be denied that her features were incredibly beautiful, seemingly possessing a serene and ethereal quality. Even though her smile looked a bit awkward, it inadvertently conveyed a certain endearing charm. What interested Lin Shi even more was, when Li Mingyue had her hands on her hips, she was clearly gripping a large hammer that looked quite hefty. Noticing Lin Shi's gaze, Li Mingyue raised her smooth chin, seemingly a bit proud.
Young man, how about it?
The guild leader is my younger sister.
I have connections.
Wow. Lin Shi scrutinized the two girls in front of him. Upon closer inspection, the two indeed had some similarities in their features. However, as the older sister, Li Mingyue was over level 90.
Then, could it be that the younger sister's level has already surpassed Li Mingyue? And she's the leader of this human alliance.
This might indicate extremely powerful strength and talent. He did not underestimate Li Shi just because she seemed young. Li Mingyue smiled again and said, you just arrived at our guild base, you can explore anywhere, but we don't have a low-level training area. If we did, you could go level up, and the dungeon opens tomorrow morning.
The guild base also had a dedicated training area.
Lin Shi understood a bit about it. It seemed that as long as one hunted some puppet monsters in the training area, they could gain experience. But he was only level 36 after all, and if the top guild base specifically set up a low-level training area, it would seem somewhat wasteful.
No need, can I have a place to stay here? I can just sleep for a night. Lin Shi said.
He was in no hurry to level up, he preferred to settle in at the guild base first. Li Mingyue looked at Lin Shi strangely for a moment before softly saying, you have to buy it yourself.
However, due to Lu Bu's reasons, gold coin here cannot be considered currency. You have to spend contribution points to buy it. The cheapest one costs 1,000 contribution points. Fair enough.
Lin Shi silently appraised. A guild is not a charity, although he received plenty of benefits here, it made sense that many items should be exchanged for the corresponding contribution points.
Let's go, after forging this holy artifact, I'll take you to find a place to live. Li Mingyue said straightforwardly. Lin Shi did not refuse and followed Li Mingyue out of the forging room. Meanwhile, Li Shi remained silent, quietly following behind them. The guild leader has so much free time. Lin Shi pondered. But recalling that in the past, whether it was in the guild chat channel or after arriving at the guild base, it was constantly Lu Bu acting as vice president. Coupled with Lu Bu's somewhat haggard appearance, it made sense to him. Soon, Lin Shi spent 1,800 contribution points to purchase a 2-bedroom apartment, which, besides basic storage functions, had no additional features. After all, a forging room could simply be used from the base's forging facilities. Moreover, there were flames that could help in forging, which truly did not need any extra features for other awakeners. Lin Shi planned to turning the vacant room into a forging chamber. The house was basically equipped with all the essential living tools. After saying goodbye to Li Mingyue, Lin Shi took a beautiful nap in the room. The next day, in the early morning, a message suddenly popped up on Lin Shi's panel. Guild channel. Lu Bu, all members participating in this guild dungeon, please quickly gather in the square. The guild dungeon has finally opened. Lin Shi immediately sat up in bed. He had been busy with many things these past few days and had not had the chance to level up, waiting just for this guild dungeon. After washing up, Lin Shi quickly arrived at the square in the base and noticed that awakeners were gathering one after another. At a glance, the equipment worn by these awakeners was almost all of legendary quality. Perhaps because they were in a guild, these awakeners did not deliberately hide their equipment effects, allowing the gear to emit various colors of light. All top-notch awakeners. Lin Shi sighed. Legendary quality equipment is naturally standard for top awakeners. However, quality alone cannot represent the true attributes of the equipment. This also has to consider factors such as level and specific attribute bonuses. Of course, this did not matter for Lin Shi. Through the creation forging attribute, Lin Shi could forge the gear he needed the most. Before long, the awakeners in the square had gathered completely. Lin Shi glanced around and noticed that there were only 50 awakens participating in this guild dungeon. This was naturally not all the members of the Human King's Guild. Among them, Lin Shi also saw Lu Bu, Li Mingyue, and Li Shi. This guild dungeon isn't a super large dungeon? Lin Shi already had a judgment. Super large guild dungeons can even accommodate up to 200 awakeners at once. This was already extremely large compared to the usual team limit of just 4. Then, he noticed. As Li Shi reached out and pointed to the sky from the front of the square. In an instant, a swirling vortex suddenly appeared at the center of the square. Grayish-white mist floated within the vortex, shimmering with a faint purple light. This time, the dungeon opened as the muddied marsh. Li Shi's calm voice echoed. But as her words fell, Lin Shi noticed that the faces of the surrounding awakeners clearly showed signs of distress. It's actually the muddied marsh. This is going to be troublesome. I worked so hard to prepare new gear. Don't worry, with the president here, even Lu Bu is participating in this guild dungeon. If worse comes to worst, we can let those special classes take the lead. Listening to the conversations, Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this guild dungeon was a bit strange. Chapter 85, What's up with your equipment? In the muddied marsh, the weight of equipment will significantly increase. The higher the equipment quality and attribute bonus, the heavier it becomes. Li Mingyue's voice timely came from behind Lin Shi. Also, we have to tread on the marsh. If we're not careful, we might become stuck. Plus, there are monsters already in the marsh that might lead to casualties. Saying this, she walked up to Lin Shi and without further ado, shoved a scroll into his hand. Dungeon escape scroll, can escape from the dungeon while in a near-death state. Lin Shi glanced at the scroll, raising his eyebrows slightly. This scroll is a high-level item that ordinary awakeners cannot buy in Summer City. You probably don't know enough about this dungeon situation, but you just need to focus on avoiding danger. Li Mingyue smiled cheerfully. Her words were not meant to belittle, but to remind Lin Shi. After all, although Lin Shi's leveling speed was fast, in her eyes, he was only at level 30. Entering the dungeon, it was enough to just follow everyone to gain experience. Even if Lin Shi's class was special compared to the Blacksmith main class. But surely, they couldn't really expect Lin Shi to lead them into battle, right? After a pause, she straightened her expression and said, additionally, you must remember, if you encounter a boss, there may be situations where this escape scroll can't be used. So, if you sense that something is wrong, you must crush the scroll immediately. This was directly related to Lin Shi's life safety. Lin Shi did not say much and casually stored the scroll in his ring. Soon, a gap opened in the whirlpool at the center of the square. And in front of Lin Shi, a prompt popped up. Muddy Swamp, Team Nightmare. Number of players required, 30 to 50. Enter immediately?
Clearly, Nightmare difficulty was the highest level for this team dungeon. Around Lin Chi, the awakened ones began to shine with teleportation light, their forms disappearing from their positions. Lin Chi confirmed immediately and entered the team dungeon. Unlike the outside world, the muddy swamp dungeon was still shrouded in dark night. Looking around, all he could see were layers and layers of tree shadows. And beneath his feet was a wet swamp. All around, light flashed constantly, revealing each awakened one participating in the dungeon. Before long, 50 people gathered together. Occasionally, some awakened ones cast curious glances at Lin Chi, but there was no hostility whatsoever. The world of the awakened was already filled with danger, even strong guilds could lose members. It was perfectly normal for the guild to train newcomers. At this moment, Lubu slowly walked to the front of the crowd. After downing a big bottle of blue recovery potion, he loudly said, as usual. Split into 5 teams, gather before the first boss area. Immediately, Lin Chi noticed the awakened ones around him skillfully dividing into different teams. These people had developed a very tacit cooperation. However, Li Mingyue placed her small hand on Lin Chi's arm and said, "Young man, you team up with me, I'll lead you to soar, don't worry." Hearing this, Lin Chi gave Li Mingyue a strange look. To be fair, although Li Mingyue was over level 90, at the core, she was still just a blacksmith. How many attack skills could a blacksmith class have before becoming a divine blacksmith? He did not expect Li Mingyue to really carry him forward. The teams were assigned, and the 5 teams of 10 people moved in different directions. Lin Chi glanced at the few people beside him. Besides Li Mingyue, Lubu was also in the team, leading them forward together. However, Lubu occasionally had to drink a bottle of recovery potion. Before long, they stepped into the swampy mud. At that moment, Lin Chi noticed that each awakened one left behind large swathes of mud with their movements. This was certainly not elegant, but more serious was that everyone's movement speed was greatly affected. Especially around Lubu, the mud was directly lifted in large chunks, splashing everywhere, the scale even surpassing several awakened ones combined. "Brother Boo, can you hold on? Do you really plan to carry all this sacred equipment forward?" an awakened one joked. "Wow, all this sacred equipment." Lin Chi could not help but look at Lubu weirdly. This guy seemed to wear only an ordinary robe, but actually hid the effects of his equipment. This guy was simply a wealthy man. Less nonsense. Lubu drank a potion, his gaze landing on Li Mingyue. Li Mingyue seemed helpless and shrugged her slender shoulders. He reached out towards Lubu. Then, Lin Chi noticed that Lubu's staff suddenly burst with a radiant glow, quickly condensing into a golden chain that wrapped around Li Mingyue's arm. Immediately, under Lin Chi's somewhat stunned gaze, Li Mingyue began to drag the golden chain, pulling Lubu through the mud. This. Lin Chi opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to speak. A slender girl walking through the mud while dragging a heavy object with one hand. This scene looked so bizarre. "Young man, as a senior blacksmith, the first lesson I want to teach you is, blacksmiths, above all, are never lacking in strength and physique." Li Mingyue still had time to introduce to Lin Chi. Yet, as she walked, her own equipment also dragged a large amount of mud, not much smaller in scale than Lubu's. As a senior blacksmith, how could her equipment be of poor quality? "In our guild, there are a lot of strange people and things, just get used to it." An awakened person reached out his hand to Lin Chi, seemingly wanting to pat his shoulder, but the weight of his wrist guards was so heavy that he ultimately didn't let his hand fall onto Lin Chi's shoulder. Lin Chi shrugged and said nothing more, stepping into the mud as well. Splash! The next moment, a large amount of mud was stirred up, splashing in all directions. "What the hell? No way, bro, what level are you? What's with your equipment? Wait. This isn't right." The members of the group turned to look at Lin Chi, noticing the large amount of mud dragging behind him. Their gazes were filled with confusion. Compared to Lubu and Li Mingyue, the noise Lin Chi made wasn't too loud. But the key point was, the members all knew that Lin Chi was just a new awakened one. Although they couldn't see Lin Chi's level in the team dungeon, they deduced that Lin Chi was probably only around level 30. And such a disturbance could only be caused by legendary equipment. A level 30 new awakened one, wearing full legendary equipment? Who would believe that? No, even if it's legendary gear for a level 30, this is still wrong. Suddenly, Li Mingyue's voice rang out. She too widened her eyes, staring at Lin Chi. What kind of legendary gear does a 30-level person have that can cause such a disturbance, stirring up so much mud? Chapter 86, the newcomer has reached the front. As a blacksmith, Li Mingyue could most clearly see that something was wrong here. But Lin Chi remained calm, already having an explanation ready. When the Abyss descended, I pretty much obtained a legendary set. When the Abyss descended, the equipment that awakened ones could obtain didn't require a specific level but rather depended on the awakened one's attributes. To this day, people still haven't figured out the specific peculiarities of the Abyss descent. Even obtaining legendary equipment there was a normal occurrence. But this is actually a set?
Upon hearing this, the people around looked at Lin Shi with changing expressions. Their eyes were almost glowing green. Over 30 levels, full legendary set. What kind of level is this? What kind of player is this? It could be said that, at least below level 60, it was rare to see a single piece of legendary gear. Epic gear could already be considered top tier. When I was level 30, I also bought an epic piece of gear. Lu Bu's voice came from ahead, before Li Mingyue suddenly pulled him forward through the mud for about 2 meters. Young man, can you handle it? Li Mingyue asked Lin Shi again. High-quality equipment with strong attribute bonuses wasn't a good thing in the mud. But before she could finish her sentence, she froze as she noticed that Lin Shi was already quickly walking by her side. It was as if he was completely unaffected. How about I clear the way in front? Lin Shi countered. The others looked at Lin Shi with stunned expressions. This wasn't normal. Could a level 30 awakened one really bear the weight of legendary gear in the mud? Why is Lin Shi able to act as usual here? However, they did not ask too many questions. Perhaps Lin Shi's profession is special, with extra skills, or maybe it's the effect of his equipment. In any case, every awakened person has their own attribute allocation and secrets, so naturally, they would not offend him. Lin Shi glanced at Li Mingyue and smiled. You know, the strength attribute of a blacksmith profession is indeed stronger. Compared to those flashy skill professions, the blacksmith profession only needs to add strength and constitution like the warrior profession. Of course, Lin Shi is different. His attributes are all top-notch. Collecting his thoughts, everyone continued forward. Before long, Lin Shi could see from a distance that ripples were spreading in the mud ahead. And then, a huge mouth with ferocious fangs suddenly pounced towards them. Mud Swamp Giant Crocodile. Points, 50. Points? Looking at the monsters panel, Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. Monsters in the guild dungeon also have no level classification, but each monster has points. By participating in defeating monsters, one can gain points, which can yield corresponding rewards in the final settlement. Whoosh! Just as the huge mouth pounced towards them, Lin Shi noticed a golden light shining in the air, forming a golden giant blade that suddenly pierced through the giant crocodile's mouth. You participated in defeating the Mud Swamp Giant Crocodile, earning points +1. Only then did Lin Shi look at Lu Bu beside him. At this moment, the staff in Lu Bu's hand was shining with brilliant golden light. Organize the formation, prepare to face the enemy. Remember to leave space for the newcomers to output. Lu Bu composedly shouted, then skillfully took out a bottle of mana recovery potion and drank it. Lin Shi, be careful not to be killed by the monster in one hit, a wave of monsters will come in the early stages. He reminded Lin Shi again. Even though the monsters here have no level classification, there is no doubt they are extremely powerful. For top awakened ones, they can also deal damage. Furthermore, looking around, there were already more giant mouths appearing in the muddy swamp ahead. And further away, countless ripples emerged, as if a raging tide was rising in the swamp, rushing towards their position. This is indeed comparable to a wave of monsters. In an instant, all awakened ones began to unleash their skills, and radiant lights continuously erupted in the swamp. You participated in defeating the Mud Swamp Giant Crocodile, earning points +1. You participated in defeating the Mud Swamp Giant Crocodile, earning points +1. Lin Shi also constantly saw points notifications flashing in front of him. He looked at the skills being released ahead, arching his brow slightly. It must be said that the awakened ones from the Kingdom Guild are indeed powerful. Each of their released skills is different. This is far more impressive than what he had seen from Huang Xian and others from the Zuanhuan Guild during the hunt for the Mountain Ridge Beast. Even, Lin Shi saw an awakened one summoning many powerful summoned beasts, letting them rush towards the monsters ahead. Be sure to replenish your mana. Lu Bu was still calmly giving commands. Around him, numerous golden blades danced, continuously slashing into the mud ahead. This skill effect is indeed quite different from ordinary mages. Tian Ba, have one of your summoned beasts protect the newcomers. He also did not forget to remind the summoner profession in the team. The monsters in this dungeon have very high attributes. Even for them, unless they consume a substantial amount of mana to unleash powerful skills, it is difficult to kill a monster in one hit. Moreover, there is a cooldown between skills, so they can only intersperse some low-cost skills during this time to achieve maximum output effects. There's no choice, there are just too many monsters in the dungeon. They were all physically limited, only able to stand in a defensive formation to face the oncoming monster attacks. But once there was a mistake, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the new awakeners. Alright. In the team, Lu Tianba, a summoner, shouted loudly. But soon after, his slightly anxious voice followed. Wait, Brother Bu, I can't find the new person. Lu Bu immediately frowned, but there was no time to look for himself and could only relay orders to others in the team. Scouts, archers, go find him. Mingyue, keep an eye on the cover. The scout and archer professions both possessed unique skills for tracking. He also did not expect that, just as the battle in the dungeon began, a mistake had already occurred. It wasn't about blaming Lin Chi, it was just too embarrassing for a new one to be teleported away right after entering under the protection of so many top awakeners. But soon, a voice called out from the team. "Brother Boo, the new person, is in front of us." The voice was filled with surprise, and the tone sharpened a bit. Lu Bu was stunned, quickly following the markings made by the scout to locate Lin Chi's position. Then, he saw a scene that took his breath away. In the mire, there was indeed a figure holding a giant hammer, striking down towards a giant swamp crocodile. And that figure was Lin Chi. Boom! As the hammer fell, it stirred up rolling mud, almost forming a towering wall of mire that shot up into the air. Along with it, large ripples spread outwards. Is this a skill effect or an equipment influence? Lu Bu murmured. His heart was instantly filled with questions, but at this moment, there was no time to think more. At this time, Li Mingyue's voice echoed softly ahead. The giant hammer in his hand is a holy artifact. Chapter 87, you say this is a newcomer? Boom! 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 In the mire ahead, countless jets of mud were being stirred up, creating vast ripples spreading in all directions. Even those in the rear, like Lu Bu and others who were forming a defensive formation, could feel the pulling sensation coming from the front. They had no doubt that if the ground beneath their feet was solid, then under such an impact, even the earth would tremble violently. A holy artifact? Lu Bu's voice rose a few notches. That young man actually has a holy artifact. Even he had never seen a holy artifact capable of being wielded by a 30-something level awakener. In other words, are there holy artifacts for more than 30 levels? Mingyue, is the newcomer really over 30 levels? Is he really a newcomer? Lu Tianba also asked Li Mingyue, as his summoned beast hadn't even reached that far ahead. Li Mingyue pursed her lips, not saying a word. Being the same blacksmith profession, how could Lin Chi be so different from her? Lu Bu took a deep breath, watching the mud erupting ahead. On his panel, prompt messages were constantly appearing. You participated in defeating the giant swamp crocodile, gaining points +1. You participated in defeating the giant swamp crocodile, gaining points +1. But it was unclear whether these were from their skills killing or from Lin Chi defeating the monsters ahead. Under the bonus of the holy artifact, how high could his attack power be? Lu Bu nervously asked Li Mingyue. It can't be that he can solo a nightmarish swamp crocodile right now, right? Most of the awakeners participating in the guild dungeon can indeed solo. But the problem is, most of them are already around level 90. And among them, there are awakeners over level 100. A newly promoted awakener just completing the 30-level transfer, still in the blacksmith profession, how could that be plausible? Li Mingyue shook her head. I've never seen a holy artifact appear at this level, but without a doubt, the hammer in his hand is definitely powerful, even for high-level awakeners. The quality of the holy artifact is already exceedingly high. It probably possesses traits that transcend equipment limits. Even the massive hammer in Lin Chi's hand might have come from the abyss. After a long while, Li Mingyue bit her silver teeth and said, this kid probably gained the most benefits as a new awakened one during the abyss descent in Xia City. She had thought that the awakened ones in Xia City were already good at hiding, but it turns out Lin Chi hid even deeper. After all, it's a level 9 abyss enhancement. Lu Bu sighed softly. The abyss descends every year around several cities, but a level 9 abyss enhancement is indeed rare. Furthermore, Xia City had successfully survived the abyss descent with a level 9 enhancement. The benefits the awakened ones could gain from that were beyond imagination. Speaking of which, there is still no news about that awakened one who seemingly helped Xia City survive the abyss descent. Lu Bu's mind flashed with Xia City's information before quickly suppressing it. Now is not the time to think about that. First, let's clear the dungeon monsters. Priest, keep an eye on the new guy's health, give him buff effects. Lu Bu began commanding the surroundings again, raising his staff that shone with brilliant golden light high, while taking out a mana potion to drink. The new guy is performing astonishingly, if we can't keep up with him, we will be utterly embarrassed. Of course, they were full of questions about Lin Chi's performance. This is completely unreasonable. But this only indicates that Lin Chi must have had some unexpected opportunities. Yet, at their level, who hasn't had a few strokes of luck? In an instant, powerful skills exploded from the swamp once more. You have defeated the swamp behemoth, gaining plus 50 points. You have defeated the swamp behemoth, gaining plus 50 points. A stream of prompt messages continued to flash before Lin Chi. The abyssal ruin hammer in his hand was not swung quickly, nor did he deliberately release skills. But even so, his efficiency in killing monsters was still quite decent. One smash, one monster, what else is there to say? Glancing ahead, Lin Chi raised an eyebrow slightly. finally found an area where monsters are more concentrated.
In the swamp ahead, he vaguely saw a group of hidden swamp behemoths. Even though the swamp was very deep, it could not completely cover more than 10 monsters. But just as Lin Shi took a few steps forward, his foot seemed to step into thin air. Even his body started to sink downward into the swamp.
He fell into the swamp.
In that moment, Lin Shi realized the situation he was in. However, he was not the least bit flustered.
With his agility, he could easily escape from this state.
The massive hammer in his hand was already slowly lifted, a radiant light blooming on the hammer, quickly gathering energy.
Holy abyss impact!
Priest, pull the new guy. At that moment, Lu Bu's voice rang out from behind. He was clearly keeping an eye on Lin Shi's situation from time to time.
In fact,
from the very beginning, Lin Shi was not considered in their combat plans.
As long as he didn't get killed by monsters and could just follow behind them to gain points, that was enough.
Of course, Lin Shi's performance was completely beyond their expectations.
However,
in the current area, besides the monsters, there was another hidden danger, sinking into the swamp. Even if Lin Shi had high-quality gear, his more than 30 levels of agility were not enough to support him in escaping from the swamp.
Understood.
At the same time, the priest in the team suddenly cast a skill, releasing a beam of light that enveloped Lin Shi.
Teleportation skill. It could pull a teammate within a certain distance to their side. But just as Lin Shi's figure was shrouded in the beam of light, a roar erupted.
A vast area of the swamp instantly erupted into a tidal wave, visibly clearing the surrounding swamp away. The Holy Abyss impact skill unleashed a wide-range shockwave forward, dealing damage equal to a normal attack and causing all affected targets to be knocked back. The swamp erupted completely, throwing mud flying in all directions.
Even the sky began to rain mud. Splash! Splash!
Mud splattered everywhere, and the tank class in the team immediately released a protective shield of light, covering all around, thus saving everyone from being drenched in muck.
What happened? Lu Tianba stared blankly at the scene ahead, his gaze flickering. Could this be a boss encounter?
Their guild had entered this dungeon before and had collected some relevant intel. Here, there was indeed a small boss, but logically speaking, it should only appear after they cleared most of the swamp.
Young man, you're brave, but you almost went back home.
Li Mingyue smiled and winked at Lin Shi, who had just been pulled back beside her. Until now, the aftershocks in the swamp ahead had not yet calmed down. Lin Shi remained silent, merely watching the rapidly flashing information prompts in front of him. You have defeated the swamp giant croc, gaining points plus 50. You have defeated the swamp giant croc, gaining points plus 50. The effect of this strike was even better than he expected, directly taking down nearly 20 swamp giant crocs. But at this moment, the already churning swamp suddenly surged violently again. Immediately, a head of a crocodile, several times larger than the ordinary swamp giant croc, abruptly emerged from the swamp.
Swamp Devourer, Legendary. Points, 600. Chapter 88, Your Hammer is strong.
In the mud pit, a pair of vertical eyes suddenly opened, cold and indifferent, staring closely at the awakened ones. This was just the first boss encountered by the scattered small teams, yet it was already at the legendary level. A boss has appeared, be careful of its eyes. Lu Bu's voice immediately rang out. Watch your step in the swamp, priests be ready to shift positions.
The awakened ones immediately sprang into action.
This is how team dungeons work.
Even if it was just the first small boss, its stats were extraordinarily powerful.
However, their team was well equipped, with tanks, DPS, control, and support all present. As long as they coordinated their skills properly, they could completely stun the boss and take it down.
Bang!
But at this moment, a shadow suddenly plunged into one of the swamp devourer's eyes, directly bursting that vertical eye.
Seeing this scene, Lu Bu and the others were immediately taken aback.
They clearly noticed that what was in the swamp devourer's eye was a large hammer. That was the big hammer Lin Shi had used earlier.
Wait, can your hammer now throw out ranged attacks?
Li Mingyue looked at Lin Shi in surprise, noting that the hammer in Lin Shi's hand was still there, only an illusory image of the big hammer remained.
My profession is a bit special.
Lin Shi grinned and swung the abyssal great hammer in his hand forward again.
Whoosh! Another illusory hammer flew out. The holy throw.
This was Lin Shi's only ultra-long distance attack skill. Moreover, the swamp devourer was only a few dozen meters away from him. Roar! At this moment, the swamp devourer let out a cry of pain, its massive tail emerging from the swamp, wildly slapping the surrounding mud. Its pair of eyes had already been burst by Lin Shi. But as the giant tail whipped, the splashing mud was still emitting waves of poisonous mist.
Wait, is it in the second phase?
Lu Tianba cried out in shock. Lu Bu and Li Mingyue and the others were also in a state of astonishment. How did the boss enter the second phase?
Was it the effect of breaking 2 ice so significant? Is Lin Chi's attack too high, or is this weak point attack too powerful? Lu Bu's mind raced with this thought. This was only 2 ranged attack skills. The boss actually entered the second phase. He was sure that even the archer in the team couldn't have shot the Swamp Devourer into the second phase with just 2 arrows. Keep up with the skills. But Lu Bu did not hesitate, the staff in his hand suddenly released a brilliance. Charging towards the Swamp Devourer. What Lin Chi found a bit strange was the skill effect of Lu Bu actually released an extremely large gold coin, hitting hard on the forehead of the Swamp Devourer. Lin Chi glanced at Li Mingyue beside him again. This girl, who was a high-level blacksmith class, he had already witnessed her fighting method in the previous battle. The huge hammer in her hand, like Lin Chi's smelting skill, ignited with blazing flames, while the hammer handle suddenly extended dozens of meters. Then, a hammer hit the Swamp Devourer. It actually slammed the gigantic Swamp Devourer down into the mire. Is this the fighting style of a high-level blacksmith? Lin Chi pondered. In comparison, Li Mingyue's skill effect seemed more like a certain level of transformation of the equipment. Thus she unleashed various different skill effects. Then, Lin Chi followed the others beside him to launch attacks as well. Holy Strike, although it could only deal normal attack damage. But the key was that Lin Chi's basic attributes were high. His normal attack was not something ordinary awakened ones could match with in terms of powerful damage. Boom! A hammer smashed down. Following that, a series of gasps arose. Ha! No way! The boss is covered in blood. This is the 3rd stage? How could it reach the 3rd stage so quickly? The awakened ones were somewhat stunned. Soon, their eyes all converged on Lin Chi. Is this right? The only variable in their team was Lin Chi. That meant being able to consume the boss's health so quickly was because of Lin Chi. How high is this newbie's attribute boost? Lin Chi, the holy artifact in your hand, is it a bit too strong? Li Mingyue was shocked. She didn't consider Lin Chi's own attributes. No, what level are you at now? She asked again. 36. Only level 36? No, didn't you just change your class not long ago? How come you're already level 36? Li Mingyue was astonished. The last time she went to Xiaoqing, Lin Chi was only in his 20s. Even after changing classes, he shouldn't have reached level 36 so quickly. Not to mention, a level 36 blacksmith class couldn't possibly have strong basic attributes. That means, the holy artifact in Lin Chi's hand is indeed absurdly powerful. Earlier, when the abyss descended, what great benefits did you receive? Li Mingyue murmured. If it weren't for that awakened one who seemed to help Xiaoqing get through the abyss, it would really be Lin Chi who gained the most. Mingyue, don't worry about that for now, focus on dealing damage. At this moment, Lu Bu's voice reminded from the side. The Swamp Devourer in the 3rd stage had already become particularly violent. Its defense would decrease, but its attack power would increase, and the intervals between attacks would be minimal. Bang! But just then, another shadow of a huge hammer flew out, crashing down on the Swamp Devourer. With one blow, the giant body of the Swamp Devourer trembled, then fell weakly into the mire, splashing large amounts of mud. You participated in killing the Swamp Devourer, legendary, gained points plus 60. Lu Bu looked at the prompt message in front of him, staring blankly. The legendary Swamp Devourer just fell down? Isn't this too fast? Lu Tianba murmured to himself. Killing the Swamp Devourer together, 10 people sharing points, there seemed to be no big issues. In theory, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to eliminate this small boss. But the problem was, the speed of elimination was much quicker than they expected. Everyone's emotions hadn't settled yet when they looked again at Lin Chi. As the Swamp Devourer was eliminated, the remaining swamp crocodiles around posed little threat. And at this moment, what shocked them the most was undoubtedly Lin Chi's performance. Too absurd. The hammer in your hand is very powerful. After a long pause, Lu Bu slowly spoke up. All the irrationality could only be attributed to the holy weapon in Lin Chi's hand. Besides that, he couldn't think of any other reason. How could a level 30 awakened be stronger than high-level awakened ones in basic attributes? Don't kid me. But Lin Chi didn't care about this, his eyes were already fixed on the pile of equipment and items dropped by the boss. In fact, the previous swamp crocodiles hadn't dropped any equipment or items. Perhaps that was saved for the dungeon completion settlement. But the legendary level boss, of course, had drops. Chapter 89, Battle of 50. Guild Dungeon Boss. Scattered on the ground were at least 7 or 8 pieces of equipment and items. Among them, Lin Chi even spotted 2 pieces of legendary quality equipment. It was obvious that the drop rate in the guild dungeon was indeed very high. I wonder how to divide this stuff. Lin Chi mumbled. He didn't have to get those few pieces of equipment. After all, the guild dungeon required enough people to enter. Even without him, others could still easily defeat the swamp devourer. At this time, Lu Bu had already taken the first few pieces of equipment and waved his hand around. Let's eliminate the remaining monsters first before dividing the equipment. The remaining swamp crocodiles no longer posed any threat to the crowd. After a skill wash, the remaining monsters all turned into points for everyone. Lin Chi also glanced at his points in front of him. Current points, 1659. This roughly equated to the total points of over 30 swamp crocodiles. This dungeon doesn't even have a points leaderboard. I wonder what the settlement rules will be. Lin Chi pouted. But what could be certain was that the rewards from the guild dungeon would definitely not be bad. Our luck is about to be tested. At this moment, Li Mingyue was rubbing her fists, her lips curling with excitement. Testing luck? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. That meant it was going to be a random distribution. After all, it was legendary equipment, and according to Lin Chi's estimates, these pieces of equipment would probably be suitable for high-level awakened ones, which would certainly be useful to other members. The old rules, I won't join the distribution. If there's equipment I need, I'll buy it. Lu Bu stepped aside. Obviously, they were all very accustomed to this kind of distribution. The vice president is this generous? Lin Chi was a bit stunned. High-level legendary equipment certainly wouldn't be low value in the outside world, right? Li Mingyue looked at Lin Chi with a smile, her eyes almost crescent-shaped. Do you think our vice president is so popular for no reason? When it comes to wealth and generosity, there are probably few comparably. She teased with a laugh. But Lin Chi noticed that Lu Bu's expression had clearly darkened. My profession is special, I won't get any points in random distribution. He said softly. After speaking, he drank a bottle of mana potion. This profession was indeed too special. Lin Chi silently complained. He could tell that in terms of combat strength, Lu Bu was not the strongest in the guild, but his profession was indeed different from other awakened ones. The skills Lu Bu released earlier were not found in any materials he had seen. Then, Lin Chi followed Li Mingyue and others to start rolling the dice. The so-called random distribution meant that members distributed based on their rolled numbers. Lu Tianba rolled a 7. Li Mingyue rolled a 97. Lin Chi rolled a 97. The numbers appeared one by one before everyone on the panel. I said, new people have their protection period. Lu Bu commented softly. After a round of rolling, Lin Chi and Li Mingyue both rolled 97, undoubtedly tied for first. Then, Lu Bu took out two pieces of legendary equipment. There was a big knife and a set of armor. As Li Mingyue was the first to release a skill to identify them. The information about the two pieces of equipment appeared in front of everyone. Swamp Breaking Knife, Legendary. Category, Weapon. Swamp Guardian Armor, Legendary. Category, Upper Body. You two can each choose one, Lu Bu said. As high-level legendary equipment, both pieces had extremely powerful attributes. Li Mingyue shrugged her small hands, signaling Lin Chi to choose. She had many holy artifacts, and legendary equipment in her hands could only be used for dismantling. Lin Chi was not polite and casually took the swamp-breaking knife. Of course, he could not use this legendary equipment, but it was undoubtedly the best refining material right now. After distributing the loot, everyone continued to advance. Not long after, they arrived in front of an altar. What surprised Lin Chi was that there was already a team waiting for them here. At the forefront was the guild president, Li Shi. So soon? Lin Chi's heart stirred. They didn't waste much time on this journey. In fact, due to Lin Chi joining the battle, their overall speed had even increased a bit. It seemed that the other teams had encountered similar situations. However, he did not expect that the team led by President Li Shi would be faster than them. The kings of the Mortal Realm Guild are indeed all top awakeners. Soon after, members from several other teams also arrived one after another. The overall time difference was surprisingly not much. Everyone, after defeating the first boss, get ready to face the hidden boss. Once all 50 participants in the instance dungeon gathered, Lu Bu stepped forward and called out to the crowd. Then, Lin Chi noticed that Lu Bu and the other four walked out from the team to a corner of the altar. Each of them held a key-like item that was placed on the altar. This was clearly the reason for dividing into 5 teams. Obtain keys from 5 places to open the altar and summon the hidden boss? Lin Chi understood the situation. He waited for the altar to open, also wanting to see what kind of boss awaited them in the guild instance. A boss requiring 50 high-level awakeners to face together was definitely not as simple as the Swamp Devourer. Moreover, it should also be quite different from the Mountain Giant, which was a world boss. Soon,
On the altar, glowing patterns gradually spread from the 5 corners, intertwining, and quickly converging into a bizarre formation. Boom! At the moment when the formation was completed, the ground beneath the many awakeners trembled. Even the vast swamp in the back was constantly churning. Puff! Suddenly, at the center of the altar, a torrent of muddy water erupted skyward. Tanks and healers, be ready! Lubu's command rang out. At the same time, the awakeners quickly sprang into action. The tank roles in the team quickly raised their shields or cast defensive skills to create shields, protecting every member of the team. And the healing roles in the team rapidly began to chant, light continuously gathering before them. You have gained the effect of poison removal aura. You have gained the effect of healing aura. You have gained the effect of attack boost. Soon, Lin Chi's panel displayed various prompts, with different colors of light radiating around him. All the awakeners in the guild instance had already taken a defensive stance. Chapter 90 Corrupt Poison Dragon. Deadly Poison. Puff. At the center of the altar, the muddy water shot up and splashed everywhere. But a mist with a greenish color also began to spread. The poison mist is coming. Someone reminded the surroundings in a deep voice, be ready to heal at any time. In that greenish mist, there was clearly a deadly poison, which also had a strong damaging effect on high-level awakeners in the guild. Even Lin Chi noticed that a poison negative status had appeared on his panel. However, the impact of this negative status on him was almost negligible. His equipment's durability hardly decreased at all. The effect of the Li Dai Tao Jiang entry meant that all the damage he sustained was borne by the durability of his equipment instead of himself. But after acquiring so many entries, Lin Chi himself had developed quite a bit of an invulnerable effect. The durability lost from the corrosive mist was, therefore, quite minimal. And at that moment, a gigantic figure suddenly emerged from the soaring mud. The mud twisted and extended, forming tentacle-like appendages that quickly lashed out in all directions. Watch out! Lubu's loud voice rang out, warning everyone around. Bang! The mud tentacles slammed down, creating a huge splash of mud and leaving a long corrosive mark on the ground. In an instant, the altar was shattered into pieces. Corrupt Poison Dragon. Points, 6,000. Finally, the information of this boss appeared before everyone. Wow, its points are 10 times that of the Swamp Devourer? Lin Chi's eyes brightened as he looked at the points for the Corrupt Poison Dragon. Just defeating this boss alone could earn each awakener over 100 points, right? Attack! At the same time, Lubu's voice sounded again. Now was definitely the time to attack the Corrupt Poison Dragon. Without hesitation, Lin Chi immediately unleashed his Holy Strike skill, throwing a huge hammer's illusory form at the Corrupt Poison Dragon. Boom! 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 At the same time, other awakeners cast their skills, striking the Corrupt Poison Dragon. The visual effects of various skills were dazzling, causing the mud on the Corrupt Poison Dragon to explode continuously. But the mud that splattered onto the ground also carried corrosive effects, leaving large patches of greenish areas on the ground, with toxic mist spreading out afterwards. Poison effect intensified. Upon seeing the prompt on his panel, Lin Chi couldn't help but sigh. After all, this was a boss meant to be tackled by a 50-person team. Even dealing damage to the boss caused such widespread negative effects. Especially since Lin Chi could tell from the slight increase in the reduction of his equipment's durability that this poison mist must be highly damaging. One can imagine that if the configuration of awakeners in the team was insufficient, they might really be wiped out here. Watch your step, don't step into the areas corroded by the mud. At this moment, Li Mingyue's calm voice rang out nearby. Clearly, she had also been keeping an eye on Lin Chi's situation. Although Lin Chi's performance earlier was shocking to her, after all, it was his first time entering this team dungeon. Moreover, she wasn't sure whether Lin Chi's life value and poison resistance could withstand the poison mist here. But soon, Li Mingyue put those worries aside. She clearly saw that Lin Chi was standing in the area eroded by the mud, yet he seemed completely unaware of it. How good is your gear? Li Mingyue was stunned. Lin Chi smiled, occasionally throwing the illusory hammer at the Corrupt Poison Dragon, while slowly stepping out of the eroded mud area. Gotta put on a show. Otherwise, bearing the deadly poison would indeed draw too much attention. Phase 2, Full Force Attack on the Totem. Lubu's voice rang out again. In the constantly blooming effects of skills, Lin Chi could not see Lubu's figure. Only in the center of the altar, the twisting Corrupt Poison Dragon was still unleashed in flames. Cold ice, venom, and brilliance struggle violently in the center. But immediately, the earth trembled, and the already shattered altar completely collapsed. Stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground, faintly visible with intricate runes engraved on them. Corrupted Poison Totem. Points, 100. One totem gives 100 points. Lin Chi quickly understood.
And after these totems appeared, the previously struggling corrupted poison dragon seemed to disappear rapidly. Only in the center of the altar, torrents of mud were still spurting upward. Now, the Awakener's skills clearly could no longer harm the corrupted poison dragon. However, everyone's skills had already manifested around the altar. They even obscured each other's line of sight. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth and immediately rushed toward the nearest stone pillar. He certainly wouldn't miss these points. Watch your health. Lu Bu's reminder echoed continuously. As the stone pillars appeared, the greenish poison mist became even denser, enough to obscure the Awakener's skill effects. It was evident. This level of toxin had a significant effect on even high-level Awakener's health. Boom! In the poison mist, Lin Shi smashed directly against a stone pillar with a hammer. Eliminate corrupted poison totem, you gain points plus 70. Still one hammer per totem. However, it seemed that due to other Awakener's earlier skill bombardments, this totem had already lost some health, so Lin Shi hadn't earned the full points. But he did not stop his steps, quickly rushing toward each stone pillar. Eliminate corrupted poison totem, you gain points plus 80. Eliminate corrupted poison totem, you gain points plus 60. Eliminate corrupted poison totem, you gain points plus 50. Whoosh! As Lin Shi was hammering vigorously, he suddenly noticed a fully healthy stone pillar explode in front of him. Immediately, a petite figure floated into view. It was Li Shi, but at this moment, she was holding a gigantic shield that was taller than a person, with strange brilliance radiating from it. Just a moment ago, she had forcefully shattered a stone pillar with that shield. This is a tank-type profession? Lin Shi wasn't quite sure. Just one shield strike directly crushed a fully healthy stone pillar. This president clearly had immense power. Li Shi also noticed Lin Shi, tilting her little head slightly, her delicate cheek revealing a hint of confusion. It seemed she was pondering why Lin Shi, a newcomer Awakener, could tread through the corrosive area and come so deep. Stage 3, all-out attack on the corrupted poison dragon, destroy it. But at this moment, Lu Bu's voice rang out again. This team leader was indeed very responsible. Lin Shi didn't hesitate at all, directly charging toward the corrupted poison dragon at the center of the altar. And at the same time, Lin Shi clearly saw a shadow rush past him, heading toward the corrupted poison dragon even faster than him. That was Li Shi's giant shield. Chapter 91, Wait. Who threw the hammer? No, buddy, that's your beautiful captain. Lin Shi turned back to glance at Li Shi, then his gaze shifted back to the corrupted poison dragon ahead. It was hard to imagine that Li Shi's small frame could actually hurl the giant shield. Moreover, it was so fast, tracing a curve through the air. The next moment. Boom! The geyser of mud at the center of the altar suddenly erupted, almost snapped in half by the impact of the giant shield. This is definitely stronger than Lu Bu by a lot. Lin Shi recalled seeing Li Shi's points when he looked at the leaderboard for defeating world bosses earlier. It was hard to believe that a tank-type profession could deal such high damage. This world truly has extraordinary talents, Lin Shi sighed, already charging toward the corrupted poison dragon. In the dense poison mist, mud tentacles suddenly lashed out. But Lin Shi did not retreat at all. Flames burst fiercely from his body. After absorbing the ember fire from the guild's base, Lin Shi's blue flames had lightened a bit. But their power had indeed grown stronger. As the muddy tentacles slammed down, moisture quickly evaporated at a visible speed, turning dry and causing their movements to become stiff. In Lin Shi's hand, the abyss hammer was now raised high. Under the dazzling array of skills shining from the corrupted dragon, he slammed down with great force. Boom! Mud splattered everywhere, and even the body of the corrupted dragon broke apart in its struggles. Roar! Finally, a hoarse roar reverberated through the rising mud, then faded into weakness. You participated in the elimination of the corrupted dragon, gaining points plus 600. Achievement unlocked, poison resistance. 600 points? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. He had expected the corrupted dragon's 6,000 points to be divided into 50 parts. It seemed that as a major boss facing 50 people, it indeed had some special traits. And there was also an achievement. Lin Shi immediately checked it out. Poison resistance permanently increases poison attribute resistance by 5%. Note, this achievement will be added during final calculations upon dungeon completion. A direct increase in poison resistance, and it would be included with points during the completion calculation. Lin Shi felt pleased. After all, the corrupted dragon had not dropped any equipment, so it would naturally be compensated in other ways. As the corrupted dragon was defeated, the toxic mist that had enveloped the altar gradually began to dissipate. Heal up, prepare for the hidden boss. But Lu Bu's voice remained serious. In an instant, warm light erupted all around, enveloping everyone present. This was evidently the various recovery skills of healing professions. Lin Shi glanced around and returned to Li Mingyue's side. The difficulty of this team dungeon was not low at all. They had just dealt with one boss, and now they faced a hidden boss right after. When you see the hidden boss, remember to attack with full force. If we can take it down, we'll fill our pockets this time. Li Mingyue explained to Lin Qi with a smile. Earlier, they had split into 5 teams, specifically for this hidden boss. Just then, Lin Qi noticed that the surrounding marshy area was gradually drying up. The once soft terrain had turned hard, as if scorched by searing flames, turning the marshland into barren land. Soon, the dark surroundings gradually became bright, like the early morning as the sun rises. At this moment, a sun-like object indeed appeared in the sky. Scorching sun, hidden. Points, 10,000. A hidden boss worth 10,000 points? Lin Qi's eyes lit up. He knew that unlike the previous corrupted dragon, which only had 6,000 points, every awakened being participating in this group battle would have gained several hundred points. So, this hidden boss with 10,000 points would surely give them even more points. Ranged classes, deal with the boss's main body. Melee classes, prepare for defense. At the same time, Lu Bu's voice rang out. Boom! The next moment, the sun in the sky quivered violently, and then fireballs rained down from above. Sunfire Fireball. Points, 200. One fireball brings 200 points. The awakened beings quickly moved into action. Young man, do you still need my protection? Li Mingyue's voice came. Be careful, your escape scroll is ineffective under this boss's domain. As the sun appeared in the sky, the marsh here had already dried up. The dungeon area changed from night to day, making it feel like a different dungeon. Lin Qi shrugged. Do I look like I need protection? Indeed. After saying this, Li Mingyue rushed ahead into a group of fireballs. Lin Qi's gaze also fell on the fireballs ahead, his lips curling slightly. Without a doubt, even these fireballs released from the proud sun in the sky held great danger. Even for high-level awakeners, they posed a significant threat. But Lin Qi had the fire of Swearen's skill, completely immune to fire attributes. This could not affect him. Moreover, he could even absorb the flames from these fireballs to enhance his forging skill's power. With a wave of his hand, Lin Qi did not forget to give the sun in the sky a holy strike. After all, this sun was just a monster. Could it really fly higher than 1,500 meters in the instance? Only then did he rush forward, delivering a hammer strike against the fireballs in front of him. Ranged classes, prepare at all times, wait for the boss to enter attack range. Lu Bu swung his staff to unleash skills while also directing the surroundings. But suddenly, his words came to a halt. Wait! Who threw that hammer? The proud sun was still high in the sky, yet to fall. Among the current ranged awakeners, only a few could attack the proud sun with skills. But amidst the arrows and skills, Lu Bu clearly saw a large hammer. He froze for a moment, then suddenly realized something and scanned his surroundings, but did not find Lin Qi's figure. However, in the midst of the fireballs, a hammer occasionally roared toward the sky. And around him, many ranged awakeners also froze. Hammer. Warrior? No, it should be a blacksmith. This doesn't seem like Mingyue's skill. Right now, the proud sun should be over 1,000 meters away from everyone, right? What hammer can be thrown that high? But just as everyone was puzzled, the proud sun in the sky suddenly began to fall at a fast speed, flames soaring, causing some awakeners to start smoking, and more fireballs splashed down. Wait, why is the boss already in the second phase? At this moment, some ranged awakeners still had not attacked the proud sun. This hidden boss, is it that fragile? Everyone questioned. Only Lu Bu had a strange expression. For some reason, he inexplicably thought of the earlier situation with Lin Qi when facing the boss. Could it really be that kid's doing? Impossible. Chapter 92, Guild Dungeon Reward Settlement. You destroyed a Proud Sun Fireball, you gain points plus 200. You destroyed a Proud Sun Fireball, you gain points plus 180. You destroyed a Proud Sun Fireball, you gain points plus 200. Lin Qi continuously struck with the hammer in his hand, and his points were rapidly increasing. According to his calculations, even just now, by the time the dungeon concluded, his settlement rewards would be quite substantial. Moreover, they were still dealing with the hidden boss. The boss is in its third phase. At that moment, Lu Bu's voice suddenly rang out. Destroy it with all your might before it lands. So fast? Suddenly, the surrounding awakeners were taken aback. Why did it feel like they were dealing with this hidden boss so much quicker? The boss just entered the second phase not long ago, right? Has everyone's strength increased? Who cares, don't let the boss escape. If the blazing sun landed, it would mean their attempt to hunt the hidden boss had failed. In fact, until the previous challenges of this dungeon, they could ensure killing the hidden boss each time. This required repeated dungeon strategies to gather specific information.
In an instant, everyone directed their skills toward the blazing sun. However, Lin Chi did not rush to the front of the blazing sun. In fact, just occasionally throwing a holy strike was already enough for his damage output. Instead, when the blazing sun landed, the fireballs on the ground became even more powerful. "Tanks, be ready to defend," Lu Bu reminded once again. At this stage, without a doubt, it was the strongest moment of the blazing sun. All fireball attacks would increase in power. Everyone could only withstand the attacks of these fireballs while doing their utmost to deal with the blazing sun. But around them, everything had almost turned into a sea of fire. Some awakeners had flames burning on their bodies, suffering from intense fire burns. Even with the help of healing professions, their health would still be reduced. In such a situation, if any link went wrong, even high-level awakeners could face casualties. "Hey, how are you doing, young man?" The voice of Li Mingyue came from not far away. Clearly, in this situation, she was still paying attention to Lin Chi's condition. In fact, according to their original plan, when facing the final hidden boss, Lin Chi did not need to rush to the front. He only needed to hide at the edge and wait for the protective skills of the healing and tank professions. But Lin Chi's performance was truly beyond expectations. "Not a big problem," Lin Chi responded, yet amidst the raging fire, he did not see Li Mingyue's figure. The blazing sun in the sky continued to fall, but its speed was not fast. And the group's attacks were evidently starting to inflict damage on the blazing sun, causing it to tremble more and more. However, as this intensified, the surrounding fireballs became even more frantic. This dungeon has the same situation with the boss. Lin Chi sighed, as he slowly raised his abyss hammer. The more damage inflicted on the boss, the greater the attacks the awakeners would receive. But Lin Chi looked at the blazing sun in midair, and his abyss hammer had already gathered strength, ready to unleash a holy strike again. Boom! A powerful strike, along with the flashing skill effects around him, struck the blazing sun. It was unclear who dealt the damage. But the descent of the blazing sun in midair paused. Then, the blazing sun collapsed into a black hole and vanished without a trace. You participated in defeating the blazing sun, gaining plus 1,000 points. Achievement unlocked, immune to the blaze. Achievement unlocked, swamp concealment. Additionally, the fireballs that had been scattered around also extinguished with the collapse of the blazing sun. There were also notifications of gained points constantly flashing before Lin Chi. You participated in defeating the blazing fireball, gaining plus 20 points. You participated in defeating the blazing fireball, gaining plus 20 points. Well, this saves us from having to clear them out again. Lin Chi shrugged. Once all the fireballs had extinguished, he finally looked at his score. Current score, 4329. He had gained over 4,000 points. Lin Chi glanced around. He knew that the other awakeners participating in the guild dungeon likely earned around 3,500 points. After all, the guild dungeon was designed for guild members to benefit, much like forming a super large team. The settlement rewards wouldn't differ too much. Dungeon cleared. Reward settlement in progress. Currently, the only gain is a legendary quality high-level gear. Lin Chi calculated. And this was merely an extra reward. The real gain depended on this reward settlement. Soon, Lin Chi noticed the awakeners around him were enveloped in beams of light. This was already a sign of being teleported out of the dungeon. Immediately afterwards, the scene before Lin Chi began to change. At the same time, a series of information appeared on the panel. Settlement complete. Level +1. You gained the trait, Unyielding Resistance, purple. Level +1. You gained the trait, Derivative Speed, blue. You obtained Meyer Bone, legendary, Meyer Wrap, legendary, Solar Armor, epic. You gained Reputation plus 1,000. The light of leveling up continuously radiated around Lin Chi. Level up twice. Lin Chi glanced at the experience bar again, and there was not much experience left before reaching the next level. He estimated that after fighting a few more monsters, he would be able to level up directly. In addition, he had obtained 2 legendary pieces of equipment and 3 epic ones. Swamp's Remains, legendary. Category, top. Equipment requirement, level 90. Swamp's Loop, legendary. Category, belt. TSK, still a set. Lin Chi clicked his tongue. But for now, the equipment requirement was too high, and even though the stats were good, he couldn't wear them yet. Lin Chi didn't plan on keeping them. He would take them for ritual refinement later. After all, the higher the attributes of the equipment, the higher the attribute improvement when refining other equipment. After the settlement, Lin Chi returned to the original square. Yo, young man, were the rewards generous? Li Mingyue waved at Lin Chi with a smile. Lin Chi nodded. The rewards from this guild dungeon were indeed incomparable to other dungeons.
Li Mingyue smiled and winked, saying, "The rewards aren't over yet. Did you achieve any accomplishments in the dungeon?"
"Oh?" Lin Shi raised his eyebrows.
Achievements achieved in the guild dungeon had other uses?
He held up 3 fingers, indicating that he had achieved 3 accomplishments.
Li Mingyue smiled and nodded. "Great, you got all 3 accomplishments. Come on, I'll take you to receive your title." "There's even a title?"
Lin Shi's eyes immediately lit up. Just like the Sword Saint by Xing and that Mage Saint Elder he had seen earlier, they had both received titles.
And titles, like equipment, would also enhance the attributes of an awakened.
Similarly, in the guild's base, Lin Shi also saw many awakened wearing titles. With a little observation, he could see the titles that were worn. He hadn't expected that clearing the guild dungeon would come with such an extra reward.
Chapter 93, Swamp Walker. Back to the Abyss.
If you have unnecessary equipment, you can exchange it for contribution points, or keep an eye on the exchange store for new items. Lu Bu stood in front of the square, waving his hand around.
Everyone, dismissed.
After a guild dungeon run, almost every participating awakened had gotten 1 or 2 pieces of legendary equipment. This was the strength of a top-tier guild. Li Mingyue patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. "Let's go, young man, I'll take you to change your title." Awakened around 30 levels can get a title. This kind of thing doesn't happen often. However, just as she said this, Li Mingyue's little face froze slightly. In front of this kid, what does a title matter? Being able to wear holy artifact equipment at just over 30 levels is the most absurd thing, right? Of course. She didn't know that what was truly ridiculous about Lin Shi was his basic attributes. Soon, the two of them arrived at a strange building that looked like a mushroom.
"This is the Elven building in our guild's base. If you report your achievements here, you'll get your title."
Li Mingyue introduced to Lin Shi, walking inside. Upon entering the mushroom building, Lin Shi noticed that most of the decorations were made of grass and wood, giving it a very elven style.
Speaking of which, since his awakening, he had never truly been to the front lines or entered the elven territory.
"Mingyue, you're here. Where's your title?" As soon as they entered the building, an elf came up to them, hands on hips, and seemed to look at Li Mingyue with a slightly reproachful expression, showing a majestic posture unlike the other elves. Seeing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but be stunned. How majestic! His impression of elves had always been that they were more slender in build.
But the elf in front of him had an unusually strong physique.
Li Mingyue's face turned slightly red, as if embarrassed, and she casually waved her hand. Lin Shi then saw a line of information above her head.
Elven Honey Friend. This was clearly also a title. Is there really such a title?
Lin Shi opened his mouth, feeling somewhat speechless. Li Mingyue's complexion quickly returned to normal, and she said to the elf in front of her, "Ali, I'm here to help him redeem his title." The elf Ali then looked at Lin Shi, her delicate cheek showing a smile. "Young man, you did well." She led Lin Shi to a small, green tree in the building, gently holding it and assuming a devout posture. Swish, swish. Instantly, that small, green tree began to sway gently, showering Lin Shi with sparkling light.
Detecting achievement. Detection complete, title available for redemption. Swamp Walker.
Lin Shi immediately chose to redeem it and checked the effects of this title. Title, Swamp Walker, 3 stars.
Wearing effect, can summon a swamp in the area, reducing enemy movement speed by 15%.
The title clearly had a rank classification, from 1 star to 9 stars. A 3-star title already had decent effects. This directly equated to an additional control-type skill.
How is it? Not bad, right? Li Mingyue winked at Lin Shi. Lin Shi nodded, not saying much.
In reality, whether it was his Abyss Domain skill or the Disaster Proclamation skill, both were far stronger than this title. But the title had another purpose for Lin Shi.
That was it could hide his name and level information from the team.
Even when teaming with others, teammates could only see his title. Directly putting on the title Swamp Walker, Lin Shi looked back at Li Mingyue.
There shouldn't be any other tasks in the guild for a while, right? In response, Li Mingyue's expression was somewhat complex. Our guild actually hasn't recruited new awakeners for a few years.
Generally speaking, we could find some leveling areas or dungeons for you, but it seems there aren't any suitable dungeons for you right now. She felt somewhat lost for words. After seeing Lin Shi's performance in the guild dungeon, she no longer viewed Lin Shi with common sense. Heaven knows what kind of profession this kid awakened.
It certainly couldn't be a blacksmith.
Then, as if recalling something, she said, "Oh, right, about the new recruits you recruited in Summer City, let Lu Bu consider them later, and they can join our guild. Although you provided a list, I still can't guarantee they all can join the 10 Kings of Humanity. It's likely they will be recommended to a branch guild." Originally, recruiting just one Lin Shi was already an exception. Who told this kid to level up so fast?
Lin Shi nodded. He wasn't worried about Shinbailu, as she was someone who would have joined a top 3 guild. Then I'll go find a place to level up myself. Lin Shi said again. He had already made plans. The residents of the 10 Kings of Humanity Guild shouldn't be too far from the frontline area. That meant there must be an abyss nearby. He hadn't forgotten that he needed to upgrade his abyss territory first. Sure. Li Mingyue seemed to want to say something else but couldn't find the words. She had never seen a newcomer awakener with such combat power. After considering, she finally said, most of our guild's awakeners are advancing at the front lines. When you level up to level 50, remember to come back. We have a level 50 blacksmith dungeon. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Shi with a suspicious gaze. You're a blacksmith, right? Of course. Lin Shi grinned. Level 50 is when you get the professional dungeon. But thinking of the rarity of the blacksmith profession, it also seemed normal. After a trip to the abyss, I'll focus on leveling. Lin Shi pondered. After the job change, he hadn't really been looking for a leveling place for a while. Of course, being level 38 isn't low either. After obtaining a map of the surrounding area from Li Mingyue, Lin Shi then left the guild's headquarters. He summoned the bone dragon and headed straight towards the direction of the abyss. Now, even without the abyss enhancement, the bone dragon had already leveled up to 38 along with Lin Shi, and its duration had also improved. Lin Shi did not stop along the way, and in just half a day, he arrived at an area outside the abyss. From above, looking down, it was clear that below was a canyon-like area. However, the canyon was pitch black and continuously spreading out thick, dark mist. It looked like a dark wound on the earth. This is much more shocking than the abyss entrance when it descended. Lin Shi couldn't help but sigh. This place was different from the temporary abyss entrance during the descent. It was a long-lasting area, like a place where two worlds overlapped and neighbored each other. Lin Shi lightly patted the bone dragon's head and plunged down towards the abyss crack below. Abyss, your lord has returned. Lin Shi silently teased. He could also teleport directly back to his disaster territory in the abyss, but it was so bare that there really wasn't much to do there. This time, he had to get some equipment or items in the abyss to enhance his territory. For example, the Abyss Core that could increase the population of the territory, or the components of the Abyss Lord set. Chapter 94, The Abyss? Like going home. Huff. Huff. All around was pitch black and silent, with only the flames on the bone dragon illuminating the surroundings, making a huge sound as its wings flapped. Squeak. Suddenly, a hoarse cry came from not far away. Immediately after, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared from the dark area, rushing towards Lin Shi at breakneck speed. Abyss Demon Bat, 2 stars. Level, 50. It was a large group of bats, almost 100 of them, flapping their wings and creating sharp, cutting winds. Unlike during the descent of the abyss, where the creatures came from the front line, the abyss creatures here had already gained levels. This was more like a further data representation of the world. Lin Shi had already mastered this information from the intel given to him by Li Mingyue. As for the 2 stars after the name of the Abyss Demon Bat, it meant it had received a second-level abyss enhancement. Level 50 monsters are great. Lin Shi grinned. With the bonus from the Together We Thrive phrase, it was not a big deal to deal with level 50 monsters. Even against level 60 monsters, the experience decay wouldn't be too severe. He had never thought that the interior of the abyss could be considered a leveling paradise. As a world, the abyss naturally had a variety of creatures, just like the outside world. However, compared to the outside, many creatures in the abyss had received abyss enhancements, making them stronger than ordinary monsters. In the next moment, faint blue flames ignited all around Lin Shi, instantly transforming him into a flame giant. Along with the bone dragon he rode, the flames surged and blazed even more fiercely. You killed an Abyss Demon Bat, gained experience plus 8,720. You killed an Abyss Demon Bat, gained experience plus 8,720. There was no need for Lin Shi to lift a finger, the flames were enough to clear out these Abyss Demon Bats. Earlier, he had absorbed the flames of the hidden boss in the guild dungeon, and his forging skills had already become stronger. A 2-star Abyss enhancement is just a bit stronger than the Abyss creatures in my territory. Lin Shi pouted. However, that said, the experience it gave was quite considerable. Another wave, and he would definitely be able to level up. But Lin Shi didn't deliberately go searching, it was already pretty good to encounter so many Abyss Demon Bats on the outskirts of an abyss crack. Jumping down from the bone dragon, Lin Shi landed on a piece of barren land. However, he didn't see many abyss creatures around. Clearly, even in this abyssal rift, some high-level awakeners still come to clear it out. After all, the creatures from the abyss might crawl out along these fissures, impacting the surroundings. Even within the abyss rift, not every area seems to connect with each other. Lin Shi glanced around at the scene. However, he could see a distant area on the left glowing with a fiery red light. That meant a vast region of magma.
Although Lin Shi would travel along the magma area, it would still take a considerable amount of time to reach a new area. This was also the reason Lin Shi chose to set off from the guild's base instead of his own territory. Following along the other side's direction, Lin Shi soon encountered a group of monsters that seemed constructed from bones. Abyss Skeleton Wolf, 3 stars. Level, 43. Delving deeper into the abyssal rift, the creatures here evidently had increased in level. However, the abyss creatures roaming this area were only around level 40. Skeleton creatures generally appear less during the day, so the awakeners clearing the outer areas just let them go? Lin Shi could roughly figure out the reason. High-level awakeners wouldn't care about the experience from these monsters. But for Lin Shi, they were quite suitable. The Abyss Field skill was immediately released, transforming into a dark liquid spreading in all directions. Then, Lin Shi waved the Abyssal Hammer, summoning Abyss Guardians and Ancient Beasts, along with 2 Abyss creatures from his territory, maximizing the efficiency of clearing monsters. His summoned creatures all maintained the same level as him. But with the 4 slots for level 8 Abyss boosts from the Abyss Legendary set, the fighting power of these summons far surpassed that of the Abyss Skeleton Wolves. In an instant, one after another, the Abyss Skeleton Wolves trembled, their bone structures shattering apart. You killed an Abyss Skeleton Wolf, gained experience plus 7,200. You killed an Abyss Skeleton Wolf, gained experience plus 7,200. Information about gaining experience continuously flashed in front of Lin Shi, and in just a short time, all the Abyss Skeleton Wolves here were exterminated. The 4 summoned beings were still pouncing towards monsters further away. Soon, as one Abyss creature was defeated, a glow finally shone from Lin Shi's body. Level +1. You gained the Element Affinity trait, Green. A trait that could slightly enhance the power of elemental skills. Lin Shi glanced at it briefly, then instinctively looked at his experience bar. Level 39. In this abyssal rift, the upgrade speed was actually faster than he had expected. Maybe this expedition into the abyss will let me level up a few more times. Lin Shi smiled widely. He continued searching the area for places where abyss creatures gathered. Booming. In the distance, the ground trembled. Scattered skeletons around slowly began to come together, as if to form a giant skeleton creature. In no time, a skeleton creature's body had already formed. Nearby, 4 awakeners were passing through this area. The leading awakener just glanced at the skeleton creature that was forming, then withdrew his gaze. A level 50 skeleton wolf boss, it might have a boost of around 5 or 6 levels. In response, the 3 people around him paid it no mind. Although in this abyss, a higher abyss boost level often meant higher quality equipment drops. However, for them, it didn't matter much. At their levels, even if they killed that boss, they would hardly gain anything. 4 people were about to leave. But just then, one of them suddenly furrowed his brows like he had discovered something. Not right. It seems like some monster is approaching us. Hearing this, the other 3 couldn't help but tense up. This was still the outer area of the abyss, and abyss creatures generally roamed within a certain zone. What monster could possibly appear here? They immediately looked towards the awakened scout in their group, who had excellent reconnaissance abilities. Soon, they heard the scout's astonished voice again. It's an 8th level abyss boosted monster, the Mountain Ancient Beast. Chapter 95, Is this a summoned beast? Mage Association. Mountain Ancient Beast? The other 3 awakened ones were momentarily stunned. Is there such an abyss creature in this area? Moreover, it's an 8th level abyss boosted monster. Even small creatures with such boosts can rival high level awakened ones in combat. They instinctively held their breath and stared ahead. In front of them, a giant creature covered in rocky armor was slowly walking towards them, black fog rolling up like smoke from the rock crevices. Its immense size brought an indescribable sense of pressure. When did 8th level abyss boosted monsters appear in the outer area of the abyss? Mountain Ancient Beast, I haven't heard of any information about this. They exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowing in concern. Could it be something has happened inside the abyss? This was undoubtedly their biggest worry. Inside the abyss, logic couldn't explain anything. In areas where only low-level monsters usually gathered, at any moment, a powerful boss could jump out. Not to mention a 4-person team like theirs, sometimes, even a large team could be annihilated. Be careful and stay alert. The only woman in the group, Shinsholi, immediately declared in a low voice. This monster in front of them was extremely abnormal. They had to guard against it attacking them. They had no doubt that an 8th level abyss boosted Mountain Ancient Beast could pose a severe threat with just one attack. I can't see its level, something is off, the scout in the team said again. The less they could see its level, the more likely it was to come from an unknown abyss area. Hiss. But just then, a fierce sound of flaming fire suddenly erupted from the pitch-black abyss. The group's hearts raced, they immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and their expressions froze.
In the darkness, a blazing light of pale blue flames had unexpectedly appeared. Moreover,
that blazing flame was moving closer, taking on a humanoid shape, resembling a fiery giant holding a giant hammer.
A new monster has been attracted? The group trembled in shock. Something unknown was definitely happening in this abyss.
If this monster was attracted by the mountain ancient beast, there was no doubt it had to be a boss-level creature from the abyss.
An 8th-level boss. This was enough to wipe out all 4 of them in the abyss. Qinfeng, what's going on?
Xin Xiaoli immediately asked the scout in the team. Swamp Walker, Scout Qinfeng instinctively blurted out what he had seen.
But then, he was instantly taken aback. Swamp Walker? At the same time, Xin Xiaoli and the others were also slightly taken aback. Isn't that the title obtained after clearing the muddied swamp dungeon? That is, an awakened one? But the question was, who had ever seen an awakened one in this form?
What kind of profession is this?
Is it the Berserker's frenzy skill?
But there's no fire blazing up. The group exchanged glances, their sense of crisis somewhat easing, but they still remained vigilant. After all, encountering other awakened ones in this abyss also meant danger.
And at this moment,
the fiery giant had already arrived before them. The massive hammer in hand blazed with fiery flames, exuding a powerful sense of oppression.
Is that the boss you want to fight?
Lin Shi glanced around, quickly setting his eyes on the skeletal wolf boss not far away. Abyssal Skeleton Wolf King, 6 stars.
Level 50.
He had no intention of stealing the monster, but just looking at the equipment of the awakened individuals in front of him, they should all be high-level awakens.
They shouldn't be here specifically to clear a level 50 boss, right?
However, Lin Shi's voice emerged from the flames, layered and resonant, enhancing a grand feeling as it fell into Xin Xiaoli and the others' ears. Suddenly, Xin Xiaoli came back to her senses. She first looked at this awakener who had transformed into a giant of flames, then glanced towards the massive ancient beast of the mountain in the distance. As for the skeletal wolf, she completely ignored it.
Are you kidding? The awakener before her was clearly a top awakener, who would care about a level 50 boss. Thinking this, Xin Xiaoli immediately waved her hand. Big boss, that ancient mountain beast should have an 8th-level abyssal enhancement. We just happened to discover it and have no intention of fighting it.
That ancient mountain beast looked like a small mountain.
Dealing with such a monster with enhancement levels would be a thankless task for them. If this awakener was interested, they might as well just let it go to him. Ancient mountain beast?
Lin Shi was stunned, then realized these people had misunderstood, casually summoning it to his side.
This is not a monster, it's just my summoned beast. Upon seeing this scene, Xin Xiaoli and the others froze. That is, a summoned beast? Impossible. They instinctively thought this in their hearts. An 8th-level enhanced abyssal creature, when could it be summoned? The disbelief was evident in their eyes. Up to now, they had never heard of any hidden profession that could summon enhanced abyssal creatures to battle.
In reality, even if abyssal creatures dropped summon books or similar items, the Awakener, when used, could only summon regular abyssal creatures.
And it was absolutely impossible for them to have abyssal enhancements.
However, after witnessing the gigantic ancient mountain beast crouching beside Lin Shi, they had no choice but to believe.
Without a doubt, this Awakener, enveloped in blazing flames, was definitely a powerful top Awakener. Then Big Boss, you were asking about.
Suddenly, Xin Xiaoli seemed to realize something, turning stiffly to look at the skeletal wolf beside them.
That skeletal frame. Lin Shi answered. For a moment, Xin Xiaoli and the others fell silent.
They had originally planned to bypass this boss. After thinking for a moment, Xin Xiaoli seemed to guess something, her gaze flashing slightly. Big Boss, I am a member of the Mage Association.
Which guild are you from? Are you also here to clear the area around the abyss? The Mage Association.
Long ago, Lin Shi had learned quite a bit about the existence of associations. Each profession had its own association. This was different from guilds, as it was completely gathered according to the Awakener's professions.
For example, blacksmiths also have a blacksmithing association.
However, to join an association, there were certain conditions.
Lin Shi didn't plan to mention the name of the Human King's Guild, just nodded. That's about right. If you have no intention of defeating that boss, then let me handle it. We are willing to let the big boss do it.
Instead, Xin Xiaoli generously waved her sleeve. Since they knew the other party had no ill intentions, there was no need to worry too much. It was better to build a friendship here.
That's not necessary.
Lin Shi smirked.
Chapter 96, The Abyssal Expedition of the Association. So enthusiastic, a bit too much, huh?
Lin Shi roughly guessed these people's thoughts, but he just didn't want to make an enemy of them. But that skeletal wolf was quite useful to him. He simply waved his hand and threw out an almost solid shadow of a big hammer.
One throw of the saint. Bang! 183200. The Abyss skeleton wolf boss just solidified its form, and its health was instantly emptied.
Experience gained, Lin Shi waved his hand again to collect the dropped items.
Only one piece of epic level equipment dropped, of little use.
But following the principle that even the lowest quality materials and equipment can be used as refining materials, Lin Shi naturally wouldn't waste them.
So easy?
But Xin Xiaoli and the others looked at Lin Shi's actions, their eyes changing again. A 6-star level 50 boss, they could also easily defeat, but it would take them some effort.
But Lin Shi used only one hit. Only then did Lin Shi come before these people and ask, "Are you dispatched by the Mage Association to clear the Abyss outskirts?" He hadn't encountered any powerful monsters before, obviously because these people had cleared them.
Xin Xiaoli nodded. "We accepted a mission from the association, didn't expect to meet a big shot here."
Still able to take missions.
Lin Shi's lips curled, he had forgotten about that. If he could take a mission to clean the Abyss on this exploration, he would also gain experience and other rewards when he submitted it later.
A bit of a loss, but not a big deal.
Lin Shi quickly adjusted his mindset. He hadn't joined the association yet, so even if he wanted to take a mission in this area, he would need to find a way first. Then, farewell, Lin Shi then set off deeper into the Abyss. Meeting these people was just a coincidence, he didn't plan to be polite with them.
Wait.
But Xin Xiaoli exchanged glances with her teammates and quickly called out to Lin Shi.
"Big shot, you were summoned to explore this abyss with our association's other big shots?" Summoned? Lin Shi paused. It meant there were other top awakeners from the Mage Association inside this abyss?
"No," he replied, "I just happened to see you." The others, however, did not find anything wrong with that. There are many associations in the world, and each association has different branches. It's normal to encounter each other in this abyss. But Xin Xiaoli scratched her head, appearing somewhat hesitant to speak. "Big shot, while our association is exploring here, other awakeners joining might somewhat affect our actions."
She said this very gently but was reminding Lin Shi.
Right now, the Mage Association was exploring this abyss, which meant they had temporarily occupied this place. Other awakeners arriving would inevitably disturb the Mage Association. But before Lin Shi could respond, Xin Xiaoli quickly waved her hand, saying, "But don't worry, Big Shot, our Mage Association isn't so overbearing as to not allow other awakeners to enter here. It's just that if you're willing, when you see other big shots from our Mage Association inside the Abyss, you can try to take missions from them."
This was a kind reminder.
Lin Shi immediately understood. The association is a rather large organization and not like a guild filled with a sense of cohesion. Generally speaking, it's rare to specifically mobilize many awakeners to occupy an area. However, he was indeed somewhat concerned about what Xin Xiaoli mentioned. Being able to take missions was certainly the best.
"Thank you for the reminder." Lin Shi nodded in response and then continued on his way.
And Xin Xiaoli and her team silently watched Lin Shi's departing figure until the nearby ancient rock beast moved away, finally feeling relieved. "Being able to summon an 8th level abyss-enhanced ancient rock beast, this big shot, seems like we haven't heard of him before," said Scout Chen Feng beside them.
Xin Xiaoli also shook her head. But at that moment,
figures suddenly flashed through the black mist behind them.
"Attention! All are level 8 abyss-enhanced monsters," Chen Feng immediately reminded.
In the darkness, 3 shadows had already appeared one after another: Abyss Guardian, Abyss Evil Spirit. Compared to that ancient beast on the mountain ridge, these 3 monsters were clearly more common in the Abyss. But watching these 3 monsters swiftly dart past not far away, the others quickly realized. They are all that boss's summoned beasts.
For summoned beasts with level 8 abyss enhancement.
Xin Xiaoli glanced at the 3 people beside her, and the eyes in the darkness sparkled with a glimmer.
Such a powerful profession, it's the first time I've seen it. Should we notify the internal vice presidents?
She asked the 3 beside her.
Alert them. Chen Feng took a deep breath, looking in the direction where the 3 monsters disappeared.
According to the intelligence we have, within this abyss, there is a boss at the level of an Abyss Lord.
No matter what position that awakener holds, we need to make sure the vice presidents pay more attention. The association even sent out vice presidents, which shows how much the Mage Association values this abyss.
Lin Shi's appearance was indeed an unexpected factor for them. Lin Shi did not know the thoughts of Xin Xiaoli and the others. He just continued to move deeper into the abyss, turning all the monsters he encountered along the way into experience points.
The monsters in the outer area were indeed not strong.
Only occasionally would high-level monsters appear, and Lin Shi took them all.
Level 50 should be the boundary between the outer and middle layers of the abyss.
Lin Shi murmured. Monsters in the outer abyss usually do not exceed level 50, but as he delved deeper, the levels of monsters increased significantly. You killed Abyss Shadow, gained experience plus 12,100. You killed Abyss Shadow, gained experience plus 12,100.
But likewise, Lin Chi's experience bar was rapidly accumulating.
With the previously gained to stand together trait, plus Lin Chi's current level, even monsters over level 60 could still provide Lin Chi with experience that wasn't heavily reduced.
In addition,
along the way, Lin Chi collected quite a few gear and materials. Just as he was planning to continue leveling here, Lin Chi noticed from a distance that a group of awakeners had appeared ahead.
At a glance, there were more than 10. Awakeners from the Mage Association?
Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, remembering Shin Xiaoli's earlier reminder. Since he encountered awakeners from the Mage Association, he could try to see if he could take on a quest from them.
This would be an additional gain.
Thinking this, Lin Chi simply extinguished the flames around him and stepped closer.
Chapter 97, Asking for Directions, but Getting Attacked? Everyone, I heard there are tasks available here?
Lin Chi sauntered over, glancing at the titles above the heads of the more than 10 awakeners, raising an eyebrow.
Shadow Walker. Murderer. Outlaw. Chaotic Evil. Wait, are all the titles held by members of the Mage Association this sinister? The recruitment standards of the Mage Association are quite wild now.
Lin Chi clicked his tongue, instinctively mocking.
In fact, at the very moment he noticed these titles, he realized the problem.
Most of these titles were ones he had learned about during 2.5 years of study at Summer City High School. They were all evil titles that could only be acquired after committing serious crimes. The more than 10 awakeners in front of him were clearly not members of the Mage Association.
At this moment,
a group of awakeners was also cautiously looking at Lin Chi, their eyes filled with alertness and hostility.
Swamp Walker.
They naturally also saw Lin Chi's title.
This kind of title is still relatively common among high-level awakeners. However, does one person dare to enter the Abyss alone?
Brother, come to take a task?
The awakener with the title Chaotic Evil forced a smile.